Her lungs felt as if someone was squeezing her chest with inhumanly strong hands. She instantly felt suffocation. Xiaoboi's eyes darkened. She was on the verge of screaming out of her last strength, but suddenly her head felt like it was in a washing machine, followed by the feeling that she was floating on the ocean, unable to grab onto anything to save herself. The realization that she had stopped breathing, seeing and feeling came too late. Her last thoughts were of how she had lived her life, her regrets, and the fact that she never had the courage to live with her head held high. At the last moment, she tried to scream and made a loud, voice-breaking sound. Suddenly she sat up, her throat burning with a hoarse cry. Light gradually gathered in front of her eyes, her vision slowly clearing. Finally touching her face, Xiaoboi felt relieved, feeling a warm breath. However, in the next moment, she turned her palm over in horror, her breathing almost stopped. Her fingers were long, slender, and light-colored. The skin resembled jelly, barely visible fine lines on her palm. There was a layer of clear nail polish on her nails, reflecting a pastel pink hue. Examining her arm, she saw no green birthmark. Her circulation seemed to have stopped. These hands could belong to a model. Unlike Xiaoboi's hands with burned scars, these were much more beautiful. Suddenly, a stranger's voice echoed in the room. She found herself alone, wrapped in a blanket on a bench in the locker room. The man joked as he approached her, making the hair on the back of Xiaoboi's neck stand up. She looked around the locker room, many rows of lockers and long benches between them. She was in the last row, against the blue wall. The door to the locker room was closed, the man's footsteps growing closer. Xiaoboi paled as she tried to realize the situation she was in. Why was she in the women's locker room? And who was this man? She remembered that she had gotten into an accident on the way to her art exam and passed out while being put into the ambulance. It was at a critical moment that she realized she had fallen into the book she had been reading the day before. The character with her name in the novel was a minor character and was eventually eliminated from the plot due to her lack of acting skills, possessing only beauty. Her rival, Mi Min, was jealous of her and plotted against her, and eventually the minor character died of depression. This locker room was the place where the original character passed out due to low blood glucose levels. Miming used this moment to send a message on her behalf and lure a senior student there, leading to a scandal and the character's expulsion from the university. Xiaobai realized that she had moved into the book at precisely this crucial moment. When the man's voice became even closer, she, gripped by panic, didn't know what to do. Her position in the locker room was far from the door, and escape seemed impossible. At that moment, a bell rang in the room. Goddess system activated. The goddess's system. Xiaobai was astonished. What she needed at this moment was not the task of wiping her wet hair, but the skill to escape. But before she could comprehend her situation, she found metal scratching against the scrape on her left forearm. Lowering her eyes, she saw a bracelet with a key. Miming hadn't removed the locker key from the original hostess. Could Miming have left the key behind intentionally to create the appearance of a date with the school idol instead of falling into a trap? Could it be that Miming didn't even realize that Xiaobai might wake up early? Xiaobai hurriedly wrapped herself in a wool blanket and snuck to the farthest corner to see the locker number on the bracelet, 691. She quickly looked around and saw the right locker. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she headed towards it. Miming, who had been languishing at the locker room door, finally waited for the dean of the performing arts faculty to arrive. Her eyes sparkled as she reached out her hand to the doorknob and greeted him. The dean of the faculty was strict, especially hating the darker sides of show business. If he saw students in an inappropriate situation, severe punishment would follow. Miming smiled, having met the dean by chance. With a witness and evidence, she could catch them in the act. When she opened the door and cocked her head slightly, she saw the men's clothes near her locker and was delighted. Looking at the dean's serious face, she picked up the moment to cringe at the boy in the locker room. Just as she was about to scream, a soft female voice came from behind the last row of lockers. Her voice sounded naive and shocked. Miming, initially excited, quickly restrained herself. She asked, "Did Xiaobai just wake up? Does that mean she caught her in the room with the boy?" Leaving the dean behind, Miming hurried over there, wanting to be the first witness to the scandal. However, her joy faded when she passed by Lu Qichang. Behind a row of lockers, Xiaobai was dressed in a cute navy uniform, unlike the expected towel. "What's the scandal now?" Miming quickly reacted. "Shaxia ... Why are you ... alone in the women's locker room with Senna?" she exclaimed, feigning shock. Even if Xiaobai was fully clothed, who could say that her body wasn't naked when the boy entered the locker room? If news of this spread, her reputation would be destroyed. Xiaobai lowered her head and took a deep breath, trying to hold back the urge to roll her eyes. However, the situation was different from what was expected according to the plot of the story she knows. At this moment, Xiaobai was supposed to wake up without clothes, find herself on a bench in front of Lu Qichang, and be caught red-handed by Miming and Dean Zheng. She would never be able to clear her name. But the situation was different. She calmed her breathing, looking at the clear window in front of her. Level 1, the sweetly pitying look grants the ability to evoke pity in people over 50 years old. She accomplished this by opening her locker and ruffling her hair with a wool blanket in accordance with the wiping hair task that had just appeared. According to the recollections of her original hostess, Dean Zheng Qingshan turned 53 this year. Xiaobui clenched her teeth and raised her pitiful little face. When she spoke, her voice sounded so gentle and delicate that she herself was surprised. Hello, Min, I don't know. I had changed into my costume for the play and was sitting down to read the script when I fell asleep. Your scream woke me up, and I saw Senol Liu. What's going on? She asked. Her eyes glittered slightly. She seemed shocked. Still, she tried to remain calm. She clutched her chest and slowly pushed the hair that had fallen over her shoulder back behind her ear to reveal her bright and delicate profile. She looked rather pathetic. However, by chance, she showed a light red circular imprint on the side of her face that stood out brightly against the snowy white skin of her delicate face. Mai Ming saw this and felt uneasy in her heart. Turning around, she saw the realization on Dean Zheng's face and felt even more anxious. The afternoon sun streamed through the small glass window into the locker room, illuminating the girl's flawless profile. Her skin was fair, so the light red mark was especially noticeable. When she raised her hand, the decorative sleeve button on her wrist was also exposed, its shape matching the mark on her face. Minmin Xiaobui said, biting her lip. What time is it now? Has the rehearsal started? Why is Senor Liu here? She asked. Mai Ming stared at her, and only then realized the problem. Liu Qicheng was from the 21st cohort of the Faculty of Performing Arts, and their rehearsal had ended half an hour ago. Apparently he walked into the locker room after his rehearsal. On the other hand, Mai Ming and the others had a rehearsal after the students of the 21st cohort. This meant that she was separated from Jia Bai for no more than half an hour. Her original plan was to use the time difference to set up Xia Bai and a senior student in a lewd encounter. However, everyone noticed that the mark on Xia Bai's face matched the button on the sleeve of her navy uniform. The mark was the result of her falling face down on her arm after falling asleep after changing clothes. Such a trail could take at least 20 to 30 minutes to form. This pretty much proved that Jia Bai didn't know anything about the senior student's arrival. After Mai Ming left, Jia Bai didn't have time to invite the boy over. Thinking about it, now Mai Ming almost choked with anger. 15 minutes ago, Jia Bai was still unconscious, wrapped only in a towel. She walked over to see for herself. She turned her head and saw Dean Zheng nodding at Jia Bai's words. Without a shadow of a doubt, he believed her, and almost instantly withdrew his suspicious gaze from Jia Bai. Mai Ming almost ate her teeth in anger. She stepped forward and grabbed Jia Bai's hand before turning around to ask Liu Qicheng. The rehearsal started a long time ago. Senor Liu, this is the women's locker room. Why are you here? Her words were apt. Jia Bai, whose hand was grabbed by Mai Ming, instantly felt a coldness surging through her body. According to the plot of the book, Mai Ming stole the phone from the original hostess and sent a text message inviting Liu Qicheng. If Liu Qicheng didn't delete the text message and it was discovered now, she wouldn't be able to avoid the scandal of having an indecent relationship with a senior student. Without blinking an eye, she stepped back, releasing her hand from Mai Ming's grip and rubbed the goosebumps on her skin. When she read the book, she thought Mai Ming was the most evil of all the villains. She humiliated and suppressed girls who were prettier than her, tried to get close to the protagonist by any means necessary, and used dirty tricks to topple the original mistress. Luckily, she knew the plot and had prepared for it in advance. Shia sent me a text message. Liu Qicheng, who had long since sweated with excitement, exclaimed. As expected, he immediately gave her away. She said she had something important. I thought she was stuck here and entered, thinking it was an emergency. No one answered when I knocked outside. I was afraid something had happened to her at such a critical moment. He didn't hesitate. He found a text message in his phone and passed it to Zheng Qingshan. Zheng Qingshan glanced at him, and her expression changed drastically. Xia Boi clenched her teeth. She could guess the content of the text message without even looking at it. Qicheng, I'll be in the locker room in 10 minutes. You should come. Even a fool could tell that the tone of the text message was not a call for help, but an attempt to get attention. This text message could prove that Xia Boi was the one who invited him, and he didn't get into the locker room illegally. From start to finish, the situation was only in his favor to clear his name. In the story, Liu Qicheng received a warning from the school and earned a reputation for being affectionate but not dirty. He then quickly hooked up with a level 1 graduate. In less than a year, he skyrocketed in popularity, and this dark period of his past dissolved from the students' memories. On the other hand, the original Xia Boi had her reputation ruined. Not only was she penalized, but she also lost the opportunity to audition and debut in the industry. Xia Boi frowned. As expected, Zheng Qingshan's next retort was directed at her. You're too bold. This is a school, not a private establishment. You think you've grown up and that's why you're using all these dirty tricks. The younger students did not have the same access to resources as the upperclassmen. Many of them were in relationships with their seniors just to get a chance to be on the set. However, Zheng Qingshan had always disliked such behavior, especially an act that so clearly violated school rules. Jia Boe, Lu Qicheng, both of you come to my office. You are also both suspended from the annual play. Mai Ming, tell your class teacher to find someone free to replace and take over for Xia Boe. Zheng Qingshan was furious as he gave orders. This scene was just like she had read in the book. Xia Bohe took a deep breath. She really moved herself into the book. Wait, she said. She closed her eyes. Her body seemed to be trembling. She opened her eyes slowly, her eyelashes fluttering as if she had to put a lot of effort into doing so. The graceful little face now seemed rather sad in the sunshine. Dean Zheng, can I see the text message Aya Boye asked? Her voice as flirty and soft as water. Mai Ming lowered her head and chuckled coldly. However, she faced the soft words of Xia Boe, who looked like she was about to fall over. My phone was already lost when I finished changing, she said. Mai Ming's smile turned cold. Moted dust light floated and scattered down to the ground. Jimsi suddenly realized that she had made contact with the man's warm and slightly calloused finger. Her fingertip felt tingly with a sense of numbness. Letting go, she took a step back in surprise before dying in her past life. She had never even been in a relationship before. She was a relatively unknown and lowly actress. She was not very beautiful and did not have many admirers. The only time she spoke the most with the opposite sex was during filming on set. She had become a married woman as soon as transmigrated into the book. Her heart trembled slightly. Backing up against the wall, she cradled the phone and shakily raised her small, coquettish face that looked as delicate as a flower bud. In an instant, against the light, the man's extremely strong, dignified and chilly presence hit her on the head. Her gaze trailed on his lanky legs, moving up to see his slim waist, broad back and tall build. With this physique alone, he had already outshone all the male models she had seen in her past life. Above this man's sexy Adam's apple was an angular face with a cool skin tone. He had starry eyes, well-defined brows, a high nose bridge and thin lips. He was handsome and noble, emanating a distant feeling, as if he somehow did not belong to the mundane world. Ziebohi gulped down her saliva with much difficulty and shifted her gaze toward the side. Liu Kushen, who was still standing by the side, was said to be almost 6 feet tall. With his good looks, he was considered to be one of the better-looking students from the performing arts faculty. However, next to this tall man, he seemed short and his features seemed undefined, fading immediately into obscurity. This man, who was more handsome than a top male celebrity, was also a high-profile character as the school director was the original host's secret husband. Ziebohe's heart lurched. Did she hit the jackpot upon transmigrating here? Director Luo. Zheng Qingshan greeted him in an excited but shocked voice, bringing Xiebohi back to reality. Mahin and Lu Qichen were brought to attention instantaneously as well, immediately following suit and giving their greetings. They all seemed to have forgotten where they were right now, their expressions full of the greatest respect and excitement. Liu Tianlin is the film school's most authoritative director. It was said that he was involved in many industries in the country, and his company was worth over $10 billion in market value. He was also the boss of one of 3 largest talent management companies in the country, Chongyi Entertainment. However, he never accepted press interviews, nor did he attend public gatherings. His private life remained a mystery. Countless female artists dreamt of getting on his good side, but none have gotten the chance to approach him. This year, however, he had suddenly visited the film school, citing that he would like to watch the annual play. Rumors had it that he was on the lookout for outstanding, fresh talents as part of his plan to invest heavily in the film industry. 2 months before the annual play, countless girls from the film school got wind of the news and were in a frenzy of excitement. As such, all rehearsal rooms were running on high tension. The director Luo, thank you for finding the phone. Do you know how to get to the venue? Or bring you there? Even Im Tide Hye discarded her scheming plans and devious strategies aside, as she was anxious to try all means to get close to this mysterious man, and raised her chin at a 45-degree angle to give a smile that she perceived to be the best. Her warmth, yearning, was so great to the point that she stepped forward to cleverly block Siai Bahi behind her. Unfortunately, the man's cold gaze did not even look at Mahimin's face. Xiebohe, who was blocked at the back, raised her head just to be caught in the man's dark, intense and fiery gaze. The school security needs to be tightened. He articulated the words in a calm and forceful manner, his voice tinged with a feint of hoarseness. His gaze passed by everyone to fall onto her. His attention was directed solely to her. Does the school nurture such a teaching environment? As the man's words fell, an oppressive energy immediately hit everyone present with the force of a mountain. Shabohi's hand, which was fumbling with her skirts them, could not help but clenched tightly. In her mind, the original host's memories of marriage surged. She was 18 years old when the two families came to an agreement, and she had gotten married secretly. She did not like the man's cold personality at the time. During the 3 years of marriage, she had repeatedly run away from home. She had even declared that her heart belonged to another person, and she would divorce after graduating from university. Since they got married, they had been staying in separate rooms and had never lived together as a couple. However, it was unknown why the original host was naturally afraid of him, and she could not even bear living with him under the same roof. Director Luo, I assure you that we will investigate this matter thoroughly. We will identify and solve the issue, and carry out the relevant punishments and improvements. Zheng Qingshan hastily promised in an eager voice, pulling Exue Bohei back to her senses. However, at next second, ACOV thought of the novel's following plot. Framed, the original host was caught by Zheng Qingshan in the changing room not long before her director husband had arrived at the school. After hearing of the scandal and further relating it with the original host's continuous fuss over divorcing, he came enraged on the spot and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her the next day to arrange a divorce. Since then, the original host, initially of a rich wife befitted, possessed the best resources, successfully brought about her destruction. In the later stage of the plot, the original host was a nobody who had neither resources nor a good reputation. She was bullied by a group of female supporting characters, serving as a foil to the heroine's beauty and goodness, and finally met a miserable end by suicide. Exia Bohei shuddered, goosebumps breaking out all over her body. This divorce cannot happen. Being divorced was the biggest reason why the original host was met with a cannon fodder-like fate, leading to her decline all the way. If she was not divorced, she could enjoy a luxurious life as the lady of a wealthy family, as long as she returned home regularly and took on the superficial duty of the wife, living in a villa and being taken care of by servants. If she acted cutesy, she might get exclusive resources in the field. It was a script that would allow her to win effortlessly, no matter what. The original host was a good card played terribly. Exia Bohei took a deep breath. No way, she must explain this clearly first. She must not be divorced. She had thrown the phone out of the window just now, and he had probably picked it up from the flower bed downstairs. However, he said that he saw it in the corridor. Was he saying this to help her? Then, did he believe that she was innocent? Director Luo, thank you for picking up my phone. I fell asleep just now. I don't know who stole my phone and sent the message after Xia Bohei finished, saying that in her heart, her cheeks reddened slightly, and she turned her small face away uncomfortably. The angle at which her small face turned happened to allow the man to take in her gorgeous, delicate features and the little button imprint. She then stepped slightly to the left, leaned forward, and bowed as if she was extremely respectful. Her straight, silk-like black hair fell from her shoulders instantly. She handed the phone out again, but her slender fingers accidentally brushed against the man's long, fair fingers. The air in the whole corridor seemed to freeze. The touch of their fingers and the warm temperature between them seemed to go still. Exia Bohei, his heart was pounding. Did he see the sleep marks on her face? Did he believe her? Would he divorce her the next day like what had happened in the novel's following plot? After a while, just when she was about to die of nervousness, the man's mellow voice finally sounded coldly again. Check the surveillance monitors. As soon as his words fell, everyone's expressions in the room changed. Liu Kent clenched both his fists and Min's face turned paler. Xia Bohei, however, heaved a sigh of relief. Her back was practically drenched in sweat. There were surveillance cameras installed in the school corridors, but this equipment was usually useless. Without the permission of a higher authority, it would be impossible for ordinary students and teachers to access the footage. From the beginning to the end, Min thought that her plan was flawless and had never thought that somebody would ask to check the footage. After all, if people would see a girl in disheveled clothes and meeting a boy in the changing room privately with the addition of a text message invitation, anyone could imagine the whole story. And moreover, Dean Zheng, who held great power, was known to be stubborn and arrogant. As long as she perceived a student negatively in her heart, she did not need solid proof whatsoever. As for now, my men, you left 5 minutes just before Liu Qishen entered the changing room, and Xia Bohei hasn't left the changing room for half an hour. Her phone was probably already in the stairway at that time. Her face pale, Mamin pointed at her hurrying figure in the surveillance footage. Dean Zheng? That's because I just changed into my costume for rehearsal. The timing was just a coincidence. Later on, I realized that I had forgotten my script. That's why I came back. Zheng Qingshan narrowed her eyes. She had enough time to think through the matter while walking from the changing room to the surveillance control room. And after seeing the surveillance footage, then tell me, how does Xiaobohu make an appointment with Liu Qishen when she didn't have a phone? How could she be sure that you must have left by that time? Only you can grasp this timing of mine. What exactly are you hiding, Ding Zheng? Are you suspecting me? Ma Min took a step back. She crashed into a row of cabinets in the control room. Amidst the banging sound, her expression became extremely ghastly. Everyone knows that the rehearsal time's fixed. I was almost late when I went just now. Dean Zheng, you can't think it's my fault just because I happened to be there. Mimin felt that her plan was foolproof, and in a moment she was about to sling this pile of mud onto Xiaobohu's head. Why had it changed to aim at herself now? Mimin looked at the cold and handsome man standing by the window with a pitiful plea in her eyes. Director Luo, please be fair. I am innocent. I don't know what happened in the changing room after I left. I don't know anything at all. However, without hesitation, the man stepped backward in disgust and avoided her gaze. My men's face turned pale. She knew she was not as beautiful as Xiaobohe. However, she was also considered pretty, and there were usually many boys chasing after her. How could this be? It was obvious that when Jibi acted pitiful just now, Director Luo had listened to her and asked to check the monitors for her sake. Why did he look disgusted when it came to herself? The next moment, she heard a voice cold enough to push her into hell. Where is the rehearsal hall in the building? Maimin suddenly felt numbness in her hands and feet, as if a basin of ice-cold water had been poured at her head, and her whole body began to tremble. Okshibosi, who had been standing beside her and desperately holding onto the endearingly pitiful level, one skill, raised her small face, a ray of light flashing through her eyes. Show them, man. In the footage, Mimin left the changing room and turned left, seemingly heading toward the rehearsal room. Later on, when she appeared on the screen again, she hurriedly came out from the corridor corner, which was to the left of the changing room, and then ran into Zheng Qingshan, a door. Mimim, your rehearsal room is on the same floor as the girls' changing room. Why did you come out from the stairwell? You went up or down from the elevator on the right, came back through the emergency staircase, and waited in the stairwell for the fourth witness to come, which ended up being me. After thinking for a while, Zheng Qingshan quickly realized the crux of the matter and instantly became furious. Was that what happened? Mimin shook her head healthily. No, it's not I. Just a cold voice interrupted her again, mercilessly. There is still an hour left before the annual play. Was Dean Zhang going to watch the last rehearsal? One question was enough to make Mimin fall onto the security chair behind. Her legs were too weak to stand. Every year Zhang Qingshan would assess the quality of the students' performances at the final rehearsal. It would usually be about an hour in advance. Mimin, Liu Qishan, explain clearly to me. What is going on? Zheng Qingshan was enraged. She understood her own habits best. At this moment, in front of the school director, as the dean of the performing arts faculty, she had been set up by a female student and played in the palm of her hand, and had also almost punished another innocent student, by mistake. It was a complete embarrassment. Both of you come to my office now. When Jiebehi heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She'd survived this first-class crisis, right? Now that everything was okay, could she leave? Since the truth has been revealed, I'll let Dionje take care of the rest. President QI still waiting for me in his office. Under the dazzling sunlight, the man's dark eyes were bottomless like a pool of ice. He looked at the petite woman who was about to step out of the control room. Can this female student please show me the way? Xiaobohe, thank you for the trouble, Director Luo. Zheng Qingshan hoped fervently that he would quickly forget about this incident, especially her blunder. Miss Alzia take Director Luo there. It's okay if you arrive a little late for the rehearsal. In an instant, Zheng Qingshan's gaze on Xiaobohe softened considerably, and even showed a kind of eagerness. It seemed that it would all depend on this child to turn around Director Luo's bad impression of this batch of students. Considering such high expectations, Xiaobohe could only bite the bullet and nod her head. She gestured to the man. After you. However, right after stepping out of the room and into the corridor, she sensed the scent of winter grass coming behind her in cool waves, and her shoulders were instantly gripped by a powerful palm. Her view shifted in a blur, and with a bang, she was hauled by the man into the emergency stairwell like a chick being captured. Her back was pressed onto the mottled wall in just 1 second. Looking up, she could only see the man's strong jawline, devoid of stubble, but full of angular aggression. The lights in the stairwell shone alarmingly white and bright. Jiabohe swallowed. The man had propped his arm on the wall, directly confining her whole body in the corner. As he leaned down, her face was immediately showered with his grassy scent. I hope this was not the surprise you're giving me for our 3rd wedding anniversary. His voice was deep and radiated a coldness. Xiaobai is almost blacked out. It was their anniversary today. Omi, no wonder the man was so furious and divorced the original host the next day in the novel. How long have you not been home, eh? His next sentence brushed against her ears, sending chills down Jiabohi's spine. As the original host had greatly resisted being together with this man. Not only did she only go home once a month, but she had always chosen the days to do so when he was away for business trips. This month further gave her an excuse to prepare for the final play assessment, and she did not go back at all. Cough, cough, recalling this, Xiaobai felt that she was so wronged. The original host's husband, Luo Tianlin, was the hidden big boss in the plot. As the head of the Luo family, he possessed unrivaled status and power, but he did not have many parts and only appeared as the hero's uncle in the story. Luo Tianlin's biggest part was probably during the original host's betrayal, because she had fallen in love with the novel's hero. She had fallen in love with her own husband's nephew. Thinking of this, Yizia both felt like crying. The original host was really digging her own grave. Her husband was obviously more badass than the hero and was extremely handsome too. Why did she have to be suicidal? Xiaobai was still lamenting when she raised her head and hit the tip of her nose against the man's chest. The muscles under his suit were unexpectedly strong, making her tear up from the pain at once. However, Luo Tianlin's eyes became even colder. You're not yet awake. I thought you were awake enough when you threw your phone downstairs. Xiaobao's heart jumped. Of course, he had found the phone in the flower bed. Once the play is over, get in the car at the back door and go home at once. The man's tone was full of forbearance. Otherwise, I don't mind personally investigating the relationship between that senior Lviv and you. Xiaobai opened her mouth and closed it again silently. Did endearingly pitiful level 1 really only work for those over 50 years old? This man was unaffected. Was he made of steel? However, the next second, system notification sounded in her ears. OS needs detected. Issuing new task. Cast content. Even steel can break in front of a goddess. Please make this man of steel's emotions fluctuate beyond the normal threshold. Reward. 300 goddess experience points. Xiaobai was confused. Is such adaptability necessary? Goddamn, even steel can be broken in front of a goddess. What does it mean to make emotions fluctuate beyond the normal threshold? Xiaobai felt like her knees were about to give out. The indifferent man in front of her had already released his arm and turned away, leaving her a view of his aloof retreating figure. It was obvious that she had not been given the right to speak at all. The original host had reason to be afraid of this man. Sigh, but what counted as emotional fluctuation? If she provoked him, then she would probably be nailed to the wall in the next second, accepting death's gaze if she pleased him. Aha, this straight man of steel was unshakable by a current level 1 rookie like her. What to do? In her past life, she was a hard-working little actress who had dreamed to become a star, but failed and finally died regretfully in a car accident. In this life, she just wanted to continue acting peacefully and fulfill her dream. She did not want to get a divorce because she preferred her current best solution. This man did not ask much of her, as long as she knew her place, stayed loyal to him, and went home on time to see his parents, she would be fine. During critical moments, he would still cover for her. This way, she felt that it was good for both of them to continue as married strangers. However, if she had to please him in every way while staring at his cold expressionless face, it was a real challenge for her. How should she overcome this problem? With an aching head, Xiaobai walked out of the emergency stairwell and silently led the way in front of the man of steel. However, a transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of her. Exchange more one. Upgrade acting skill endearingly pitiful to level 2, 500 experience. 2. Activate acting skill, bright and brave, level 1. 300 experience. 3. Activate acting skill, forgettable lines basics level, 300 experience. 4. Activate acting skills, Narcissus level 1. 300 experience. This series of lists made her pause in her tracks. What kind of godly system is this? In her past life, she had struggled, but failed to polish her acting skills, spent a lot of money on training classes, and watched dramas repeatedly, yet still received a negative evaluation for her rigid performance due to a lack of talent and charisma. Many people in the industry had said that this job depended on being God-gifted, and acting was a skill that could not be learned. Nevertheless, she did not believe it and kept on trying, but ended up being ridiculed by various production crews. She did not know how many negative comments she had received. However, this system allowed for the redemption of acting skills. If she could redeem these, would she also be able to oust those top actresses in seconds and even realize her dream of becoming a star? Xiaobo's heart suddenly started pounding. Let's do it. She opened her eyes, her shimmering orbs lighting up with burning flame. She had died once and come back to life. Now that she had a system, was it not obviously giving her a chance to score a breakthrough? Now she just had to make this Man of Steel's emotions fluctuate. If she could not even do this, why should she have the gall to dream of being an award-winning star? Xiaobo pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Finally, she stopped in her tracks, bravely, and raised her small trembling face to look directly at the man. I won't go back. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt goosebumps and chills on the back of her head. Taking long strides, the man quickly passed by her with a blank expression. The next second, however, he turned around, a flame of worn-out patience seeming to kindle within his cold gaze. He looked down at her from above in an imposing manner. His voice was also as cold as ice. You think that I can't do anything with you by hiding in school? Xiaobo shuddered. No. The school director could do whatever he wanted to. She pricked up her ears, but to her dismay, she did not hear any system notification sound signifying task completion. Xiaobo said silently to herself 10 times, I'm going to be a star. I am a beggar, and a beggar can never be bankrupt. She then resolutely used endearingly pitiful level 1 in the system. Holding on to the idea that no gain is too slight to bother with, she squeezed out a sentence from her rosy lips tremblingly. Then carry me away if you can. After saying that, she immediately felt the man's wrath surging toward her. It was as if she was in a stormy sea and would be broken into pieces any second. Ding, task accomplished, man successfully provoked. Rewarded with 300 goddess experience. Xiaobo breathed a sigh of relief, but then forced a smile that was uglier than her crying face. Big bro, please let me explain. But before she had time to utter the next word, a pair of arms encircled her small waist tightly, and her white heels were instantly lifted off the ground. The world spun before her. The next second, she was easily picked up by the man, and with a turn, she was hoisted onto his shoulders. The faint, cool fragrance of green grass on the man's body immediately surrounded her in layers. Her stomach folded, and she almost felt sick. As you wish. The man's mellow voice rang loud and clear. But let's go quit school now. We quit school. Xiaobo was shocked. She broke out in a cold sweat. In her past life, she was at a disadvantage, as she was not a formally trained actress, and was thus scorned by insiders. Now that she had woken up as a junior in the performing arts faculty, she was secretly gleeful. There was no way that she would destroy her own path to success. No, Xiaobo struggled for a while, but the man's grip on her was deathly tight to the point that her waist felt like breaking. His steps were steady and strong while walking, but his heaving broad shoulders dug into her stomach, sending her insides into a frenzy. The scent of grass wafting near the tip of her nose seemed to have a hint of rosemary and was rather cold, but now it became her life-saving straw. Burying her small reddened face in his chest, she took a deep breath, finally suppressing the urge to vomit. I was wrong, I'll go home. Her face was ashen. The man stopped in his tracks. Because of his sudden halt, Xiaobo's body almost got thrown out due to inertia. She exclaimed again in shock, her small hand hurriedly grabbing the tie at the man's neck. The man lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed together tightly. When he saw her lush white fingers, a trace of disgust flashed in his dark eyes. Let go. Xiaobo shuddered, feeling the man's muscles tense. She cursed the wretched system 100 times inwardly before releasing her fingers, her face pale. Sorry. In an instant, her body seemed to be free-falling headfirst. However, just when she had closed her eyes tightly and prepared herself for a broken head, her slender waist was gripped by the man again. After a while of weightlessness, her jelly-like legs landed smoothly on the ground. The man squinted at the hair for wall on her head until the white shoes on her feet finally gained a firm hold on the ground. Think properly with your brain before you speak next time. Xiaobo's cheeks were flushed. If not for her task, she would not be digging her own grave. She knew that provoking the other person was a dumb move, but before the man could turn away coldly, Her small face turned pallor again, and her upper body fell forward uncontrollably, causing her hands to press onto his developed chest muscles hidden under his suit. Xiaobohe felt like crying. My legs are too weak. I can't stand up. The man's body stiffened. Ding. Task over accomplished. Man provoked again. Rewarded with another 300 goddess experience. Xiaobohe, after sending her emotionless secret husband to the president's office, Yaidi finally heaved a sigh of relief, feeling the back of her sailor costume wet from cold sweat. This man indeed radiated a rare aura, and his figure was more masculine in comparison to other fresh-faced young men nowadays. However, he was also really intimidating. Xiaobohe patted her chest, trying to calm down, and followed her memory in search of performance hall to attend the final rehearsal. She wanted to seize every performance opportunity that the original host did not cherish. She wanted to strive to appear on the big screen and get more recognition in this life. Xiaobohe took a deep breath and tried to keep her chin up. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, a discordant, sarcastic voice rang out. Yo, our extra has finally arrived. The performance is going to start soon. How punctual of you. Taken aback, Xiaobohe looked in that direction and saw a tall girl in a red dress with exquisite makeup. It was Yu Xinji, one of the 3 starlets in the performing arts faculty who had taken on small roles in several productions. She possessed striking good looks and an amazing figure, and coming from a well-off family, she had nothing to worry about resources. She was always arrogant and unreasonable in school, and my mine also used to love following her around. With just one sentence, she had set up Xiaobohe, who was late, as a public target. Sorry, she dares I heard that she fell asleep in the changing room. She's so careless. I've got to hand it to her. How is she so unconcerned about the annual play, or was she involved in a scheme? What was going on exactly, Emimen cannot come, and this one here's not doing a good job either. Is their dorm a joke? Oshibo's mouth twitched. This original host had such poor social connections. That's enough. Be quiet, all of you. Teacher Chen, who was the mentor from the performing arts faculty in charge of this major play, walked over. There are some last-minute changes to Mai Min's role. Can the students acting scenes with her come forward? In less than 10 minutes, news of Mai Min's punishment had already spread all the way here. The fact that she could not play her role due to her absence was the key point. Sudden amendments would have to be made to the arranged plot. Teacher Chen, Min has so many lines and scenes with more than 10 of us. How is this going to work? Exactly what happened to her? There's not enough time. Everyone started speaking immediately. We can only cancel out her character. Teacher Chen furrowed her brows in concern. Yu Xinji scoffed, huffing out lightly. Whoever instigated this should be held responsible till the end. Does she want others to undertake the responsibility? She questioned. Xiaobohe, I'll hint you in the same dorm as Mai Min. She told me that she practiced her lines with you every day. If she's not going to act, you should, she added. Everyone turned quiet. Hearing what she had said, countless looks of doubt and objection were directed toward Yu Xinji. Mai Min had a lot of lines as she held an important role. If they let Xiaobohe take on her role, would she not be given the chance to act more scenes and gain more attention? It was evident that they were reluctant to let that happen. However, their confusions dissipated on hearing what Yu Xinji had to say next. Anyway, Xiaobohe, your original role only has 3 lines. It would be alright to cancel your character instead, she stated. I suggest that you try out Mai Min's lines. If you can memorize them within half an hour, you can take on Min's role straight away. Would Xiaobohe be able to memorize Min's 3-page long lines within half an hour? This was impossible. All the girls present almost burst out into laughter. Without a doubt, this would eventually result in Xiaobohe making a fool out of herself, and the boys who were charmed by her beauty would finally see her true skills. Teacher Chen, we will be doing our preparations first by changing the lines. On the other hand, it would be alright if we let Xiaobohe try out for my mom's role as a backup plan. Right, Yu Xinji smiled warmly. After speaking, the girls looked at Yu Xinji with more admiration in their eyes. If Xiaobohe were to fail in memorizing the lines, she would not be getting even 1 line from Mai Min's script. Everyone else would be getting the chance to act in additional scenes except her. Everyone immediately felt at ease as they all took Yu Xinji's side supportively. The smile on Yu Xinji's delicate face deepened. How about it, Xiaobohe? Do you dare to try? 2 strong contenders cannot be put in the same place. It was even possible that behind Mai Min's bold actions, there was this toxic scheme to hit her further when she was down Shia, but instantly realized how difficult her current situation was. She puckered her lips before smiling slightly, clad in her dandy white shoes while holding up the corner of the pleated skirt of her sailor's uniform. She took an elegant stride forward. Alright? If this happened 10 minutes ago, she would not dare to agree to it. She was unfamiliar with the original host's lines, but it is all different now. Acting skills unforgettable lines basics level. 1 activated. Deducted goddess experience 300 points. Balance of experience points 300. Zia Bohe took the strands of her hair behind her ears and grinned like a spring breeze. I dare, I dare. Zia Bohe articulated her words loud and clear. Her original host had always been ostracized by the others, and only managed to get a minor role similar to an extra in the annual play. However, Mimine received a lot of lines as she mingled around with you, Xinji. She had to appreciate this chance to change her role. Then we'll be working like that first. Teacher Chin, Xinji said as she smirked. The other female students were all laughing contemptuously. Upon hearing what she said, Chen Jianbang raised his head to look at the clock on the wall and frowned. You only have 10 minutes left. We will do the final rehearsal at 10 minutes to 5, he said. Don't worry, Teacher Shen, Xinji said while smiling. Axia, please stay at the side first. We will go along with Plan A and cancel out the parts of Mimin's character. Senior Li and Senior Liu from the screenwriting faculty, I entrust you to do so. All the seniors from the directing faculty will arrange the positions while the script is being edited, she instructed. Chen Jianbang could only nod in response as he watched her instructing the others in an orderly manner, and he was the mentor of the annual play, but was only in charge of providing suggestions and guidance. The script was written by the students of the screenwriting faculty, whereas the role selection and control of the camera angle were arranged by those from the directing faculty. On the other hand, the first few rehearsals were done by the students of the performing arts faculty on their own. As a teacher, he would not help the students to make any decisions, as this was the students' final semester assessment. He looked at Xiaobohi, who was alone in a corner and holding onto the script, and shook his head. It would be impossible to memorize 3 pages of lines and be sure of all the positions and emotions within 10 minutes. This girl was pretty on the outside, but she was considerably lacking in terms of her acting talent. She had never improved and did not work hard either. What a pity. Thinking about it, Chen Jianbang was about to make his way to the performing team, who was editing the script in a hurry. As he was about to do so, a soft voice sounded out from the corner. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear, and came upon everyone like a slap to the face. Students, teacher, I finished memorizing all the lines. It was not even more than 3 minutes. Yeah, I was tracing meals. The seniors who were editing the script and looking into the new positions were startled, whereas those from the performing arts faculty going over the new lines were stupefied. The smile on Yuxinji's face stiffened. Shen Jianbang turned his head over in shock. Xia Bohe, who was standing in a corner, was beaming with innocent confidence. She shook the script in a hand at them. Shall I recite it for you all now? She asked. That's impossible. How is this possible? Are you kidding us? Did she memorize it beforehand? Voices of doubt rang out continuously. Libin, go recite the lines from second paragraph with her, Xinji said. She had a complicated and embarrassed expression on her face. Xiai Bohe smiled faintly. Lines level 1, photographic memory. Ability to memorize 3,000 words per day. My Mun's 3 pages of lines consisted of 1,000 words at most. At most, after scanning through the script just now, she had already memorized everything. However, as Li Bin made his way forward, Zia Bohe blinked and said, wait for a while. Mimun's character was a teenage girl with a terminal illness who was meeting her friends before her final surgery. The female lead had decided to surprise her by organizing a special birthday celebration along with her parents, teachers, and classmates after discussing it with the male lead. This female character was weak and endearingly pitiful. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten the lines again? Don't say that you only memorized the first paragraph. What a joke. Are you wasting our preparation time? Everyone glared at her, especially the girls who were jealous of Zia Bohe's beauty in the past. Xie Bo laughed lightly, ignoring all the gossip. Confirmation to level up, endearingly pitiful. Yes. Ishma muttered in her heart. Level up successful. Endearingly pitiful, level 2 able to evoke pity from honest, good-natured males. Xie Bohe's eyes brightened instantly. After leveling up, the target population that she could win over has expanded. A moment later, she clasped her slender fingers together tightly, raised her innocent-looking and fair face, while biting on her tender lip. A hint of pain and sadness flowed through her slightly opened eyes, which seemed to glimmer with tears. However, she tried her best to show a weak smile while gazing at Senior Libin. who had already made his way before her. She said, "I heard that the multifloral roses by the school's Zhangguan Tower have bloomed in patches of red, just like the cover of the diary Senior had gifted me. It's a pity I cannot see them anymore." Ixia lowered her head. Her shoulders seemed to tremble a little. 2 or 3 stray strands of hair, tucked behind her ear, gently fell by the side of her small porcelain-like face. Li Bin, who just stepped forward and was about to practice his lines with her, halted in his steps. His expression could not help but turn into one of agony. After finishing her lines, Xiaobo even attempted to remove the fallen leaf on Senior's head, according to the script. However, just as she raised her hand and her fingertips brushed the side of Li Bin's face, she felt a cold gaze on her. It was hot in the summer of July, but Xiaobo shivered. Looking toward the side, she detected a pair of handsome, cold, black eyes in the audience seat. The secret husband she got as a steal. Xiaobo was startled. Goodness, her hand would probably be gone for. Xiaobo's hand shivered slightly. The very next moment, she pulled back her hand obediently. Love is a ray of light. Green makes you shine bright. RTM green refers to a romance situation. When a woman he is in a relationship with is having an affair with somebody else, she was touching of the men in front of her current husband. How was this tolerable? She bit her lip. Albeit it's been all an act, she still felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The key point was that the essence within her body has changed. She could not let this man find out. From a reincarnation up till now, she did not have enough time to learn and understand the original host's habits in the past. She could only pray that she did not make a big mistake. The moment her hand retreated, she felt the pressuring gaze on her diminished. It was so scarily quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yuxinji, who was holding the script in her hand, looked over the lines word by word and sentence by sentence, clenching at the paper till it almost tore apart. It's all correct. She did not even get a single word wrong. Looking at the sorrow on Li Bin's face once again, it seemed that he was brought into the character's emotions by Xiaobo's acting. How could it be? Chen Jianbang. The mentor also had a shocked expression. "You memorized all 3 pages of the lines, student Xiaobo," he asked. Everyone's gazes landed on Xiaobo upon his question. "Yes." Xiaobo smiled faintly. "I memorized everything," she said. Everyone instantly erupted into about to uproar. They could not help but look down at their phones. Just how much time had passed exactly? Not bad at all. Shen Jianbang showed a rare sign of admiration. Xiaobo pursed her lips in a humble manner and shook her head bashfully. "My memory is rather poor. I'm just better at memorizing lines," she said. The girl's expressions almost turned distorted. If she referred that to be poor memory, then what were they considered to be? Yuxinji, the one who came up with the idea, was so angry that her eyes could seemingly shoot lasers of fire. She was upset beyond death. If she knew that Xiaobo could memorize all these lines, she would not have even suggested this. Xiaobo originally had very few parts. She was almost an unremarkable passerby. Now she had upgraded her role thoroughly. This person was still saying that she was only better at memorizing lines. She was ridiculing them on purpose, right? This was like a hard slap on her face. Yuxinji grinded her teeth. "Student sheer surprised me, but this character is supposed to undergo many rounds of chemotherapy. Everybody knows that chemotherapy will lead to a large volume of hair loss. Look at student Shirksi as waterfall-like long black hair. I'm afraid that she wouldn't suit the role," she said. Upon hearing what she said, the eyes of all the girls present lit up at once. Xiaobo always took extremely good care of her appearance. She even applied makeup when going out to throw rubbish. She always had a long mane of silky black hair. She never tied it back except during physical education classes, while cutting it short. This was Xiaobo's lifeline. She treated her hair for 2 hours a day. Asking her to give up her long hair just for a role in the annual play was akin to taking her life away from her. That's right, and Xiaobo is long and thick. With such a thick mane of hair, she does not look like a patient at all. Even if she were to wear a bald cap, she will have to cut her hair to fit it in, right? That's right, otherwise it would be exposed. Also, she'd have to apply makeup to look like a patient. She cannot be applying blush or any lip color. The makeup artist would have to whitewash her face to the point her skin tone looks greyish white indeed. Everyone kept adding on to the heated discussion as if they were being considerate of her and helping her to plan on how to portray the character better. Nevertheless, each word and sentence consisted of the girl's devious schemes. If she were to act as this character, she would have to shave her and apply makeup that made her appear sickly. Without her beauty, she would not gain the liking of the invited talent agency representatives and seniors. Her hair would not be able to grow long within a short time, and she would not be able to accept most of the female character roles in contemporary dramas. If she chose not to act, not only would she be losing this role, teacher Chan Jianbang would also have a bad impression of being one that is reluctant to sacrifice for the script. News of this would then spread out among the mentors, and this would be a huge blow to Shishye Bohei's final semester results. It would thus be difficult for her to be fancied by the mentors in the future and get recommended for acting work. How evil, after returning to life once again, Axie Bohei was not the naive, ignorant young girl she once was. At that moment, she realized the voracious nature of the situation she was in. Despite what she decided, she would be acquiring considerable losses either way. Upon gaining everyone's support, Yusinji smiled as radiant as a flower in bloom. Student Xia, never mind if you're not willing to cut your hair. Our senior from the screenwriting faculty is almost done editing the script. We'll just go with the second plan and cancel out the character, she said. They were closing in on her. Every one of them's pretentious bitches. What kind of school was this? Shiobohi rolled her eyes in her heart. The very next moment, she took a step forward without hesitation. Her soft, willow-like posture-faced Yuzinji. Yes, I'm not willing to, she said. Yuxinji grinned. However, her smile froze at the very next second. With her slender hand, Sia Bohi tucked the strands of hair upon her shoulder to the back of her ear. But I'm willing to make this sacrifice as I'm an actress, she stated. Her eyelashes trembled lightly and lowered against her fair and delicate face, casting a light shadow on the area under her eyes. Therefore, it'll go along with the director's arrangements, she said. Ziabohi turned toward teacher Chen Jianbang and senior Lin Zhenhe from the directing faculty. Confirmation to activate the skill endearingly pitiful. As Ziabohi's shoulders trembled slightly, slowly she uttered a single word in her heart. Yes, level 2 skill activated for a 2-minute duration. Suddenly mentor Shen Jianbang and senior lines in Hiniush, who were at a 3 to 4 meter distance away from her, felt a certain stiffness in their chests. Looking a distance ahead, they noted Ixiebo's gaze on them. Her dew-like dark eyes were full of unwillingness and weakness. Nevertheless, she nipped lightly at her red lips with her white teeth, her fair and delicate face expressing a strong determination. It seemed as if she were bearing her humiliation and carrying a heavy load, her eyes gradually reddening. The glint in her eyes was fixed and unmoving with a steely determination as she appeared to have prepared to make sacrifices for the benefit of everyone. At this moment, they discovered that this girl before them was more courageous than anyone else despite appearing weak from head to toe. A hint of heartbreak flashed across Shen Jianbang's wrinkled face. Lin Zhenhui, who had a sturdy build and stood almost 6 feet tall, could not help touching his stuffy chest. I can do that if the director requires me to do so, Ziebo, he said. If one listened closely, they could detect a tremble in Jiebo's soft, gentle voiced tone. You don't have to, Lin Zhenhui said, almost blurting the words out at once. He took a few steps forward hurriedly toward the crowd of girls as if he was afraid that the endearingly pitiful girl before him would be disgraced if he were to be a second late. You do not need to cut your hair. Just wear a hat, he said. Senior Lin. The girls by you, Xinji side exclaimed straight away. This is inappropriate, is it not? This is not professional at all. The film we made still has to be sent out. Even if she does not shave her head, she has to at least cut her hair short, right? Azibohi lowered her head and stared at her toes without saying a single word. Strands of her hair fell upon her shoulders. In Lin Zhenhui's eyes, she looked small and pitiful. Just as he was about to speak, Yuzinji said, Senior Shuang and Senior Qin, what do you think? She inquired. Lin Zhenhui's expression changed. He was in his 4th year of university this year and held the position of head director this time. However, the other two who were the class monitors of the 3rd year and 4th year class were the assistant director and head screenwriter respectively. This is just a minutiae matter, it will not bring much harm. However, you only be getting one chance to act formally in the play. Regret cannot be cured by any medicine. If you can do better, why not? Liu Aishuang said. She stood up and smiled. Your hair will still grow after cutting it short, she added. That's right. That's what I mean as well. Qin Hai, the head screenwriter, said while nodding with a wide smile on his face. Zhenhu Yu, I know you want to protect the girl. Haha. However, there are many girls in our production team. You cannot be giving up on the others just because of one. That'd be too cruel of you, he said. Lin Zhenhui's neck stiffened as his expression darkened slightly. However, after taking a few breaths, he took a step back. I was the one who did not think this through. I did not think that there was a need to have first, he said. Be it qualification of votes, he was not in an advantageous position right now. Xiaobohe's beauty aside, even Yu Xinji was far from being on the same level. If he made a name for himself by playing favoritism to a pretty girl on his first time as head director, that would be way too unfavorable toward his future developments. No matter how much empathy he felt for her, he could not be sacrificing his future. Then, I'm sorry you have to do so, Junior Xia, he said. Xiaobohe swore almost 300 times in her heart. She had succeeded in using level 2 of endearingly pitiful. Alas, she fell short on the cusp of winning them over. All right, she sighed, tugging the hem of her dress while taking a deep breath. If she had to shave her head, she would just have to do it. As an obscure, little-known actress in her past life, she had also shaved her head before for a role. She was willing to do anything if that meant that she could act. Just as she was grieving that she had not had the chance to admire her thick, black hair, a man's cold and mellow voice rang out. The voice was tinged with an imposing sense of authority that allowed for no interference. Do the students of this school always waste time on such petty matters? He asked. Xiaobohe closed her eyes and shivered a little. The stage lights bounced off the girl's figure like soft silk. Elation lights gently accentuated her petite silhouette. Her hair was thick and long, her waist slim and well-defined, together with her voluptuous bosom. Her figure was undelineated and sensual. She had very light makeup on her face. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her red, round lips were like apricot. Luo Tianlin squinted. He gazed sharply across everyone on stage. He maintained a poker face, making it impossible to detect any other forms of emotions that he has. However, the few school leaders following by his side had begun to get nervous. Director Luo is right. There's only half an hour left till the actual performance. You guys are still arguing over makeup matters. A male leader with reading glasses and dressed in a suit voiced out immediately. You guys are still not clear about when to set your makeup and when to rehearse. Director, what's going on? Assistants cruise what is going on, and the others, you're talking more than the director. Who are you? Are you actors or investors? Do each of you not know what you're supposed to do? The faces of the girls gossiping on stage just now, including Yu Xinji's, turned pale, looking at the two Ozark Cole and Cold Man sitting downstage who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All of a sudden, their chests heaved as they felt slightly suffocated. They had heard earlier that he would be attending as the school director today. It was said that with just a nod of his head, even a talentless pile of mud could become an A-list actor and earn big bucks and receive awards. They had practiced so hard just because he was coming today. They wanted to perform well to catch his attention. They unanimously targeted and oppressed those like Xiaobohe, because even though she does not have an illustrious background, she had the potential to go from rags to riches with her beauty. However, it was beyond their expectations that he had arrived so early. Yu Xinji clasped her hands together tightly, trying hard to recall if she had said anything inappropriate. Did he see her aggressive, overbearing side? With her family background, she would never lack the resources to grow in the entertainment industry. But when she looked at the man's handsome and outstanding appearance, her heart could not help beating faster, and she blushed slightly. This man was a legend within the entertainment industry. He was celibate, outstanding, and very rich, making him the best marriage partner. If she could make him fall in love and marry her, she would be looked highly upon by all women and become the true winner in life. Director Luo and President Fang are right. We were wrong, she said. Since she had done her makeup, Yu Xinji took a step forward while smiling. She stood before all the girls like a bellwether. We should not be arguing over petty matters like this, or waste the director's effort over such minute matters. I'll rehearse my lines one more time. Student Xiaobohe, please go to the makeup room and get ready, she continued. Xiaobohe, whose name was called out, could not resist rolling her eyes and graciously behind her. She was such a jerk. The original host's husband could summon all sorts of jerks to appear, hiding behind Yu Xinji's back. She pouted contemptuously. However, standing on stage, she was not aware that the weird expressions she made were in plain sight. The details of her every movement were all registered by the man in the VIP seat downstage. The man's gaze swept over her lively face, the black orbs of his eyes glinting. Student Xie, you seem to have some more to say, he said with an indifferent expression. Xiaobohe almost froze while making a funny expression on her face. Nothing, yeah, I'll cut my hair if I need to. She waved her hand. Shaving her head bald would sting his eyes anyway. Spouses lived under the same roof and slept on the same bed. It was alright as long as he did not scare and pee himself in the middle of the night. As a future acting job, she would figure out a way to mingle with the traditional drama's filming crews and wear a wig cap. She was the best at acting as a young lass in her past life. He gripped the hem of her dress and turned around to walk away. The gaze of the man downstage burned hot like fire as his slender fingers twiddled his square silver cufflink. Those who attach their hopes on aesthetic appearances are the most foolish ones. His magnetic voice rang out coldly within the venue. The man's thin lips were slightly pursed together as if he was displeased with something. Upon hearing this, the old principal frowned and waved his hand toward the stage. Forget about the hair, just perform like this, and tell the world that you are a patient with your acting skills, he exclaimed. Daki away Bai was stunned. Did you not have to shave her head anymore? So her husband was helping her. However, it seemed like he was scolding her for being foolish. Igsinji, who was standing before her, raised her brows slightly. Very quickly, however, her brows loosened up and she grinned. Student, Jia, quickly go on and get your makeup done, she said. She had left a bad impression on the school director and was reprimanded before him. Even if she managed to evade Maimon's scheme, Shobohe was also done for. Shobohe got the role. If Maimin knows about this, I bet she will cry tears of rage. How cunning of Bohe. She has probably been preparing to snatch Maimin's role since long ago. Otherwise, how would she even have memorized the lines in advance? Exactly who doesn't know that she's always at the bottom of class because she always forgot her lines? It was 19 minutes away from the official performance. The man in the VIP row was already gone, and the school leaders had left for the moment as well. Most of the girls backstage had already touched up their makeup and were currently chatting in a corner. When Yu Xinji heard all this, she smiled slightly. She secretly took out her phone, glancing at it. Her smile became wider. Darling Yu, what's going on? Zia Bohi replaced my sister for the role. Then what about my sister? I sent a message to my min, but she did not reply. The teacher in charge of makeup for this stage play was Mimin's elder cousin's sister. Not many people knew about this because they were both very low-key and did not want others eyeing their acts of teacher-student favoritism all the time. To begin with, there was of course not much of an interest-based relationship between the makeup department and the performing arts faculty. Just that on certain occasions, such as a costume aspect of this annual play, such a relationship would produce some good results. Yuxinji held back a smile before slowly typing out her reply. Big sis me, Mimin seems to be in trouble. She was punished by the dean and disqualified from participating in the play. Xiaoboe, who went to change clothes with her, came back to the rehearsal alone. And because she managed to recite all of Maimin's lines, she had replaced Maimin. She did not fan the flames and her choice of words was very objective. However, it undoubtedly appeared as if Xiaoboe had seized Maimin's role out of malice. Haha, how would this be if she had not recited so many lines in such a short time? Nobody would believe that it was not done on purpose. In a crew, how could an actor who offended the makeup artist have a good ending? Yu Xinji stuffed her phone into her bag and calmly fished out her compact mirror to check her reflection. Her small, delicate peach face reflected in the mirror. Before Maimin had said that she would surely get Xiaobohe this time, but she did not expect herself to be dragged in. Never mind that. As long as there was Mimin's cousin's sister, it was enough to teach Xiaobohe a lesson. If Xiaobohe were to make a fool of herself on stage, then she Abfenji would become the school belle, which was elected every 3 years before her graduation. The makeup room. Xiaobohe was flipping through the transparent panel in front of her. Endearingly pitiful level 2 usage will last for 2 minutes, can be used 3 times a day. Now, she had only 1 use left. Moreover, the target range was people over 50 years old and men with simple and honest personalities. According to the novel setting, the school leaders who are attending today and with decision-making power were basically in their 40s to 50s. The mentor, the dean, the president, and the 2 vice presidents should all be within the skill range. She must equip her last use of this skill on the edge of her blade. Within the last 2 minutes of her character's appearance, she must win the recognition of the vibes present and get recommended to join a filming crew for the summer. In the novel, Min had joined a contemporary drama film crew, and Yu Shinji, as the heroine of the annual play, had straight away won the role of the second female lead. Although she got it by depending on her family background, it was also tied to strong recommendations and recognitions by the teacher. In this life, she would seize this opportunity. Xia Bohe pondered as she turned her script to the last page, contemplating which line to use the skill for best effects. Terminal patient makeup, is that right? As she was reading, a slightly hoarse and indifferent woman's voice came from beside her. Ziabohe looked up and saw a tall woman with flaxen curls and a mask. She had a large makeup brush in her hand, but her gaze was a bit too sharp. Exiobuhi suddenly sensed danger. What had she missed? The makeup artist was very impatient. Speak. I don't have the time to dawdle with you here. Siabuhi nodded and replied. Yes, however, as soon as she said that, her expression froze. She remembered the details of the novel. In the original story, after my Min had schemed against the original host, the sickly makeup that the artist applied on her made her look like a weeping beauty. It corrected her slightly harsh appearance by bringing out her nice features and hiding the rest, adding more feminine charm to her. Because of this, she had caught the attention of a teacher from the audience and was recommended to the crew. Sein Tamir was a Walstornier. Miss Makeup Artist was very familiar with Maimon's face and was very meticulous with her job. Was she related to Mimi Min? Usiabohi shuddered. The female makeup artist had already turned to the two assistants beside her and shouted at them. The base makeup she has on now is all wrong. Change the lip color to bluish purple and darken the shading on the cheeks to highlight the hollowness. Add more black under the eyes. Draw necklines and hand veins. Extremely weak people when have such healthy skin. Whiten and shade all exposed parts. As for the hair, we won't cut it, but dye the ends to make them look withered. Having that green wool out for her to wear. When Siabohe heard all these, she cursed hard in her heart. She had mingled with many crews in her past life. There were many types of sickly makeup, was the endearingly pitiful type. The weak and frail type, generally speaking, female characters would not be uglified, and their pitifulness would be highlighted instead. Right now, however, this makeup teacher, who was obviously related to my mind, was giving her a hard time on purpose. This was a dying old age makeup, not a youthful girl makeup. The green hat, along with extreme pallor skin and withered yellow hair, all spelled out the word "Ugh." Get her done in 10 minutes, I'll check later. The female makeup teacher hurled these words at them and left arrogantly. Shiaiboi cursed secretly. Goddess task triggered. No matter how bad the situation is, a goddess can maintain her unique elegance and beauty. Even if she is dying and has no time to take care of her appearance, she will still shine bright in the dark. Task requirement, win the appreciation of 10 people while wearing the dying makeup. Task reward, 300 goddess experience. 1 pain experience pill. The sudden system notification sound startled Siaiboi. She looked up at her pretty, flawless face in the mirror, then at the 2 meek makeup assistants. Her eyes brightened. That was a pain experience pill, however, with 300 experience, she could upgrade her endearingly pitiful skill again. Then I'll leave it to you two, big sisters. Please use the lightest foundation for me, the more sunk in the face, the better. 10 minutes later, Mylan came to check. At the sight of Zia's pale, lifeless face, the ghost-like darkness under her eyes, along with her wearing a blue, striped hospital gown and a ridiculously ugly green hat on her head, she burst out laughing. Very good. This look was so tragically ugly that it had stripped Siabahe of all her original beauty advantages. Thank you, teachers. Ziabahe stood up and bowed slightly to them. Her attitude was surprisingly polite. However, a hint of mockery flashed in Mylan's eyes. Both young actors who had yet to make a name for themselves had to suck up to the makeup artist, not to mention a female student like her who had yet to debut, and without any illustrious background at all. Toying with her was a piece of cake. I hope you can play this role well. After all, you took a lot of effort to snatch it from someone else. Since the makeup was done, Milan took off her mask, revealing her overpowering aura. Siabahi smiled slightly. As expected, she was scheming against her because of my mind. She did not look up, but walked out of the makeup room with her back hunched. It was as if she could not accept such an ugly appearance and ran away from the mirror with a guilty conscience. Milan snorted cheerfully. However, she did not see the quirk at the corners of Siabohe's mouth after she exited the makeup room quickly. All teams, get ready. Props, lighting, audio counting down, the director bellowed on the stage as crew members of various jobs ran around in a hurry. The actors gathered backstage, some holding their scripts for last-minute cramming, some using their cell phones to post selfies on social media, and some chatting together. However, from time to time they glanced at Ziabohe, who seemed to be taking a nap in the corner. Ugly. That was their conclusion, no matter how many times they looked at her. Compared with her previous beauty, the difference could fit in several of Mimin's faces. Yuxinji smiled. Hearing the director's calls, she puffed out her chest and raised her head. With confidence and superiority, she passed by Ishiabohi and walked from the waiting room to the stage. She was the female lead, the first to appear, and with the most lines. She was destined to be the brightest and most enchanting star today. Ishiabohi, it's your turn. Remember to look like you're sick. In the first scene, the female lead went to visit her sick roommate. It was raining that day, but she did not have an umbrella. She then met the male lead, and both of them got soaked to the bone. However, when they arrived at the ward, they found that their old friend was miserably preparing to meet her death. Therefore, shortly after Yuexinji went on stage, a production assistant came to notify Exiabohe to get ready. Yo, good luck. A terminal patient, remember to act well. The most beautiful actress today is none other than you. Xiabohe. A chorus of laughter rang out immediately. Hearing this, Xiabohe yawned and stretched. She stood up slowly in the corner and did not even bother to look at the girls, who were making trouble. Okay, thank you for informing me. Her lips parted, her slender fingers straightened the collar of the hospital gown, and she smiled at the production assistant boy. The sunlight streaming through the window beside her shone on her nothing but white face, and she almost seemed transparent. In an instant, the boy at the door blushed. Appreciated by one person, account the effort for the timely system sound. Izzy quirked the corners of her pale mouth. Yes, that's it. As she was not attractive enough in her past life, she had worked hard on how to appear more beautiful. When the sunlight shone at such an angle on her slightly turned cheek, it made her face appear small and three-dimensional. The dazzling sunlight could also correct some disadvantages on the face. Also wearing a pair of pale pink slippers, she slowly dragged her feet toward the door. As she passed by the whole room of girls laughing at her, she pursed her lips. They really did not understand that a white complexion is enough to hide 7 faults. She had put on the lightest foundation and sacrificed her youthful vitality, but it also made her endearingly pitiful to the extreme. Although the heavy shadows under her eyes and the makeup on her cheeks and jaw highlighted her sickliness and reduced the suppleness of her collagen-rich face, it also made her originally palm-sized face even smaller. When she lowered her head, squinted her eyes, and appeared lethargic, she looked super-duper ugly. However, if she smiled with her eyes open as usual, because of her small face, it would make her look as if she was wearing coloured contact lenses and eyeliner, and give her the effect of big sparkling eyes. She was like a weeping beauty, on the edge of withering, but on the contrary, blooming with breathtaking beauty. Beauty and ugliness are far apart, but could also be very close at the same time. It's okay to be ugly, but you have to learn to take care of yourself. Find your beautiful self in your limited looks. A makeup artist in her past life once told her. Exiabohe walked to the stage with a smile, half lying on the hospital bed behind the curtains. She took a deep breath. Living. As soon as the stage curtains opened, Yuxinji, who had been waiting in the dark, jogged over toward Xiabohe, who was under a dim light. Following behind her was the play's male lead actor, Zhao Wengshu. However, Yuxinji's hand froze as soon as she touched the bedside. Xiabohe was like a frail, dying beauty, and she gave her a weak, poignant smile like a water lily bathed in rain. Her starry eyes were shockingly bright and appeared especially radiant on her pallor white, shriveled little face. It looked like she was experiencing terminal lucidity, but in a very beautiful way. How could this be? She should be looking ugly. Yuexinji felt a choke in her throat and was almost unable to utter her lines. On the other hand, Xiabohe let out a heavy pant and started coughing vigorously, appreciated by 2 people, whether 3 people and T-listers of train, appreciated by 10 people, a thin task accomplished, reward distributed, please check your inbox. What was this rocket speed efficiency? Having suffered a lifetime of being called the ugly girl, Xiabohe felt a lump form in her throat. She could not hold back the tears in her eyes and her eyelashes were wetted instantly. Thank God for letting her become a beauty in this life. The original host's beauty was truly unrivaled. Even when looking this horrible, all she did was make a heart-touching expression, and she immediately attracted people's attention. In the past, she did not even dare to think about such a thing and could not do it even if she tried. Thank you cough cough triggered all of a sudden. Xiabohe started, weeping tears that she had failed to shed in her previous crying scenes. After letting out a heavy gasp, she finally recited her next few lines to Yuexinji. Thank you for coming to see me cough. What an endearingly pitiful and delicate big-eyed fair-skinned beauty. The flowers that Yuxinji was holding in her arms fell to the floor. With a thud, Yuxinji's soul had left her body. Other people, such as the mentor Chen Jianbang who was watching, were also shocked. He had attended several rehearsals and had even given certain students one-on-one coaching. For example, for a healthy female student like Mimin, it was difficult to stay in character when playing the role of a terminally ill girl who had lost all hope of living. For this reason, he had given Mimin exclusive advice and inspired her acting motions. Despite them going back and forth several times for nearly 2 months, even if there was sorrow in Mai Main's performance, she still could not convey a real feeling of morbidity. Now, however, Jia Bohei had managed to do it. Her coughs, tears, and even gasps were completely in line with the state of a real patient. Moreover, the way she gazed at Yuxinji as a friend showed gratitude but with a trace of resistance, frailty yet with a sliver of strength. She was like a pear blossom bathed in rain, but refusing to bend no matter what. She was so ill that she would die at any point, yet she also lamented God for being unfair. Xie Bahei completely delivered this feeling. Chen Jianbang, who was standing by the stage and watching this scene, only felt that the performance was absolutely smooth and stunning. In just 10 minutes, she had managed to recite the lines and even got the acting right. She was much better than Mimin, who had spent 2 months trying to figure her part out. Such God-gifted talent, he could not help but sigh in amazement. How unexpected that this child's talent was suddenly awakened. The slightly low and raspy female voice suddenly spoke next to him. Taken aback, Chen Jianbang turned his head only to find that the dean, Zhen Qingsheng, had arrived at some point. Seeing a look of appreciation on her usually stern and serious face, Shen Jianbang also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she had a similar experience, or someone around her has experienced death before, and she was there to see it. Shen Jianbang thought for a while before adding a conservative remark. Zheng Qingshan nodded. Some children lack stimulation. All she needed was someone to give her a push from the back. Chen Jianbang was startled. Does it have something to do with Mai Min's case? With good looks and a bit of charisma, she will soon be flying higher than the others. Zheng Qingxin did not answer directly. After all, the changing room scandal concerned a girl's purity. If Xia Bohei were to become a first-class actress in the future, she had better not have any dirt on her. Let's pay more attention to her in the future. Shen Jianbang could not help nodding upon hearing her words. Paying attention to a promising student and helping her was something that any teacher would be willing to do. As they talked, the scene on stage also gradually progressed. Yuxinji finally came to her senses with the reminder of the senior next to her, but her expression was extremely ghastly. When the scene ended, the curtains closed. Even then, she still could not recover from her shock for a long time. As she stepped off the stage, all her fingers were almost digging into her palms. Xue dealt her a mighty blow. She had planned to publicly embarrass Xia Bohei and let the teachers and students know that she was all beauty and no brains. In the end, not only did she win the role, but she had also acted it out perfectly, crushing her with her acting skills on stage. It could be said that she went out for wool and came home shorn. I didn't expect that. I underestimated you. In the backstage corridor, Yuxinji took a few steps with her high heels and walked past Xie Bohei, blocking her from the front.
Oh,
The corners of Xia Bohei's eyes were still shimmering with tears. It was all because of her shock from a swift task completion just now that she had choked on her saliva and coughed to the point of tearing up. It was unexpected that she hit the mark by a fluke and met the script's requirement for breathing difficulty. Don't play dumb. If you could perform on such a level, you've probably been practicing in secret for a long time. Yuxinji smiled sarcastically. It's because Director Luo is coming today, so even the last place holder is working extra hard. Jia Bohei blinked, not expecting her to think that way. Unfortunately, even if you perform well today, a sparrow will always be a sparrow and can never fly onto a high branch. The phoenix tree will always belong to the phoenix. You better remember that clearly. Tiaz nox, a sparrow flies onto a high branch and becomes a phoenix is a Chinese idiom that has the same meaning as rags to riches. Xia Bohei tilted her head, feeling a little sympathetic toward the other girl. That Luo phoenix tree had already been occupied by a sparrow since long ago. You're wrong. A sparrow can still occupy a phoenix nest by accident. Task accomplished. Pain experience pill obtained. Duration 30 minutes. Function: you'll experience 10 times the pain of your body. When acting certain scenes, you will truly feel a level of pain that will cause you to turn pale, sweat, and even faint on the spot. P.S. Use with caution. Xie Bohei swallowed. It sounded super impressive. While waiting for the final scene to begin, she gritted her teeth and selected the function in her mind, while the people around her were not paying attention, counting down to infliction of pain 10-9. Hey, Zaeboy, it doesn't look too good. Could it be that she has forgotten her lines for the final scene? I heard that she did very well just now and got praised by the professors. Is that for real? A group of people was whispering at the side of the stage. They all stood far away from Exiabaye, as if hinting that they were not in the same clique as her. Meanwhile, in the crew assembly area, my mom was always ready with pressed powder in her hand to touch up the makeup of actors that got off the stage. When she heard these hushed discussions, she almost lost control of her expression. Aksai Bohe even got complimented. She looked toward Siabahe, and her eyes instantly became bloodshot. Her sickly makeup definitely made her ugly and reduced her beauty to a great extent. However, when she wore this hospital gown, her figure, which was already more graceful and slender than Donna's, appeared even frailer. Moreover, at this moment, her face was extremely small and pale. Only her pair of big eyes could be seen from a distance, seeming as if they could speak and standing out all the more. Or Milan thought of the reason at once. Just now in the makeup room, this girl did not look up at her and pretended to be shy and ashamed, which stopped her from noticing this pair of endearingly pitiful, shimmering eyes. Milai Lang gritted her teeth and immediately took a step forward. Student XGL, touch up your makeup for you. She absolutely could not let this girl, who had snagged Ma Min's role, shine in the last scene. Startled, Shia Bohi turned around, and as she did, a trail of sweat rolled down her face. The hair on her forehead was already wet with sweat caused by her pain. When Milan saw this, she was even more sure that this young lady was so calculating. She even wetted her hair before the performance to attract attention. Come here quickly. What have you done? All your makeup is smudged. He could only feel a burning pain in her lower abdomen. She gritted her teeth as her mind went blank. This pain experience pill was making it almost impossible for her to think, but there just had to be some petty person bothering her relentlessly. Just as she was preparing to resist by pretending not to hear and turning her head away, the director's low roar suddenly echoed backstage. Are all the actors for the last scene here? Lilshia, get on the hospital bed and don't make any noise. Mylan's expression changed, and she quickly stepped forward, trying to stop Siabohe. It'll only take 10 seconds to touch up your makeup. However, like a cicada casting off its skin, she feinted a move and dodged. With unsteady steps, Ejuri staggered on stage and almost fell onto the hospital bed. Panting heavily, she finally adjusted her expression before the curtains opened. Mi-lan could only clench her fists off stage. When the stage curtains opened, Exia Bohe, who was covered with a thin blanket, felt a rush of heat in her lower abdomen. The familiar pain, which made her felt like bending over, was almost suffocating her. However, in a second, she realized what kind of pain the pain experience pill had enhanced 10 times her period to come. All of a sudden, her pallor and sweaty face became abnormally flushed with a tinge of rose-like redness. Downstage, those in the VIP section who understood acting were startled. The director and assistant director standing next to them were stunned as well. On the stage, Yu Xinji, who was acting alongside Isia Bohei, was also taken aback. Azikoi actually managed to enforce this ironic feeling of going through terminal lucidity, the last scene before her death, and dying at the most beautiful age. Such acting was not at all like a junior from an ordinary drama school, but like a mature female artist who had already won a Golden Horse Award. The Golden Horse Award ceremony is Taiwan's equivalent to the Oscars. 10 minutes later, the entire crew took a curtain call. There was thunderous applause from the audience. On stage, there were expressions of bitterness, sourness, joy, and excitement. Indigvst, produced. Standing next to Yu Jingji, Jebo could sense her turbulent hostility directed at her. She felt bouts of weakness in her legs, and the dizziness and nausea caused by pain all came washing over her. When the supporting cast left the stage and the main cast stayed for photos, without waiting for a second longer, she bent over, covering her mouth, and dashed out from the backstage door. She ran all the way to the corridor and held onto the wall, her fingers almost digging into it from the pain. In that instant, a cool scent of rain-showered grass that refreshed her and suppressed the turbidity in her chest came wafting into her nose. The next second, her almost limp body was lifted by a hot arm and easily pulled into the emergency stairwell. I will give you 10 minutes to change your clothes. The car is parked at the school's back entrance. The man's low and husky voice was like a spring of ice. It sounded very cold and emotionless, but at this moment, it made her sweat-drenched body felt a lot more comfortable. However, in an instant, she felt a rush of heat and her body suddenly stiffened. When the man turned away, she tugged at his suit jacket, even the man's figure froze. The expression on his handsome face sank, and a coldness radiated all over him from his hair to his paws. "What did you say? Give me take off your clothes as I." She was under the dual effects of the endearingly pitiful hail and the pain. Iziabo's voice was a soft mess. "I have blood on my clothes, my period has come." The man's temple throbbed all of a sudden. Iziabohe clutched at her abdomen. Her bangs were drenched in cold sweat, whereas a few droplets of sweat beaded the tall tip of her nose. As she bit at her small lips, which were free of lip tint, they turned into shades of red color. Her small face was as pale as paper. Her dew-like eyes were also almost overwhelmed with pain and suffering. She bent over in pain, the large hospital gown draped loosely and flowy on her. It was one size larger than her original size, thus it further accentuated the tightness of her body frame. The ridiculous green hat on her head had fallen away, her long black hair scattering about her like seaweed. Her hair reached the middle of her waist, vaguely highlighting her soft, beautiful curves. Luo Tianlin was met with this vision upon lowering his eyes. He furrowed his brows immediately. He instantly unbuttoned his suit with his long and slender finger. He removed his suit, which held the scent of green grass on a wintry ground. The suit fell on her head. "I'll wait for you in the car," he said, pulling open the smoky grey tie on his collar. Luo Tianlin squinted his eyes and looked down at the woman before him. Nevertheless, he only took one step before someone pulled at the cloth of the right leg of his pants. Lowering his head, he saw that a slender and fair arm had lightly grabbed hold of his pants. "Please, please, buy a sanitary pad for me," she muttered. Exioboi's small face turned bright red. After being tormented by the cold sweat and stage lights, all that was left of her sickly makeup was a thin layer of foundation. Her well-hydrated, milky smooth skin gradually showed up under the foundation. Her skin blushed pink from embarrassment. "My dormitory is a little far from here," she said. Iziabohi bit her lip. Furthermore, she just took over the memories of the original host. If she were to run back right now, she would most likely get lost. Also, this body seemed to be having a rather high volume of period flow on the first day. After she finished speaking, she added something just in case this cold husband of hers did not agree to do so. "I'm afraid it'll dirty your suit," she said. Luo Tianlin's cold expression changed continuously. Finally, he glanced at her flushed face. "All right," he said. Obviously, he had never purchased such items for women before. Relieved as she posted, but he let go of his suit obediently. "Thank you," she said. She was in so much pain that she could not stand up just now. Only being able to get up to a half squat, she could only grab onto the cuff of his pants by accident. However, at the very next second, she clutched at her abdomen and let out a hoarse scream as a wave of intense pain tormented her to the point that she felt suffocated. A rush of dizziness overcame her, almost causing her to collapse. Luo Tianlin took 2 steps forward and immediately felt a weight on his thigh. No one grabbed onto his pants this time, but an additional item was stuck to his thigh instead. "Let go," he said. Boo-hoo, this pain-experience pill was too painful. It amplified the pain of her period cramps by 10 times, bringing her so much pain that her head felt numb. Xiaobohi hugged the man's leg and let out a pitiful whimper. "Please, can you help me get a hot patch too?" She asked. "It would be great too if you could get me a cup of brown sugar ginger drink too," she added. The man almost gritted his teeth out loud. "I'll ask the driver to send it over," he said. 10 minutes later, Exiabohi drank the brown sugar ginger drink in a thermal flask sent to her by the driver while discreetly putting on a hot pack. Shen then put on the black jacket that he brought to her before returning the suit, which was full of the man's scent. She glanced at it furtively. It seemed like it did not get dirty. The time for the painkiller's effect to set in had also passed. She was alive again. "Thank you, Brother Lee," she called after him politely after recalling the driver's name. She was an obscure actress in the past. If she went to a filming crew, everyone from the drivers to the prop teachers, and even the floor managers were seniors that she had to be respectful to. Therefore, she had the habit of being polite to everyone, no matter who was it. However, the driver, Lai Peng, was momentarily stunned. "Madam, Miss Exia, it's nothing at all. This is my duty. Just let me know if you have anything you need. I'm going back first. Boss asked you to return as soon as possible," he said. He almost called her by the wrong title. He had gotten reprimanded harshly by ex-Hiabohe before when he had addressed her Madam. Every time Madam and Sir got into an argument, it was the small nobodies like them who got unlucky as they always took it out on them. But the Li, she said. Bohi smiled sweetly in a sincere manner. Tell your boss that I'll be back after having a word with the teachers, she said. Li Peng was slightly shocked. She was rarely in such a good mood. Nevertheless, he responded immediately. Bohi also got up to tidy herself. Upon seeing that the bloodstain on the back of her hospital gown was not obvious, she put on the jacket and took hold of the thermal flask, then headed back to the performance hall from just now. Nonetheless, the director and teachers that she was looking for were all nowhere to be seen. Only Yuzinji and a bunch of other girls were left waiting for her with smiles on their faces. Ooh, look, our up-and-coming star is here. What a genius actress. Not only does she have photographic memory, but she can also get into character within a second. The capable ones always try hard and do more work. Sure enough, she is indeed capable. The girls all laughed as they spoke. Yuxinji stood in front and center among the girls. She reached out her hand to open up a piece of paper. Congratulations, student Shui. You are the only one who won the big lottery to clean up the venue today, she announced. The girls by her side, who were holding brooms, mops, and pieces of rag cloths, threw them all on the floor before Xie Bohei. Abruptly, there were up to a few thousands of seats in the entire performance hall. The stage itself was almost the size of 2 to 3 rooms. Previously, the cleaning was always completed through the joint effort of the students and cleaners. The teachers of this film school reckoned that actors must experience life, and to do so, they had to first lower their statues to the very bottom and ground themselves to the soil. Therefore, the students were forbidden to leave without cleaning up the venue after performing. However, Xie Bohei had never expected such a heavy task to fall on her shoulders. She raised her head to look at Yu Xinji. She had never expected this person to be so toxic and unyielding. Was she not afraid that she'd report this to the teachers? Oh, I may have forgotten to tell you that the teachers from the performing arts faculty and the higher-ups of the school are all in a meeting right now. The director and seniors from the screenwriting faculty have also returned to have their final meeting. Thus, the job of cleaning can only be left to us, she said. Yu Jinji grinned, the expression on her face seemingly innocent and incapable of any harm. However, she was undoubtedly letting Xie Buhi know that nobody would bother her even if she tried to report it now. Although students show Bohi's luck is not that good and turned out to be the only one that got picked to clean up, we also helped as well. The girl with heavy makeup beside you, Jinji said. From all the students with love, she added. While speaking, she held her phone up high and waved it at Xie Buhi. On the screen, there were 9 photos of everyone posing and pretending to clean up the venue. It was evident that she had posted it on her social media. From these photos, one could tell that these girls did not have bad acting skills. At least in the photos, they were holding the brooms and ragcloths in a serious manner, acting like they were really cleaning up. A few of them even acted like they were tired from cleaning and stopped to wipe at their sweat in the pretentious photos. However, looking around at the performance venues, Xie Boy saw that the props were still messily piled up in a corner. Furthermore, there were still many smudges of footsteps and pieces of rubbish on the floor. But the girl with heavy makeup, holding onto the phone, grinned and threw a piece of balled up paper onto the floor. There's still work for you to do, she said. As Iyabuhi pursed her lips, as students from the performing arts faculty would have to clean up the makeup room today as well. The cold voice of the makeup teacher, Milan, rang out from the hallway. The cleaner is on leave as something came up. She added, no problem. Don't worry, teacher me. Yu Xinji curled her lips. She looked at Axia Oe in a taunting manner immediately after. The other girls all showed relaxed smiles. Let's go. We've been working tirelessly for so many days. Let's go back to the dormitory to sleep. I'll take a shower first. I'm so tired. Let's order some takeaway to eat. I'm starving. Everyone seemed to be relaxed and at ease. They were trying to agitate Tiavoe, who's the only one left behind, to clean up. Nevertheless, what could she do? The teachers were not here. The seniors were not here. Even the male students were driven away by them. Besides, they had all posted on their social media to prove that they actively participated in the cleaning up. Even if Xie Bohe were to report this, nobody would believe her. Without any witnesses, would a normal person listen to someone's one-sided words, or would they listen to the objective evidence of many? Xie Bohe, you've worked hard. That pitiful look could really touch one's heart. Sadly, there's no one here to help you. The sounds of taunting gradually disappeared along with the sounds of the girl's footsteps. Oh, right. Teacher Chen Jianbang will come to check on the venue's cleanliness an hour later. Good luck, Bohei. You do not get your semester end marks deducted. Yujinji added with an air of finality. Axia Bohei squinted, watching them coldly as they left the hall. She tightened the jacket on her and lowered her head. Closing her eyes, she went through the catalogue of her system's abilities. Exchange Mar 1. Strength Pills. 300 experience points. 2. Robust Physique Pill. 300 experience points. 3. Acting Skills Bright and Brave Female Level 1. 300 experience points. 4. Acting Skills Martial Arts Foundation Level 300 experience points. Sasiabo, who looked over the contents, almost drooling over it instantly. This system was really useful. There seemed to be many options just to solve her current crisis. Nevertheless, she did not want to waste her resources on resolving these jerks' oppression and lowly tricks on her. Just like the painkiller pill from just now, which was considered a consumable, was worth 300 goddess experience points. It was not only expensive, but also only had a one-off effect. It would be gone after being used, so it would be a complete waste of resources. If she wanted to exchange her points for these, she could always leave it up for future auditions or acting. They would all be of greater use then. Also, upgrading of acting skills was considered an ability and was not a one-off thing. However, she only had 300 experience points left right now and could only carry out one exchange. Summer auditions would begin soon. If she were to seek opportunities at production houses or ask the filming crews, who knew what good character she might encounter? Different character roles would require different acting styles. She could exchange for a martial arts foundation now, but if there were no suitable combat role for her, she would not be able to utilize the skill for the time being. It might be better to wait for an audition and exchange for skills based on the requirements and relevancy and not waste her limited experience points unnecessarily. As such, she should not rely on the system now. Axie Bohi gritted her teeth, her mind turning quickly. She bent over to pick up a mop that had been thrown on the floor. In the past, she had been one of the extras in the filming crew before. Having been a migrant worker, she had had jobs that were of the lowest level. However, that was all in the past. She was bullied and taken advantage of because she had nothing. She did not have much of a beauty, nor did she have an illustrious background, but now her husband was the school director. Hegisiabohi blinked. Those girls who were waiting for her to suffer were destined to be disappointed. Well, she could compromise, but she was not a masochist. With an illustrious background, who would stand for this? She held up her broom and grinned while holding up her phone. She then posted a selfie on her WeChat. Less than 2 minutes, Yujinji and the other girls, who had just made their way to the hallway outside, laughed out scoffingly. Axia Bohei just posted on social media. She took photos of herself cleaning like us. He too late. Between a single photo and a bunch of photos, was it still a question of who the teacher would believe? Xiaobohi had a strained relationship with the girls in the faculty, whereas the boys had all gone back to clean up their dormitory, since they were not here and could not stand as witnesses for her. What good will come from imitating others? She is just dumb and stupid. She does not even know how to come up with something new. The girl with heavy makeup on Yusinji's left scoffed. However, her sentence was left hanging as she was left stupefied. The others' loud laughs also stopped abruptly. Someone then shouted out loud suddenly, "Oh my god, Eksha Bohei is so sly." Yushinji's delighted expression froze immediately. She had not been looking at her phone and only took her phone out from her bag upon hearing what they said. After checking her social media network, she grasped the phone so hard that her finger almost went through the phone case. "Lil Bohei, my period came. Thanks to the love of everyone for taking on the cleaning duties for me heart." There were 3 photos below caption. The first photo was a selfie of Xiaf Bohi holding a hop patch and a thermal flask of brown sugar ginger drink. Her face looked slightly pale. The last 2 photos consisted of Yu Shinji and the others cleaning up. From the photos, they appeared to have made her a brown sugar ginger drink and helped her out with her cleaning duties. It looked like everyone was helping her out zealously. However, it was obvious that the truth was not so. This social media post was putting them all on trial after a round of praise. Where did she get these photos from? A girl exclaimed in shock, and very quickly shut up. The question was too dumb. Bahei obviously borrowed the photos from their social media posts. What should we do now? Do we go back and help her clean up? Someone asked quietly. Xinji's expression darkened. Can they not help her clean up? If they did not help her clean up, they would be waiting for Chen Jianbang to arrive and check the venue after seeing her social media post. Since the performance hall was not cleaned up, would he find those who posted the photos of themselves cleaning up, or the one who took her leave at the start as she was not feeling well at fault? It was way too obvious who would be at fault. She seems to be smart, someone commented quietly. Yujinji gripped onto her phone so tight that her fingers seemed to turn white. This psycho trample over their intelligence like that and put her into a harsh checkmate. She was reluctant to give her the acting role, but she succeeded in taking it. She had wanted her to clean up, but she escaped from it unscathed. Sai, who came up with that idea just now. If I knew earlier, I would have just cleaned up obediently. At least the Zhao desire would be helping to do so as well. Someone from the group complained quietly. This idea is such a bad one. Yushin's body trembled. After posting on social media, Exia Bahei went to change her clothes. She left after dusting herself off. She had seen too much of the tricks used by these girls to commit such atrocities. It would not be too much to say that these tricks were the leftovers of those with more experience. Exia Bahei could almost imagine the look of the others spitting blood after looking at her social media post. She wanted to laugh out loud at the thought of it. As she had dirtied the hospital gown, it would not be convenient for her to return it as it was. Therefore, she changed out of the hospital gown carefully before balling it up and putting it into a shopping bag. Ding, daily task distribution. A pretty girl who constantly strives to become stronger is all the more charming. Please finish doing the laundry on your own. Task reward 300 goddess experience points. Ro Exosvohe was just stepping out from the empty dormitory with her bag when she heard this digital voice. She could not help but beamed instantly. Good, very good. Was there anyone who did not know how to do the laundry? She could exchange 300 experience points for a skill. It was such a good deal. She should be the one washing the bloodstained clothes. Anyway, Bohei, you have to take the school bus home, or else you would have to walk 45 minutes to reach the bus stop, right? My apologies, I forgot to tell you that the last bus has departed. You will have to work hard to pull your luggage along while walking. Yeah. By the way, the dean requested for me to stay back, so I cannot ask student his brother to fetch you back in his car. Have a safe journey walking on your own. Min's text message arrived just after she reached the small pathway next to the dormitory. The 3 exclamation marks behind indicated the sender's irritation and hatred. Zolda raised her brow after reading the message. This toxic female supporting character still did not know how to stop with her layers of traps. Did she think that she was playing with Mastyoshka dolls? Be it a school bus, hitchhike, or whatnot, she did not need any of it all. She had a private car to fetch her. This was a match between the Bronze and Grand Conqueror. The NHD artist is depicted from Arena of Valor, the multiplayer online battle arena. It describes a rookie player, Bronze, trying to fight the top-rank player bound in Conqueror without any proper skills and experience. Thank you for your concern. With a small Gucci bag slung around her, Exia pulled her metallic, pastel pink luggage along with her as she raised her phone single-handedly and sent out a voice message. This darling here does not need it. The original host's voice tone was naturally soft and coquettish. Her voice was soft and gentle, like cotton candy, with its sugar oozing out from it. Even without using the skill of endearingly pitiful, she just had to pay slightly more attention to the way she pronounced her words to make men yield to her every wish. This was happiness. Jia Bohei could finally feel the main protagonist's halo of one who translated into a book. She had read descriptions of such situations in countless novels. She squinted and raised her hand to block the sunlight. It was so hot that by the time she made her way to the back entrance, she was sweating. The temperature was at least 30 degrees Celsius today. Furthermore, she had a warm hot pack stuck on her tummy. She could not help to using her hand to fan herself. Stopping beside a black MPV, she turned her head around and lowered her eyes to look at her reflection in the closed car window. She was afraid that she would look unruly due to all the sweat. However, she would never have expected that she would get blinded by her beauty at this very moment. Rays of golden sunlight reflected off the car window and shone onto her small face, which was about the size of a palm. The small face was fair and delicate. Her face shape was well defined. Her chin was prominent. It was perfect. She had a straight-edged nose. Her eyes were lustrous and alluring. Her red lips had the fullness of a woman and the endearing loveliness of a young girl. Looking further down, her swan-like neck was slender. Her collarbones were delicate, with depressions that exuded a sense of sexiness. Meanwhile, her shoulders and arms were slender with little to no flap. With just enough muscles on her arms, her muscle ratio was just perfect. While in the dormitory just now, she had randomly picked a black dress and put it on. The fit of the dress accentuated the fullness of her bosom and her slim waistline. She had a pair of long legs with small, delicate kneecaps that made her look exceptionally slender, exquisite, and beautiful. "So pretty, Xie," Bohi murmured, unable to resist herself. Cradling her small face in her hands, she added, "Oh my god, why am I so pretty?" Afraid that the man would lose his temper if he had to wait long, she had removed her makeup and washed her face simultaneously in a hurry, not even having enough time to take a detailed look at her reflection in the mirror. She was now finally able to take a clear look at the appearance of this body. The rims of Shibohei's eyes reddened as a watery glint was reflected in her eyes. She had once been ugly, been made fun of, and oppressed by others. She knew how difficult it was to obtain looks like this. Luckily, she managed to save on the expensive plastic surgery fees and was safe from the risks of surgery failure. "I have to be strong. I cannot cry. Look how pretty I am. I cannot cry," Xiaobohi comforted herself. She tried her best to resist the urge to cry and used her hand to wipe at her tears. However, the floodgate holding back her tears seemed to have been opened. She could not resist crying at the thought of all the difficulties she had to overcome to reach where she was today. Just as she was about to get a closer look at herself in the car window to wipe the corners of her eyes, the image of her reflection in the car window gradually got compressed as it moved downward. The window rolled down to reveal an emotionless but exceptionally handsome and sturdy face. A pair of deep black eyes came into view as well. The man stared at her coldly like a haughty king from above, his gaze dripping with contempt. Their gazes met. 1 second, 2 seconds, Bohi was stunned. Luo Tianlin squinted. He had never known that this girl felt so good about herself. Did she cry at her beauty? He glanced coldly at the driver and his assistant, who were both seated in front of the car and were trying very hard to hold back their laughter while he stroked his knuckles rhythmically. His handsome face turned to look outside the car window after they shivered in fear. Xiaobohi pursed her lips tightly. Cold air instantly circulated the interior and exterior of the car. The sounds of the birds chirping seemed to have stopped in the back entrance of the school, which was already quiet. Luo Hos, Husha's husband. Xiaobohi's small face turned pale. She had embarrassed herself big this time. However, her voice was soft. Upon hearing the words being articulated in such a coquettish tone, everyone in the car was startled. Even the driver and assistant Chen, who were both seated in front of the car with their heads lowered, turned around to look at her in shock. Meanwhile, Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrow, his gaze sharpening. Next, Yebo blinked. She just recalled that the original host had never addressed him as a husband. She had always addressed him by his name. "Get in the car." Luo Tianlin pursed his lips together and commanded. Assistant Chen came to his senses. He opened the car door and got down in a hurry to help put her luggage into the trunk of the car. He bowed respectfully and opened the car door for her. Was this the treatment for a wealthy madam? Xiaobohi, who had always been bullied in her past life, instantly felt as if all the cells in her body were floating. Nonetheless, she still managed to hold herself back and thanked him politely with a smile. "Thank you." Under the radiant sunlight, the lethality of her goddess-like visuals and sweet smile doubled. Assistant Chen blushed. Luo Tianlin was seated at the back of the car. His cold expression immediately darkened. "Shen Zhen, hurry up," he ordered. Assistant Chen stiffened at once. Xiaobohi stuck out her tongue and raised the hem of her dress carefully as she got in the car. This man had such a fiery temper. "But hey, you're not crying by the roadside, right?" Laughter Mimin's text reached her quickly. Xiaobohi rolled her eyes. She took a photo and sent it over to her immediately. From the customized Hermes logo on the leather seats to the imported carbonated drinks from France placed beside the seats, the high affluence of the car's components had shocked her when she got in. Let Mimin laugh, she could laugh till her jaw dropped. As expected, Mimin sent her 3 continuous texts after a while. "Is this a taxi that you called? No, this is a picture you got from the internet, right? You live in the countryside. How are you able to call for such a luxurious car? Countryside, hey. She'd get to know the large 4-story, 1652 square meter size manor that she lived in. Min, I was so tired that I could not walk anymore while pulling my luggage after me. A handsome man then parked his Maserati beside me. I guess I have done a lot of good things in my past life to get the good luck of meeting him today. Thank you so much, Min. If you did not tell me that the school bus had left, I would not have left from the back entrance. I would have missed out on this opportunity. By the way, did the dean make things hard for you? You will not be penalized, will you? Xiaobohi typed rapidly. Hot blood surged through her as she got into a war machine mode. If she had another chance at living, she would never compromise and stand for others bullying her ever again in this life. She would take an eye for an eye. She would return those who bullied her double the taste of medicine to those who bullied her, with one pretentious and manipulative jerk against another, who was afraid of whom. Mimin must have been angered. She did not reply to her text messages at all. Xiaobohi could not resist chuckling, and she was raising her hand in joy and making an exaggerated movement when the car made a sudden sharp turn.
Whoosh!
Her phone flew out of her hand. Her phone formed a small parabola while flying through the air. The colour drained from Xiaobohi's face as she reached out to catch it hurriedly. Unfortunately, she only managed to grab the edge of the phone, which sent it flying into the air once again, before dropping onto the thigh of the man seated by her side. Shocked, she reached out unknowingly and grabbed at that area. The air instantly went stagnant. Her entire body shivered when she felt the warm, solid sensation of hard muscle under her hand. She lowered her small face and looked down to glimpse where her small hand was pressed on. Raising her head once again to look at the man, his handsome face seemed to be turning dark with fury as he clenched his toned muscles. Oh, my mistake, my hand just slipped. Xiaobohi laughed dryly. Assistant Chen and the driver were lost for words. Luo Tianlin straightened his back. The faint fragrance of the young girl, tinged with a lemony scent, lingered around his nose suddenly. The smell was fresh and slightly sweet. Meanwhile, the girl's clean and delicate little hand, which was so soft that it seemed to be almost boneless, rested on his body out of all the places that it could have landed on. The moment they came into contact, his eyes darkened deeply. During their wedding ceremony, he had only posed close with Xiaobohi for perspective photography and had never made any other forms of intimate contact. This woman had been so terrified of him for these few years that she had been hiding from him by all means. Moreover, he had never held much interest in women all along, thus he was reluctant to accept someone forcibly coerced into marriage with him. They had gotten married just to ease the hearts of their critically ill elderly family members. Cough, 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 overwhelmed with anxiety, Xiaobohi choked on her saliva and started coughing. Her small hand started trembling unknowingly as she held tighter onto the cloth in her hand. The cloth of his customized suit pants instantly went taut, vaguely revealing the lines of the muscles beneath. Luo Tianlin was at a loss for words. Seated in front, Assistant Chen was gaping with his mouth agape. It was close to etching the word thrilling on his face. Xiaobohi finally felt that something was not right and hurried retreated her hand, which had crumpled up the man's suit pants. Flustered, she inched backward and covered her mouth. Nonetheless, her small face blushed immediately. It was the same hand she had used to touch the other man and her lips. It seemed to be inappropriate. As expected, Luo Tianlin's eyes darkened more as if there was a raging storm being contained in them. His complex, judgmental gaze fell on her small face, which was blushing a bright red. Xiaobohi gulped with much difficulty. The sight of her red lips and elegant neck moving when she gulped looked seductive to the man's eyes. Her feminine allure seemed to lit up an internal fire within the man. Xiaobohi did not realize that and turned around to take her phone, which was culprit for the incident. However, she found herself grabbing at nothing. The widescreen phone seemed to have shrunk in the man's palm. What made you so happy that you cannot even hold something properly? Luo Tianlin asked, his black eyes squinting, confiscating her phone. He glanced at it coldly. After all, this woman had sent out a text invitation to another man just a few hours ago. Just thinking about this, his brows expressed coldness. His cold, handsome features were stunned when he read the words on the screen clearly. A handsome man then parked his Maserati beside me. I guess I've done too many good things in past life to have the good luck of meeting him today, Luo. Tianlin raised his brows. Noticing that he was about to read the nonsense she sent Nubilis and Xiaobohi snatched her phone back in a hurry. Not nothing, she said loudly. Luo Tianlin pursed his lips slightly. Assistant Chen, who was seated in front, took a furtive glance behind through the rearview mirror. From the expression on Boss' face, it seemed like he wanted to laugh. He would only show an expression like this when he was in a good mood. Assistant Chen stared at Miss Xia, who was seated in the back seat. Her face blushed red as she covered her phone screen. He suddenly found himself lost in thought. Not long after, Assistant Chen received 2 text messages. Order the school to penalize Ms. Mine harshly. Also, order the school to strengthen its ideological education toward the girl who acted as the female lead in the final act. Assistant Chen was stunned momentarily. He could understand the first text message. She was the one who had brought harm to Madam. However, regarding the female lead in the second message, was he referring to the girl on the stage who had tried to coerce Madame into shaving her head just now? Sigh. Assistant Chen felt anxious for her. Why would she get into a conflict with Madame for no reason at all? The president did not even order Madame to shave her head. Why was she meddling into their business? Her ideology must be problematic since she was not doing her actual duties properly. Yes, President Lo, he said. 10 minutes later, my min found you Shinji and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Big Sizixin, the dean said that I would be given a warning. I want to be allowed to act during the summer holiday. Now that my resume is tarnished, what should I do in the future? She cried. Yu Sinja's head hurt. Her waist hurt from cleaning the performance hall with everyone just now as well. She could only comfort Min. I'll help you think of a way. Even if I cannot do so, there are others that would be able to help you, she said. Big Sis Jin, you are saying, Min said with a hint of glee. If she was willing to protect her, the warning penalty would not mean much. She could afford to wait for the duration of one summer holiday. However, as soon as Min finished speaking, her phone vibrated. After looking at her phone, her whole body trembled. Big Sis Sin. The dean changed the penalty. I will be given a serious demerit. I cannot participate in film shootings before graduating, otherwise I would be dropped out of school. That meant she could not act for 2 whole years. She was done for. Dean Zheng. She has that much authority. Yuxinji asked, her expression changing. Before she could get a reply, her phone lit up as well. Lowering her head to look at it, Yuxinji was stunned. Dian Yuxinji, please come to the faculty office. Bring along with you these 2 educational materials. The art and virtue of an actor and improving as an actor. Yuxinji was stunned. Wait, what did it have to do with her? Yuxinji's face darkened. She questioned him. Did you tell the dean about me? No, I did not, my mind replied innocently. Not long after, the car made its way onto an overpass. The further they went, the more remote their surroundings got. After half an hour of traversing away from the bustling roads and buildings, Exiebo had caught a glimpse of an estate full of lush vegetation. She looked out of the car window with her mouth agape. She suddenly recalled the description from the novel. The entire piece of land was private property and was over 2,000 square meters in size. Luo Tianlin's parents and grandfather all stayed here. The Luo family resided in this luxury manor. From what she read, it took 3 years alone for the architects to design and construct the manor. Other than the main residence, the estate also consisted of Old Master Luo's treasured orchard, a golf course, and an exhibition hall for their private collection. Soon after, Siebo he spotted a sleek, silver-grey helicopter with a rigid body structure parked on the rooftop of a 3-story manor. As the car took a turn, beds of bright red and yellow roses lining the pathway came into view. The flowers, which had been imported from a French estate, were spread throughout the region to the right of the manor and tended to by the gardeners meticulously. The more she saw, the more astounded she was. Each corner was capable of inducing tears from the poor. Exiabohe was truly a poor girl in her past life. You could not resist using her pointer fingers to pinch her earlobes. Hiss, we will have dinner with my grandfather tonight, Luo Tianlin said lightly as he glanced at Jia Bohei, who must had her face stuck to the car window. Getting her to come home every month was just like a punishment to her. If they were not obligated to have a mandatory family dinner, he would not even bother to even look for her. Oh, is that where we will be staying for the night? Iziebo, he asked. Shibohei turned over, her small face flushed a bright red and her eyes glimmering. She was excited. She had never acted as a wealthy missus, nor had she stayed in a manor in her past life. Not even once. You want to stay the night? Luo Tianlin asked, sounding rather taken aback. He closed the tablet pad before him with his fingers. She would whine non-stop whenever he made her stay the night in the past. It almost seemed as if he would act like a savage toward her if they were to stay for the night. She had been reluctant every time. On the other hand, she was all the more unwilling to stay with him in his house in the city district. She only wished that he would be working overtime in the company or staying the night somewhere else. Shiebohe nodded, a look of anticipation on her face. She did not transmigrate into the story for no reason at all. She wondered how different the bed in a wealthy person's manor would be. I'm not going to the company today, Luo Tianlin said, raising his brows slightly. I will stay the night then. Shriyobohi blinked. What if she transmigrated back once she closed her eyes? She would have to experience everything to the fullest before she slept tonight. Suit yourself, Luo Tianlin said while pinching the area between his brows. His cold gaze swept across her abdomen and could not help to be reminded of the painful look on her face due to her period cramps. As he thought of this, the rigid lines on his face relaxed slightly. Just be careful of what you say, he said. They did not have a good relationship and were pretending to be a loving couple behind their families' backs, especially old Master Lo, who was almost 80 years old and previously recovered from a stroke.
Sure.
Xiaobo had agreed immediately. After the car stopped, Assistant Chen immediately got down and hurried open their car door. Stepping on a slab of granite marble by the doorstep, Xiaobo took in the view of the faint gold lines on the ground, the transparent, all-glass great hall of the first floor, which could be seen from the manor's main entrance and the spiral staircase. She instantly felt faint. Young master, young mistress. The housekeeper and 4 servants, who were all dressed neatly in their uniforms, stood in 2 rows and greeted them in unison. Xiaobo almost knelt as her legs turned into jelly. Nonetheless, she went along with the situation at hand and grasped the tall man's strong arm. What funny business is you up to again? Luo Tianlin asked in a raspy tone, the look in his eyes changing. Ji felt like crying. She did not and was not trying to do anything. He should not be spouting nonsense. She was just shocked. Oh gosh, her small poor heart. I am not strong enough, she said bitterly. Luo Tianlin's temples hurt. As Xiaobo was talking, she glanced sideways at the housekeeper and servants. Their sights were mostly focused on Luo Tianlin and did not even bother to look away. In theory, she was the young mistress of the family. Although her status was nowhere near that of Luo Tianlin, she should not be given the cold shoulder like this. Xiaobo blinked. She immediately recalled some memories. The original host had stayed here for a few times only. She had not bothered to interact much with the Luo family as she had her heart set on getting a divorce. She was born a commoner and had always felt that everyone in the Luo family, the servants included, derisively looked at her. Hence, she was extremely unwilling to get along with them. She did not dare to do anything toward Luo Tianlin's family. However, she often ignored the servants and constantly reprimanded them severely. She hid her low confidence behind a cold and haughty facade. Therefore, they could not be blamed for not daring to even send a casual glance her way. Last time, one of the female servants got scolded harshly just for staring at the original host. The original host had been furious as she had thought that the servant was ridiculing her for dressing inappropriately. She had even requested for the housekeeper to deduct the servant's wages as a punishment. Xiaobo inhaled sharply as she recalled these memories. This original host was unconfident and dumb. If one was not confident in themselves, how would others be able to look highly upon them? Lashing out at others would only reveal her inner vulnerabilities. Young mistress. What did I do wrong while she was lost in thought? One of the female servants, which she had been staring at, had started trembling in fear. Xiaobo immediately snapped back into reality. Taking a closer look, she did not know if she should find the situation humorous or sad. Was this the female servant that was previously scolded to tears? No, you look adorable today. Your hair clip is really pretty. An impeccable smile was plastered on Xiaobo's good-looking face. She exuded a sense of friendliness and gentle kindness. The warm sunlight cast down upon her, causing her milky white skin to appear glowy and radiant. Stunned, the female servant by the door side raised her head in fear. She could not resist blushing after catching a glimpse of Xiaobo's gentle yet outstanding looks. At first, Luo Tianlin frowned as he thought that Xiaobo was making things hard for the servants by the door side. She must be up to no good again. However, just as his face was about to harden, he registered what she just said. Looking up, he saw a joyous smile on her radiant small face. The delicate petite build of her body resembled the elegance of a swan. At the same time, she exuded a sense of friendliness and gentleness. Deep in thought, Luo Tianlin's black eyes flickered. In the past, she had always behaved haughtily before the servants. Things seemed to be different this time around. Husband, thanks for holding on to me. My strength is back again, Xiaobo said coquettishly, her dew-like eyes glancing at him gratefully. Luo Tianlin raised his brows. Xiaobo was anxious. She had to manage her relationship with this man while acting within the personality boundaries of the original host. It was way too difficult not to look suspicious before him. Eventually, though, she would have to live as herself. She could not live unconfidently as the original host did. She still wanted to shine bright on the screens. Furthermore, she was not well off herself either. She could not bring herself to bully the servants. Xiaobohi mustered up the bravery to smile faintly at her husband, who was looking at her suspiciously. "Get in the house," Luo Tianlin said, frowning slightly. "Okay," Xiaobohi said while nodding obediently. She quickly followed behind him. After she left, the housekeeper and servants showed looks of utmost shock and surprise. "And you guys think that the young mistress has become prettier? She seems to be in a rather good mood today. She treated Isle Wen so nicely. Yeah, she smiled so gently at Xiao Wen just now." "Silence! Are you guys in the position to gossip about the young mistress?" The housekeeper instantly scolded them. The servants stuck their tongues out. However, they yearned to continue gossiping all the same. Axie Berhe had always been pretty. Like a blinding ray of light, she was the type to outshine others in a crowd. However, she was always in a negative mood when she was here. Her gaze was always dull, whereas her head was constantly lowered unconsciously. Furthermore, she was always frowning and scolding. Her behavior thus caused her outstanding looks to be reduced to half of what it actually was. She was a different person today, however. Her face raised in confidence with a brilliant smile etched on it. It was as if she was a pearl that got uncovered from the dirt within a day. "You have accumulated focused views from 500 people today, rewarded with 1 goddess roulette wheel." A pleasant voice rang out just as she arrived at the Great Hall and was about to remove her shoes. She had received a goddess roulette wheel. Ingzia Bohe put on the pearl-encrusted slippers handed to her by a servant. She was instantly stunned. "Do you want to turn the wheel now?" Shenpo realized that Luo Tianlin had strode to the center of the Great Hall. A middle-aged lady dressed in a light purple cheongsam with her hair put up into a bun came out to greet them with a smile on her face. She shook her head internally, immediately putting up her mental defenses. "You guys are bad." The middle-aged lady walked out and greeted them. Her eyes were full of concern. "The weather is really hot outside, right? Rest for a while in the room after having a shower. I will ask Madame Wang to prepare some mung bean soup. It will help you all cool down," she said. This lady did not look a day over 40. Other than the crow's feet in the corners of her eyes, a sign of the many smiles and laughter she must have had throughout her life, there were hardly any signs of aging on her face. Her voice was soft and gentle, with intonation from the Jiangnan province. She seemed like someone very easy to get along with. There was a jade accessory resting conspicuously on the youthful skin of one of her wrists. Shiboye also noticed the beaded jade necklace on her neck. The dark green jade beads were evenly sized and shiny. All of a sudden, a single thought occurred to her: Luo Tianlin's mother, the original host's mother-in-law, akin to one of her current immediate superiors. Her performance as a daughter-in-law was dependent on her husband's love toward her and how well she got along with her mother-in-law. The relationship between in-laws has always been a big problem in most families. If her mother-in-law did not like her daughter-in-law, she would find fault in everything she did daily, both overtly and covertly. Even if it did not bring their marriage to shambles, such behavior would cause the daughter-in-law to suffer terribly. Mother Exa Buffet called out sincerely at once. She felt the strong need for survival. As a lowly actress in the past, she could shower others with flattery just to secure a filming role. She'd always flattered the casting director as if he was on cloud 9. She had to be likable to make it big. Axia Boe followed behind Luo Tianlin, trying her best to appear like a girl with a goody two-shoes demeanor. She had to look inconspicuous and obedient. However, after calling out, the entire great hall fell into silence. And standing firm on the marble floor, she noticed a look of unbelieving dumbfoundedness flashed across her mother-in-law. Shu Yashi's dignified, kind, and delicate face. Her mother-in-law instantly directed her attention, which had been fully focused on Luo Tianlin, over to Xiaobohi's face. There was a look of shock and doubt plastered across her face. The weird expression on her mother-in-law's face stunned Xiaobo as well. The next moment, Luo Tianlin's cold voice rang out. "You do not need to prepare the soup. We will go back to our room to rest and come down for dinner later." His long legs stopped in their tracks. His dark gaze swept over Haya Bohi coldly. Goosebumps arose all over Xiaobohi's skin. What did she do wrong? "Alright, go take a rest first." "I will not disturb you guys," Exuazi said, responding quickly. Fear could be detected in her voice. Jirede could somehow feel that something was not right with the way this mother and son got along with each other. After taking a few steps forward, Luo Xianlin turned back to look at Tia, most likely not understanding why she was not following behind him. Thus, she stopped herself from reading into the situation too much and quickly caught up with him. Before she went up to the second floor, Xiao finally glanced briefly at her mother-in-law. She was unexpectedly met with her grateful gaze. Startled, Exiaboho immediately responded with a polite smile. Treading lightly on the thick carpet, she was endlessly shocked as she took in the sight of the crystal handle of the spiral staircase, the renowned paintings on the wall, and the various antiques placed in each corner of the manor. However, she could not stop thinking about her mother-in-law's weird attitude. A mother-in-law being grateful toward her daughter-in-law, she did not do anything that deserved her gratefulness. "Are you waiting for me to carry you back to the room?" a cold voice uttered. Raising her head in surprise, Ibohi realized that there was a distance of 4 to 5 meters between her and Luo Tianlin's long legs. She must have been distracted by her thoughts. "I will give you 3 more seconds." "Keep up with me," he said. Luo Tianlin squinted his dark eyes in annoyance, and Xiaobohi gulped. If she said that she was indeed waiting for him to carry her, would he be pissed off? Meanwhile, Xiaobohi, who Xiaobohi was concerned for, turned around and held up her phone excitedly after they went upstairs. "Oh, Luo, did you know that our daughter-in-law just called me a mother? Does that mean that Tianlin is gradually accepting me? Otherwise, our daughter-in-law would not dare to call me a mother. Tianlin is still same old, but Yixuji was at a loss for words. Halfway through, she seemed to have thought of something. Madam Wang, she yelled, rushing into the kitchen. "What does Bohi like to eat? We will make more of that tonight." After giving her orders, Exiosi felt slightly vexed. As a mother-in-law, she did not even know what her daughter-in-law likes to eat. She had really been way too indifferent toward her daughter-in-law in the past. Eventually, Xiaobohi did not let Luo Tianlin carry her back to the room. The Luo family manor was extremely large. The main residence alone seemed to be bigger than 1,000 square meters. The manor was 3 stories high, with a small garden and a swimming pool on the rooftop or a terrace, and some fruit trees. To give the couple some privacy, Luo Tianlin's room was on the 2nd floor and not on the 1st floor where the elderly's rooms were located. Upon entering the bedroom and realizing that it was larger than the 2-bedroom flat that she had saved so hard to buy it in her past life, Xiaobohi could only cry out in anger in her heart that it was too much to be filthy rich. This room seemed to be modeled according to Luo Tianlin's personal preferences. Tones of black, grey, and blue dominated the design color palettes, treating the room to a sense of coldness and dullness. It might be more fitting to call it a suite instead of a bedroom. As they entered the room, an orderly row of lights lit up automatically. At the same time, the curtains gradually moved apart. On the right were a gym and a small study room, whereas on the left were the bedroom with dark color wallpapers, attached toilet and bathroom, and a walk-in closet. Standing on the soft wool carpet, Xiaobohi could not help but felt like she was dreaming. Would she be able to buy a property like this after a lifetime's worth of hard work? This was only a small part of the manor. Standing in front of the glass window by the bedroom, she has a clear view of the swimming pool below, which was surrounded by flower beds. Her heart constricted in awe. The joy of being wealthy. According to our agreement, you would only need to say what you're supposed to say. Do not do anything extra. Luo Tianlin's low and raspy voice resonated by the sides of her ears. Given his prickly personality, he tended to drive others away from him. When he gave a warning, he came across much more commanding and domineering. The bubbles of happiness in Xiao's heart burst instantly. "You just have to be the perfect granddaughter-in-law in front of my grandfather," Luo Tianlin said. Luo Tianlin approached her and looked down at her from above, his tall figure casting a shadow upon her. The afternoon sunshine seemed to have blurred out. Xiaobohi's height merely reached the front of his chest. As he approached her, she got pushed against the wall. This man was so insensitive and fierce. She was grimacing inside when a notification rang out in her ear. "The goddess roulette wheel will expire in 5 minutes. Please use it as soon as possible." Caught by surprise, Xiaobohi paid no attention to the man's warnings and responded in her heart immediately. Use it. It would be a shame if she wasted it. A large and colourful roulette wheel appeared before her once she gave her response. Weeping Beauty, one glancing back prettily, one high and mighty martial arts technique, one there was a line of name on every section of the roulette wheel. Xiaobohi's eyes shone as she scanned the words briefly. She felt even more excited compared to when she first saw this luxurious manor. These skills were really useful. They were all much needed skills for an actress. However, the roulette wheel turned rapidly before she could finish reading it. The silver pointer in the middle stopped moving all of a sudden. She took in a deep breath. When she saw the name below the pointer, she was speechless. "Congratulations, host. You have received Delicately Lovable Halo 1 first. It was endearingly pitiful. Now there was Delicately Lovable. This system was invincible. Was it attempting to transform her into a total queen jerk? Delicately lovable, Romid, this skill is only effective toward family and relatives. It can be activated 3 times a day. Upon activation, this skill will last for an hour. A girl that is obedient, adorable, innocent, and kind will stimulate a man's desire to be protective of her. This skill is a must during arguments in family trips. Xiaobohi complained internally. Nevertheless, she quickly understood the information presented to her. She was rather surprised after reading and understanding it, so it was effective toward one's family. She moved her gaze onto Luo Tianlin, who was looking down at her with a frown. Her husband was considered her family, right, young Master Luo? What did you just say? Anxie blinked her eyes. She then activated Delicately Lovable immediately. You were being way too fierce to me, her soft and silky voice lingered in the air. Luo Tianlin furrowed his brows, hearing what she said. He was talking to her. How could she get distracted if this was his subordinate as he was lost in thought? He raised his eyes and caught sight of Xiaobohi's dew-like, almond-shaped eyes. The watery glint of her eyes gave out a strong sense of innocence and obedience. It seemed that her behavior downstairs was unintentional. He must have assumed wrongly. A gentleman should never get mad at a girl who had not done anything wrong. Luo Tianlin clenched his left fist and moved it up to cover his mouth. He then coughed lightly and took a step backward. I have a meeting to attend. You should take a rest first, he said. Looking closely at his handsome face, there was a hint of embarrassment and a slight trace of regret for blaming the innocent girl. Xiaobohi bit her lips without realizing. She could not stand it any longer. She was about to burst out into laughter. This skill was way too useful. In the steam-filled bathroom, Xiaobohi caressed her shoulders with the soft and fluffy bath foam. She was taking a relaxing bath in the bathtub. One of her dreams was to buy a house big enough to fit a bathtub. Every day she came home exhausted, she could take a soothing hot bath to relieve herself of the day's fatigue. Her dream had finally come true today. Most of her fair skin was submerged in the bathtub, almost blending in with the snow-white bubbles. However, she quickly shifted her gaze to the phone screen in front of her. Mom, Bohei, I found another blind date for you. He doesn't mind that you're in debt. How about meeting him this weekend? By the way, the second payment for your brother's house renovation is 80,000. The bank card in your drawer has run out of money. Can you transfer some more money to me, or can I sell those branded handbags in your closet? As Xiaobohi finished reading the message, she could not help but feel suffocated, as if her nose and mouth were flooded with foam. The original host was born into a common family, but her parents preferred sons over daughters. After her younger brother was born, everything in the household was centered around him. Although the original host had good looks and had made a bit of money from filming commercials and working as a car show model, most of her money was spent on her younger brother. Now, rather than saying that she was in debt, it would be more accurate to say that she was shouldering a mortgage for her brother. As for her mother, she was even willing to sell her daughter for the sake of her son. Since the original host became an adult at the age of 18, she had used all means to marry her off to a rich man in hopes of realizing her son's dream of becoming a rich second generation. Therefore, after the original host had married Luo Tianlin in a fit of anger, she also kept it a secret from her parents in case they used her as the Luo family's cash machine. The original host did not want to bind herself to the Luo family forever, to avoid her parents' suspicion. She did not even take her clothes with her after marriage. She even wants to sell her daughter's handbags. Xiaobohi was a little speechless. The original host was really both unlucky and lucky at the same time. It was unlucky to be born into such a family, but it was also because of this family that she had the opportunity to marry Luo Tianlin. This was because the original host's grandfather had already become good friends with the Luo family's grandfather as early as 50 years ago. Along with another Old Master Zhu, he had started his business from scratch together with Old Master Lu, and 3 of them were known as the real estate industry's golden trio at that time. Only until the original host's grandmother was diagnosed with cancer did her grandfather realize that he had neglected his wife and children because of work. After losing his beloved wife, he had returned to his hometown, and since then, the 3 families had completely lost contact with each other. And even the original host's parents did not know that their old man had such a relationship with the Luo and Zhu families who belonged to Jiang City's elite class. A year ago, the original host's grandfather was diagnosed with a brain tumor and returned to Jiang City for treatment. Old Master Luo had found him moments before he passed away. Before his death, he worried the most about his granddaughter. He felt that as soon as he kicked the bucket, she would probably be sold to an unreliable old geezer by his unfilial son and daughter-in-law. After much thought, he gritted his teeth and decided to just entrust her to his good friend's grandson. Although the original host did not like Luo Tianlin, firstly, she could not bear her grandfather to worry even on the brink of death, and secondly, she had just gotten dumped and wanted to spite her ex. On impulse, she had gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau and signed the marriage certificate with Luo Tianlin. Xia Boy felt that the novel setting was simply fascinating. Mum, Bohei, where are you? Reply if you see my message, Mum. What you doing, Mum? If you don't pay the 80,000, the renovation of your brother's house will have to be halted. Nowadays, nobody can get a beautiful young wife without a house. Do you have the heart to see your brother remain a bachelor forever? Can you bear to ruin your brother's life? Every minute, her mother would send a message. Her sense of urgency was truly insane. Xiaobohi rolled her eyes. According to memory, the original host brother was only 18 this year and still in his 3rd year of high school. Even the act of dating would be reported and criticized by teachers, not to mention getting married. A house in your dreams. Exia Bohe lazily stretched out a fair and slender hand from the floating foam, slightly wiped it on a towel, and lightly tapped on the screen to send a voice message. He'd better put aside the renovation and supervise his studies first. Nowadays, if one doesn't pass the National College entrance examination, he won't even get to marry an unattractive girl his whole life. The National College Entrance Examination is an academic examination held annually and serves as a prerequisite for entrance into almost all higher education institutions at the undergraduate level. Do you have the heart to see your son remain a bachelor forever? Can you bear to ruin your son's life? Oh, Mum, you're so cruel. After sending the heartening voice message, Ijia Bahei let out a snort and slammed her phone face down on the small table beside her. You want my money? No way. You want my life. Not in a million years either. Keep dreaming. After Ishua Bahi replied to the message, there was complete silence on the other end of the phone, and the second message did not come even after a long time. In a small town east of Jiang City, her mother Mao Rumimin was sitting in an air-conditioned room, eating watermelon. She dug out all the red flesh in the center and stored it in the refrigerator for her son, whereas she only ate the edges of the fruit. Before opening the voice message from Zia Bohe, she was still saying to the matchmaker beside her, then let's follow the guy's wishes and make an appointment on Saturday. He's a big boss, right? How many houses does his family have? And does he have over 10 million in savings? It'll let you have a look at my daughter's photo. It's not an exaggeration to say that she looks better than movie stars. If your matchmaking is successful, the guy's family will thank you for it. As she talked, she cut a piece of watermelon and gave it to the matchmaker. This piece of watermelon was quite small, for she had only cut a thin triangle. Help yourself. I'll slice a new one, if it's not enough, Maya Ruimin added with much generosity. The matchmaker was Aunt Lu, a woman in her 50s, working in the neighborhood association. Besides, he often mediated conflicts between neighbors, and hence was acquainted with many people. She stared at the piece of watermelon passed to her, torn between accepting it and rejecting it. Her expression darkened slightly. If it were not for the beauty of this family's daughter which had attracted her distant cousin brother's desire to meet her after he saw her photo, she really wouldn't bother to have excessive contact with his family. Ever since old Master Aka passed away, this family had become completely outrageous. Not only were they stingy penny pinchers, they even planned to sell their daughter, whereas their spoiled youngest son caused trouble all over the place. She had already heard of him skipping class several times. To tell you the truth, Mrs. Xier, the guy is a businessman and possesses a fortune worth 10 million. But he has been divorced before and has 2 daughters. Marcia Ruman's eyes lit up. Oh, that's great. Aunt Lee was stunned. Which part of that was great? One of the children is in primary school, and the other is going into junior high soon. Having daughters is great. Our Bohei can even bear a son. After marrying into their family, she takes after me and can get pregnant easily in future. Mao Rimin had a joyful expression plastered all over her face. She can even enjoy the care of 2 existing daughters. This is a piece of good fortune that you can't get even if you tried. Her daughter was not even married yet, and she was already thinking of letting her daughter give birth to a son and get her share of wealth. Not only did she want to sell her daughter, she even planned to sell her grandchild. Her greed for money was truly over the top. As Lu listened, her expression became increasingly weird, and she thought that she should persuade her distant cousin brother with a word or two. Then that's settled. I'll tell you when I've set the time. Nevertheless, Maya Rumin did not notice any strange. She let out a sigh happily and stood up to see her guest off. However, her phone rang right at that moment. Mao Renmin took a glance, and seeing that it was a message from her daughter Bahei, she felt a little gleeful as she could take the opportunity to show off in front of Aunt Lu. My daughter just sent a message. My son is short of 80,000 for renovation funds, and my daughter is trying to raise the money for me. She has nothing much to be complimented for except her sense of filial duty. You definitely won't go wrong introducing her to that guy. Mao Renmin rattled on proudly, not noticing how Aunt Lu almost looked at her condemningly after listening, but instead tapped to open the message half braggingly. She knew that her daughter never resisted her orders. If she helped her younger brother, he would help her back after growing up. After she got married and became old, she would have to rely on her small brother in the future. Was that not how things were? Mao Renmin was very sure that Xia Bahei would transfer the money obediently. Even if she had to borrow from someone else, she would do it for her brother all the same. However, the unexpected arrived the moment she tapped on the voice message. In that instant, Xia Bahei's cadenced and clear, relaxed voice came out from the phone mockingly. Mom, if brother can't get into college, he won't even get to marry an unattractive girl his whole life. You have the time to supervise the renovation, but not his studies. Do you have the heart to see your son remain a bachelor forever? Can you bear to ruin your son's life? Mom, you're so cruel. Mao Renmin froze in her tracks immediately. Mao Renmin was dumbfounded when she heard the reply. As for the matchmaker Aunt Lu, she could not help but let out a chuckle. Hearing her chuckle, Mao Renmin's cheeks immediately turned flaming red, then green with a shade of white, but her face was mostly taken up by a blank expression of bewilderment. Something must have gone wrong. Could it be that someone stole my daughter's phone and made up a reply to prank me? This is definitely not my daughter, in the Luo family's manner. After taking a nice relaxing bath, he was drying her hair when she remembered that she had not completed her daily task received in school. Beautiful women who constantly strive for improvement are even more attractive. Please complete the process of washing your clothes by yourself once. Reward, 300 goddess points. Xia Bahei did not have to think to know that normal wealthy wives did not need to do their laundry themselves, but she did not see it as a burden at all. To her, this task seemed easy and natural. Her hospital gown costume was stained with her period blood, and it would be embarrassing if she were to let someone else wash it. She walked to the bathroom countertop situated beneath a wall-sized vanity mirror and turned on the automatic faucet, soaking the blood-stained spot on the hospital gown. She then pumped out some Armani hand soap from the dispenser beside her and rubbed it into the gown. While pumping the soap, she inhaled its classy orchid fragrance, which caused her heart to expand. Did anybody ever use Armani to wash off period blood? She felt like she was floating. However, she really could not find a single bottle of laundry detergent in the bathroom. Her ego-inflated Xia Bahei was even more vigorous with her rubbing, and with a flick, a speck of orchid-scented foam splashed tragically onto the corner of her eye. She subconsciously rubbed the spot and her eyes immediately leadened. She lifted her head and looked into the mirror. She had not performed a skill exchange yet, but she was currently already a real-life, endearingly pitiful beauty. The original host's dainty oval-shaped face was complemented with her translucent snow-like skin, which had a faint pink tinge. She looked completely flawless, as if she had an unnatural toning cream. Moreover, her soft pink cherry lips and straight delicate nose further brought out the radiance in her bright almond-shaped eyes. At the moment they were slight red, which made her look as adorable as a small animal. Xia Bahei admired her reflection for a while, until she heard her phone vibrate by the sink. She quickly turned on the screen, tapped on the unread message. The original host's mother's enraged and resentful scolding voice immediately rang out overwhelmingly, echoing throughout the empty bathroom. Xia Bahei, I only asked you for 80,000 yuan. I gave birth to you and almost died raising you, but I ended up raising a white-eyed wolf. You think you're all grown up now and can ignore my words. Just look at yourself in the mirror. Who did you inherit your looks from? Would you be who you are today without me? You won't even be able to set foot in an art school, not to mention becoming a celebrity and filming commercials. As his truths, his expression Kayan, which literally translates to white-eyed wolf, is used to describe someone who is cold-hearted and ungrateful. You better transfer that 80,000 over in 3 days, otherwise I won't call you my daughter anymore. Don't ever think of setting foot in our house, you white-eyed wolf. The lewdness of her voice startled Xia Bahei. Even Luo Tianlin, who just finished a meeting and walked into the bedroom, could hear everything clearly through the bathroom door. He furrowed his brow and looked toward the glass door, drawing back his gaze. He was about to sit down, but he raised his eyes again and looked frowningly at the bathroom door, which was slightly ajar. After thinking for a while, he finally got up and walked toward the bathroom. Through the crack, he saw the girl's eyes that were as red as a rabbit's and her eyelashes that seemed to be wet with water drops. She was secretly wiping the glistening corners of her eyes. Standing in front of the spotless mirror, she now seemed like a pitiful and homeless abandoned child. Luo Tianlin narrowed his dark eyes and stopped abruptly in his tracks. There was an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Xayebohe, how did I give birth to a white-eyed wolf like you? Accompanied by the original host's mother's irrational yelling and near-hysterical scolding. Engevode rubbed her eye, which was irritated by the soap bubbles. At the same time, she heard a sound from the system. Task accomplished. A goddess has descended. Wash 1 piece of clothing. Task reward, 300 goddess points. 1 skill exchange available. Current total sum of goddess points is 900. It is recommended that the host upgrade endearingly pitiful and delicately lovable. The higher the glow level, the larger the target range, or the stronger the effect. Excited, Xiaobohi rubbed the hospital gown in her hands even more vigorously. The newly added target group for endearingly pitiful level 3 was geeks addicted to video games. As for delicately lovable level 2, other than arousing her family's desire to protect her, it would also make them empathize with her and feel heartache for her. These skills were seriously useful. She struggled internally for a bit, but eventually failed to resist the temptation. After going back and forth between her options, she finally decided with much difficulty to upgrade delicately lovable to level 2. As for endearingly pitiful, she planned to not upgrade it at the moment since she would not be running into a geek for the time being. With that thought in mind, she inwardly notified the system to perform the upgrade and subconsciously wrung the water out of her full gown, not even realizing that a few drops had splashed onto her sleeves. As for Luo Tianlin, who had been standing at the door for a long time, furrowed his brow even deeper while watching this scene. He watched how she almost wrung the gown in her hands into twists with a listless look in her eyes without even noticing that he had appeared at the door. Her face reflected in the mirror was white as snow, like a piece of rice paper that could be easily torn apart at any time. She seemed to be in a lot of pain. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly knitted, her teeth were lightly biting her rosy lips, and her reddened eyes were gradually welling with tears, but she seemed to be holding them back. Now you're just going to ignore when your mother is talking, aren't you? Mrs. Sear's voice increased another few decibels. Frowning, Luo Tianling cleared his throat and knocked on the bathroom door. Xiaobohe had just finished exchanging a skill and was experimenting with its new functions when she was brought back to her senses all of a sudden. With a turn of her head, her gaze met his imposing black orbs, and she could not help but exclaim a little while trying to hide her guilty conscience. You have finished work. Her cheeks were flushed. He did not discover her talking to the system, did he? Her small hands tightened around the gown. Luo Tianlin's bottomless gaze instantly moved from her flushed lovely face to the water droplets on her dainty nose and the redness which had not yet faded from her eyes, then finally landed on the hospital gown in her hands. With a glance, he frowned again. However, just as he was about to speak, another thunderous shout came from the phone by the sink. Bohe, did I just hear a man's voice? Where are you? Are you with a man? Have you been doing shameless stuff with indecent men? Mrs. Zia's ugly words immediately made Luo Tianling wrinkle his brow unexpectedly. Xiaobohe shuddered and ended the call at once with shaky hands. Hey. Mrs. Zia's wrath was straight away cut off. However, Xiaobohe was still embarrassed. She had put her phone on speaker so that she could wash her clothes more easily. She squeezed her small hands together nervously, not realizing that her last use of delicately lovable had not yet reached its time limit, and the newly upgraded level 2 version was already taking effect in full power. She did not say anything, but her silence was even more powerful than any spoken words. She seemed hesitant to speak, giving the appearance of a fragile, charming lady who was suffering from grievance yet trying to contain herself. The pain caused by the soap bubbles finally made her eyes glimmer with tears, and the droplets on her eyelashes seemed to be on the verge of falling. Luo Tianling glanced down at her, an indescribable ache welling up in his chest. You can tell me about it, huh? Whatever problems your mother brought to you, and whatever difficulties you're facing, I can settle them for you. A dozen MMB symbols flashed in front of Xiaobohe's eyes. Saying YRB, short for renminbi, is China's official currency. By settling them for her, did he mean that he would give her 80,000 yuan? She had not even said anything just now. She could get 80,000 just like that. In just a few minutes, this delicately lovable was really something. Ziarpe was exceptionally tempted. However, she was not such a pure-hearted person. An old actor who had been in the industry for a long time and had told her that a happy woman must remember to establish an image of self-love in front of her man, as well as show love for him no matter what. Even if this love was fake, as long as it appeared real, it was enough to make a lot of foolish men fall head over heels for her. The original host's mother was a selfish person. There was no need for her to destroy her self-loving image and beg for money from men for the sake of such an elder. Zhibohe raised her head and looked at Luo Tianlin in front of her. This man always carried himself calmly and had a lot of experience under his belt, but his personality was dull and cold. He was uncompassionate most of the time, always exuding a kind of indifference all over his body and appearing superior and majestic to most people. 80,000 was a small number to him, however there was no way he could take a liking to an unreasonable woman who only knew how to ask for money from him, right? With that thought in mind, Ziarpe lowered her face, concealing the eagerness in her eyes. I can't ask for it. She could hold herself back. After all, wasn't only 80,000. Was it 80,000 that she lacked? No, what she lacked was a large manor of at least 80 million. She would endure this. My mother, I can't ask for money from you for her sake. Zhibohe gritted her teeth. You didn't get your money out of nowhere either. I came back to take a bath just now, but you were still at work in a meeting. You made so much money because you worked harder than others. Understanding a man's hardship was also a recognition of his success. Zhibohe lifted her head firmly. I can't take your money, as if, however, she could also empathize when it came to money. She gradually remembered the days when she used to play the role of an extra and experienced wind and rain with the same crew, only to receive a net income of 300 yuan at most. I was impressive enough if she could save 4,000 or 5,000 yuan in a month. Moreover, if she had to pay for her rent and meals, buy skincare products and clothes, and even attend acting classes. In the end, she could only live from paycheck to paycheck. It was astounding how the original host's mother could ask for 80,000 just like that, and even dared to yell at her when hearing a man's voice. Even if the original host filmed commercials without rest, she still could not amass that much money in such a short time. She would basically be forced to sell her body, and Zhibohe felt like crying while recalling her past, but the next moment she became furious while thinking of the original host's mother. Her hands were balled into fists, and this time there were real tears in her eyes. She looked extremely vulnerable and fragile. Luo Tianlin's gaze darkened. The girl had come near him. Her voice was soft and gentle, and she exuded a sweet scent of strawberry body wash. Furthermore, as due to their proximity, he could even see how the skin on her neck had turned pink from the steam. It's not just a matter of money. After a long while, he spoke in a husky voice, his tone low yet not allowing room for any interruption. Doing shameless stuff with indecent men, as he thought of that, there was a raging torrent in his eyes. You should let your mother know who you're with. And he could not even bring himself to utter those filthy words. Zhibohe was taken aback. He had heard the original host's mother scolding her just now, and even took her words to heart. Spinking, Zhibohe bit her lip and shook her head. Grandpa Luo had agreed for us to tell everyone about our marriage after I graduate from university. If they announced it now, she bet that the original host's mother would immediately move into this manor with her son. Why would she care about renovating some damn house? If my mother knew she would cause you trouble when that time arrived, she would be very bothered. The original host's mother would be watching her like a hawk all the time, and due to moral relations, she could not be unfilial no matter how over the top her demands were. However, she refused to do that. She felt that the original host was most probably unconfident because of her mother. Even when she had agreed on a whim to marry Luo Tianlin but ended up causing a riot after marriage, it was the indirect result of being forced into a corner by her mother. With all these events combined, she was extremely unwilling to deal with the original host's mother. For that reason, it was best for her to avoid the image of a cash cow in front of the original host's family, and not have too much contact with them. If they knew that she had married into a billionaire family, she would be doomed. The original host's family would leech off of her even more, and there would be no way she could get rid of them. If she asks for too much from you and Grandpa Luo at that time, I wouldn't know what to do. Zhibohe closed her eyes with much difficulty, then took a deep breath before opening them. I'm sorry. Although I'm useless, I'm not ready to become a burden to others, and I don't want my family to become a burden too. There was a slight movement in Luo Tianlin's dark eyes. You really think so? Xiaoboqi nodded. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows instantly. I thought that you hid our marriage in pursuit of your true love. Xiaoboqi was stunned for a while. Then she remembered how the original host had repeatedly rioted, saying that she was in love with another man, and not Luo Tianlin, and that she would divorce him after graduation. Remembering this, goosebumps broke out all over her body. That's not the scent of fear on Luo Tianlin, was as chilling as winter snow. However, the next moment there was a knock on the door, followed by footsteps and an exclamation. Luo Tianlin shuddered and immediately loosened his grip. His mother Ixu Yazi was frozen in the doorway, holding a tray of fruit and soup. I said that I don't need anything. Luo Tianlin's black orbs darkened. Ixu Yazi looked at him, then at poor Xiaoboqi beside him. Her eyes were red. It seemed that she had been crying. Tianlin, this is not for you, it's for Bohei. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. Ex-Yuazi gave him a rare glance of disapproval, then turned to look at Xia Bohei sympathetically. You're a man. How could you be so rough to a girl? Luo Tianlin was confused. Luo Tianlin's handsome face twitched slightly. Bohei could not resist the urge to look down at the floral patterns on the carpet, where her feet were planted on. She tried her best to hide the trace of a smile on her face. Xuyavi placed the fruit platter on a small table. She turned to face Exaya Bohei with a warm, kind smile on her face. Good girl. The mung bean soup has been chilled for a while. It has a cooling taste, but cannot be too cold. It will help you cool down from the summer heat. I have selected a few types of fruits for you as well. Just pick the ones that you like and have them. Dinner will be served in a little while, she told her. Women are made of water. Eat more fruits for good skin, she added. She did not wait for Xie Bohi's response. Her gaze flitted past Luo Tianlin and landed on the wall behind him. As a man, you must be more generous at heart, she stated. Luo Tianlin frowned. Shu Yazi coughed lightly. Your grandfather and father will be back soon. Despite having been in the Luo family for so many years, I have never seen them making things hard for women on purpose. What more treating your own woman that way, she said. Done with what she had to say, she seemed relieved yet anxious at the same time. She then left the room quickly without daring to even take a glance at Luo Tianlin. After disappearing from sight, she seemed to have remembered something. She spoke again. Bohei, come do some flower arrangements with me when you are free, she added. Her final words rang out from outside the door. Eventually, her voice died away along with the sounds of her hurried footsteps. It seemed like she was escaping in fear. Xiaoboqi was stunned. This mother-in-law of hers seemed to be afraid of her son, huh? The original host had always maintained a cold demeanor. She had rarely interacted with anyone in the Luo family other than Luo Tianlin's grandfather. Furthermore, she rarely came home and had never attended any gatherings with the wealthy mistresses and young ladies due to her secret marriage. Therefore, she did not understand much of the secrets and gossip within the industry. But looking at things now, why did her mother-in-law seem to behave like Luo Tianlin's stepmother? She turned around to look at Luo Tianlin. He had a nasty look on his face, one that warned others not to meddle with him. It seemed that her assumptions were correct. She could tell from the original host's memories and her interactions with him. After her transmigration, although Luo Tianlin had a cold demeanor, he was not an unscrupulous being who did as he wished. He stuck to his principles and behaved like a gentleman toward both outsiders and family. Although he was cold to the original host, he had always tolerated her and had never argued with her or even mentioned getting a divorce, despite her tendencies to challenge his boundaries. In a logical sense, he would not treat this biological mother so impolitely. The only explanation was that she was his stepmother. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to be afraid of her son. Cough, cough, cough. It seemed that Luo Tianlin's father was young and vigorous at heart despite being at a ripe age. No wonder her mother-in-law looked so young. Then Luo Tianlin's biological mother Xia Bohei could not help but look at Luo Tianlin with sympathy in her eyes. He'd been just like her in her past life. Could it be that his mother had passed away early on and his father had gotten remarried soon after without bothering to care much about him? Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes, his gaze meeting with her pitiful puppy-like eyes. Her eyes were still red-rimmed, giving off a strong sense of endearing pitifulness. His cold, dark eyes laid on her. What was going on in that head of hers? If you insist on getting a divorce, I can agree to it, Luo Tianlin said while leaning on the sofa with his long legs crossed. The cloth of his pants bunched up to vaguely reveal the smooth and defined lines of the muscles beneath. But my grandfather is going to undergo surgery for heart stent insertion. I hope that we can maintain our relationship as husband and wife for the time being. If your mother needs help, I can help to resolve it, he said. As you have to maintain your image as my wife in the outside world. You can do as you wish at home. You can leave a year after, at most. I will give you the corresponding monetary compensations. This includes support for your development in the entertainment industry. Luo Tianlin's voice evened out. He did not increase the volume of his voice, but it still gave off a strong sense of oppression all the same. It felt as if she was standing before a tall, precipitous mountain peak. Other than that, I hope you'd change your habit of not coming home for long periods. Do not worry. I will not touch you, he declared. His back turned numb. Did this man still not believe her? Had he decided to give up on her completely after seeing the text message she sent out to the senior inviting him to meet her in the changing room? Had he resisted himself from speaking out earlier because the driver was in the car along with them for the entire journey? Now that they were alone, he was finally speaking out his mind. She could not get a divorce. After the original host got a divorce, her life had become miserable. Everything had gone downhill and she had lost everything. She could not go on the same path as the original host did. Sia Bohi gritted her teeth. No. Did you think that I wanted to get a divorce with you after hearing my mother ask me to go on a blind date with President Wang? She lowered her head silently and gripped the hem of her shirt. Luo Tianlin raised his well-defined brows and paused momentarily. He then frowned. Wang Lu from Howie Ling Electronics. He is 40 years old and divorced, he said incredulously. No, it is President Wang who has 2 small supermarket chains under him, she said. He has been divorced before and even twice at that. He has 2 children. He should be almost 50 years of age now. Luo Tianlin was dazed. After meeting him, I would have to meet the boss of a hardware store. My mother just sent me his contact. Xia Bohi's voice grew softer and softer. Meanwhile, she checked the status of Delevically Lovable. There were still 5 minutes left. She tilted her head. Her washed damp black hair fell onto the side of her face, moving away to reveal an expanse of her fair, slender neck. The tone of her voice lightened. She paused momentarily, then continued talking. I wanted to go home on the weekend to have dinner with your grandfather, and you as well, but my mother insists that I meet up with these people. If I do not agree, she would call the dormitory, and if I am not there, she would go to the school and cause. Arathis, the original host, had been utterly embarrassed after her mother rushed to the dormitory once in the past. After that incident, my Min, her roommate, came to know that the original host had a poor and uninfluential family. He sidelined by the news regarding her family's rural background within the faculty. Resentment and embarrassment filled Xie Ohua as she recalled this particular memory. Her breath turned uneven. It was the first time Luo Tianlin heard about this incident. He always maintained a calm demeanor, but a slight ripple of shock washed over his stern features after hearing what she said. Why have you not mentioned this before? He asked. Before they got married, his grandfather had told him about Ixayabo's past experiences and advised him to marry her. However, he had assumed that she was a gold digger and simply wanted to get married into a wealthy family. Thus, he had always thought that the stories were exaggerated, as it was just one of the tricks she had used to obtain his grandfather's sympathy. It turned out that the truth was even more appalling than what he had been told then. He looked down at her with a thoughtful look on his face. A coquettish voice trembled as she shivered from head to toe. It was obvious that she was really afraid of her mother. However, she was reluctant to tell her mother about their marriage as she did not want to bring him any trouble. Give me your mother's contact number, Luo Tianlin said, his deep voice resonating. Axia Behe raised her head with a slight tremble. Her face had a teardrop that just slid down. Luo Tianlin was overcome with a sense of agitation. I will help you settle it, he said. Don't give her money. Xie Bohi shouted out immediately. If he were to give money to the original host's mother, who thrived off her, she would rather he gave her the money instead. Luo Tianlin gazed at her deeply. I have my ways, he said. Xie Bohi nodded immediately. The other tear that had formed in her eye then slid down her face as well. After all, a woman must stimulate a man's desire to be protective of her. She also had to make him feel an encroaching sense of crisis. If he insisted on getting a divorce, she would just get remarried to a 50-year-old man. There would be no problem. She would see if he was afraid of losing her now. The thought of his wife being together with a man that could not even be compared with him one day in the future would definitely make him feel uncomfortable. There was a saying that a man can lose, but only to one mightier than him. He had such a strong desire for victory. The Luo Tianlin definitely would not stand by the side and watch her get remarried to some lousy man and do nothing about it. Also, I did not send that text, she added. Ji Ofi nibbled her lip. I don't even like that senior to begin with. He is not even as handsome as you are. He has enlarged pores, oily skin, and a stubby nose. Besides that, his legs are half the length of yours. He cannot be compared to you at all, she described. Luo Tianlin was holding his phone up as he prepared to snap a photo of her mother's phone number. His long, slender pointer finger stopped midway in the air after registering what she had said. Exia Bohei gritted her teeth. She tried her best to bite her lips till they were a bright red, as there were only 3 seconds left till the effect of delicately lovable was over. Her lips turned red like a peach blossoming in spring. Unless I'm blind and cannot differentiate between good and bad, she continued. Otherwise I can tell who is truly a good man. A man would gain a huge amount of satisfaction if a pretty girl showered him with sincere praises. Xia Bohei was an extremely gorgeous girl, not to mention the fact that she had activated the skill that would elicit his desire to be protective of her. Luo Tianlin squinted his dark eyes and looked at her carefully. His sharp edges seemed to have softened momentarily. He did not utter a single word. Being her usual witty self, Exia Bohei did not say or do anything further. She let the atmosphere remain as it was, so that he could bask in the afterglow of it. She turned around and continued to wash her clothes. She washed her pink underwear along with the hospital gown. After squeezing the clothes dry, she held up the thin-strapped underwear and turned around to look for a drying rack and noticed that a red flush had formed on Luo Tianlin's stern face. Exia Bohei found it funny. As a president and school director, he could not be that innocent, right? After all, he was already a mature, 30-year-old man. Exia Bohei blinked. "Where can I hang this?" she said, her tone intentionally soft. Cough. He cleared his throat. Luo Tianlin took a rapid step back, his dark eyes alert. He looked like he had come face to face with a horrific monstrosity. "Place it in the laundry basket. Someone will come and collect it," he said. Hey, okay, Xia Bohei replied with a wide grin on her face. She then did as he said obediently. "I will call you husband in front of your family from now onwards," she said. Luo Tianlin's retreating figure halted abruptly. After a long pause, he replied in his raspy voice, "All right." Meanwhile, in a private tea room within the city district, a sandalwood incense stood on the table, a white porcelain tea set placed beside it. The teacups were filled with emerald grain-colored tea. Min lost big time to her this time around. She got penalized, whereas Xia Bohei got the opportunity to act in her place. Yu Xinji sat cross-legged on an embroidered round cushion. She held a cup of tea in her hands. There was a frown etched on her face. She is like a different person now. Not only could she memorize the lines, but she also managed to portray the character perfectly with all the right emotions. "I was not able to make fun of her at all," she said. Sitting opposite of her was a girl with her hair tied up in a bun and wearing a pearl hairband. She held up a mirror in her hand as she touched up her makeup. Her elegant, angled eyes were lined with eyeliner, whereas faint, shimmery eyeshadow was dusted under her eyes. She looked elegant, delicate, and vibrant at the same time. One could almost say that she appeared flawless. Yu Xinji looked at her enviously. The Zhu family was a wealthy family within Jiang City. Transition is merely these days time, but as its original role was Jiangxi Zhang clan. In terms of prestige, they were just a rank below the Luo family. Zhou Jiran was the only daughter of the Zhu family. The 3 brothers from the last generation of the Zhu family all had sons, except third Uncle Zhu, whose wife gave birth to the only daughter of the family. She was also the youngest child in the family. She had been adored greatly by everyone since birth. Zhu Yiran seemed to have inherited all the genes that conferred exceptional facial features within the Zhu family. Having grown prettier and prettier these few years, her looks resembled that of a customized doll. Almost everybody would gush over her flawless facial features. She had just the right amount of beauty. If she grew to be slightly prettier, she would appear coquettish, whereas if she was a little less pretty, she would not seem as gorgeous as she was right now. Ranran, I'm sure the school will recommend her as an intern to one of the filming crews. "I'm planning to find someone to take a place," she said. Hearing her words, Zhu Izran put down her mirror. Her full pink lips curved into a sneer. "Since it is a recommendation by the school, just let her go," she said. But Yu Xinji hesitated, her brows furrowed. If she does not go, how will she know what kind of perils await her? Zhu Qiran smirked. Yu Xinji was slightly stunned, but she was quick to understand what she was implying. "Ranran, you mean to say that we should cause her trouble after she has entered a filming crew? We need to let her know that the world can be a scary, scary place," she exclaimed. Zhu Xiran nodded with a tight-lipped smile on her face. She then looked down to examine the shiny gemstones on her nails. "I got it, I'll think of something," Yu Xinji said while nodding. "Since Yevohi is not on good terms with you, that means that she is not on good terms with me as well. I definitely will not let her go easily. Right, Mimin, she continued. Zhu Izaran's leisurely stance went still for a moment. Nevertheless, she quickly let out a light laugh, and here into my close friend's group chat. Let her join in our future activities, she said. Sure, I will invite her into the group chat later, Yu Xinji said, overjoyed. Zhujian had an illustrious status within the wealthy lady's peer group. Not anyone could be part of her exclusive social circle. By attending events and participating in activities together with her, it was highly likely for one to be able to get to know and even catch the eyes of some young, talented, and handsome men. Mimin had wanted to be part of her social circle for a long time. She would be content despite having to be penalized if it meant that she could join Zhu Iziran's exclusive social group. Zhu Iziran nodded. Do not disappoint me again. Otherwise, you will not be getting the role of the second female lead, she said. Yujinji was startled for a while. She then agreed at once. Do not worry, Ranran. Zhuran held her cup up to her lips and wet them. She lowered her eyes. A line of words appeared before her. Previous task. Let Xia Bohei take the blame for hooking up with a senior. Failed. Punishment. A pimple would grow on the tip of your nose. Clang. The expression on Zhuan's delicate, small face changed immediately. The white porcelain cup fell from her hands, the tea spilling all over her long dress. Run, did you get a burn? Yujinji got up to hand a tissue over to her at once. However, she was shocked when she raised her eyes to look at her. Hey, Ranran, there is a huge and very red pimple on your nose, she shrieked. Zhu Xiaoran could not care less about the stains on her grey, pleated long skirt. She stood up hurriedly, an anxious look on her face. She touched her nose in despair. Without looking into the mirror, she could feel the large round pimple protruding from her nose. It felt slightly painful under her touch. Ranran, are you okay? Yuzinji could not help but voice out in concern. Zhu Ziran, who usually cared excessively about her looks, could not bear to let anyone see her in such a disgraceful state. She would not be able to stand someone else questioning her directly before her in her current state. Ever since she obtained the beauty system, she had never had a pimple on her face. This pimple of hers just had to grow blatantly on the tip of her nose. The pimple on your face is a punishment for your task failure. It will take 3 days to go away. Looking closely at the words in her mind, Zhu Ziran covered her face with her hands, and she wished she could disappear into thin air right now. 3 days. It would take 3 days to go away. How could she go out with a huge pimple on her face? Agitated, she reached out to cover the pimple with her hand. Her previous ethereal aloofness and temperament were nowhere to be seen. I think I'm having skin inflammations as I've had too much Ijayo Temeti, a type of traditional Chinese medicine that works as a blood tonic. These few days. Anyway, something came up and I have to leave first. She blurted out. The previous leisurely tone of her voice turned shrill and impatient. In her rush to get away, she almost forgot to take her handbag with her. Yuzinji could hardly keep up with a pace. Zhu Ziran had only taken 2 steps forward when another notification appeared before her. New task, prevent Xia Bohei from obtaining any on-screen role during the summer holidays. Reward, sexy lip lines. In the case of task failure, you will face the punishment of having ugly transformation. Zhu Ziran's lumps gave out beneath her. Ever since attaining this beauty system, what she feared most were the punishments. She felt horrible with the pimple on her face right now. What would the next punishment be like? She did not want to get punished again. Becoming prettier when one is already pretty is an act that goes against the wills of nature. Complete the task and the beauty's destiny will be transferred to the host. In the case of failure, the effect will backfire. Host, you can also give up on the task and return to your mundane appearance. Zhuran took in a deep breath, then breathed out slowly. Give up. Ever since obtaining this system at the age of 16, she had completed countless tasks and secretly took over the destiny of countless peers to attain the beautiful looks she possessed today. She could not give up. But the only outcome she could accept was becoming prettier and maintaining a gorgeous appearance forever. No beauty could withstand themselves becoming ugly. She would never allow that to happen. Izinji, let me know as soon as you receive any news about CABA going for a filming audition. Shu Zhuran clenched her hands. She must complete her task this time round to claim Saya Borge's astounding destiny as her own. This girl might be tough and persistent, but she was pretty. She only had herself to blame for being the next target of her beauty system. Yusinji agreed immediately. No problem. Leave it to me. Where is the wind coming from? Xia Bohei wondered. Meanwhile, Shia Bohei shivered as she felt a cool sensation on the back of her neck. She opened the closet immediately. She wanted to look for a jacket, but she was dumbfounded as soon as she opened the closet door. What kind of closet was this? This was not one at all. There was a direct elevator hidden behind the door, in the center of the wall beside the bed. This was just the second floor, right? As she stuttered, she could not understand the world of wealthy people. Other than the spiral staircase, there was even an elevator leading directly to their bedroom. Xiaobo felt extremely insecure. What if someone barged in when she was sleeping? Would they spy on her like she was bare and naked? Not long after, an overcast shadow fell upon her. A deep, raspy voice together with a faint winter cypress scent enveloped her from behind. It can only be unlocked via fingerprint verification. We are the only ones who can access this elevator. Bohi took in a gulp of air. Had she just voiced out her thoughts? Her earlobes felt numb. Her ears turned red in embarrassment. She did not know if it was because she was poor or because this elder man looked extra hot when he said things that matched up to his rich status and made himself seem all the more entitled. Standing behind her, Luo Tianlin felt that she was very petite as she only reached up till his shoulder. His dark eyes were soon trained on her fair collarbone. His gaze remained there for a while before moving away. Don't worry, he said. Nobody will look at your bare body, he added. A wave of heat washed over Xie Bohi's face. She ended up blushing furiously this time round, just as she was about to cover her face with her hands. Her phone started vibrating. Xia Bohi turned around to grab her phone and finally found the changing room. She opened the door of the changing room as she answered the phone call. Lights lit up all around her. The pearlescent lighting filled the room to reveal a wall full of branded handbags, a wall full of shoes, and a wall full of dresses arranged according to their length. And meanwhile, a pastel pink lounge sat in the center of the changing room, with a transparent glass jewelry display counter beside it. It seemed to be arranged that way so that one could lie on the K's lounge and spend some time thinking about what bedazzling accessories to wear before going out. Oh my goodness, she gasped. Xia Bohi turned starry-eyed. Luckily, her phone's vibration pulled her attention away from the luxurious decadence of the room. Just in time. Hey there, Bohei. A kind and familiar voice that also sounded distant at the same time called out from the phone. Amis immediately woke her up from the luxurious fever dream she was immersed in. It took some time for Xia Bohei to register the identity of the person talking to her on the phone. Dean Zheng, she asked. Zheng Qingshan, the Dean of the Performing Arts faculty. Yes, Bohei. Teacher Chen is here as well. Teacher Chen Jianbang, the teacher in charge of the annual play rehearsal just now. Her first-year lines teacher. Xie Bohei's initial thought was that the teachers had discovered that she did not clean up the hall. However, Chen Jianbang's kind voice rang out joyously. Student Xia, your performance in the annual play was marvelous. A few talent management companies are keen to discuss signing a contract with you, he said, as Xia Bohi was dumbfounded. So soon? She had only been back for a few hours. Thinking about it again, she was not surprised. The original host was beyond gorgeous and very much capable of outshining even a group of amorous girls from the film industry. Furthermore, she had used all possible means to portray the terminally ill role as best as she could, among them being the beauty system's skills and the effect of the paying experience pill. There was no doubt that her acting would have gained some recognition. Theoretically, the agency representatives on site should have thought of signing a contract with her. They should have approached her straight away after the play had ended. It was considered late that they were coming now. The rule states that an agency must approach and gain the school's approval first if they intend to sign a contract with a student. Jia Bohei had a better understanding after listening to Chen Jianbang's explanation. We've shortlisted a few agencies that match up to our standards and took down their contacts. I will forward the list to you later, he added. All right. Thank you, Teacher Shen. Shay, Bohei thanked him. She almost leaped up into the air on the spot in the changing room. As a lowly extra in her past life, she had not received any responses despite proactively seeking opportunities with talent management companies. Being scouted or having caught the eye of a talent agent or company was next to impossible. She had finally succeeded in taking the first step toward her dream in this life. The pleasure that came with being surrounded by countless contracts was so immensely satisfying, she had not even had the time to put on something. Holding her phone in her hand, she started dancing the moonwalk in the changing room joyfully. As she pranced around happily, she felt a sharp gaze land on her back. She instantly stiffened and raised her head to look at the full-body mirror in the corner. The image of Luo Tianlin, who had his arms crossed and brows raised while looking straight at her, was reflected through the mirror. She remained frozen in a cheering stance. How awkward. She coughed lightly and put on a jacket embroidered with a Chanel logo. She lowered her head at once and sat down obediently on the sofa by the side of the bedroom. She acted nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened at all. Nevertheless, Zheng Qingshen's next words caused her to almost lose her composure again. The holidays are coming up soon and everyone will be interning in filming crews. But hey, I have an old friend who is looking for someone to take on a minor role in a film. The audition is tomorrow. You should go try out, she said. She would be acting in a film soon. Xiaobohi held up the phone, her arm trembling slightly. Teacher, do you have the script? She asked, her voice wavering. In her past life, she'd always been waiting and standing by on-site at shooting locations for every opportunity to act as an extra. Nonetheless, the most she'd gotten every month was 3 to 4 roles with 1 to 2 lines each. Yes, after looking at the script, you will know that there are a good amount of scenes. You won't have much time to prepare for tomorrow's audition, but I understood from Teacher Chen that your impromptu performance is pretty good. Zheng Qingshen's voice was kind and friendly, much unlike her usual stern self. Xiebohe's hearing felt slightly muffled. The voice coming from the phone sounded distant, but close at the same time. Despite only being able to vaguely register what was being told to her, she could tell that it was the best thing that had ever happened to her. I will send you the overview of the character and audition script. Prepare well if you decide to go for it. This is a very good opportunity, Zhang Qingshan continued. Alright, Xiebohe's hand trembled uncontrollably. Her voice wavered slightly as well. She would be acting in a good amount of scenes. There would even be an audition just for the role. She could not stop herself from trembling. She gulped forcefully and tried her best to look calm. She then took a big scoop of the chilled mung bean soup on the small side table and swallowed it. Luo Tianlin stared at her while seated on a leather sofa. Her eyes shone, whereas her flushed face beamed ecstatically. He looked at her questionably. Xiebohi noticed his gaze and took in a deep breath. She attempted to say something. It is because this mung bean soup is way too delicious. She was about to fly high up. It's my first time drinking something like this. There are even lily buds in it, she stuttered. She felt like crying. It was indeed the green bean soup. She was not going to cry stupidly just because she got an audition for a small role. Sniffling, she felt her eyes heat up. She couldn't help but scoop another spoonful of green bean soup to calm herself down. But before she could eat it, the small bowl in front of her was taken away by a strong hand. Her spoon instantly missed its target. The next second, even the spoon in her hand was taken away. But when she looked up, she saw Luo Tianlin's complicated gaze on her lower abdomen. Before Xiebohe could react, Luo Tianlin had already looked away. He turned around and strode away. After a while, she felt a warm current in her lower abdomen and realized that she was still on her first day of her period. She'd been in so much pain that she was seeing stars. Was Luo Tianlin reminding her that she couldn't drink cold water now? The corners of Shiba's mouth rose. Was this cheap husband concerned about her? Did she work hard today? His heart ached. It's time to eat. Luo Tianlin put down the green bean soup and returned to the cold and aloof look of a master. And heartless, so don't think too much was written all over his body. However, she still wanted to laugh. Okay, Luo Tianlin quickly signaled for her to follow him with his eyes. Don't let Grandpa wait. Xiabo, he also became nervous. The old master of the Luo family was an important figure who built the Luo family from scratch. Although he had retired from the front lines a long time ago and was now only the honorary chairman of the Lu's group, he still had his prestige. In this family, only old Master Luo had protected the original owner, but most of it was for the sake of the dead Master Ye Xie, not because he really admired the original owner as his granddaughter-in-law. Such maintenance was not reliable. Xiebo felt that she needed to be more alert. First, she needed to maintain the old man's favor, and second, she couldn't let the smart old man notice her abnormality. Wait a moment. After thinking for a while, she took out a small paper bag from her luggage. Luo Tianlin took a glance at it and remained silent, but his eyebrows were a little relaxed. This is for the old master. He couldn't help but take another look at Sherby. After not seeing her for 3 months, she seemed especially sensible today. His cold eyes revealed a bit of recognition and appreciation. But not long after, his expression darkened. After taking 2 steps, she stopped. Is there anything else? As she lit up her cute little bird halo again, she forced a harmless and charming smile on her pretty face. "We can go now," but she was still a little embarrassed, and her two little fingers poked each other. "I want to take the direct elevator." "Hey, do you want to take the stairs yourself?" The large dining room downstairs was behind the living room, surrounded by fish tanks, separated by a large screen embroidered with thousands of mountains on both sides. It wasn't the usual mealtime yet, but someone was already sitting on the sofa in the living room. The old master of the Luo family, Luo Yanxing, was leaning on a yellow pear wood longevity peach cane. His hair was all white, but it was neatly combed. Although there were wrinkles on his face, he did not look old at all, because his old eyes were sharp and his shoulders were straight. He looked energetic and strong despite his old age. Tianlin and Buai he got into an argument. His voice was also full of vitality. As he asked, his sharp eyes looked at Luo Jiaxing and Chu Yazi, who were sitting on the sofa opposite him. And Chu Yazi glanced at her husband and hesitated for a moment before telling him everything. "When I went to deliver the fruits, I knocked on the door, but neither of them responded. Then, as soon as I entered, was Tianlin's towards Bo. He wasn't very good." She paused and looked at the old man's expression. Bo, his eyes are red. Old Master Luo frowned. The atmosphere in the Luo family's living room suddenly turned heavy. Did he go to see Bo his school performance and take her home? What kind of conflict had happened on the way back? Luo Jiaxing's face darkened. He could see that the young couple was not in love at all. But because the old man had set them up, he could not say anything as a father. However, he understood his son's character. A son would not dote on his wife, but he would not bully his wife either. Could it be that the little girl screwed up her performance on stage today? Old Master Luo stroked his walking stick. The little girl was sad. I'll ask him later. Old Master Luo frowned. Young people still need to go through some hardships. Shuyasi shook her head. "When I came in today, Bo, he was still fine. She even greeted me and seemed to be in a better mood than before. It's been less than an hour and she's crying in her room." Old Master Luo sighed. "I know." To be honest, he was a little regretful about his grandson's marriage. Shirley was on his deathbed and was worried about his granddaughter. It was normal for him to make a stupid move, but why didn't he think about it at that time? Acknowledging Bo, he as the Luo family's god-granddaughter, was better than ruining the two children's future like this, or had the times changed? Back then, his marriage was arranged by his parents. He didn't know his wife before marriage, but they were still together for 50 years. He thought that his grandson and Bo, he could do the same. However, in the end, their personalities did not match, and their educational backgrounds were very different. The closer they got, the more they repelled each other. "I'm old." Old Master Luo took a long time to say this, his determined face showing some old age. "I won't interfere in the matters of the young couple." Juyazi wanted to say something but stopped. However, in her heart, she wanted to stand on her daughter-in-law's side. She had always wanted an obedient and soft daughter. Unfortunately, after she married into the Luo family, she never had a child. When they were young, Luo Tianlin refused to acknowledge her as his mother and always called her auntie. Later, when Xie Boxi entered the family, he never called her mama or auntie, because he was giving her face or embarrassing her. This was because he even came back less and less often for dinner. Their wedding house was still here, but neither of them had lived there before. Suyazi's eyes filled with grief as she thought about it. She wasn't a mistress who had only gotten together with her 2 years after Luo Jiaxing's divorce. But just as he was about to speak, there was a ding next to the living room. The direct elevator door actually opened. Xu was so surprised that she forgot about her sadness. Even old Master Luo and Mr. Luo could not hide their surprise. Luo Tianlin worked out all year round. No matter how busy he was with work, he would run every morning. There was an elevator in the villa, but he never used it. After all, the house was only 2 stories high. He had always scoffed at the design of an elevator in his room, thinking that it was redundant and inefficient. He even remembered the name of the designer and decided to never reuse it. But today, the 3 members of the Lu family looked at the slowly opening elevator door in shock. Shaya Bohi was wearing a light blue washed denim skirt and a Chanel jacket. Her pretty face was pink and her eyes were bright. She walked out first, followed by Luo Tianlin, their dark-faced grandson who they thought would never take this elevator in his life. Old Master Luo, who was the best at managing his expressions, coughed first and said, "Sit the elevator." As soon as he said that, he saw his grandson's expression stiffen again. Shuyazi, who was watching from the side, almost burst out laughing. She didn't notice anything unusual. She looked down to check her clothes and greeted him sweetly. "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, sorry to keep you waiting." "Yes, I took the elevator. It's very fast and convenient. Thank you, Grandpa." This call of mother made Xu Yazi fall for it again. In an instant, her eyes were filled with tears. Old Master Luo couldn't take it anymore, and his expression management was almost failing. The elevator is better. Why are you thanking me? Shiabo chuckled. It's because Grandpa and Dad work hard that I have the chance to live in such a good house. Of course, I have to thank Grandma and Mum too. Behind a successful man, there are always outstanding women who give their all. She played too many minor roles and was too good at flattering. As soon as he finished speaking, old Master Luo burst into laughter. I see. While he was laughing, he glanced at Luo Tianlin, who was looking at Xie Bohe with a complicated expression, and his face quickly turned serious. Girl, then tell me the truth. Did someone bully you? Grandpa will scold him on your behalf. Xu Yazi was speechless. Didn't the old man just say that he wouldn't interfere? At the same time, Sherby heard a voice. New mission triggered. Gain Grandpa's favor. Old Master Luo seemed to be afraid that she wouldn't dare to say it. He smiled kindly and said, Girl, I'm here. Don't be afraid. If you feel wronged, just tell me. He glanced at his grandson. Luo Tianlin frowned and remained silent, not retorting. With his tall figure, just standing in the living room made the spacious space seem small, and the air was gradually confined. Shibo didn't expect such a sudden turn of events when she saw Grandpa Zai. She lowered her small face and twisted her fingers. She seemed to be in a difficult position and did not know how to speak. However, she quickly checked the new mission that had popped up in her mind. To win Grandpa's favor. Of course, a perfect goddess would be loved by every family member. Mission requirement. Increase Grandpa's favorability 3 times in this meeting. Reward. Analyze the key points of the character in the audition script. Susanna's heart skipped a beat. Girl, are you stupid? Or have you suffered too much? Old Master Luo coughed lightly. Sheba immediately came back to her senses. She tried her best to hold back her desire for this reward. Under the halo of a cute little bird, her eyes suddenly seemed misty, as if they were stained with the dew of youth, full of the purity and innocence of a young girl. However, she took the opportunity to glance at old Master Chu and saw that the wrinkles on his square face were mostly concentrated between his brows. On the contrary, there were very few fine lines at the corners of his eyes. She immediately understood. When the old man was young, he should have been like Luo Tianlin, serious and serious. According to her experience, this kind of people were the most particular about rules and valued reason the most. In an instant, she knew what to say. She looked at Luo Tianlin, who was standing upright like a sword sheath, and said in a soft voice, Grandpa, I didn't suffer any grievances. Luo Tianlin's dark eyes suddenly swept over her. As if she was frightened, she looked away and towards the ground. Every Yuan's nice to me. No one bullied me. Although she said that, every pore on her body showed that she had been wronged, but she could not say it. Old Master Luo had also seen the way she peeked at Luo Tianlin. He couldn't help but feel that the scales in his heart were fair and just, and once again fell in her favor. Old Master Luo looked at her with relief and heartache. Good child, you suffered. She was clearly bullied, but in order to avoid family conflicts and to protect her husband's face, she didn't say anything. Even though she had the support of her elders, she still defended her husband and her family. Such a girl was simply rare nowadays. It's not hard for me, Grandpa. Ixia Bo, he blinked. You have experience. You must know that 2 people will always fight when they get along. Sometimes I even trip when I walk on my left and right feet. Old Master Luo was stunned for a moment, as if he was reminiscing about those words. Then he looked at Xie with a hint of admiration that he didn't usually have. Gain Grandfather Luo's favor 3, a melodious notification sound rang out. Xie, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as she was about to continue, she heard another melodious sound. You have gained the affection of the Iron Man. The extra reward will be calculated at the end of the mission. Jiebo, he turned around in shock and saw Luo Tianlin looking at her with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the cold air around his body had been reduced by half. The indifference between his brows had also subsided a little. His expression had actually eased a little. If one looked closely, there seemed to be a little approval hidden in his black eyes. There was only one thought in her mind. Brother Dewey, so you're that easy to tackle. As long as he acted like he was sensible, it would be fine. No one in the Luo family expected Shiebo to be so understanding. This was because she had never been so easy to talk to before. Today, she had suddenly changed and made everyone feel as if they were a breath of fresh air. They were even more touched as if their daughter had just grown up. And needless to say, the 3 men of the Luo family were all typical chauvinistic representatives. What they admired the most was such a sensible woman who could see the big picture. The only woman beside him, Exu Yazi, was also pleased. Because she was born into a noble family and married into a rich family, she had always known what kind of woman was liked by the rich. She liked Xiaobo, hey, so she was naturally happy that she was sensible now. All right, let's eat then. Old Master Luo waved his hand. I'm an old man. I won't ask about this and that. If annoyed you. Xiaobo smiled and stopped him. Grandpa, I brought you a gift. You should keep it before the meal, in case it's gone and you don't have it if you ask me for it. She came down with a paper bag in her hand. However, if she didn't say anything, no one would ask. But when old Master Luo heard this, he laughed so hard that his wrinkles trembled. He pointed at her. You little girl, do you think I would extort you for 2 gifts? As he spoke, his eyes lit up. It's not a good day today. You even brought me something. Luo Tianlin, who had complained that Xia Bohei was slow to leave the house, was not surprised. He guessed that the bag was a gift, but he didn't expect that Summer would be so good at making the old lady happy. With just 1 or 2 sentences, the old man was so happy that he felt like he had earned more than $1 billion. Yes, I've brought some for you, Mom and Dad. Everyone has one. As she spoke, she reached into her bag. The 4 people were all staring at her hand. The Luo family did not lack money, but the children they gave birth to were all introverted. In other words, the Luo family's mouths were not sweet, their lives were not romantic, and each and every one of them was calm and unlikable. When he was young, he didn't think it was a problem, but when he reached the age of retirement, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that there was less life in the house. For example, giving gifts. At least Luo Tianlin wouldn't do such a thing on a non-holiday. Old Master Luo, who had a high status in the family, was looking forward to it. Ishuyazi, who had a low status, was looking forward to it even more. Even Luo Jiaxing, who was neither high nor low in status, was a little concerned. However, under their gazes, Summer Mint quickly took it out. Her fair and dainty palm was empty, but when her delicate thumb and fair index finger were pinched together, a small heart shape was formed. He fired 3 times. Ha ha ha, I think I've seen it on TV before. Old Master Luo laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. On the other side, Luo Jiaxing and Shu Yazi were also smiling. Father Hao even reached out to take it. Got it? Ikshu Yashi, on the other hand, was a little shy, but she mimicked her and made a heart gesture. Thank you, little Bohei. After the 3 of them finished laughing and gave their feedback, they all looked at Luo Tianlin, who was standing opposite them. Luo Tianlin's face darkened. Why was she looking at him? He would never do such a stupid thing. On the other hand, Shabar squinted her eyes in satisfaction. She was like a cat that had stolen a fish, enjoying the joy of completing her task. Girl, you reminded me, you haven't graduated yet. Do you have enough pocket money? Come, Grandpa will give you a red packet. Daddy will give it to you too. I forgot too. It's the new season. Bohei, buy more of the new styles. The 3 of them moved in unison and took out their phones. Within a second, all the red packets arrived. You've received a transfer of 52,000 yuan from me, your grandfather. You have received a transfer of 52,000 yuan from your father. You have received a transfer of 52,000 yuan from Mother Yan. Along with the system notification, the second collection of favorable impression points from his grandfather was successful. As for Sheba, she couldn't close her mouth. He was shocked. Were all rich people so generous when they gave pocket money? She slowly shifted her gaze to Luo Tianlin, put her feet together, and stood obediently. Yes, hubby, can I accept it? Luo Tianlin gave her a deep look. You've gained an additional favorable impression from the Iron Husband. Sherbar was speechless. Wait a minute, she seemed to have found an amazing way to clear the game. Since it's given by an elder, you should keep it. Luo Tianlin glanced sideways. His seemingly indifferent gaze swept across Xie snow-white skin, but he was also a little surprised. The reason why he married Xiaobo was because of his grandfather's wishes. Many families in the upper-class circle would marry strong people. He had always been conceited and confident in his abilities. He didn't care about his wife's family background. However, he was born in the Luo family and was mentally prepared for a marriage. Secondly, he had never been interested in women. If he were to get married, it didn't matter who it was. He did not have any requirements for his wife. He just wanted her to be obedient and not cause trouble. She was able to accompany him when he had to attend events together, and she stayed at home to coax her elders when she had to. He could turn a blind eye to the rest. However, before this, Summermint didn't meet his requirements at all. She was headstrong. She was full of thorns and avoided everything. She hated that she could not stay away from his family. Luo Tianlin had never had the patience to get along with women, let alone teach them. After marriage, he gradually drifted away from them. But today, Xiaobo had exceeded his expectations. Not only did she not do anything wrong, but she even made up for things he couldn't do in the past, such as making the atmosphere at home instantly happy. Thank you, Grandpa, Dad. Mom Sherba was also as happy as a groundhog, her cheeks almost popping out from her laughter. I'm going to open a separate bank card to deposit it in. I'll look at it every day in the future, and it'll remind me that I'm going to buy new gifts for Grandpa and Mom. Ha ha ha. Old Master Luo finally stopped laughing, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He knocked his walking stick on the floor. It'll be waiting then. Sherby nodded naively. Halfway through, she heard a low, hoarse, and warm voice from the side. It came from above her head and surrounded her as if it had its own two-channel bass sound that was doubled. I'll get Xiao Shen to give you the card. Xiaobo, he turned around and looked at the handsome Luo Tianlin with her bright eyes. Give her a card. Did he have the nerve to give her an empty card? Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and looked at her as if he had seen through her expectations. His thin lips curved into a slight smile. Save the money yourself. Xiaobo Li immediately pouted. Stingy. Under the crystal lamp in the living room, Luo Tianlin's black eyes seemed to be smiling a little. Old Master Luo, who was sitting on the sofa, saw the little interaction between the two of them clearly. His dim yellow eyes flashed with a light. He knew his grandson's usual personality. Previously, the young couple was like strangers, but they pretended to be respectful to each other in front of them. However, they could not hide from his eyes. But today, this person had accompanied her to the elevator, given her the card, and was suspected of bickering. Old Master Luo was so close to using a magnifying glass to see if there was any smile on Luo Tianlin's ice-cold face. It's dinner time. Luo Tianlin noticed the old man's probing gaze and turned around uneasily. Old Master Luo nodded with a smile. I'm a little hungry. Dinner was already prepared. There was a long table made of pear wood, which seemed to be an antique. There were many carvings of begonia and four-season flowers on it. It looked very stylish and original. Before they took their seats, the hot dishes were served one by one. The dishes were not extravagant, but sumptuous and particular. She even realized that the bowls, cutlery, and utensils in front of her seemed to have been measured with a ruler. The space between each of them was the same, and they were arranged in perfect order. Perhaps the Luo family didn't have the habits of eating and chatting, so some women didn't speak openly and obediently, but she silently scooped a bowl of mushroom soup and handed it to Grandpa Ni. Old Master Luo was stunned for a moment before he took it. Xiaobo quickly scooped another bowl for Mr. Luo. Her fair fingers carefully avoided the edge of the small bowl's entrance and laid flat on his right hand. And she, as he hurriedly said, I'll do it myself. Bohei, eat your food. As she said this, she quickly scooped the soup for herself with a spoon and secretly glanced at Luo Tianlin. She was afraid that he would be unhappy if Xiao Bohi also scooped soup for her like this and cause another conflict between the couple. Seeing how determined she was, Shiban nodded. Old Master Luo's eyes darted back and forth. He was very pleased, but he was also a little gossipy. Why is the girl so attentive today? An alarm bell rang in Sherby's heart. He was finally asked. Since she had worn it, she naturally did not have the strong personality of the original body, and she could not willfully go down the drain like the original body. How should he answer this? Xiaobo looked up and saw the old man smiling at her kindly, but his eyes were still full of energy, wisdom, and sharpness. The Luo family had been able to hold its own in his city until now, and no one was easy to fool. She took a deep breath, put down her chopsticks, and secretly pinched herself with her nails. She felt a sharp pain in her fingers, and her eyes stung. No, Grandpa. She pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. It's just that I played a role in the afternoon. Old Master Luo saw her expression and couldn't help but frowned. Did your performance fail? Not smooth. Luo Tianlin, who was next to him, had a complicated look on his handsome face. After thinking for a moment, his dark eyes seemed to have understood something. What's going on, Tianlin? You went to the scene and didn't protect Bohei. Mr. Luo, who had been silent the whole time, put down his chopsticks and said, when a man marries a wife, he must fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Otherwise, if he can't even protect a small family, what great things can he do? Although the Luo family was a male chauvinist, they also had a strong point. It meant that once he took someone under his wing, he would be extremely protective. Whether it's right or wrong, it was someone else's fault. Jie Boli was happy inside, but she quickly said, Dad, Tianlin, help me. I was too into my character the next second. She bit her lip. Luo Tianlin saw that she was biting her red lips so hard that they were almost white. He frowned, pushed his bowl of soup in front of her, and spoke on her behalf. She acted as a terminally ill girl in the afternoon. She was tortured by her illness and had to say goodbye to her friends and family. His words were concise and to the point, and old Master Luo understood at once. How can you let a little girl play such a role? Who came up with this? What kind of script is this? Just now, he was just teasing her, but now he suddenly became dignified and solemn. Shabaz's grandfather, his best friend, died of a terminal illness 3 years ago. The young woman had personally witnessed her own grandfather losing weight bit by bit. She had watched him suffer and die in the end. Asking her to play the role of a terminally ill patient, wasn't it just to make her suffer again and fall into this sad memory again? A group of children who haven't graduated, shouldn't they act like they're in a relationship and are talking and laughing? Old Master Luo also threw down his chopsticks and glared at Luo Tianlin. Nonsense. Aren't you the chairman? You didn't read the script beforehand. Shiba was dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw someone being protective of their own. When she was sad, she blamed the script and the director of the school, but it was okay at that moment. She felt as if she had a high status in the family, far higher than her cheap husband. But she didn't forget her mission and goal. Luo Tianlin was being scolded in front of her. It was so beautiful, but after the incident, he would probably have a knot in his heart. It was hard to say for a man's self-esteem. She quickly shook her head and said in a soft voice, "Grandpa, don't blame him. My role was originally a favored rich second generation, but it was changed at the last minute today." Luo Tianlin was stunned for a moment. He did not expect her to speak up for him. Old Master Luo sighed. "You should reject it. If the teacher forces you, you should ask Tianlin to help you reject it." Social Bowl lifted her slightly blushing face. Her eyes were dim but bright. "Grandpa, I'm fine. This role is very painful, but it makes me think of lot. I was thinking about my past. I'm thinking of some relatives. Thinking of how I used to be too sad and timid. I became willful and disappointing." Tears welled up in Suzerain's eyes as she displayed the weakness of a little bird that needed protection to the extreme. "When I lay on the hospital bed on stage and felt the pain of dying, I realized that I had let down many people who had taken care of me and had high hopes for me. I also felt sorry for myself. Grandpa, after I get off the stage today, I've decided to live a good life from now on. It'll treat the people around me and myself well." A smile appeared on her face at the right time, like a strong yet fragile white flower after a storm. "I want to improve every day." As soon as he finished speaking, an electronic voice was heard. "Mission success. Gain Grandfather Luo's favor. Free gained Luo Tianlin's favor. You've gained Luo Jiaxing's favor. Gained Zhu Yazi's favor. The final reward is being calculated good." Good old Master Luo almost burst into tears with Xia Bo He. "The girl has grown up. If your stubborn grandpa was still here, he would definitely wake up laughing." Xia Bo pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but everything was clear, without words. When it came to family, old Master Asia thought of Grandpa Xie. She didn't lie to Grandpa Zai. It was true that every time she acted out a sad scene, she would think of her dead relatives when she held back her tears. However, it wasn't her grandfather, but her mother who had committed suicide in her previous life. What she said just now was her genuine longing for her family. "Tianlin, you have to take good care of this girl. She's a good girl, don't let her suffer." Old Master Luo solemnly instructed, no longer smiling. Mr. Luo Jiaxing, also nodded. "Bo, he likes to perform. Did you find a crew during the holidays?" "Tianlin, if there's any good opportunity in your entertainment company that's suitable for Bo He, let her try." The little people in Sherby's heart were all dancing happily. However, she glanced at Luo Tianlin, whose handsome face was still unkind, and his dark eyes were so deep that she didn't know what he was thinking. As she recalled the way she had just gotten the game, he seemed to especially like the little white flower hanging on her neck. She was weak but pretended to be strong, the kind that attracted people's attention. "Dad, it's okay. I can rely on myself." Xie Bo Li immediately found her location. "My teacher recommended that I go for an interview tomorrow." Old Master Luo was overjoyed. "You're so talented that even the teacher thinks highly of you. What kind of role are you?" "I'm still waiting for teacher to release the script." Just as Xia Bo, he said this, he saw a line of system explanation. Grandpa's favorability mission reward. 1. Extract the key points of the audition progress. Estimated time of 2 hours. 2. Estimated difficulty of the audition of reward completed. Would you like to view it? Xiaobo He was stunned for a moment and checked in his heart. Current difficulty, man-made disaster. Someone tried to make you fail the audition. You can check the other party's surname for the extra reward. Do you want to check? Of course I want to see it. Sheba had read the entire novel and had some impression of the names of many people. The person who is causing trouble is surnamed Zhu. The spoon in her hand almost fell. I assume this was the most popular surname in this novel, because the male protagonist of the novel was the third young master of the Zhu family, Zhui's. He was not only the best actor in the entertainment industry who accepted jobs with his heart, but also the heir to the Zhu family's hundreds of millions of assets. And this person was also the original body's crush. At that time, the Xie family's grandpa was close friends with the Zhu and Luo family's old men. The original owner of the body was the first to know that her grandpa was going to arrange a marriage for her. Her dream was to marry Zhuai's, the handsome man who had captured the hearts of countless girls on the big screen, but was erratic and would rest for more than half a year. However, the Zhou family did not respond to Master Xie's request. And even when Zhu Wise came to visit Master Zai in the ward that day, he did not even look at the original body, so the original owner of the body was disappointed. So she married Luo Tianlin in a fit of pique. She had wanted to anger the Zhu family and prove that she had a better choice. However, she was in the ward, and she failed to add Zhu Wise's WeChat. Not long after they got married, the original body, who had calmed down, began to regret it. She wanted to hide the marriage again, holding on to a glimmer of hope that she would marry best actor Zhu in the future. After the meal, Xiaobo was a little distracted. The male protagonist of the novel was messing with her, no way. Zhu Wei's probably didn't know that the original body had a crush on him. Moreover, he was a great movie king with countless female fans and countless wives who fantasized about him. What was the original? Even if he knew, did he have to take revenge on her like this? No way. I'm just taking on a small role, and the great movie king still wants to target me. Sheba was puzzled. At this moment, in Star Palace, Josie Zara hesitated for a while before she finally knocked on the door in the corridor. Third brother, I have a friend who was robbed of a role at the audition. Can you help her get it back? In the study room, only one night lamp was lit. Under the dim yellow light, the man standing by the window only had half of his face under the light, and the other half was covered by the black shadow. Zhujiaran looked at the tall man standing in the study. Even if he was her brother, she couldn't help but feel that his face was so good-looking that it made her hold her breath. Otherwise, as long as he appeared on the big screen, he would be a box office harvester. To describe him with the current popular rainbow farts, he would be drowning in his brother's fairy-like appearance every day. He was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. No matter if it was his every move or his every step, he was like a prince who had been sleeping for 1,000 years and had just walked out of the ancient era. Third brother, I have a friend Zhu Ziran, spent some time admiring her brother's beauty before immediately getting to the point. However, before she could say a word, Zhu Wise, who was wearing a light grey sleeping robe, turned around, lowered his head, and interrupted her. You wear a mask at home. His voice was a little lazy, but his tone was very beautiful. Zhuang Shuran immediately covered her face and retreated as if her tail had been stepped on. I have a cold, I'm afraid I'll pass it to you. She clutched the pink mask tightly, her fingers digging into the straps. She couldn't even meet people without a mask. It had been 3.5 hours since she got home, but she looked at herself in the mirror for 3.5 hours, trying to apply various anti-inflammatory and anti-acne ointments on the red and swollen pimple. But it was no use. It was completely useless. Just as the system had said, no concealer or ointment could cover up these two ugly things. She didn't dare to go to the beauty salon or the hospital to get her pimples out for fear that she would suffer a backlash from the system punishment and leave a permanent scar. In front of the mirror, she had cried 2 or 3 times in 3 hours. Third brother really touched a sore spot as Yu Iziran took a deep breath. Brother, my friend is innocent. She was framed and robbed of her acting opportunity. She was even punished and can't go to any production team. Brother, can you think of a way she didn't have a deep sisterly relationship and wanted to help you, Sinuan, out of kindness, but she couldn't bear the consequences of failing this mission anymore? Next week, she had an afternoon tea date with her sisters, and she was going to visit the Luo family with her mother. Perhaps she could see Uncle Luo. Uncle Quith, if her third brother was handsome, then Uncle Luo was the king in her heart. He was cold and distant, but he was like a mountain that she looked up to, far better than anyone of the same age. As Zhu Iziran thought about it, she clenched her fists. This time, no matter what, she was going to make sure that Xiaobo failed her audition. It couldn't become ugly again. However, it was only a second before she felt a chill on her face. She clenched her fists in excitement and accidentally pulled off half of her mask. She didn't realize it herself, but the handsome third brother in front of her frowned when he saw her. "What's that on your face?" Ah, Zhu Iziron blushed and quickly fixed her face. Even if it was her own brother, she still felt embarrassed, but it was too late. Zhu Wei saw it clearly and didn't forget to comment, "It's really ugly. It's the right choice to wear a mask. Are you really my brother?" Zhu Jiran wanted to vomit blood. "Brother, I'm talking about serious business with you." Oh, Zhou Wei's threw the script he was holding onto the table and brushed away the hair that was scattered in front of his eyes. "You said help." Zhou Ziran nodded hard, her heart full of pride and anticipation. Third brother was an actor that all directors in the industry wanted to work with. If he asked my Min to replace Xia Bohei, no one would dare to refuse. "I understand," Zhou Wise responded lazily. The corners of Zhu Ziran's mouth opened behind her mask, but he was only halfway through. "I sympathize with her, but she lost her role with her own abilities. Why should I help her?" Zhou Shiran was confused. Shohei's waved his hand. "That sounds troublesome. I don't want it." Zhu Zhunaran almost vomited blood. "Brother, I'm very weak. I really need help." "Oh, but what does it have to do with me? She's my friend." "You worry too much. You get pimples when you get angry. Go to bed." Zhu Wei's walked back to his desk and looked at his youngest sister. He knew that Zhu Izran had a group of close friends and had won over many young ladies from big families. Many of them wanted to ride on the Zhu family's coattails and did everything they could to please this little sister who had been spoiled by her family since she was young. These young ladies were all different, and some of them didn't look the same. He had long felt that Zhu Iziran's personality was a little impure because of what she had seen and heard. Zhou Wise pointed at the sofa and motioned for her to sit down. "Ron, do you know what kind of person is trying to mediate between these women and relieve their grievances?" Zhu Xiran still had a glimmer of hope in her heart that her brother would help her. She thought for a moment before saying, "My gentle little brother next door." Zhou Wise crossed his hands. "Wrong. It's the auntie from the housing committee." Zhou Xiran almost suffocated, and her face turned red. "Brother, you're too heartless." Zhou Wise raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect her to be so stubborn. He had already made it so clear, but she still wanted to get involved in other people's disputes. She was not tired of it. "Izran, I haven't heard you practice for a long time. If you slack off, you will fall behind. From today on, you will practice for 2 hours every night." "Third brother, I'm not a child anymore." Zhu Iziran stood up with a whoosh, her face full of unhappiness. "You just finished filming and have only been home for a few days. How do you know I haven't practiced?" "Yes, I'll be resting at home for a month. From today onwards, I want to hear the sound of the zither. If you don't go now, you won't be able to have your beauty sleep." Zhu Jiren's eyes widened. However, no one paid any attention to her, as Wise was already reading the script for the next movie seriously, and he didn't even look at her. Zhu Jiren stomped her feet and could only leave in a huff. After she walked out of the room, she quickly dialed Yu Xinshan's phone. "Do you have the contact information of Xie Bohei's audition director?" "Only the assistant director." "Alright, just tell him that my third brother doesn't like this girl and let him do as he sees fit. If third brother didn't want to help, then she could only do it herself." After hanging up the phone, Zhiran could only bitterly go to the piano room. 2 hours of piano practice. Even her fingers would hurt. She would remember this. It was all XCI boss' fault. A coup. After the meal, just as she was about to leave the table, Sherby sneezed. The back of her ear was slightly red. She did not know who was talking about her. "You caught a cold. Just stay here today and don't run around." Old Master Lua looked over with concern and didn't allow anyone to object. "Have you tidied up the room?" "Dad, I've already prepared everything. It's fine to stay a little longer." Xu Yazi immediately replied. Luo Tianlin didn't answer, but the old man waved his hand and made the decision. "The girl has an audition tomorrow, so it's decided. Tianlin, you stay here for a while, and you can go and rest first." Xiaobo had always wanted to stay the night. She had never lived in a villa since she was young, and it was one of her dreams. "Okay, Grandpa." As soon as she left, old Master Luo's amiable smile instantly turned into a serious one. He knocked his walking stick on Luo Tianlin's head. "I know you don't like this marriage, but your father is right. Since Bohei has married into our family as a man, you shouldn't let your wife suffer. Our Luo family does not have such an irresponsible man. If you can't treat her well, then you should get lost from the Luo family as soon as possible." Old Master Luo was starting to shield her. Today, after being hit by 3 consecutive favorable impression points from Susanna, coupled with the halo of a cute little bird, this old man's desire to protect her was completely aroused. Did I make myself clear? If you don't do well, ill find Bo here son-in-law. Son-in-law Luo, Tianlin's handsome face twitched. The old man really dared to say it. He looked up at the second floor and thought of how she had vowed to divorce him after graduation. He nodded. I will do my duty. During the ongoing marriage, he would do his best and they would be safe. After that, they signed a divorce agreement and went their separate ways, giving her the freedom she wanted. Luo Tianlin's eyes were gloomy. On the second floor, Sheye Bo went back to her room first. When she saw the king-size bed in the room, she really wanted to lie down and roll around, enjoying the spring happiness of a rich family. But before she laid down, she thought about it. The original owner and Luo Tianlin had been living in separate rooms. However, in the old mansion, under Old Master's ice watch, they had no choice but to sleep in the same bedroom to make the old man feel at ease. Then here came the problem. Would Luo Tianlin let her sleep on the floor? If they couldn't sleep on the bed, wouldn't the enjoyment of living in a big villa be reduced by half? After some thought, she went to the changing room and found a soft, snow-white rabbit for a shawl. She also took a long black-down jacket and spread it on the ground. After she put on her clothes and lay down, she finally had the time to open the script character that Zheng Qingshan had sent over during dinner time. This was a web drama directed by Wang Runing, and she was playing a small supporting role. See, after reading the character's outline, she was both happy and worried. This was a character that she had never come into contact with in her previous life. The little mute girl who was doted on by the male lead. She had always had a crush on the second male lead and was too afraid to get close to him. The second male lead, on the other hand, was greedy for her beautiful appearance and deceived her body. After she got pregnant, the second male lead reneged on his promise and turned to pursue the female lead, causing the mute girl to become completely evil and do all kinds of bad things. This was a tragic character, but the emotional changes were very rich. It was like heaven and earth compared to the extras she played in her previous life. Xiaobo read every line of the script greedily. Although this character couldn't speak and had no lines, she had a lot of scenes. It was a character that won with expression and body language. Do you want to see the key points of the character performance? Sherby quickly exchanged for her mission reward. Main point. 1. Pure and innocent, self-abased. 2. Secret love, sweet thoughts. 3. The pain of being abandoned. 4. Revenge elbow. He took a look and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The system had really done a perfect reading analysis. However, such a summary was also helpful to her. It was clear at a glance that she could exchange for the corresponding acting skills and acting halos. She now had 900 points of goddess points, which could be exchanged for 3 skills. Pure, innocent, and self-abasing were the early stages of the mute girl. Her pitiable and helpless appearance could be put to good use. She didn't need to exchange for new skills. In the second stage, she had never acted in the act of a crush and sweetness. She had never been in a relationship before, so it was hard for her to grasp such feelings. This had to be exchanged. In the third and fourth stages, the mute girl was blackened. She had only acted out such a feeling in one way, which was a little beggar being bullied and looking for a fight. Sigh. I have to exchange for this too. With this calculation, 900 points might not even be enough. Fortunately, he had been saving up. Xiaobo, he frowned and cried. System, are there any recommendations for exchange? Strongly promoting love acting. 1. Crush simulation experience 12 times 300 points. Every time you enter the interspace for 45 minutes, you'll experience the rush of feelings when you fall in love with the opposite sex, and the dilemma of not being able to say it when you want to. 2. Experience of being cheated 12 times 300 points. Every time I enter, I can experience the feeling of being abandoned, as if my flesh is being cut off from my bones. 3. Sweet Halo 300 points. Able to apply on a person with the movement of your eyes and brows. He will become your love. Lasts for 1 hour. 4. Anger from embarrassment X 300 points. Lasts for 1 hour. Heart rate increases. Hatred for the other party, can't wait to tear them apart. 5. It's so expensive. Is this a robbery? System. After looking at the recommended menu, she felt a little suffocated. Adults had to choose, but only in their dreams. Xiaobo couldn't take it anymore. She was poor, so she could only choose to exchange for some. But when she took a closer look, She quickly found some clues. All the halos, such as being pitiful, sweet, they were both exchanged for 300 points, and there was a limit to the number of times and time they could be used each day. As for the experience class, 300 points were enough for him to take 12 classes, which was considered real learning. Once he learned it, he could use it to improve his acting skills, and there was no limit to the number of times he could use it. Shabar immediately knew what to do. I want to exchange 12 unrequited love courses and 12 cheating courses. After experiencing the contempt and ridicule in her previous life, she dreamed of improving her acting skills and beating up the famous movie queens. She wanted to learn. He wanted to turn all these things into his real abilities. If one day the system was gone, the halo would be gone, but the acting skills he had learned would still be there. After using up 600 points, he still had 300 points left. He could use them to exchange for the halo at the audition the next day. This was double the insurance. Xiaobo couldn't wait. Can we start class now? Host, close your eyes and fall asleep. You can enter the classroom immediately. For every 30 minutes in the classroom, 1 minute will pass in real life. The quality of sleep will not be affected. Do you want to continue training tonight? Shabar's eyes lit up. He can go to class even while sleeping. There were 12 classes, and each class was 45 minutes long, so it was a total of 9 hours. 2 sets of training, a total of 18 hours. But in reality, she only needed to sleep for 36 minutes to complete the training. In the future, even if she didn't know how to act on set, it didn't matter, as she would just take a nap first. To become a god after a night's sleep, Shuba felt that this system was too much. Alright, finish them all. It'll be best if you can play the classes you've attended on loop. It would be fine, even if he had a dream the entire night. Suzerain quickly memorized the script she received with her 10-line skill. Then he went through it a few times in his heart. After confirming that there was no problem with his memory, he closed his eyes in peace. Soon, the darkness in front of her turned white. A wide and clean classroom gradually appeared. There were glass mirrors on all 4 sides, allowing her to see her expression and posture at any time. Just as she was feeling that the system was awesome, she heard another question. The teacher of the course will be filming a scene with you. The host can set his appearance. It is recommended to set it to the type that the host likes for the sake of love training. After the training ends, it will not affect the feelings for him in real life. The host can rest assured. Understood, during the training, she would find a handsome man to be her opponent in a romantic scene. But after the training, she would not have any feelings and would only be responsible for flirting in her dreams. Xiaobo, he did not hesitate to recall Luo Tianlin's appearance in her mind. He was almost a perfect two-man, rich, cultured, and a bit of a man. Desire satisfied all the fantasies a woman had for a man, as well as the desire to win and lose by pushing him down. The settings are complete. The training will now begin. During the training, the system will simulate the feelings of thousands of lovers, and even the magnetic field of the environment to cause changes in the host's heartbeat. The host will carefully experience it. Xiaobo's vision blurred, and a man in a white shirt with the first button buttoned appeared before her. It was Luo Tian's appearance. In the next second, pink bubbles appeared in front of her ears, and a soul-stirring song rang in her ears. Then he looked at Luo Tianling. Good lord, he had come with light and the sound of BGM. Xiaobo, he swallowed his saliva and heard his own heart beating louder and louder. At 9:30 p.m, Luo Tianlin, who had just returned to his bedroom after a conversation with his grandfather and an international conference, had just finished. His long legs took steady steps, but when he reached the bedroom door on the 2nd floor, he stopped. There was no light in the room. He's sleeping. But Luo Tianlin was a little startled. He had been married to Xiaobo for 3 years. Although they respected each other as much as ice, she often didn't come home, and he often went on business trips. However, he knew that she stayed up late. Every time on her moments, she would either be at a disco or on the way to a disco. Luo Tianlin rubbed the space between his eyebrows, opened the door, and entered. But in an instant, he was stunned. Through the dim light of the corridor, he saw a girl sleeping on a patterned blanket with her skin dyed in the moonlight and a snow shawl covering her. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were long curled. They drooped quietly on her small face, casting a shadow on it. It was quiet, beautiful, and fragile. Woohoo, don't go, a broken low moan spilled out from her pink lips. Woohoo, her soft, cotton marsh-like crying voice rang out in the room. Luo Tianlin did not expect to see this scene when he opened the door. He had thought that she had gone to another room to avoid him. I beg you, don't leave me behind. In the night, the orange lights of the corridor shone on her, clearly illuminating the tears on her small face. Luo Tianlin couldn't help but recall what she had said at the dining table and her dying performance on the stage. She really remembered her late grandfather Luo Tianlin, furrowed his brows, and took 2 steps closer. When he got closer, he saw that she was curled up on a down jacket and only had a shawl on her body. His eyebrows moved slightly, and he looked at the big bed that was a foot away with a complicated expression. I will be good. Oh, don't ignore me. The girl's tears were like a broken string of pearls. They kept flowing down and quickly wet the black hair scattered around her small face. They fell on the black down jacket, forming small dots. Luo Tianlin's expression changed. After a long silence, he finally reached out and pushed her arm. However, as soon as he touched her, she seemed to feel the heat. She hugged his arm and rubbed it with her chin. You don't go. Her hot and wet tears immediately wiped the back of his hand. It was boiling hot. Luo Tianlin's eyes widened. His arm from his fingers to his shoulder gradually stiffened. The wall clock in the room gave a clear tick. After a long time, his eyes darkened. He sighed and passed it back. When she relaxed a little, he pulled his arm away slightly and pursed his lips. Bending over, he put his arm under her small kneecaps, put one hand on her back and the other under her long legs. He picked her up with the rabbit fur shawl. As soon as he got up, Luo Tianlin paused. She was unbelievably light. In just a moment, the faint scent of strawberries mixed with the softness and coldness of the girl's body, like the milky smell of ice cream, entered his nose. Luo Tianlin's eyes darkened, and he strode to the bed, put her down, pulled out the rabbit fur, and covered her with the quilt. But just as she was about to step back, a soft sobbing sound fell into the quiet bedroom. You left. No one wants me anymore. Luo Tianlin stopped in his tracks. Her grandfather had passed away, but she still had her parents. However, these parents, they might as well not want her. Chen Jin, contact Xia Zhengyang's teacher, Yusha family, send me the information about the new house. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also ask Director Wang out for a meal for me. His dark eyes fell on the little girl's face, which still had tear marks on it. She wanted to audition. Then let her act. Xie had difficulty breathing and didn't know that she was already in bed. Just as she had expected, her husband was a male chauvinist. When he saw her taking the initiative to sleep on the floor without a blanket, his pride as a straight man would definitely be at stake and give the bed to a weak woman like her. However, she didn't expect that she would be crying so hard in the system's love simulation. In the first 45 minutes, she had a crush on him, liked him, and had the feelings of a young girl. The lovers had finally gotten together, and it was so sweet that they were biting. In the last 45 minutes, she was ruthlessly abandoned by her lover. She deeply felt the pain of her heart being torn apart and seriously injured. She was as humble as dust. After crying and begging to stay, she was angry. She wanted to tear the scumbag apart with her hands. She had been in the dream for 90 minutes, and she had gone through a big reincarnation. Every time, he would feel a mixture of love and hate, and he would cry after breaking up. It was so intense. There was a break between the two classes. She wanted to wake up, but she was too groggy. She could only vaguely feel a figure moving in front of her eyes and seemed to smell the scent of winter grass, as if she was experiencing the man who had abandoned her in the class. Sob, I'm so sad. However, he still had to read out the lines according to the classroom's requirements. Shami gritted her teeth and couldn't control her tears. She felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Don't go. Let's die together. She wanted to die together with this scumbag. Luo Tianlin, who finally lay down on the ground, had just closed his eyes when he heard the girl's cry of pain. He opened his dark eyes. She still wanted to commit suicide. The birds' chirping was crisp in the morning, and summer mint only felt a light breeze and a faint floral fragrance. She stretched her back comfortably. Her lower body was soft, and the heat and coldness of her body were moderate. She opened her eyes slightly and saw the sunlight dancing along the bed frame and falling on the white porcelain vase at the head of the bed. A water lily bud was about to bloom, blue like the sea. Shaba turned around, and her hands and feet didn't touch anything. It was not a dream. Everything that happened yesterday was real. An underground husband, a luxurious villa, and a night of training. From the system, she grabbed the snow-white blanket and buried her head into the soft pillow, laughing in a daze. Her husband of ice and steel had indeed given up the bed to her, but she didn't have the impression that she had slept with him. Was he the one who carried her? TSK. He wasn't that strong. Xiebo stretched lazily. Seeing that it was only 6:30, she sat on the edge of the bed for a while before putting on her fluffy pearl slippers, washing up, and changing. Yesterday, she'd gone to bed early to complete the 24 sets of simulations, so she was full of energy this morning. She didn't see Luo Tianlin, so she didn't care, as she drank a glass of water and ran downstairs. "Good morning, Grandpa girl. It's so early." Old Master Luo was taken aback. "I'm old, but why don't you sleep a little longer?" Shiebo grinned. "The performing arts students have morning classes, so I can't fall behind even if I'm at home. Grandpa, I'm going to go for a run and practice my voice. I'll have breakfast when I get back." The certainty in old Master Luo's eyes instantly increased. "Go quickly, Tianlin can take you away." Before Sherba could understand what he meant, she heard a creak from upstairs and the double sliding door in the middle was opened. The man's black hair fell on his forehead and was still dripping. The drops of water continued to flow down from his black eyes, down his throat, and into the black bath towel. Xiebo, he opened her mouth slightly. "Wait for me, early in the morning." Perhaps because he had just exercised, Luo Tianlin's deep voice was a little hoarse. It was not high or low, but it had a seductive sexiness to it. Shiba couldn't help but swallow when the door was closed again. Luo Tianlin came out again. He was already in his sportswear, and the beast smell of scum from before was completely gone. The hormones in his body were all covered up, except for his hair, which was still a little wet. "You're not running?" Luo Tianlin passed by her, who was still in a daze, and his dark eyes swept over her. Oh, run." Under old Master Luo's ambiguous gaze, Xiabo quickly followed. The entire morning run was a self-torturing sightseeing mode. Although the villa's running track was surrounded by small gardens, a swimming pool, and a tea pavilion, the original body obviously didn't do morning exercise. After running for a while, Sherba started panting like a salted fish. She admired the original body, staying up late, sleeping in, and not liking exercise. How on earth did she maintain a good figure and skin? This was really a blessing from the heavens. Don't get distracted. Adjust your breathing. She had just thought for a while when a cold voice sounded by her ear. "Xiebo." He stuck out her tongue, feeling as if her lungs were hurting from all the running. Luo Tianlin frowned when he saw her delicate appearance. She was so weak that she couldn't even take 2 steps. Thinking of how she had cried in her sleep last night, his brows furrowed even more. If she went to the set like this, it would be a slow suicide. When Xiebo was almost out of energy, her face was drenched in sweat and her body was swaying back and forth. He pursed his lips and wrapped his arms around her falling body, bringing her to the bench by the track. If Luo Tianlin stopped in his tracks, "There's someone in charge of your life. What would you like?" Eh? Like a little puppy, all she could do was exhale, and it was difficult for her to say more. "You don't have to be in a hurry to answer. Handsome." Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. "I want a handsome guy." Luo Tianlin's eyes were dark as he looked at her blushing face. Shiba glared at him without backing down. They had clearly come to an agreement last night. It was hooligan-like to talk about divorce before graduation. This morning, he wanted to throw her to someone else again. I don't want anyone who's not as handsome as you. What do we do?" "Xiebo," he panted slightly and clutched her chest. She said with difficulty, "Looking at you every day. My eyes have their own opinions," it said. "It likes you." Luo Tianlin was speechless. There were usually very few people on weekends in an unremarkable school building in the university town. However, there were many people wearing equipment going in and out today. Director Wang, "Today's audition is for students. It starts at 9 o'clock. A slightly plump middle-aged man with short hair and a cap handed a bottle of mineral water to the person sitting in the middle. "The weather is hot and it's not easy for the students. Let's enter in 2 groups. Wang Runing nodded as she flipped through the list. "Have you notified the recommenders of the schools?" "That's right. But Director Wang, I see that some students' major results are very poor, and I guess their basic skills are not up to standard. When these come, I'm afraid they're audits from the capital." Wang Runing frowned. "Have they sent their resumes?" The man in the baseball cap smiled. "I attached it to the back of the list." The man in the cap had a small braid at the back of his head. Director Wang sighed. Some people can't even pass their lines in stage manners. It's a waste of time to come. I don't know what the school is thinking. They recommended them. The one who spoke was none other than the assistant director of the US then, Liao Ming. As the executive director, Wang Runing had an interview with the assistant director, scriptwriter, and producer. Although today's interview was only for the 3rd and 4th female lead, Wang Ruining had always been striving for perfection and refused to let go of the details. As expected, when Wang Ruining heard this, she frowned. There's such a thing. He flipped to the last few resumes, and his expression became uglier and uglier. The candidates were recommended by the major schools, and he had handed them to the casting director to choose. He had not carefully looked through each resume, because compared to his history and academic results, he paid more attention to his on-the-spot performance. But he had failed the basic course. It was really too bad, too bad. Wang Ruining did not like lazy and slippery actors. If they did not practice their basic skills, no matter how good they looked, he was not willing to use them, unless the other party's father wrote in the contract and stuffed them in, tell them not to come, call them now. Wang Ruining felt that this was simply a waste of precious time for him and the crew. Assistant Director Liao Ming was secretly happy. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Ruining's phone rang. After Wang Ruining took it, her expression couldn't help but change. Little Liao, something urgent has happened. I have to leave for half an hour. Help me meet with screenwriter Song first. If you encounter anything that's too outrageous, you can just reject it. If it's okay, ask someone to stay. He'll be back soon. Liao Ming laughed. There was a problem with the venue, and Wang Ruining had to call the other party to solve it. Not only did he know about this call, but he also knew that the other party would definitely drag Wang Ruining on until he eliminated Xia Bohei, who Best Actor Zhu disliked. Liao Ming took a sip of tea. Don't worry, Director Wang. How about this? Since the students with poor grades are already here, I'll meet them first. When Wang Ruining heard this, she nodded. That's fine. Liao Ming sent him off and tightened his grip on his pen. He knew that Wang Ruining would never let go of her power. Even if it was a small supporting role like the third or fourth female lead, he would not give it to the assistant director himself. As he took a deep breath and quickly adjusted himself, he quickly looked at the resume that he had deliberately placed on the third page. She was a little beauty, but it was a pity that she had offended the Zhu family. Scriptwriter Song. Let's hurry up and start. After her morning exercise, Susanna had a big bowl of bird's porridge and 4 steamed buns, along with some cucumbers, tomatoes, and orange juice. Compared to her small bird's stomach in the past, her good appetite now simply surprised old Master Luo and Chu Yishi. But then they felt very happy. She could eat, had a good body, and was blessed. The elderly like to see such children. Grandpa, Mum, Dad, I'm leaving now. Do you need me to bring anything back? Jibolai said casually. She used to rent a room with others and was used to hanging out with her roommates. However, she did not expect that the old lady would be so touched that she would personally accompany her to the interview venue. Luo Tianlin had a morning meeting, so he took a shower and went straight to the company after he came back, so he couldn't send her. So she didn't refuse. She checked her small backpack again, took a box of Green Arrow chewing gum, and followed the driver out. Old Master Luo was even more nervous than her. He asked Xu Yazi to prepare a thermos cup of brown sugar, ginger tea for her, a fruit box, and a tablet in the car so that she could have a good rest and relax. He was just short of bringing the butler along. When the car approached the university town, Director Wang Ruining, who was making a phone call outside the teaching building, happened to kick a stone to the edge of the wheel with a frown. The Ifchita on the car was shining under the sun. The car fans could all recognize that this was a limited edition, antique. The body of the car seemed to be black and low-key, but in reality, one wheel-off could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in the city centre. This Wang Ruining was also a fan of antique cars, but he had no money, so he couldn't help but lock his eyes on this car. When the car turned a corner, he tried his best to squint his eyes. There seemed to be a very young girl sitting in the car. This thing was not the taste of a young girl. Did I see wrong? Is it car assembly? There's an imitation of an antique car. Wang Ruining clicked her tongue and turned to roar at the other end of the phone. I don't have time to argue with you. I'll count to 10 and you'll give me an answer. If you can't, I'm hanging up. When she arrived, she saw that there were boys and girls around her age. Many of them had above average looks and were well dressed. She didn't wait for long before 2 girls were called in. However, after only 5 minutes, they walked out of the interview room in frustration. Their expressions were depressed, and it was obvious that the interview had not gone well. Sheba was on her guard. Just as she was worried, a staff member came out. Next Sheba, come in. Hurry up. The staff member's attitude was stiff as he urged her. More importantly, when he saw her stand up, his eyes were a little stunned at first, but it quickly turned into disdain. Axia Bo, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The other party didn't even know her. So why was he looking at her like that? Otherwise, even if she was just a student and wasn't very successful in the entertainment industry, as long as there was an opportunity, she could make a meteoric rise. The average staff didn't dare to look down on anyone. She temporarily suppressed her doubts and took a deep breath solemnly. Before she walked in, she did not forget to knock on the door of the test room as a courtesy. Summermint, the assistant director and casting director, Liao Ming, immediately looked up. His face with a small mustache was also surprised to see her, but he quickly suppressed it. Come and get your test questions. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. He had already seen the photo on her resume and knew that Xia Bohi was pretty. However, he didn't expect that she would look even more exquisite and flawless in person than in photos, especially her pair of bright and watery eyes. She was moving and could speak, unlike the dull look in the photos. However, Liao Ming quickly thought of her report card and his own purpose for today. He could only feel sorry for this little beauty in his heart. If she hadn't offended the Zhou family, this little beauty would have been able to have dinner with him a few times because of her beauty. And even if he was in a good mood, he would have been able to help her get this unremarkable role. Liao Ming's lingering gaze scanned her delicate little face twice. Very quickly, his gaze moved down from her collarbone and stopped at her heaving chest. There's a staff member who will act with you. You just have to act. A perverted director, Sherby lowered her head slightly to hide her disgusted expression. She stepped forward to take the paper and turned sideways to avoid his perverted gaze. Okay, Director Liao. She had seen a lot of auditioning in her previous life. Small directors who wanted to play by the unspoken rules and operate behind the scenes all day long might not have many skills. Don't even think about making her give herself up. Chabot stood near the female scriptwriter and lowered her head to read the questions. But when she saw the words on it, the bad feeling in her heart finally came true. Performance scene. When Qiu Xiaowen was chasing Cheng Fei, she accidentally fell. However, Cheng Fei's eyes were fixed on another girl across the road. Even when QX fell, he did not stop. Yushu Xiaoyun fell to the ground and raised her head. Her eyes were red and she clenched her fists. Sherby took a deep breath. This audition question was one of the trickiest scenes in the script. In actual performance, it often required the director to explain the scene, or the two actors had to be familiar with each other for a period of time before they could perform the emotions that were formed naturally. Because in this scene, Qiu Xiaoyun, the role she was auditioning for, had a huge emotional leap. From the initial crush, concern, and pursuit to being ignored after falling, it turned into sadness, disbelief, disappointment, and the initial stage of darkness. This was the most complicated part, almost including all the emotional changes of the character. It was difficult for the average person to grasp these emotions and accurately express them within 3 minutes of an interview. Moreover, this was a scene of a fall. In romance dramas, falling down was very common, especially for the female lead, who could always accidentally fall on the male lead, but usually these were all fake falls, just to create pink bubbles. However, the scenes where the supporting characters fell were very different. Not only were many of them real falls, but they were also required to fall firmly so that the audience would be convinced of the tragic fate of these characters. The interview was already this difficult from the start. Xiaobo couldn't help but look at the perverted director Liao Ming, then at the female scriptwriter beside him. She could clearly see the shock and sympathy in the female scriptwriter's eyes. It seemed that the female scriptwriter did not expect her interview questions to be so difficult. This was obviously the perverted director deliberately causing trouble. Xiaobo lowered her head and pursed her lips. She smiled and shouted in her heart, "System, exchange for skills." Liao Ming called for Xia Bohei. "Let's start." Sherby nodded obediently. She left her closed eyes and walked to the center of the room. The young man who was acting with her was blushing slightly. He was obviously nervous about seeing a beautiful woman. Liao Ming clapped his hands and pretended to hit the board. In an instant, her shoulders drooped down naturally. She held her chest and lowered her head. Her long black silky hair slid from her shoulders to her chest, almost covering the side of her face. Liao Ming looked at the camera beside him and sneered in his heart. Her face couldn't be seen at all. He had a pretty face, but didn't know how to make use of it. He was really a rare fool. However, just as he crossed out the interview list and raised his head, he was shocked by the negative expression on his face. And Xiaobo, he had raised her fair face without anyone noticing. She didn't put on any makeup, but her eyes were as clear as a flowing stream. She looked at the back of the boy in front of her. His silhouette was reflected in her eyes, and a hint of a young girl's shy admiration slowly emerged. There were two people standing in the middle of the stage, acting opposite each other, but Liao Ming's eyes were completely occupied by her. Not only could he only see her, but he could also see another person in her eyes. The thought, impossible, flashed through Liao Ming's mind. How could a student who performs badly in many subjects be able to act out such emotions in her eyes? She got into character faster than many of the female celebrities he had worked with. Was it a coincidence? It just so happened that she had a crush on someone recently, so she was able to grasp this emotion. However, she probably couldn't do the fall and the emotional change after that. Liao Ming put down the pen in his hand, and he was completely relieved. However, with a bang, the girl in the field tripped and fell to the ground. She knelt on the ground and her hands rubbed against the ground. It was a very real and natural fall. Liao Ming's eyes twitched. Nowadays, a lot of popular artists might not even be able to perform a convincing fall. Many people couldn't even do their daily actions in front of the camera. It seemed simple, but without long-term practice, it often looked fake. He couldn't help but look at the report card he had received, staring at the 61 points on stage. Was it another coincidence? Did she practice falling while running in school? Liao Ming's breathing became a little rushed. When he raised his head again, he opened his mouth and almost forgot to breathe. How did she do it? The girlish admiration in her eyes was replaced by disbelief as she looked at the man in front of her. She wanted to get up from the ground, but she fell down again because of the pain in her knee. Her eyes were watery, and she bit her slightly red lips. She was like an injured kitten, abandoned by her owner on the side of the road, struggling in pain as she watched the other party walk away. As her eyelashes fluttered, she gradually closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was embarrassed, jealous, and disgusted. She clenched her skirt tightly and stood up after stumbling and losing her soul. It was perfect. Liao Ming couldn't even find any fault with it. If they had started shooting directly, he might not have even called for a cut and would have passed it in one take. The exquisiteness, richness, and even the seamless transition of her emotions made him feel suffocated. This was the stage result of 61 points. How did the film school grade their students? Did all the teachers use their feet to score? Liao Ming felt a lingering fear and was extremely glad that Wang Runing had been transferred away by him in advance. Otherwise, Wang Runing would most likely hire her. Meanwhile, Susanna saw his shocked and suppressed expression. She pursed her lips and stood still. I still have a lot of shortcomings. Director Liao, screenwriter's song. Can you give me some acting advice? She looked at the newly exchanged skill Hals's Elvio and smiled. Flower vase Elvione. Even if you fall to the ground, you are still an impeccable flower vase. Scope of use. Use the most elegant posture to adapt to any falling movement, making people feel natural and beautiful. Level 1. Can only be used once every 3 days. He dared to eliminate her behind her back, so he had to give a reason. Liao Ming didn't know how scriptwriter Song felt when she asked for their help, but he was about to vomit blood. Liao Ming's expression was uncertain. He wanted to find an excuse to reject her, but he couldn't find one. He really wanted to get to know the teacher who gave her a performance on stage and interview him about the logic behind giving her 61 points on the exam. He wanted to know where the remaining 39 points would be deducted from, but he couldn't think of anything. However, he had to eliminate her. Otherwise, how could he express his goodwill to the Zhu family? Liao Ming thought hard, but scriptwriter Song did not think so much. He blurted out, "Your acting was very good. I don't have any suggestions for you to improve. Your image just now was very suitable for the character I shaped." Cough, cough, cough. Liao Ming almost vomited blood. Scriptwriter Song. What kind of truth is this? Scriptwriter Song is very kind. Liao Ming held back his breath and started to lie. It's mainly because you've never been in a production team before, and you're a newcomer from zero. I'm just praising you. However, in this competition for the role, we will be looking at many outstanding newcomers and actors who have already achieved success. In comparison, your acting style is not mature enough. You can watch more similar performances by the seniors and learn from them. Not mature enough. That's right, wasn't she acting the state of mind of a young girl? It was not wrong to learn from the seniors. This was just a formality. Liao Ming took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't make up any more lies. He could only make the final decision. You can go back now. We still have to continue with the interviews. If there's any news, we'll contact you. Alright, I'll wait for Director Liao's news. Xiaobo Li glanced at him. Her eyes were so clear that Liao Ming immediately turned his head away. He was so guilty that he didn't dare to look her in the eye. When she walked out of the interview room, Liu Ming quickly turned his head and looked at scriptwriter Song with a straight face. He said solemnly, "This child's performance is not suitable for the camera. The live scene is good, but she doesn't know how to arrange at all. Our handling of the long and close scenes is not sophisticated. Also, she was acting with the second male lead, and now she's stealing the scene. Let's look at the others." Song Farron was a new generation of writers. Because she was filming her novel, she was hired by the production company to be the main screenwriter of the drama. However, she didn't have the concept of cameras. She could be said to be a newbie among scriptwriters, and she didn't understand the work of a director. Liu Ming used a bunch of professional terms to criticize him, and then quickly found the next person to comment. Song Farron was stunned for a long time before reacting. "That's fine. It'll save my vote for Summer. As the screenwriter or audience, I think she's very suitable for this role." Liu Ming took a deep breath and wanted to curse, as she had only seen 3 and he had reserved 1 vote for her. Fortunately, Wang Runing wasn't around. This scriptwriter Song had no experience, so he would only follow the opinion of the assistant director. "It's not a good thing to be too beautiful," Liu Ming added. "We should focus on the first and second female lead." A villain who was ranked as the 4th female lead was even better looking than the second and first female leads. He had to be eliminated. Scriptwriter Song, "I'll explain my decision to director Wang." At the same time, in the Zhu family's house and stars pavilion, Zhu Ziran was secretly checking to see if the pimple on her nose had gone down a little. Just as she was about to smash the mirror gloomily, she received a text message. Xingzhuan, the assistant director, said it's okay. Thank you for your help." Ziran heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that. She failed the audition. The mission was about to be completed. She would finally not become ugly this time. As for Xiaobo, she carried her chain bag and walked out of the school building. After thinking about it, she felt that director Liu Ming's last look at her was a little malicious. Did she fail the audition? "What's wrong with your leg?" a man's deep voice asked from in front of her. She looked up in surprise and saw a tall and cold man leaning against the car. He was wearing a suit jacket and standing under the cypress tree. He frowned and looked at her calf. "Ah, it's nothing." As soon as she finished speaking, she hissed and stepped on the ground with her right foot. She felt a sharp pain in her knee and her body swayed a little. A shadow then fell on her head. In an instant, she was picked up. A strong but not pungent smell of male hormones immediately filled her nose. A gentleman's cypress fragrance was quite nice to smell. The scene in front of her changed. In her dizziness, she felt the man's slightly cold and slightly calloused hand under her kneecap. Before she was picked up, she blushed and quickly grabbed his arm that was hidden under his suit jacket. The tension of her muscles made her take a deep breath, and then she bit her lip. If you put it down, the dress I'm wearing will be exposed." The last word was soft and almost sounded like she was crying. Because the mute girl who had auditioned just now had a weak and pitiful image, she had activated the 2 halos of being pitiful and being a little bird. In an instant, her egg-shaped face turned red and her eyelashes trembled, carrying the fear and helplessness of a small beast. It seemed that as long as it was a man, it would be difficult to harden his heart and turn a blind eye to this beauty's pitiful appearance. Luo Tianlin was also a man. Moreover, he was still the owner of this beauty and name. Naturally, he was no exception. He lowered his eyes and shifted his gaze to her slightly crumpled skirt. He saw a glaring piece of snow at the end of the fabric, and his brows could not help but furrow. Seeing that the girl was about to cry, he finally looked away and quickly turned his back, using his body to cover the entire tree-lined path so that no one could see her. Xiaobo wanted to say something, but in the next second, the light in front of her eyes was covered by a man's suit jacket, covering her in a shadow. She was in a daze while tugging at her coat, and the tip of her nose sniffed the pleasant scent of winter cypress. Luo Tianlin then carried her in his arms and walked towards the parked car. Xiaobo Li almost couldn't feel the bump. She blinked and realized that the place where her face was pressed against was quite bouncy. And sure enough, this big boss liked to work out. If he wore a shirt and a suit, it would probably be the same. If he took it off, it made women drool. Women were indeed supposed to act pitiful, especially in front of such a powerful man. The softer they were, the more they could melt steel into water. Xiaobo, he lowered her eyes, hiding the light in her eyes. How did you do it? Luo Tianlin squinted his black eyes and spoke in a low and hoarse voice. His gaze moved from her soft and tender face that was carefully peeking out of the suit jacket to her exposed snow-white skin. There was an extremely eye-catching red patch on her delicate kneecap, and a few scratches were still bleeding. His eyes darkened, and he asked again, "Who did this?" His deep voice carried a sense of danger, even more so than before. Xiaobo grabbed the suit jacket. Compared to him, she was so small that his jacket could almost be regarded as a small skirt, covering her from her neck to above her knees. "It's just an audition," she lowered her voice and pouted. The director requested it. She looked at her knees and felt that they were a little miserable. They would probably be bruised by tomorrow. She didn't know that the interview questions would be like this. Most of the characters in the script section wore dresses, so she wore a cute dress today to better immerse herself in the character. However, her skirt did not cover her knees at all, so when she fell to the ground, her knees were in a terrible state. Hiss when she got into the car. Xiebo was still in a daze after being placed in the back seat. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her knee. She raised her neck and realized that Luo Tianlin had pinched her poor little knee with one big hand. "It hurts." Luo Tianlin squinted at her, his thin lips moving. "Bear with it." "Chen Xin, get me the first aid kit." His expression was dark. Assistant Shen did not dare to waste any time. Had already taken it out when he saw that Madame seemed to be injured. Xiaobo licked his lip as she watched Luo Tianlin take the small blue box expressionlessly and take out the alcohol bottle. His long, white fingers and joints were clearly visible. They were absolutely beautiful with the transparent glass. But swish, pain, pain, pain. Her body was sensitive to pain. When the alcohol touched the wound and the skin broke, she was in so much pain that tears came out before she could even wipe it a few times. I don't want it. Xiebo felt that this was no different from torture. She grabbed the man's white shirt by the waist of his suit pants. It hurt, this soft voice, and her teary eyes made it hard for people not to think about the wrong things. Assistant Chen and the driver wished they could lower their heads. They shouldn't be in the car. They should be under the car. Sherby whimpered, but soon realized that it was no use. Luo Tianlin's face was as cold as ice. One cotton ball with alcohol was not enough to disinfect the wound, so he quickly used a second one and used hydrogen peroxide to clean it. She struggled, but his large hand was like an iron pincher, pressing down on her calf with great force, not letting her move at all. Shiba really wanted to cry. She really wanted to turn off the halo of being pitiful. Sometimes the more delicate a woman was, and the more she cried, the more it could stimulate a certain wild nature in a man's heart. Now, Luo Tianlin's hands were holding her tighter and tighter, as if he was going to rub her bones into his palms. Buzzers. Shiba bit her lip. "Hubby, I'm almost done. I'll be at home for the next few days and won't go anywhere." She was obedient. Luo Tianlin placed one hand on the car seat and the other on her slender leg. His back was against the light of the car window, and his eyes were dark and deep. His voice also seemed to have a dark tone. Was that Director Wang just now? His question was abrupt without any cause or effect, and there was no emotional fluctuation. However, Xiaobo's sixth sense told her Director Wang might be in trouble, but it was not Director Wang. "No, it's Director Liu Ming." Xiaobo, he looked at him expectantly. "The director seems to think highly of me. He stared at me carefully the moment I went in, even told me to prepare for 3 minutes and then throw it for him to see. There are 2 girls in front of me, but the questions seem to be different from mine. They don't have this wrestling scene to play." As soon as she entered, Liao Ming used his eyes to take advantage of her. "Then don't blame her for making things difficult for him. Hobby, do you think he gave me a separate interview question because he thinks I'm very suitable for this role?" After Xiaobo complained, she felt that her knees didn't hurt as much anymore. Sure enough, it felt good to take revenge. But would her cheap husband really help her? In the novel, he seemed to have invested in a TV drama, which gave the male-led Best Actor Zhu the opportunity to meet the female-led of the novel. Is it this drama? Xiaobo was looking forward to it. Director Liao even complimented me for my good looks. She added more fuel to the fire. As even if it was a fake marriage, how could a big shot like Luo Tianlin tolerate his wife being coveted by other men? He was staring at you on your body. As expected, Luo Tianlin's face turned completely black, as if he was shrouded in a shadow. He seemed to have only caught this point in the entire conversation. He lowered his eyes and looked at her body that was covered by the suit jacket. She didn't notice it just now, but now that she thought about it, she seemed to be wearing a floral dress from brand C. It was well cut, and her waist was so narrow that she could hold it with a palm. Although the length of this skirt was a little above the knee, which was considered conservative, if the girl fell to the ground, it would definitely be difficult to cover her skin. Luo Tianlin's thin lips were tightly pursed, and his voice did not even sound like it was in the human world. "I'll remember it." Shiba blinked. "Remember." "Hey." Director Liao, it wasn't her fault. She was just telling the truth. She put on an innocent and pure face. Who is Director Wang? Luo Tianlin glanced at her, picked up a band-aid with his index finger, and placed it on her red and swollen knee. You'll know in the future. I took all her might to stop her lips from curling up. She knew that Wang Runing was the main director of this TV series. Did her cheap husband mean that he would introduce her to him? Could it be that he would help her get this role? I want to rely on myself. Jiebo, he pouted to hide her smile. Luo Tianlin's eyes fell on her small face, but he did not say anything. However, his thin lips curved up slightly, as if he was praising her. Yes, Sherbar didn't notice his expression. She only heard another sound in her head. Daily mission. Massage a family member for more than 30 minutes. Reward, tea art level 1 suitable for ladies from noble families, tea artists, an ancient costume, acting scripts. The corner of Shiba's mouth twitched. She was really on the road to tea, never to return. Well, the system forced her to do this. The car they were in was smooth, and the driver was very experienced, so much so that Jiabo felt a little drowsy. Although she had gone to bed early the night before, the scene just now had a lot of emotional changes, and it had taken a lot of energy for her. She was in a daze and felt her head constantly sliding down. It was silent in the car. The temperature was neither hot nor cold. There was also a nice smell beside her that made her feel safe. Her eyelids felt heavy, and her head rested on a solid and hard object beside her. If it were a normal person, they would have woken up immediately. However, Xiebo had been on set all year round and took long-distance buses. It was already good enough that she had a hard window to rest her head on, so she could sleep without any pressure. And although the window next to him was hard, it was quite warm. Ishiba's red lips twitched, and something crystal-like seemed to flow down the side of her mouth. Luo Tianlin had been looking at her with his eyebrows raised, but she had been nodding her head like a quail. He thought she would wake up, but he did not expect his brows gradually furrowed, and he reached out his hand to move her little face that had fallen on his shoulder. However, the moment he touched it, there was an unusually smooth and soft ball under his fingers. He quickly retracted his hand and froze in midair, as if he had been scalded. Its fragrant Anxiabo, he seemed to be satisfied with her sleep. She even rubbed her face against Luo Tianlin's body a few times. Then, she turned to the side and gradually curled up in the back seat. She found a very comfortable position and held Luo Tianlin's arm in her arms. She couldn't be blamed. It was all because of the after effects of having a love experience when he slept last night. When she was awake, just as the system had introduced, her normal life was not affected by the experience at all. However, after she fell asleep, her brainwaves would naturally present the content of her previous experience. It was similar to dreaming of what you thought in the day. She had been in love for nearly 12 hours yesterday in the dream. He had tried all kinds of positions. It was normal to hug. This time, she spontaneously and naturally went to find Luo Tianlin. A half of Luo Tianlin's body was stiff. He wanted to pull one of his arms away, but he could feel the girl's soft and warm body, and he could not move. Assistant Chen, who was sitting in the front seat, was holding a laptop and was on the verge of tears. He did not dare to look back in the future. If anyone told him that his boss was cold and heartless and that he did not get close to women, he would definitely scold the other party for talking nonsense. Look at what's behind the boss was hugging his wife to sleep. Chin. Aye. Assistant Chen quivered. Send me the audition video. Hey, what crew? They had invested in many films. After a long while, Chen Xun finally understood what was going on from the driver's ambiguous gaze. It was not anything else. The boss wanted to see Madam's interview. All right, he'll get it immediately. Luo Tianlin looked down at the girl on his shoulder, whose eyelashes fluttered with her breathing, and spoke again. Give me the whole thing. Don't disclose it, her identity. She had to rely on herself and hide her identity. Then, it would be as she wished. When the car arrived at the main house, Luo Tianlin realized that he had not made it clear to the driver that they were not going back to the main house, but to the house in the city. Perhaps he had forgotten about it, because Xiebo got along so well with the old man yesterday. His eyes flickered, and his palm touched the unconscious person. He wanted to shake her awake, but he was too late. Assistant Chen got out of the car first and opened the door for him. Old Master Luo, who had been waiting at the door and practicing Tai Chi, had sharp eyes and immediately saw the scene in the car. Aiyo. The old man covered his eyes. Soon, he peeked through 2 fingers and looked out. I didn't see anything. Luo Tianlin's mouth twitched. That Xiao Chen, You're too insensible. Why aren't you closing the car door? This car. Continue. Continue. Drive on the Duga and don't stop. Luo Tianlin was speechless. Luo Tianlin's face darkened as he watched his grandfather's performance. The old man had retired for many years and had been idle at home. It was obvious that he had read a lot of useless things on the internet. It's time to cut off the internet at home. He lowered his voice and got out of the car with suzerain in his arms. Old Master Luo's smile froze. Ran, let's talk this out. Don't hit me. Luo Tianlin pursed his thin lips and decided not to reason with the old man. After a while, no matter how deep her sleep was, she was woken up by the noise. She took a second to see the wet mark on the man's shoulder, and her small face instantly turned red. Maybe my wound is too painful, so I cried. She opened her mouth. She would never admit that she was the one who drooled. Luo Tianlin stopped in his tracks and looked down at her. After seeing her open her eyes and talk nonsense, he finally shifted his gaze and entered the house without exposing her. However, the old master heard it and hurriedly followed. You're injured. What happened? Have you called the doctor? 10 minutes later, Sherby was under intensive care. The old man scolded. This director is outrageous. He even fell during the audition. Is he deliberately bullying our little girl? Suyazi was anxious. Does Exia still hurt? I'll ask mother wanted to make some bone soup tonight to nourish your body. I'll call the doctor to take a look and make sure it doesn't leave a scar. Her father also found the main point. Tianlin, are you just going to watch Bahai fall like this? It's completely useless. Sheba felt like she was floating again. The wound on her knee would be fine with a band-aid and would go away in a few days. However, being a private doctor, nourishing porridge and caring for her well-being, she was almost drowned by the pampering. She was like a mouse that fell into a rice jar, extremely happy. At this time, in a small town on the east side of Jiang City, it was drizzling. The creaking of the wooden floor of the old house on the 3rd floor of the SEA family could be heard from time to time. Mr. Quinn, you're saying that my Zizi's Yin Yang will stay in school 24 hours a day and not go home after attending tuition classes. This Mum Zia, this is for Ixia Zenji to study hard and get good results for the college entrance examination. Mao Rumin was confused for a moment. Her son was the apple of her eye. How could she be at ease leaving home? He didn't know how to wash the dishes and clothes. How could he live well in school alone? Mom Zia, there's a limited number of slots for our cram school. You should confirm it as soon as possible. It'll be leaving now. Mao Rumin hurriedly sent the teacher out, then turned around and walked around. Father, I'm worried about the child staying on campus and being far away from home. I remember that your brother has a suite there. Can you discuss with him and let's move there? Father Ashe had just picked up his phone when he heard this. He frowned and put it down. How should they renovate this place? He couldn't do it without someone watching. I told you to buy a house later, but you didn't listen. Mao Rumin turned around twice and stopped. How would I know that the school is up to something? Now they have to live on campus in their 3rd year. Then, Father, can you stop the renovation for a while? We didn't pay the second sum anyway. Father Azier sighed. Let me think about it. Hey, what are you thinking about? The house can't run away, so why don't you rent it out first? Now that it had been renovated, the style would change when Yang Yang got married. Her daughter-in-law might not like it in the future. Let's wait for 2 years before we renovate it. Mao Rumin's eyes turned, and she decided her daughter's words that day were unpleasant to hear, but they made sense. The top priority now was still Yang Yang's college entrance examination. However, just as she was thinking about it, Auntie Lu, who had just left a few days ago, came over with an ugly expression. Mom Ziai, I was just informing you. Forget about your daughter's blind date. Don't look for me in the future. Why didn't you say that your daughter must be single and can't be in a relationship? What? Mao Rumin was dumbfounded. Why can't we be in love? Auntie Leah's face turned even paler. She felt that this family was just playing the fool. Don't you know that your daughter has signed with a management company? 50 million yuan for a love breach of contract. Do you want me to pay for it or my cousin? Mamzia, if you don't take out 50 million from now on, don't come looking for me. Who do you think you are? How much? 50 million. Mao Rumin was stunned. Summer Mint herself was equally shocked. She happened to be free, so she was going to contact the few management companies that were optimistic about her and discuss the conditions of signing a contract with them. However, the result was like a bolt from the blue. Messiah, I'm sorry. We can't afford your price. Sorry to disturb you. Wait a minute. What's her price? Messiah, you should find another job. I wish you a bright future. As she heard the replies from her management company, Her red lips suddenly opened slightly. Was someone messing with her? She didn't want her to sign with a company, so she screwed up all the companies that were interested in her. As he flipped through the first version of the contracts that department head Zheng Qingshan had sent him. After the school had screened them, there were several reliable management companies in the industry that ranked in the top 10 in terms of ability and financial resources. Tengfei, Star Entertainment, Shangle. Especially these three companies. Although there wasn't much writing in the novel, the terms of the contracts that they sent were a minimum of 40 of the artist's bonus, 3 jobs guaranteed during the contract period, which included at least the role of the second female lead in one TV drama and a variety show. In addition, the company was also responsible for her publicity and assigned her a professional manager as she flipped through the clauses. She wanted to drool. In her previous life, she'd relied on herself to find a small group of actors to make a living. Even in her dreams, she wanted a manager to look after her, have a company to help her style, and help her promote and find shows to shoot. In fact, she did not have high expectations for the treatment. Mr. Liu, do you want to consider me again? Xiaobo looked at the rejection message from Star Entertainment, which was in 3rd place, and her heart was bleeding. If I sign with your company, I promise I'll be very obedient. I'll do whatever my brother manager tells me to do. I won't mess around. I won't lose my temper. I'll work hard. Luo Tianlin loosened his tie and was about to unbutton his shirt. When he walked into the bedroom, he heard the voice of the little girl's grandmother. He slowed down and caught a glimpse of her hugging her knees and squatting on the carpet by the window. She was holding her phone and begging him with a nervous and sincere face. Mr. Liu, I've read the contract and I really admire Star Entertainment. It's always been my dream to enter Star Entertainment. If I'm not famous enough at the beginning, it's fine to lower my share. Shiba Online, humble. Can you give me another chance? I know your company's boss. He started out as a nobody, worked as an extra, and went from being in front of the screen to being behind the screen. He's always been the direction I've been working towards. My idol, Xiaobo, found it hard to believe that no company wanted her. This was too much of a blow. She held her knees. She was a little hurt, but she was also a little stubborn. After sending 2 voice messages, she didn't dare to disturb the other party any longer and could only quietly wait for a reply. She looked at the screen of her phone and sighed. She didn't know if playing the emotional card would work. But suddenly a slightly hoarse, cold, and elegant voice sounded on her forehead with a slight upward tone, the direction to work towards. An idol, Star Entertainment, that Q changing, Agxie, Bo. He suddenly felt a cold wind from the back of her neck to her cervical spine, all the way to her tailbone. Her whole body turned cold, and she had goosebumps. That, hubby, that, according to the novel setting, Luo Tianlin had invested in an entertainment company that was on the verge of bankruptcy when he was in college. As a result, after he took over, it miraculously revived. After that, because of his precise vision and far-sighted market sensitivity, he quickly occupied a place in the entertainment industry within 3 years, and the company was officially renamed Shongyi Entertainment. Now, Shongyi Entertainment had already surpassed Star Entertainment. Many well-known IPs, traffic, and even powerful actors came from Shongyi Entertainment, and they were rapidly expanding into music and online entertainment. There was a trend of them occupying half of the world. In the past 2 years, Star Entertainment had used a lot of means to compete with Chongyai for people. The female protagonist and the male protagonist, Best Actor Zhu, were both involved in the subsequent novels. As she thought about it, her back broke out in a cold sweat. Was she praising her cheap husband's competitor in front of him and saying that she admired him? She reached out and covered her mouth, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. With the cold gaze on her forehead, she was stressed out. After thinking for a long time, she finally raised her innocent face and said, "Among the contracts I received, there's no better one than Star Entertainment." Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. "The company that I want to go to the most, the boss that I admire the most, XEIA." Bohi swallowed her saliva. Her pair of glistening eyes blinked as she looked at the long legs of the man in front of her. She pouted her little red lips. "They didn't even send me the contract." Schreiber gritted her teeth and lowered her head. "She doesn't like me, I know. It's all because I'm not good enough. I'm too weak, so I don't even dare to say that I admire him in front of him." Luo Tianyuan's slender fingers, which were unbuttoning the silver buckle, suddenly stopped. In his black eyes, waves were rolling. After saying that shyly, she secretly dug at the carpet with her fingers. Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes, and his gaze stopped for a moment from her snow-white neck, which was only slightly exposed, before slowly moving to her moving fingers. When he saw how flustered she was, even her neck was slowly turning pink. His thin lips moved and curved into an arc that he didn't even notice himself. It wasn't very cold, but there was a little warmth in his eyes. Oh, how do you know they didn't give you the contract? This question was very strange, but his voice was rare and melodious, completely showing the sound quality of a noble young master, like a good instrument. Sherby couldn't help but look up. When she saw the faint smile in his eyes, she even had a little vulture dancing in her heart. You want to sign me? No. I mean, Xiaobo's eyes lit up. Will that company sign me? Luo Tianlin's brows furrowed, his slender fingers moved from his shirt collar to his cufflinks, and the smile in his eyes grew bigger. Yes, she even worshipped him. You're not bad. You don't have to belittle yourself and win over others with a humble attitude. The Luo Tianlin quickly unbuttoned his cufflinks, just as he was about to take off his shirt. He said this and raised his masculine chin. Let's go and take a look at your bed. Almost instantly, a smile appeared on her face. She jumped up and rushed to the bed. She immediately saw a white envelope on the low cabinet and asked in a hurry, Is this for me? I thought it was your work document, so I didn't dare to touch it. The Luo Tianlin chuckled, a rare vibration coming from his chest. Her little mouth moved. Yes, he didn't mind giving the little girl a little more confidence. It'll take effect once you sign it. I've already signed it. Shiba opened her mouth. He signed it, as the big boss of Shongyai Entertainment. Wow, her cheap husband. Exploded. Xiebo immediately opened the envelope and was surprised to find that it wasn't just a normal contract for an artist from Shongyai Entertainment. It was a hidden contract that she had never heard of in the industry. 80 of all the jobs would go to her, and the management company would not take a single cent. There was also a 5-year plan in the contract. As long as she followed the plan step by step and achieved an achievement, it would promote her resource level. For example, if she could get the role of the mute girl this time, successfully act in it and gain the public's praise and reach the number of fans, her resource level would immediately be upgraded to the level of a 3rd tier artist created by Shongyai. When she flipped to the last page of the contract, she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. It was not until she read the last message that she was stunned. If an artist gets into a relationship within 5 years and leaves, singlehood, the penalty is 50 million yuan. Luo Tianlin seemed to have sensed it. He took off his shirt and walked into the bathroom. No one will have the guts to force you to go on blind dates again. As Xiebo yelped, almost losing her grip on the contract. Crap, no wonder he could earn hundreds of millions. His IQ was off the charts. How did he think of that? This move was a fatal blow to the original mother. The blind date was fine, but he had to compensate Shongjie Entertainment with 50 million yuan. Even 100 ex-Yaishua's mothers wouldn't be able to come up with this money, not to mention those blind date men who placed their interests first and only treated women as vases. It would be strange if they were willing to help her. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. She walked barefoot to the bathroom door and squatted there. It was silent inside. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Luo Tianlin was only wearing a bathrobe. His black hair was completely wet, and the color of water filled the bottom of his eyes. Speak. Tiabo, he stuck out his tongue and smiled. Now, I have a little I admire the boss even more now. After she finished speaking, she ran back to the bedroom shyly, leaving the man to stand there alone and continue to reflect on her words. Sure enough, Luo Tianlin held the doorknob, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. In an instant, the heat in the bathroom increased. Back in the bedroom, Sherby smiled and read the contract carefully. So, the other management companies rejected her because they knew that Shongjie Entertainment wanted to sign her. They knew that Chongy's offer was as high as 80 other no other company dared to give this figure, so they retreated. No wonder they couldn't afford her price. Shibo covered her mouth and laughed. When Luo Tianlin came out of the shower, he saw her scribbling on the contract with a pen. Before he could dry his wet hair, he raised his eyebrows. You want to change it. He had come into contact with several artists from different companies. They were in a hurry to sign the contract before they became famous, so they would not read many of the standard terms carefully, let alone give their own suggestions for amendments. As for famous artists, they would hire a team of lawyers to consult about the rationality of the terms and conditions. They would rarely spend time looking at it themselves. She was now sitting cross-legged, hugging the contract and fiddling with it. which really surprised him. Yes, Shiba was a little engrossed. When she heard the question, she continued naturally, there are 2 places I want to change. For example, the contract only states that it'll get 80 of the income from the advertisement, but it didn't mention the company's cost. Can you add something? The Luo Tianlin looked down at her small movements and saw her delicate, slightly pink nails and round fingertips that were almost transparent. What? He used his nasal voice to signal for her to continue. Shiebo used a pen cap to scratch her bangs. G, for example, add that the related promotion fees will be deducted from this. Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze away from her pink and tender fingertips. I'll deduct it from your income, from your work, and reduce your dividends. This was the first time he had heard an artist take the initiative to mention that she was thinking for the company. Exiabo, he scratched his smooth chin. He was a little reluctant, but he still nodded. Anyway, you're the boss. Your husband and wife, after all. The Luotai Yun's Adam's apple moved. He wanted to say that they had already signed a prenuptial agreement, so she would not be able to get a share of his company's assets after marriage. However, when he met the girl's clear eyes, he didn't know what to say. As you wish. At most, after she graduated, he would give her real estate and help her manage her investment. Shiba forced a smile and continued to flip through the contract. If she didn't add this, the original owner's mother would definitely come to her for money when she became popular. But now that there was black and white paper, if she wanted to pretend to be poor in the future, she would have a chance to hide from that vampire mother. She was willing to pay the normal amount of money for her parents' alimony. However, she couldn't be so righteous as to become the Exia family's money tree, earn money for their family, and hand all the money to them. If her cheap husband agreed to help her change the contract, she could ask him to help cover up her real income in the future. That should be fine, right? As she thought about it, she felt more at ease. After all, this was just the beginning. If she wanted to become popular, it would be a while later. Also, will the company arrange an agent for me? She pointed at the screen with her slender hand. If I take such a large share, what about my manager? She wasn't a silly girl. Who in this world didn't receive a salary and was willing to work? If there were no benefits to following her manager, why would he be so loyal to her? Wouldn't we be treating him too badly? Shibet decided to ask. What do you think? Luo Tianlin asked non-committally, his eyes half smiling. I also need to support my family. Shiebo Li bit her lip. She wanted a capable manager. She didn't want the other party to be unwilling to take her in after seeing her share. Yes. Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes and looked at her face for a moment, as if he pursed his thin lips as if he was trying to hide a smile. You're right, Shuba thought his expression was strange and blinked, so you agree to change it, yes? Luo Tianlin bowed and nodded, agreed. Since someone was so insistent give me my salary, he took the contract from her hand and smiled. I naturally accept. Xia Boss' hand was empty, and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. There was a small gap in the bay window of the balcony in the bedroom. The black curtains with golden threads rolled up on both sides swayed gently in the wind. After staring at it for a while, she looked at the cold and tall man who was reading the contract seriously. After the bath, there was still a trace of water vapor on his body. His black hair drooped down, and his index finger holding the paper was long and white, which made him look even more bony. Xiebo, he swallowed his saliva. Yuo Tianlin raised his chin slightly and looked at her with his dark eyes. He picked up a pen from the coffee table and drew a line on the paper. How much is Miss Xie prepared to give me? To support my family, she wanted to strangle herself to death. Pay the big boss his salary. How much would that take? She couldn't even afford it, even if she sold herself. And even if she really became the movie queen one day, the so-called sky-high salary would only be a scratch to this big boss. You're so busy every day and you earn a lot of money every day. Just by extending your hand, you can earn more than what I, a little newcomer, can earn in a year. What did I do to deserve you to be my manager? Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes, and his black hair fell between his eyebrows. Indeed, he said. Shiba nodded furiously. It was not worth it. It was not worth it. But halfway through her order, she heard the man's deep voice brush past her hair. But someone said this morning that she could only have someone like me. As if her pressure points had been hit, Sherby was dumbfounded. During her morning run, he did ask her who she wanted to manage her work and life, but this question was directed at the manager. She had thought that he wanted to divorce her and kick her to someone else. She said that she didn't look like me. Her eyes, I can't stand it. The man's voice was faint, and he pushed the contract in front of her with his slender fingers. In the short term, I really can't. find a second person in the company that she's satisfied with. Shiba was speechless. Sinful. What the hell did she just say? That Shiba really wanted to cry. She wanted to curry favor with this rich boss and be a happy wife of a rich family. It was fine if it was fake, but it was fine if they respected each other as guests. But she had never thought of making him a manager or paying him a salary. She was poor. She had no money. She couldn't afford it. I've made up my mind. How much will you give me? Manhwa, you are so outstanding, so noble, so irreplaceable. There is only one number in the world that is worthy of you, 666. Luo Tianlin's black eyes were stunned, and he stared at her little face for a long time. His lips curled up slightly, as if he was mocking her. "You're easy to take care of." She wished she could go back to 10 minutes ago and slap herself to death when she said she would give her manager more money to support his family. What did he say about supporting the family? 666 yuan to support her. No, write it down. We'll sign the contract tomorrow. There was no way to save him. Shiba just wanted to cry. All right, I'm done with this. In the future, her cheap husband would give her an allowance of 666 yuan a month. The scene was too beautiful, and she did not want to see it at all. Looking at the little girl's crying expression, Luo Tianlin felt that she was very pleasing to the eye. She looked more pleasing than when she had tears in her eyes last night. He was in a rare good mood and took the initiative to tell her his schedule. "I won't be at home for dinner. I'll be back later. You don't have to wait." After hearing this, she didn't know if she should cry or laugh. She bought the travel information of a cheap husband. She was really amazing. Just as she was about to comfort her little heart, an unread message popped up on her phone. Her smile crumbled at a glance. "The crew have then thank you for your audition. We look forward to working with you next time." Rejection message. The crew had rejected her just as she had expected. Even though she had a premonition that she would fail, she still felt a little sad when the notification came. She sighed. Only the assistant director was present for the interview in the morning. The main seat was empty, probably because Director Wang Ruining was absent. The chief wasn't around, and the second in command was a perverted man who deliberately tormented her. She also knew that it would be very difficult to succeed in the interview, but she wanted to do her best to perform. Maybe she could save the situation, but in the end, it still didn't work. As expected, in the complicated entertainment industry, it was as difficult as ascending the sky for a newbie to succeed without backing, luck, or capital. In her previous life, she had thought that plastic surgery might be able to save her. Xiaobo realized that the industry was dark and couldn't help but feel dejected. Seeing that Luo Tianlin was about to leave for the company, she could only say politely, "All right, then be careful when you go out." Luo Tianlin's eyes softened as he looked at her. After being married for 3 years, he seemed to have found a rebellious roommate. But these 2 days, she was like a little wife, obedient and soft. She also knew her limits and didn't get too close to him, so it didn't cause him any discomfort. In the range where she was comfortable with others, her performance was impeccable. Luo Tianlin nodded. However, when he changed into his suit and was about to leave, he saw that Jie Bohei, who had been thinking of a good idea just now, was staring at her phone with a guilty look. When she saw him take 2 steps closer, she even tried to hide her phone behind her. "What's wrong?" Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. "Did that person reply to you?" Sherba didn't react and blinked. "From an extra to the boss, the one you admire." Luo Tianlin unbuttoned his shirt, put on his tie, and hooked the middle of his tie with his slender index finger. "You've always wanted to go to Star Entertainment. How much did they pay you?" "A little fan." For a moment, Susanna couldn't continue acting and even forgot the words she had prepared. She did not expect that her cold and emotionless husband was actually a jealous spirit. He hadn't even turned the page yet. It was not until the phone behind her vibrated again that she came back to her senses. She braced herself and shook her head. "No." Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to continue. Shiba gritted her teeth and quickly lowered her head. "Yes," she spoke very quickly and with a touch of frustration on her pretty face. She said, I think I've embarrassed you on the first day." "Yes, my young master manager." Luo Tianlin frowned when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the last soft address, he was a little stunned. Meanwhile, Xiaobo had already turned herself in. She showed him the rejection message and looked like she was about to cry. "If you regret it and don't want to sign me, that's fine too. I'm not good enough." I can't even get the role of the fourth female lead. My acting skills are really bad. I clearly think that the director likes me, yet you've lost face." Her words were like an eyesore to director Liao Ming. The pitiful tone in her words made Luo Tianlin's eyes darken even more. In fact, for a moment, he couldn't help but think along with her words. Liao Ming, an assistant director, was interested in her looks. If she was smart enough and knew how to seize the opportunity, then she would be. He had lost face. And now she was doing very well. Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes and looked at the girl, who still felt that he had not performed well. He pursed his thin lips and his voice was tinged with a layer of coldness. "Don't cry." Ex-Xiaobo, he looked up in fear. Did the big boss find out about her tea talk? Don't cry for idiots. Luo Tianlin took a step forward and took all the contracts from her. "Otherwise, I won't sign you." Shiba almost couldn't hold back her tea expression. Was he calling director Liao an idiot? And he didn't allow her to cry because he wanted to seek justice for her. Holy crap, this cheap husband is ass. He was flirting with her like that. Did she believe that she would push him down tonight? Luo Tianlin, on the other hand, looked at her slightly opened red lips, her pale face that no longer had an inferiority complex and self-pity, and nodded in satisfaction. His face only darkened when he walked out of the room with the contract and threw it to his assistant, Chen Xing. "Write it down by hand and give it to me tonight. Also, please ask Director Wang to come to the company immediately." Chen Zhen was stunned. In the morning, the boss said he would treat Director Wang to a meal. Now he looked at the president's face and immediately understood. It would be great if the president didn't scold Director Wang until he cried today. Eat? It's more like he's eating the king of hell's rice. Director Wang, it's over. When Wang Runing received the notice, she was also puzzled, but thinking that President Chu was busy with work, it was normal to change from dinner to a formal meeting. He joined Chongyi 3 years ago and didn't meet President Luo much. The only 2 times they met were at Chongyi's celebration party. But even so, he had long understood President Luo's cold face and unreasonable nature. When she was brought to Chongyi's office by her assistant, Wang Gruning saw the man sitting upright behind the desk and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret for a moment. This man was handsome but masculine, and he had a cold temperament. He looked dignified without being angry, noble, and otherworldly. In the words of the young people, every cell in his body is shark-like. The word handsome was no longer enough to describe his masculine charm. If this person was willing to enter the film industry, there would probably be no place for some male movie stars. If any director was lucky enough to work with him, no matter how bad the script was, it would create a box office miracle. This face outline, this body shape, this aura, no matter how it was shot, it would be perfect to the point of shark-eyed. President Luo, long time no see. Wang Runing and Chongyi were partners, so she could leave at any time. During his time at Chongyi, he could also participate in the shooting of works from other studios. Strictly speaking, he was not Luo Tianlin's subordinate, so he was neither humble nor arrogant at the moment. Luo Tianlin didn't look away from the documents, he just raised his hand and pointed. "Sit." The phone on the table rang. The female assistant's voice rang out in time. "President Luo, the information for the strategy meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon has been sent to your email. The international conference at 5 o'clock. Germany wants to delay it by half an hour." Luo Tianlin didn't look up. "Delay? If they receive the notice of the meeting, tell them they don't have to attend. I never work with people who are not punctual." "All right," he said. Wang Runing took a deep breath. He didn't feel it before, but now he could clearly feel the pressure from the young boss. He was sitting in front of her. He was clearly not talking to her, but the awe-inspiring tone of his voice was like a stormy sea hitting the shore. Chongyi had invested in the web series then. Wang Runing couldn't help but recall if there was anything she hadn't done well after taking over the crew then. Director Wang, "I've been waiting." Luo Tianlin looked at him coldly as if he had just seen him. His slender fingers fiddled with his grey enamel cuffs. "My subordinates are not responsible for their work. I can only spend more time to tell them what to do." Wang Runing couldn't help but move her arms, trying to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Was this an insinuation that he was not responsible? Where have just arrived? "President Luo, did you ask me to come today to give any guidance to the shooting of then?" Luo Tianlin glanced at the information in front of him and raised his chin, signaling him to read it. Wang Runing picked it up and realized that it was the list of audition interviews for this morning. Her heart contracted and her spine felt cold. Was there a problem with the casting today? But this was just an audition that couldn't even be called a third female lead. Luo Tianlin, the president of Chongyi, would not care about this. Did someone tell on him? Wang Runing was not a newbie who did not understand the ways of the world. He quickly shifted his gaze to the names on the list and searched his memory for the names of the actresses who might be related to Luo Tianlin. However, after 3 rounds, he only found a female artist from Chongyi Company, Zhen Shasha. Wang Runing was a little confused. He had finally accepted this flower with the surname Zhen. It wasn't that he wanted to get in Chongyi's good books, but most of the people who came today were art students. They were all auditioned and interviewed, but they were all crushed by Zhen Shasha, who was experienced and photogenic. He really couldn't find a better actress than Zhen Shasha. Zhen Shasha won the Newcomer Award, and her acting skills were recognized by the audience. She also did well in today's audition. Is there a problem with this person, Chairman Chu? Wang Runing thought for a while and calmed down, as he felt that his operation was professional and there was no problem. Luo Tianlin's fingers, which was sliding across the paper, paused for a moment, and then he knocked on the table. Director Wang has already worked with Chongyi twice. Wang Runing nodded. Could it be that the people of the Holy Sea's fortress had entered? He frowned and looked up, only to see Luo Tianlin's half smile. I thought Director Wang had the basic aesthetic sense, but the result is really disappointing. Wang Runing broke out in a cold sweat. In the Stars Villa, Zhu Ziran looked at herself in the mirror, who had finally restored her flawlessly beautiful face, and showed a beautiful smile after a disaster. The next moment, the system's voice sounded, and she couldn't help but smile. The mission of sniping Sherba's audition was completed. Right? Perfect lips. Zhu Ziran's fingertips brushed across the corner of her mouth, and she revealed a shy smile. Tomorrow, I can go and see Uncle Zhai. Wang Runing really wanted to ask, what was wrong with his taste? Wasn't Zhen Shasha the flower of Chongyi? Wasn't she an artist under President Xu? He had chosen Zhen Shasha, but President Xu said he had no taste. What did he mean? He did not understand this at all. President Wu am too slow-witted. Do you think there's a more suitable candidate? Wang Runing almost had the words "which girl do you want to sleep with" written on her face as she questioned her openly. The investors had unspoken rules, and the boss had unspoken rules. It wasn't that Wang Runing didn't understand, but that didn't mean he had no taste. Shenexin, Luo Tianlin pressed the phone on the table. His eyes dark, bring Director Wang to the viewing room. After that, he crossed his fingers and placed them on the table. I hope Director Wang can find some aesthetic appreciation after watching it. After all, a director's taste is flawed, and that's the fatal flaw of a work. Wang Runing's face turned pale. Although she was not convinced, she could only follow Assistant Chen to the viewing room. Assistant Chen, can you give me a hint? Wang Runing really didn't understand. Chen Jing shook his head. How could he say anything if the president didn't say anything? Besides, the president also wanted him to hide his identity as his wife. Director Wang will understand after watching the entire recording of the casting. He gave Director Wang a look of sympathy. Zhen Shasha was indeed Chongyi's little flower, and she was also a newcomer that the president had agreed to train. But could she be compared to the CEO's wife? How to compete? Sigh. After Shen Jin left, he helped Wang Runing turn on the projector. Soon, a 3-meter-long and wide image projection appeared on the entire wall. At first, Wang Runing didn't think it was necessary to watch because he had been at the audition the whole day. He remembered everyone's performance, especially the part about Zhen Shasha, and he had watched it again and again in the afternoon before deciding on her role. However, this confidence was broken the moment the picture started. Wang Runing had no impression of the first interviewee. He suddenly remembered that he had been caught up with the venue rental call and missed a few student interviews. But they were all performing arts students who scored the lowest in their specialized courses. He didn't pass and only scored 60 points. With such professional results, he could only be an extra. Wang Runing suppressed her self-doubt and regained her confidence. Sure enough, the first girl who auditioned didn't know what was going on. She didn't even find the girlish feeling. The second girl's eyes didn't move at all. She didn't act like she had a crush on the second male lead, but like she was brothers with him. Wang Runing shook her head. He came to Chongyi to admire President Chu's merciless decisiveness. He was not so selfish and supported them in shooting good works. Could it be that President Yan wanted him to recruit such a girl? Sigh, I really can't do this. This kind of girl had to be taught from zero. The more Wang Runing watched, the more uncomfortable she felt. Watching a bad performance was simply torture, and it was 2 in a row. He got up and wanted to take a sip of water to calm himself down. However, before he could swallow it, a graceful figure appeared in the center of the projection. Wang Runing's eyes widened. In an instant, The girl leisurely raised her small face. Her eyes were pure and clean, and they were even stained with the secret admiration of someone. PFFT, Wang Runing spat out the water in her mouth. This, he stood up with a clang and toppled the seat behind him. For a long time, he didn't make a second sound. Which girl was this? The eyes of a girl who had a crush on a boy were as pure as a young girl's. Not only were there scenes in her eyes, but even every part of her face was immersed in the scene. But she fell to the ground while chasing him. The water bottle in Wang Ruing's hand also fell to the ground with a bang. The bottle cap was not tightened, and the water was all over the ground. But he didn't notice it. He quickly ran to the table, lowered his head, and opened the resume one by one. The third one. When she saw the resume had been crossed out by the assistant director, Wang Runing felt blood rush to her head. 61 points for stage performance, 59 points for dialogue. Crap. Who gave this score? Was this art school teacher crazy? Forget about the script class. Was the teacher for this stage performance someone who had not seen the world? Liao Ming even craped her on the spot. Did he not bring his brain with him when he chose people? Wang Runing took the resume and looked at the girl's photo. As she took 2 steps back and slammed into the table behind her, there was no problem with President Luo's aesthetics. President Xu was upright and didn't play by any unspoken rules. He was the one who had almost missed out on this lost pearl. Assistant Chen, please inform President Luo. My sense of beauty has been restored. Wang Ruing took her resume and left, not even looking at the projection behind her. He turned around and met Shen Xing's assistant's sympathetic gaze. He quickly said, Assistant Shen, you have to help me explain this to the president. I was discussing the set location this morning and left for the interview half an hour later. I didn't know that Liao Ming would be so muddle-headed. Of course, I didn't do a good job. It's my fault. I'll help you pass the message. The president doesn't have time to see you now. But for the assistant director's situation, Director Wang, please consider it carefully. Wang Runing instantly understood. The Liao Ming has been with me in several production teams before. His professional ability has always been Chen. It's mild in a very formal manner. The president is very willing to give talents opportunities, but if he doesn't do it well when he has the chance, he won't waste his time on these people. Wang Runing's eyes twitched. Because of a selection mistake for a minor role in the 4th female lead, President Luo wanted to fire a mature assistant director. That was indeed the rumored decisiveness in the industry. As long as he found something wrong, he would definitely be severely punished without any mercy. Shen Xin ignored him and opened the door of the meeting room for him. Director Wang, please fix the mistake as soon as possible. All right. Wang Runing didn't dare to say much. If President Yan wanted to replace him as the director who made a mistake, he couldn't argue. When she left the meeting room again, Wang Runing was already drenched in cold sweat. Chen Xin watched him leave and quickly returned to the president's office. Director Luo, Director Wang is done. Luo Tianlin, who was behind the desk, raised his hand slightly from the documents in front of him, indicating that he understood. Shen Shen closed the door quietly. Before he left, he glanced at his boss and realized that his boss's expression was not as good as before. His eyebrows were furrowed, and there was a hint of gloominess and ruthlessness. Chen Xin let the few people in the industry know that in the future using Liao Ming is going against me. His cold voice echoed in the spacious office. His slender fingers moved on the pad screen in front of him. In an instant, it could decide a person's future fate. The last scene that his fingers paused on was the girl falling to the ground. A camera on the back captured this exploration expression of director Liao Ming as he stared at her. Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes. All right, he said. Chen Xin quickly agreed. However, the next second, when he was about to leave, a cold and helpless voice sounded. Help me contact the head of the art school, as you send me Summer Catmint's report card and her course evaluation for the past 3 years. On the other side of his finger was someone's unsightly report card. A huge 59 points appeared on it. Hey, President Luo, do you want to reveal Madam's identity? Just say that I'm her guardian. Under surveillance, Shaber didn't know what she was about to face. She was putting on a face mask and jotting down notes on her next steps. 1. Giving a family massage. This was the system's task. She had to massage someone for half an hour. She had to complete it today. The more skills she learned, the more opportunities she had for the audition. 2. Continue to hone your acting skills when you have a crush on someone, regardless of whether the audition went well or not. The actors should be well prepared. 3. Get up early every day and do morning exercises, strengthen your body management. 4. Eat more delicious food. Drool. Last night's salt and pepper chicken was great. Earning money is to enjoy life. In the end, she wrote the word Zhou in her notebook and put a big question mark on it. In the future, if she met someone with the surname Zhu, she would have to take a detour. "Mommy, are you going to Uncle Luos' house tonight?" When Zhu Xiran got the news, she was really glad that her pimples had gone down, as she quickly exchanged for the mission reward she had just received perfect lips. "Luckily, I made some biscuits this morning. It'll give them to Grandpa Zhai and the others to try." The Zhou family and the Luo family were the two major surnames in Jiang City. Not only were the two old masters old friends of the entrepreneur, but the two families had also studied the family tree carefully and were related to each other. Old Master Luo's mother was from the Zhu family's side branch. The two old men had been friends of the same generation when they were young, but in terms of seniority, Old Master Luo was a generation higher than Old Master Zhu. When Zhu Xiron was young, he had followed Luo Tianlin around and called him uncle, so that continued until now. "Grandpa Luo likes my Longjing shrimp the most. Mummy, do we still have any Longjing after the first rain?" Xu Jiran was carefully putting on her makeup in front of the mirror while thinking about how to make the old man happy. Although Uncle Jia had a cold personality, he was the most filial if Grandfather Luo liked her and wanted her to be his granddaughter-in-law. Uncle Luo would not refuse. As Zhou Ziran thought about it, her cheeks blushed, and she didn't even need to draw any blush. "We won't be staying for dinner tonight, as your Grandpa Zai has an appointment with a guest tonight." Mother Zhu looked at her daughter in the mirror and was also very satisfied with her appearance. Not only was Zhu Juran the only girl in the Zhu family, but she was also the only girl who was close to the Luo family in the past. In addition, she had a sweet mouth and looked like a doll. Old Master Luo was tired of his grandson's cold face and doted on her very much. Every week when the family came, he would bring this little girl to play with them. If the Zhu and Lin families could become even closer, it would naturally be a good thing. But his mother Zhu didn't want her beloved daughter to marry far away, but she also felt that no one else in Jiangshi was worthy of her precious daughter except for the Luo family's Tianlin. She had always turned a blind eye to her daughter's feelings. In the past few years, she even had a faint support. Mother Zhu quickly came up with an idea. "Tianlin doesn't like sweet food. Your third brother brought back a bottle of 1982 wine last time. Bring it to him. He gets off work early on the weekend. You should change into that blue dress. It will make your skin look fairer, and that one will especially show off your waist." Xu Ziran nodded when she heard that. Her waist was not thin enough. In the past few years, even though she didn't have any regrets on her face, she still worked hard on the system's missions, just to have a thin waist as a reward. If she had an ant-like waist, no matter how ordinary a dress she wore, she could make Uncle Luo look at her more. The mother and daughter dressed up carefully and followed Mr. Zhu to the Luo family in a private course. Before she could get out of the car, Zhou Zhuan was facing the window and tidying up her hair when she saw another black Maybach. It was the low-key but luxurious model, and it quickly drove up to her window. Zhou Zaren's eyes lit up. When the car stopped, she pushed the door open and jumped out of the car before the housekeeper could open it. Uncle Xiao, Zhu Ziran, lifted the layers of chiffon skirt, making it look like a wave. She could also cleverly and quietly reveal her beautiful and straight calves. Her waistline was trimmed, and she was taller, giving her a pure girlish feeling. She had practiced in front of the mirror many times. The Maybach's door was opened by the assistant in the front seat, and a pair of long, straight legs in a black suit with dark patterns stepped out. He stood in front of the car with his tall and straight figure. Because he was stopped, he glanced at her indifferently. Uncle Tong. Zhu and Ziran pouted the perfect lips that she had just exchanged for. They were full and small. She had even chosen the classic male slaying charm today. "Are you going out to work on the weekend too? I've brought some biscuits I made today for Grandfather to try. I've also brought you." Zhou Ziran was very confident. However, the long legs in front of her did not stop at all. His black eyes looked at her, but it seemed to pass through her and stare directly at the small garden of the villa behind her. There seemed to be a figure in light pink running past. "Uncle Ziao." Zhu Ziran waved her hand in front of him. He seemed to be distracted and didn't hear what she said. Luo Tianlin frowned and took a step back when he smelled the fragrance. "Keep it for your own use. Butler, am here to entertain Miss Zhu. I'll take my leave." The next second he turned around and disappeared into the small garden with his long legs. Zhuran's hand, which was holding the bottle of wine, stopped in mid-air awkwardly. She was stunned. Did she choose the wrong clothes, or should she not have said sweet food? Uncle Zhai didn't enter the house, but went to the garden. Zhuran couldn't understand. She was clearly beautiful today. Usually, although Uncle Jai was indifferent to her, he did not ignore her to this extent. Was there something in the garden that attracted him? Zhu Zhurian's face heated up when the butler came to greet her, and she quickly handed him the gift. Her gaze, however, was directed towards the depths of the small garden. There were lush bushes and green plants inside, and for a moment, only two vague figures could be seen. When Zhu Xiran was about to get closer, she heard Uncle Quest question, "What are you doing all this for?" Zhu Ziran was stunned. She could hear that his tone was much harsher than usual. "Who told you to do it?" Each word was like an ice blade falling into the small garden. Zhuzorong was still feeling dejected because she had been ignored, but now she was relieved. Uncle Gong was much fiercer to others. He was rather gentle to her. He had been cold to everyone since he was young, and today he must be in an extremely bad mood. As Zhou Ziran thought about it, she looked at the garden in the distance. When she saw a girl in a dress standing in front of the tall man, a satisfied smile appeared on her delicate face. It must be some ignorant little maid who tried to seduce Uncle G and barged into the small garden, which made him feel disgusted. He deserved it. Zhu Ziran happily retracted her gaze and pulled up her rippling skirt. "Uncle Butler, please lead the way. By the way, the little maid that Uncle Tong scolded in the small garden is so pitiful. If she gets fired, Uncle Butler, introduce her to my house. I happen to be lacking a little sister who can help me tidy up my skincare products." Her little face was filled with the kind smile she always had. However, Butler List's expression was strange. "Miss Zhou, you must be joking. Even if he was fired, it shouldn't be young lady's turn to be fired." What a joke. She even went to the Zhu family to help her with her skincare products. Miss Zhu really thought of it. Zhujiron didn't notice anything unusual. She smiled at the butler and followed her mother into the living room. After she left, in the small garden, Luo Tianlin let out a cold breath as he half unbuttoned his shirt's cufflinks. He lowered his eyes and pulled up the girl, who was squatting on the ground with a small shovel in her hand. "Your knees are fine." Siebo, he stuck out her tongue and shrunk her neck. "I heard that you have a guest. I have nothing to do in the room." Luo Tianlin took out the small shovel from her hand and threw it to the gardener, who was rushing over and on the verge of tears. He glanced at him coldly and said, "Who asked you to make this for her?" "No rules. Don't scold him. I was too bored and stole his job." Miss Siebo, his two little hands clasped together as she looked at him with watery eyes. The truth was that she was eating fruit in her bedroom and looking down from the floor-to-ceiling window. She saw the garden full of flowers and couldn't help but come down to take a walk. In the past, she had played a small supporting role as a gardener. In the end, the director had scolded her badly, saying that she didn't know how to play with flowers and grass at all, and that her actions were too fake. So today, on a whim, she went to find the gardener to ask how the flowers were taken care of. Who would have thought that he would be caught on the spot before he could test out the results of his study? Axiebo felt that she was too pitiful. Luo Tianlin glanced at the mud on her white dress and the layer of dust on her lower legs. When he saw the glaring iodine on her knees, his eyes darkened. Bored. He shifted his gaze away and looked at her pale face. "You're taking makeup exams for 3 professional courses, and you still have the time to steal other people's jobs." Ga. Xiabo Li had predicted many scenes of her cheap husband coming home and how they would interact with each other. She had even thought about how to maintain her cute and lovely side, but he didn't expect the opening to be like this. Luo Tianlin was stunned to see her little face, but his furrowed brows relaxed and a smile of anger appeared on his cold face. "If I didn't call the dean and get your results for the past 3 years, I wouldn't have known that you were so outstanding." Asherby's hands clenched. She didn't know if she should look up or lower her head. He had indeed failed many subjects in his previous semester and had barely passed the makeup test. He had failed his script class again this semester. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. He passed her and stopped. "Go upstairs and bring out the exam questions." Iziabo, he swallowed his saliva, made an O sound, and then paused. "Woohoo, take out the questions." She turned around and saw that Luo Tianlin had already strode through the garden path into the room. She quickly followed him. Once they entered the room, Luo Tianlin took off his tie and threw his suit on the sofa. His dark eyes were fixed on her. "The dean added me on WeChat and added me to the family group. She will tell me immediately if anything happens to you in the future." Shabai couldn't hide her surprise. "Parent group. Crap. Are you serious?" Wait, she was already an adult. Skipping classes. Going to the bar to dance overnight. Missing morning exercise, Luo Tianlin's face darkened with every word he uttered. Sherba's face was slightly red. It was all done by the original body, so she didn't feel guilty at all. Do you know how you were eliminated at the audition? Luo Tianlin threw the resume on the table and said, the director who recommended you didn't even dare to answer Director Wang's call. Zhang Qingshan was the head of the school, not a substitute teacher. She really hadn't paid attention to Xiaobo's past year results. She only knew that this child's grades were average, and that her performance in the year-long performances was average. It was already too late when Director Wang said that there was a problem with her recommendation. Oh, this time, Xiaobo's face really changed color. She took 2 steps forward and sat down on the sofa. She picked up the resume and was shocked to see it. He's also a talent to be able to do so well. Luo Tianlin's temple twitched. I was wrong. Seeing that he was about to explode, Xiaobo's face fell. I didn't live up to the director's recommendation this time. It'll definitely work hard in the future and won't fail any subjects. I promise. Luo Tianlin didn't say anything. He just looked at her and said, the director sent me the time of the makeup test and asked your parents to keep an eye on you. His gaze circled her body once before gradually moving down. Let's go disco again, it'll break your legs. Sherba was speechless. Before she could put on a flattering smile, Luo Tianlin sat down on the sofa, his figure as proud as a pine. What's the makeup test for the script class? You can practice in front of me. Xiaobo. He was stunned for a moment and subconsciously recalled the question. Then, she looked at the handsome face in front of her and opened her mouth in a difficult position for the first time. Are you sure? Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes. As your manager, I have the responsibility and right to supervise you. Xiaobo, he swallowed his saliva. All right, then lie down flat. Downstairs, Zhuxuan delivered the small baked biscuits she brought every time. First, Grandpa, I haven't made you biscuits for a long time. Old Master Luo, who used to smile every time, showed a polite expression of gratitude for the first time. It's fine if you're here. You didn't have to bring anything. There was no comparison, no harm. With Summer Mint's heart-shaped surprise, the color of the biscuits faded slightly. Moreover, one of them was a family member while the other was an outsider. The contrast was even more intense. The overprotective old Master Luo couldn't help but shift his gaze to the second floor. The young woman had to keep their marriage a secret. Since someone was coming, she had no choice but to hide in the room. She couldn't even continue to chat with him in the living room. Where did she go? Her new character was a pitiful mute. Yo, what a sin. Ixiran, I saw the weather forecast say that it might rain. Why don't we get the driver to send you back earlier? Juju Ixiran, who had just sat down like a lady, almost couldn't hold back her smile. On the second floor of the Luo family villa, Luo Tianlin's bedroom was the center of the room. The couple's cloakroom occupied most of the space around them, and most of them were from Sherby's collection of women's clothing. However, at this moment, she entered the second storage room of the cloakroom and found a pure white bathrobe with a light green rope tied in the middle. The end of the bathrobe with silver lining extended all the way to her beautiful ankles, but there were no buttons on the skirt. After a few steps, it exuded a sense of mystery that made people want to explore it. Luo Tianlin half leaned against the wall and glanced at her with a dark look in his eyes. She had to find her costume. To get her lines, he dawdled for half an hour. 59 points. The grading teacher's hands were too loose. What kind of play is this? Luo Tianlin's eyebrows were so furrowed that a fly could be caught between them. Looking at her, he almost had a messy expression written on his face. However, the next second, a slender finger with a faint strawberry fragrance touched his lips. Ash's cold and hard face was reflected in her watery eyes, outlining the lines of his black hair. The light in her eyes turned upside down. Close your eyes because they were so close. Her breath landed on his face. Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes. His gaze lingered on the loose collar of her bathrobe for a moment before moving an inch away. He slowly closed his eyes. When he was no longer looking, the ticking of the wall clock in the room became clearer. The soft and sweet fragrance of a young girl also seemed to be the wrapper of a cotton candy. The smell was leisurely, and the sweetness surrounded her. In the darkness, his sense of touch followed closely behind him. The girl's approach caused a strand of hair to fall on his neck, causing a tingling sensation. Luo Tianlin pursed his lips and frowned. However, before she could open her eyes, a soft and sweet body, like a flying swallow Mian, fell on his chest. Luo Tianlin's breathing stopped. What followed was a girl's trembling, dry howl. Father, don't die. Even if I have to sell my body, I have to save Father. A few minutes later, Luo Tianlin, who had changed into a hoodie, walked down to the second floor with one hand in his pocket and a stern face. Even from a distance, the people in the living room could feel a strong cold wind. Uncle Xiao Xianlin, Zhou Ziran and Mother Zhu, who had just been invited home by Old Master Luo, quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Luo Tianlin glanced at them and nodded reluctantly. Uncle Jean, my dad has been asking me to intern at his company, but I don't want to go to my own company. Can I work at your company? Zhu Xian's face blushed as she finally revealed the purpose of her trip. Daddy thinks he'll cause you trouble, but trust me, I can. The two words of Dad made Luo Tianlin's tightly pursed lips twitch uncontrollably when he went downstairs. He turned his black eyes and glanced at her coldly. I'm sorry, I can't. Zhuran's perfect heart-shaped lips trembled. Uncle Tong. Mother Zhu also frowned, but she quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiao Ran, don't make things difficult for Tianlin. He has always been striving for perfection in his work and doesn't mix in his personal feelings. After all, she had been in the circle of rich wives for many years and was experienced in speaking. Not only did he give his daughter face, but he also seemed to have established a relationship between the two of them. If he didn't have any personal feelings for her, why didn't he let his distant niece work for him? As Yu Mother's attempts to smooth things over made Zhu Yiziran smile. She had an MBA in the United States, so she would definitely be able to enter the Luo group, even if she went through a regular interview. Uncle Hao must be afraid of being emotional, so he didn't want her to go. That's right. However, the next moment, she smiled and greeted Luo Tianlin, only to see his frown. Promoting a worthy person does not avoid relatives. Luo Tianlin's displeased voice rang out, giving the mother and daughter a tight slap in the face. It has nothing to do with personal feelings. She just didn't have the ability. He did not like it at all. Zhu Exiran almost suffocated. She lowered her head and was about to make a tearful expression. However, the next second, the system's even colder voice sounded. Mission failed. Sherby successfully got an audition role. Punishment issued. Zhuran's face instantly turned pale, and her expression went out of control. What? Aziu Exavan suspected that she had heard wrong, but the next second, she felt a burning sensation on her right cheek, and soon, she felt a needle-like pain. She reached out to cover her face, but she was afraid that there was nothing on her face, and that she would be the one who was shot. She had succeeded in preventing Xiaobo from getting the role, so why did she fail again? She had received the reward for her success. Before leaving the house, she had just exchanged for a perfect lip shape. Latest news. Sheba has gotten the role. Due to the previous temporary success, the reward announcement was wrong. The punishment for failure will be doubled. Random punishment. Red spot under the right eye. Lasts for 3 days. After doubling, the red spot will be 2 cm in area. It will spread from the bottom of the right eye to the side of the nose for a week, accompanied by burning pain. Other lip-shaped reward will be withdrawn in the early morning. Zhao Xiron took a step back and almost fell on the sofa. The burning sensation on the side of his face was getting stronger. She raised her head in fear. The sad expression on her face disappeared immediately when she saw the strange look in Luo Tianlin's eyes. She covered her face in despair. Ah, Ran, what's wrong with your face? As Mother Zhu finally realized that something was wrong with her and screamed. If Zhu Yazi also saw it, is this an allergic reaction? He was fine just now. Old Master Luo turned his gaze over. There's a private hospital nearby, butler, call the doctor. The Luo family had to find a doctor at the first opportunity since they were family friends, and their guests were in trouble. However, Zhou Ziran wished that she could just disappear on the spot. She covered her face, afraid that the Luo family would see her in such an ugly state, especially Luo Tianlin. I'm fine. I might be allergic to Mango's mummy. Let's go home. I'll just apply some of Dr. Lin's ointment. She was incoherent and didn't know what to say. She stood up and held her small bag, covering her face. She was about to cry. Mother Zhou knew that her daughter loved to look pretty and was also anxious to find a doctor. She could only smile apologetically at Old Master Luo. We have a driver, so it's more convenient to go directly to the hospital. Old Master, you should rest. Since they were leaving, it was not convenient for Old Master Luo to stay. However, Luo Tianlin reached out and stopped Zhu Ziran, who was on the verge of tears. Wait a moment. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His brows were cold but manly, and his skin was cold and white. He was a gentleman. Usually, he would be able to stop her and Zhu, Exiran's heart would melt. But today she was shocked and anxious. Uncle Zhao'll be leaving first. He'll come to your house as a guest next time. She didn't even dare to look in the mirror. He didn't know if his hand had covered the red spot. But Luo Tianlin looked down at him. I heard from the butler that you brought wine. 1982, your third brother's treasure. Take it back. Zhu Exiran's face was completely pale. At the moment of collapse, she heard the system's voice. New mission activated. Lips can be repaired. Do you accept? She ruined Sherman's relationship and made her destined partner hate her. Zhu Exiran felt the world spinning. What kind of new mission is this? And how would she know who was Suzerain's destined partner? This stupid system. She cursed in her heart, but when she looked up and saw that Luo Tianlin was still as handsome as a young master in casual clothes, he was only a foot away, but not within reach. She could not help but grit her teeth. She wanted to continue to become more beautiful. He had to. After changing out of her bathrobe and sending her father off, Xie Bilai crossed her long legs and sat comfortably on the chaise lounge. She then received a message of surprise. Then crew, Messier, your performance at the audition was remarkable. We look forward to working with you. Do you have time to sign the contract and discuss your schedule? What a big crap. Xiaoboli immediately put down her long legs and rolled on the chaise lounge before standing up. Did her cheap husband help her? Call me father, it works like this. Shou Exiran sat in the car and wrapped her entire face with a large shawl. Even the Zhu family's driver and Mother Zhu weren't allowed to see her. She shivered and covered herself with a shawl before taking a look at the camera on her phone with a shaking hand. She almost fainted when she saw it. There was a red spot under her right eye, just like an ugly birthmark. Not only was it large, but it also ran through half of her face. It was very red, almost the same color number as her lipstick today, as if it was stained with blood. It was extremely glaring. When he touched it, it was uneven. This damned system. Every punishment he gave was so ugly that even the darkest concealer couldn't cover it. 1 week. This ugly thing actually had to stay on her face for a week. Just the thought of it made her faint. Zhu Juan's nails dug into her palms, and she bit her lips hard. As he even wanted to recover her perfect lips this morning. Detestable, but how did the mission fail? Yuzin Yuan, she got the role. That's impossible. Assistant Director Liao Ming replied to my brother saying that there's no problem. The role has already been decided on Zhen Shasha from Shongi. The contract will be sent over soon. As Yu Ixiran received a text message and was getting an injection in the hospital, the doctor diagnosed it as contact allergy, but he could not give a reason for it and could only give it regular treatment. Zhou Ziran knew that the injection was in vain. Even the medicine she prescribed would not be of any use. When she saw the message, she almost vomited blood. This assistant director was not reliable at all. You can ask him again, how did she get the role? Zhu Ziran madly typed on the keyboard to vent her anger. However, after she sent the message, she took a deep breath and remembered her gentle character setting. She quickly deleted the message and sent a new message with a gentle tone. After she posted it, she couldn't help but think of her new mission. Xinji, have you seen Xiaobo with any guy in school who was her destined partner? The damn system didn't even give her any hints, so how was she supposed to destroy them? The more Zhu Ziran thought about it, the angrier she got. The angrier she got, the more the swelling on her face hurt, and the stronger the backlash. You Xin Yuan, they'll get my men to keep an eye on her. She seems to be single at the moment. Shou Ziran took a deep breath and put down her phone. Coincidentally, a cold notification rang in her mind. You can use 300 beauty points to exchange for the details of the mission. Zhou Ixaran almost threw her phone away. 300 beauty points could be exchanged for 10 days worth of beauty serum. If it wasn't for the white lotion she applied every day, she wouldn't have had porcelain-like skin. But if she didn't get a hint, she would fail this mission and suffer a great loss. Exchange, exchange. She almost spat out the words through her teeth. Finally, a clear mission appeared. If the destined partner is disappointed, suspicious, and disregards her, it will distort the marriage between the two. Mission direction. 1. Interact with men and express your admiration through Summer Mint's Weibo. 2. Create a bad image of Summer Mint, such as smoking, drinking, being unfilial, being vain, and so on. 3. Sherba's career has failed, creating an image of her incompetence. 3 feet of ice cannot be frozen in a day. The system will calculate your reward for every bit of twisted fate. However, if you fail in your mission, you will receive a punishment for each mission. Zhu Ziran gritted her teeth. I know. With a direction, it was much easier. Let her think about it. in the Luo family's villa. When Luo Tianlin turned to his room after making an international call, he was greeted by a little squab who was smiling obediently. "Father, why did you disappear when you woke up? I've been looking for you anxiously. Are you tired? I'll give you a massage." Emmy father, quickly sit down. Bo. He pinched the baby's throat and smiled. When she saw Luo Tianlin enter the bedroom, she rushed over and hugged his arm, pressing him down on the sofa. For a moment, Luo Tianlin had almost forgotten the reason why he had returned to his room. It was not until the girl's two soft arms, accompanied by the milky fragrance of strawberry marshmallow, wrapped around his arms that he felt his blood rush up all over his body, and his cold expression could not be held. His voice was hoarse and low. "Don't mess around." However, Shuba pretended she didn't hear him. She didn't know how the crew changed their minds. But it couldn't have been done by a small fry if it could make the crew overturn the decision of an actor. After all, she had already received the message that she had been eliminated, no matter how she thought about it, other than her cheap husband. Father, there was no other candidate. She had already texted back to the crew and told them that she was free at any time. She also quickly searched for a massage book on the internet. "Father, you're so busy every day. Are your shoulders and neck sore and stiff? Your daughter will help you. Please." Jiaobo put her little hand on the man's shoulder. Due to her height, she simply climbed onto the sofa, straightened the embroidered cushion, and knelt on her pair of tender legs. Luo Tianlin's temple twitched. He wanted to wave his hand to stop her. However, that pair of weak and boneless little hands had already pressed down on the firm muscles on his shoulders. He didn't know how she did it, but it really made him feel comfortable. The summer was hot, but her little hand was cold. She pressed on his shoulder and neck through the fabric, revealing a trace of coolness that penetrated into his heart and into his muscles. As he did not want to be cool, at this moment he let out a breath of hot air which was as refreshing as cold water entering his stomach. Luo Tianlin's eyebrows rose slightly. He was slightly satisfied, but he still found the main point in a second. "Half an hour ago, your father just died and you still wanted to sell your body to bury your father. Now what is this?" He could not hide the twitching of his mouth. During the exam, was she also like this, completely unrestrained? Before this, she had been lying on his chest with tears all over her face. She had cried so hard that she could not hold back her grief and cried so much. She was just a little cabbage. Although it was ridiculous and her acting was exaggerated, he could still tell that her lines were not bad. For a newcomer, it was quite remarkable. "But now, father, aren't you going to stay with me until the makeup test?" Shiba blinked and smiled. "In order to practice my lines better, you'll be my father for now." For a moment, Luo Tianlin wanted to open her little head and see what kind of water had entered it. However, Shiebo sat up straight on her knees and shifted her body. "But my daughter's massage isn't good enough. Father said that I can improve." Luo Tianlin's dark eyes were distant. After a moment, he stared at her little face and shifted his gaze to the small cushion she was sitting on. "You don't have proper sitting posture." Exiebo, he stuck out her tongue and curled her long legs. She obediently landed on the ground and pulled the edge of her skirt to cover the edge of her knees. Luo Tianlin's eyes paused and his thin lips curled up slightly. He crossed his hands and leaned back on the edge of the sofa. His black eyes were half open, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Continue." "What?" Sherby tilted her head. Luo Tianlin raised his chin. "Continue to press." A daffodil smile appeared on her face as she continued to press on the acupuncture points on her neck and shoulders. "Press." She tried hard, desperately, and forcefully. "Serving your sugar daddy. There's always a reward for your hard work." Xu Yaji, who was just about to deliver some fruits, was about to knock on the door when she saw this scene. She couldn't help but stop in shock. The next moment, she took the fruit bowl and went back the way she came. Shuyazi put on her slippers and walked to the living room downstairs before she could breathe again. She squeezed out a surprised expression that was both gossipy and pleased. Hubby, Dad, Tianlin, and Bo, he seemed to have made up. The little girl's giving Tianlin a massage. She's getting into it. Old Master Luo put down the newspaper immediately. His old face brightened, but the next moment he said profoundly, "Even heroes can't be defeated by beauties. The ancient people didn't lie to me." Luo Tianlin had always hated massages, and he couldn't accept young girls touching him all over. Today was a rare day, but a wife was still a wife. Give the little girl more food tonight to nourish her body. How tiring is a massage? Tianlin is an inhumane person abusing his wife. Half an hour later, when her entire arm was sore, she finally heard the system notification. The massage has been completed for half an hour. The tea art skill has been released. Shibo's entire body relaxed. I can't let's call it a day, my little arm is going to break. She was like a soft-legged shrimp, paralyzed on the sofa. Her small face was pink, the tip of her nose had some transparent beads of sweat, and her chest was rising and falling slightly. It was clear that he was really tired. Luo Tianlin nodded. All right, well, continue tomorrow. Shibo was speechless. He was still going. Are you addicted? Have you received a notice to sign the contract with the production team? Luo Tianlin raised his black eyes slightly. It'll talk to you about the relevant conditions. You just have to get the script and prepare well. The shooting will start after your final exam. I'll send you back to school tomorrow as usual. If I receive any more bad news from you, then he turned his right wrist and glanced at her coldly. I'll personally go to the school to talk to you. His thin lips came close to her ear, hoarse and low. Good daughter. Exiebo almost choked. She bit her lip and looked at him. Seeing that he was cold and hard, without the slightest hint of teasing, she couldn't help but curse this iron-willed straight man in her heart. Her hands were already sore from all the massage, yet he was still so stern. He was not human. Eh? Didn't you hear me? Yes, yes. Exiebo. He nodded her head vigorously, her heart beating fast. I promise it'll be good, so won't let my manager him disappointed. Luo Tianlin pursed his lips. Go to bed early after dinner. We'll leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow. I have an early meeting. Oh, Sheba replied. She sat cross-legged and checked her tea-making skills. During dinner, Old Master Luo looked at her more lovingly than ever. He felt that it was a pity when he heard that she had to go to school. However, most of her focus was on her tea-making skills. This system reward was actually different from the previous Halos. It actually came with a training course and an examination. According to the system, after 12 lessons, only by passing the test could one truly obtain this skill. Before she went to bed that night, she took a quick shower, did Pilates, lit the lavender oil by her bed, and eagerly entered the system. First lesson, identifying tea leaves. Second lesson, identifying tea. Fifth lesson, tea-making techniques, hanging pot, high rush, mountain water, black dragon entering the palace, 1,000-foot flying waterfall. Sixth lesson, tea-making techniques, spring breeze, Buddha face, phoenix 3 nods, Guangong patrolling the city, Han Xin ordering troops. Before she fell asleep, she was stunned. It looked so powerful. After the class began, the previous system performance classroom was replaced by a pavilion by a stream in the mountains. The fairy sister in white and wearing a veil that hid her face spoke slowly. The art of tea begins with the appraisal of tea. Next, I will accompany you to try all the tea in the world and experience its quiet taste, color, fragrance, and purity. Her words were like orchids, and each word was like jade falling into the water, leisurely and with a fairy-like air. Every movement of his seemed otherworldly, and every movement was ethereal. Sherby was stunned. However, while she was still in a daze, her acting brain couldn't help but learn and imitate the way she spoke and the sacred aura of her every move. Ding! User has learned Fairy Halo. Shiba was stunned for a moment, then she was overjoyed. She paid more attention to this fairy sister's every movement, and at the same time tried to remember all the information she said and carefully feel the exquisiteness of the tea ceremony. In the school dormitory, the sky had not yet brightened. In a female dormitory, Minding got up. She held her phone and looked at the newly added little fairy socialite group, and her eyes fell into a fanatical state. She had no other path to take. Ex-Xiaobo Li took her role, and she was banned from acting for 2 years. He could only follow Miss Zhu. He was going to continue his revenge on this Sherby. Sister Exentong, I know what to do. I'm ready and just waiting for her to come. If she doesn't go to the production team, her reputation will be ruined, and she won't be able to film anymore. In her dream, Xiebo Li learned from the goddess all night. She could not feel the passing of time as she studied and tasted the tea. She tasted her own brew tea cup by cup, from Kimon black tea, the lemon melon slices to new Longjing tea after the rain. After practice, the taste of each cup was more mellow and clear than the previous cup. Her tea-making skills improved rapidly. In the end, she could almost smell the fragrance of the tea and know if her pot of tea was just right. You've passed my test. Sister Fairy's clothes fluttered in the wind as she placed the last cup of tea into her hands. Shiba took a sip and her eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was far from her first cup. She had learned. Congratulations to the host for learning the beginner level of tea art. A melodious notification sound rang out. Suzerain was all smiles, but in that instant, she felt a warm current flowing through her lower abdomen. Even in her dream, her body froze. She wouldn't wet the bed if she drank too much tea, right? Don't, this was too embarrassing. Xiaobo struggled and sat up on the bed, covered in cold sweat. The room was already dimly lit. The sunrise in summer was already 5 in the morning. You're awake. The man sat on the ground beside the bed. His elegant voice had the laziness of someone who had just woken up in the morning, which made him look rare and gentle. Xiaobo, he was stunned for a moment. She followed the voice and saw that Luo Tianlin had also just sat up on one knee. He was wearing a turquoise checkered pajamas with the top 2 buttons half unbuttoned, revealing a section of cold white, but clearly muscular muscles, and then his Adam's apple. His expression was cold and lazy, and his black hair was scattered in his eyes, covering his usual powerful aura. However, he was a little sexy and a little too graceful. Shaiba was a little dazed. It wasn't until her lower abdomen heated up again that her expression changed and she woke up completely. She was in her auntie phase. The original body had the most amount on the 2nd and 3rd days, and usually had to get up at night to change a sanitary pad. It's finished. He looked at Luo Tianlin and forced a smile. I sleep a little longer. She quietly pretended to lie down, hoping that the man would quickly fall asleep again. As she lay down, she secretly lifted the blanket a little and looked at the bed. There was a small, clear, bright red blood stain on the snow-white blanket. A bolt from the blue. Xiaobo's face quickly burned. It's time to get up. Luo Tianlin glanced at the quartz clock on the bed. Wash up, do your morning exercise, and bring breakfast to the car. Xiaobo, he chuckled awkwardly and pulled the blanket over. You first. I won't fight with you. For the bathroom. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and glanced at the person who was buried in a ball on the bed. His slender fingers combed through the black hair on his forehead and said, Don't make me say it again. I'll count to 3. Xiaobo was on the verge of tears. She had never cohabited with a man in her previous life. She had no experience in such embarrassing things as dyeing the other party's bedsheets red, but if she was really forced into a corner, she would just go all out. 32. Was there a need to? Isn't it just getting up? She was going to get up. Xiaobo pouted. The moment the man reached out to pull the blanket, she gritted her teeth and held onto it tightly. She only allowed the man to pull down a corner of the blanket, revealing her pair of wet little beast eyes. Father, in bleeding, are you sure you want to see it? Old Master Luo had witnessed the 8th miracle of the Luo family today. Miraculously, Luo Tianlin didn't run in the morning today. The color of the floor was black with a tinge of red, and even his ears were slightly red. He brought 2 sets of breakfast and packed his wife into the car. He was so fast that he didn't even give Old Master Luo a chance to ask questions. Old Master Luo picked up a small steamed bun and placed it on his plate. He couldn't help but shake his head. It's getting more and more interesting. The Maserati was almost as fast as the wind. All the green lights went on all the way, and they arrived at the entrance of Nanyuan Art School, which was located in the suburbs and covered a large area. We'd be leaving then. Hubby. Xiaobo. He glanced at Assistant Shen, who was sitting in front of her, and said reluctantly. Luo Tianlin glanced at her and waved his hand, signaling for Assistant Shen to get out of the car and help her with her luggage. Xiaobo, he grinned. The moment Chen Exing got out of the car, she quickly peeked her face over and whispered into the man's ear, Manager, thank you. After she finished speaking, she jumped out of the car like a little rabbit. Her bright and clean little face even had a faint blush. After taking the luggage, he waved at Tiantian, who was in the car, leaving the handsome man in the back seat with a complicated expression. As for the cheerful Sherby, she didn't notice that as soon as she got out of the car, a camera on a phone flashed by and captured this scene. When the Maserati started up again and left the school gate, Mi Min, who was hiding behind the bushes, came out with her phone and sneered. No wonder we didn't have to take the school bus that day. It was a huge scandal for Shiba to be taken care of by a rich man. Mamin couldn't help but smile. You can only blame your bad luck. She wasn't used to eating in the school canteen and always liked the rice ball store at the school gate. However, she didn't expect to see this scene as soon as she came out. As of really free of charge, when she received Yu Exentong's hint to destroy Xiaobo He and make Mrs. Yu happy, she wanted to take a risk and accuse Xia Boyo a few crimes. Who knew that there was no need to. There was a huge problem with snatchers. My Min understood everything now. No wonder she had a bag from Branji in her closet. I thought it was fake. My Min immediately sent the photo to Yu Exenuan and Xerxes Ran's 3-person group. I found her weakness, An artist was most afraid of being immoral. If they were not careful, even famous artists could be banned, not to mention small newcomers, which rich man didn't like the new and hate the old. He just wanted Xia Bohei's young and beautiful. By the time she was condemned by the public, that man would have already finished playing with her and thrown her away, who would still waste time to save her and speak for her. Mimin laughed to death. I'm going to post on the school forum now and expose her scandal. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have been punished. However, Zhu Xiran, who had signed her name as Pucci, quickly sent a group call. Xu Xiran's calm and delicate female voice was heard. Don't be rash. Do you have a clearer picture? Did you take a picture of the license plate number? It's Jiang City's license plate. I can get someone to check it. Mimin looked embarrassed. Sister Ranren, we didn't manage to capture it. The car left too quickly. She was too excited just now and wanted to take a number plate. But she didn't have time. She only managed to take a blurry picture of a car's rear lights. I heard that you used her phone to send a message to meet Senior. Zoxaran, who was on the phone in her room, suppressed her anger and wanted to call her a good-for-nothing. She took a deep breath and asked gently, then think of a way later to check the photos on her phone. Girls always like to take photos. Maserati owners were generally younger and were likely to be the second generation of some family, so they matched Ixiabor's age. Under such circumstances, Ixiabohe would definitely want to grab onto this money tree and even think of jogging off to marry into a rich family. She would definitely take some couple photos and put them on her phone. When the time came, she might even publicly show off their love and take the initiative to expose their relationship. Zhu Xiran pinched the mirror in front of her. If you have more evidence, post it on the forum. This time she could not act rashly. If she failed again, she would be punished. However, she had to expose everything before Sherman self-destructed so that her destined partner would know and hate her. Hurry up and tell me after you post it on the forum. It'll help you get justice. It'll buy a few hot searches and send this summer mint to the top. She didn't believe that she would fail again. Alright, Mimin immediately answered. After ending the WeChat call, Mimin went to the school's cafeteria to buy some wonton and didn't leave the school again to avoid suspicion from Jiebo. The performance major's female dormitory was near the cafeteria. Mimin didn't take a long way. When she returned to the dormitory, Xiaobo had just taken out change of clothes from her suitcase and put them in the closet. Mimin's eyes widened, and the more she looked, the more elated she became. She didn't notice it before, but now that she looked at it carefully, the designs of these clothes were very stylish, but they were low-key and didn't reveal any labels. They were all big brands, right? Bao no doubt. Bo he. You're back. Mimin sneered. I helped you dry the blanket on your bed yesterday. I was still on the drying platform. If he didn't take it back, it wouldn't just be a little bit of dust. Iziebo looked up and saw that the upper bunk was indeed empty. She snorted. You haven't graduated from elementary school. Did they take you back to repeat your studies yesterday? Mimin's face was twitching with anger. You're scolding me. Shizabo couldn't even be bothered to argue with her. She slammed the suitcase in her hand shut, forcing Mimin to step back. I'm going to buy. New one. You better prepare the money before you come back, or it'll make you cry. Her eyes were cold. Mimin shivered. After extra bow he left, Mimin quickly closed the bedroom door and went to rummage through her bag. She rummaged through her backpack and luggage. As expected, they looked like ordinary clothes, but the labels inside the collar were all Babels, Chanel, and so on. The two small bags that Shiba brought this time were also very low-key fashion brands, and their prices were both above 5 figures. Mimin quickly took out her phone and took pictures of them one by one, feeling jealous and embarrassed. No matter how angry she was, she had to admit that Xiaobo Li was beautiful. If she was a man, he might also like her seductive and pure look. She was clearly a woman from the countryside, and her parents were vulgar and snobbish. But why was she so beautiful? Mimin was disappointed that she didn't find her phone. She accidentally looked into the small mirror in the closet and almost smashed it. In comparison, her own appearance was really not worth looking at. If Xiaobo he could play the role of a lady from a big family, then she could only play the role of a maidservant. She would be a supporting character for the rest of her life. It was infuriating to compare. Recall that day when director Luo ignored her but still paid some attention to Xiaobo, and the fire in her heart grew stronger. Mimin, him downstairs, the duvet, blanket, bedsheet, plus my errand fee and bed fee. I'll charge you $699. I want to see the WeChat red packet before I enter, or I'll knock on the dormitory teacher's door. When my Min heard the WeChat voice message, she gritted her teeth. Your blanket isn't broken. You're drying it on the counter upstairs. I'm a clean freak. You've touched it before, so I'll give it to you. Shiba's voice was calm, and it sounded like a flower from the mountains. It could only be seen from afar and not played with. It was quite an aura that could make people's hearts tremble. My Min didn't know why she had changed so much. In the past Yabo, he was beautiful but foolish, as she only knew how to close her door and throw a tantrum. She was completely unable to argue with others, but now she had completely changed, as if she was a different person. Soon, my Min received a photo of the door to the dormitory teacher's room. She was about to smash the cup on the table. Xiaobo, hey, you're the primary school student, right? Tell the teacher, how did you think of that? I was just helping you dry your blanket out of kindness, but I accidentally forgot to put it in last night. You're so petty. It's fine if you want to buy a new set, but you still want me to pay for it. Do you think he'll help you? But the only reply she got was a cold one. The blanket on the rooftop is already in the trash can. Last week you framed me for a secret meeting, stole my phone, and this week you threw my blanket away, my Min. Do you still need me to answer you? Who would the teacher believe? What do you think? I'm glad at him. When did I throw you? Why are you accusing me? At the entrance of the dormitory on the first floor, Suzerain suddenly grinned. Sigh, of course he'll use the methods of an elementary school student to deal with an elementary school student. The weak would be bullied. At least, at times like this, Yabohei was too lazy to disguise as her original self. If they didn't resist, they would only be pushed down the cliff. It would be too late to fight when their bodies were crushed. In this life, no one could stand in her way. The next second, a 699 yuan transfer message popped up in her WeChat. His lips immediately curled up. She carried the three-piece set on the bed with both hands and went upstairs. The original dormitory was on the 4th floor, so carrying her up could be regarded as training, not to mention that someone was paying for the errand. When she opened the door, Xiebo Li grinned at Min, who was in the room. Thank you, my good roommate, for buying me a new blanket. Good things happen as soon as I come to school. I'm really falling in love with school more and more, and me mime almost vomited blood. But when she thought of the evidence in her phone, she suppressed her anger and embarrassment. Shiba, don't be so smug. One day, you'll regret it, and it'll be too late even if you beg me. He grinned and strode past her, not even bothering to look at her. Good luck. My Min was so angry that her hands were shaking, but she could only take a deep breath. After Xiaobo made the bed, she went to the bathroom to change her sanitary pad. Mim gritted her teeth and rushed to her desk. She picked up the phone on the table and held her breath as she entered the password. She was so excited that she couldn't suppress the glint in her eyes. However, a second later, the screen showed that the password was entered incorrectly. Amin was stunned and entered it again, but it was wrong again. Suddenly, a lazy and sweet voice sounded behind her, giving her goosebumps. Student, do you have some misunderstanding about my intelligence? The phone in Mimin's hand fell on the table in a panic. Would a person fall into the same pit twice? They would, but that would be a fool. What a pity. I'm not stupid. Shiabo shook off the water droplets on her hand and walked into the dormitory. She smiled. I'll keep the password you know for the new year and let you use my phone to send out strange things. She slowly wiped her hands dry on the pink kitten pattern towel. I'm sorry to disappoint you, classmate. My Min took a step back, her face red and the panic in her eyes fading away. Bohei, you've misunderstood me this time. I saw that you had an unread message, so I wanted to send it to the bathroom. She opened her drawer and took out some strawberry-scented hand cream. She carefully applied it on each finger and massaged it repeatedly until the thick layer of cream was absorbed. She didn't say anything, but my Min's face burned even more. The silence in the dormitory was simply torturous. Take the alcohol in your cabinet and wipe my phone clean. As Yiebo Li finally wiped her face properly and lifted her chin, my Min looked up and saw that her usually delicate eyes were filled with ferocity. She couldn't help but take a step back. I'll wipe it for you. Don't be angry. It's really a misunderstanding. Xiaobo Li ignored her and sat there waiting for her to finish wiping before taking back her phone. Don't touch it next time, or it'll make you buy a new one. Mimin's eyes were burning with rage, but she had to suppress it. She still needed evidence. She couldn't make a big deal out of it now as she had already alerted the enemy. Don't worry, the room returned to silence. Eng Xiaobo Li didn't care about this person. She opened the computer, locked in the cabinet, and started to browse the movies on the school website. A good actor had to watch films often and learn how other actors acted in film and television works. How each scene was performed and how each emotion was expressed was not without basis. It required the accumulation of feelings, imitation, and learning over time. In her past life, she often stayed in the small rented room, curled up in the single bed, and watched X-ray films. The room size at that time was not as big as the dormitory now. Bo got used to it. She put on her headphones and focused on the screen. Min, who was sitting across the table, took a few glances and found that the other party was completely ignoring her and looking down on her. She only felt angry. Ran, Sister Xinyuan, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any more evidence. Shabo will change the password. What should I do next? Should I post it on the school forum now? On the other side, Zhu Iziren also wanted to vomit blood when she saw this message. This Min's brain was really not very good. No wonder she failed the last time when they tried to frame her for the changing room. It was normal to change the password, and she didn't have much hope if it were her. She would also change her phone's screen to a new password that no one else could guess after the phone was unlocked and she was framed by someone else. Don't be in such a hurry to post on the forum. Didn't tell you. Send what? If she couldn't kill her with one hit, she would become ugly again. Xu Jiran really didn't want my Min to help her. She always felt like a pig teammate, but this person was Xia Bohei's roommate. Think about it. Is there a situation where Sherby's phone isn't by her side for at least an hour? I can find someone to crack her password, but I have to get her phone. What time does she usually go to bed? At night. While she was asleep at night, he took out his phone and decoded the code. What a good idea. Min's blood was boiling at the thought of it, and she immediately replied. But she stopped halfway. She did not sleep at night. She liked disco dancing. She doesn't go to class during the day. There was no other way at night. During the day, she willfully skipped class, but she, Min, had to attend. Otherwise, if she made more mistakes by skipping class, her punishment wouldn't be able to be removed before graduation. When Zhu Xuan saw the message, she also wanted to vomit blood, not sleeping at night and skipping class during the day. If this kind of person could actually succeed in the audition, then not only would the assistant director be incompetent, but even the executive director would be stupid. Why did her system find her such an opponent? But very quickly, my Min thought of something. Sister Ranran, you have a challenge? She has to take a makeup test for script class in 3 days. The teacher doesn't like people bringing their phones into the classroom. Xiabo lived on campus, and her life was very fulfilling. In addition to preparing for her makeup exams, she watched dramas day and night and also wanted to make her presence felt. After all, she was in the dormitory and was in a long-distance relationship with her cheap husband. It was not easy to get a good impression of her last weekend, so she could not let him forget about it. After much thought, she went to buy a second SIM card and set up alternate accounts for WeChat and Weibo. In the future, if she wanted to walk the path of an artist, that account was indispensable. On the first day of registration, she used her main account to enter the Luo family group chat and clicked on Luo Tianlin's WeChat profile picture. His WeChat name was particularly perfunctory. It was just a capital letter L, and his profile picture was even more casual. He probably took the background of the phone's screensaver, which was a building at night. Xiebo shook her head. Her cheap husband's WeChat message really expressed if you're the one from head to toe. You really don't have the face of a CEO at all. However, from another perspective, this cheap husband was in a high position, so he must have attracted a lot of women around him. This kind of personality of his was rather clean and honest, and was very redeeming. If she managed it well, she might be able to cultivate a loyal dog-like man who would only listen to his wife. After all, the men of the Luo family were all protective of their own. As long as she could be the only woman in his life, make him care about her, make him want to treat her well, and even make him feel like he owed her, then her good days would be coming. I have to work hard. Sherby opened the man's profile picture and entered the chat window. After some thought, she sent her second account to the man in the Lua group. The large president's office was made of black-edged floor tiles imported from Italy. A row of projection lights shone down from the top, and traces of gold thread could be vaguely seen. The marketing manager, Bia Shuan, was not in the mood to appreciate it. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, President Luo, although we made a mistake this time, we will definitely achieve the annual sales target. The only response he got was a cold look from Luo Tianlin. Bi Shu Yuan's back was numb. I was wrong. I will ask them to change it now. Luo Tianlin's silence was far scarier than his open mouth. The pressure he gave off was huge, because no one knew what kind of punishment he was going to give. However, just as Bia Shuoyan was about to give up, he looked up and saw the workaholic President Luo. He glanced at his hand and picked up his phone. President Luo never looked at his personal phone when he was talking to his subordinates. Why did he, just as Bi Shuyan was feeling puzzled? He saw Luo Tianlin put down his phone with his lips tightly pursed. However, he picked it up again within 2 seconds. Bi Shuyan was stunned. His searching eyes met Luo Tianlin's cold eyes. See President Luo? Luo Tianlin's eyebrows twitched, and he moved his fingers. Go out and solve the problem. All right, he'll do it immediately. He had survived. After Bai Shuan's surprise, he was overjoyed. He quickly escaped from the president's office. He closed the door and put his hands together, his old face full of relief. Who's looking for President Luo to discuss private matters during work hours? A woman? Thank you, my lady. Quickly take in President Luo. Get married and have children to annoy President Luo. Don't let him keep an eye on them all day. Bi Shuyuan prayed sincerely. Luo Tianlin, who was just a door away, looked up at the closed door, glanced at the phone screen, and then dialed. Why did you register an alternate account? He was so bored. Shabaz's soft voice quickly came from the other end of the phone. To post some personal stuff so that people won't find out and defame me in the future. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and moved the phone away from his ear. He clicked on her WeChat account, which was named Naturally Cute. She clicked into her moments and saw that she had indeed posted a new status. Little cutie. Thank you, Mr. So-and-so, for washing my dirty quilt shy. Luo Tianlin's eyebrows twitched, and his lips pursed into a thin line. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chabot leaned against the headboard and pressed her phone against the wall. But she didn't hear the man's reply. She blinked and couldn't help but grin. She also took out her phone and opened the WeChat moments posted by her alternate account. Did her cheap husband see her post? Daily flirting. She pretended to be unconcerned and casually sent a message to record her mood. She mentioned him in her words and even thanked him. Any man would feel great, right? Shaba covered her mouth and laughed. Then I won't disturb you. Little Humble's chun was just right. She couldn't help but imagine the faint fairy-like air she had gotten when she was learning the art of tea last night. It was melodious and crisp, with a feeling that she could only look at it but not reach it. Without waiting for Luo Tianlin to reply, she hung up the phone and ran away like a shy girl. Sherby put down her phone and couldn't help but touch the corner of her lips that had just applied 2 thick layers of lip balm. Her lines seemed to have improved. She really admired herself for being able to perform 3 different levels of acting just by saying a sentence while she was on the phone. She was a fairy, a young girl, and a pitiful little girl. Even a god would have a mortal heart. She didn't believe that her cheap husband could still hold on. Meanwhile, in the Luo Corporation's president's office, Luo Tianlin frowned as he looked at the call log. After a long pause, he pressed the phone on the table with, "Smile. Shensin, contact the scriptwriter of that time. The script has been slightly modified regarding the ending of several supporting roles. The little girl's acting skills were not bad, so he just wanted to add some acting to her. He didn't want her to be bored and use him as practice." Time passed by quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was Wednesday. My mean finally waited until XCR Bo went to take her makeup test. Their school was a bit special, as they were afraid of affecting everyone's acting. If they didn't pass the test on the spot, the teachers would give them another chance before the summer break. At this time, there were still other classes that had not ended. There were still many people coming and going in the school, and there were still many students. Let's meet under the willow tree on the small road outside the convenience store. Mimi sent a message to the group and used her credit card to force open the drawer that was locked before she left. She thought that this person would still dance at night, but in the end, Xie Bo, he had been sleeping well in the dormitory for the past 2 days. Other than watching porn, she didn't go out at all, but Mimin didn't have the courage in the end and had to wait until the makeup test. As soon as Mimin got the phone, she immediately put it in her pocket, restored the drawer, and quickly rushed out of the dormitory building. When she walked to the edge of the forest, she made sure that no one was around before she took out her phone and handed it to a middle-aged man in a cap. "In at most an hour, you have to return the phone, or we'll be found out," Mimin urged. The middle-aged man laughed. "Sure, we'll meet again here." Mimin watched him leave. afraid of being discovered, and rushed back to the dormitory. What she didn't see was that the middle-aged man had gotten on the motorcycle next to him and sped all the way out of the school gate, finally stopping at the side of the road, just one street away. "Young miss, the item has been brought." "Yes, give it to me." The rear window of the black Cadillac rolled down slowly, revealing a small girl's face wearing a mask. It was none other than Zhu Xiran. Zhu Xiran turned on the computer with one hand and took the phone with the other. She took a deep breath. This time she had personally come out to show her respect. Zhejian frowned, closed the window, and hit the keyboard. One program after another started running backstage, trying to combine the passwords. The password was 6 digits. Within an hour, Zhejian kept knocking on the door, racing against time. Finally, in the last 5 minutes, her face was covered in sweat. Because of the excessive tension and brain fatigue, her face was pale as if she lacked oxygen. If succeeded, Zhou Yuxiran's 10 fingers were trembling because of the high-speed tapping. The next second, the phone screen opened. Sherba was finished. Zhou Yuxiran's face under the mask revealed a tired but determined smile. However, entering the phone, one photo, a selfie of the exquisite girl with no blind spots and a line of words attached. "Why am I so good looking?" Zhou Jiran almost vomited blood. Then he entered WeChat chat history, one post. "I'm so good looking. What should I do? Summer mint." Zhu Ziran smashed the laptop in the car. "Miss, it's almost time." Zhou Jiran was so angry that the red spots on her face hurt even more. She threw the phone on the cushion. "Give it back." She had spent so much effort but had not found anything. Instead, she had been played. When Zhu Izihan saw Zhebo's selfie and saw her natural beauty, which was even more beautiful than the face she'd obtained after listening to the system's words and facing the danger of backlash at any time, Zhou Izihan felt suffocated. She felt an extremely uncomfortable difficulty in breathing from her throat. She tightened her grip on the edge of the mask. "Let's go home." Min, who was in the dormitory, looked at the time and couldn't sit still anymore. She rushed out of the building and waited. Finally, the middle-aged man came. Min didn't dare to say much and only asked, "Have you unlocked it?" The middle-aged man's expression was complicated. "Has been solved." After he finished, Min didn't have the time to continue listening. She was ecstatic. What password? When she returned to the dormitory, Min quickly entered the password and was ready to look through the photo album, but her phone vibrated. "Zhou Siran, put your phone back and stop checking." Zhou Siran, wipe the fingerprints off the paper. Min was stunned and immediately called back on WeChat. "I almost succeeded." Why, in the blink of an eye, the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs could be heard from the corridor. Min almost jumped up. She hurriedly pulled out a paper towel and wiped the surface of the phone clean before stuffing it into the drawer and looking at the dormitory door vigilantly. As expected, the dormitory door was pushed open in the next second, and Sherby's graceful figure appeared at the door. "Yo," so respectful, standing there to welcome me in. The smile on Shiba's pretty face was soft, but the light in her watery eyes was full of sarcasm. Mimim immediately turned her head and sat back at her desk. Pretending not to hear her, she whispered to the other end of the phone, "I'll call you later." But before she could finish her sentence, the phone in her hand was snatched away. Min turned around in disbelief, only to see Shermi's bone-chilling eyes. "What are you doing?" "Return it to me." Min rushed over and reached out her hand. However, with one kick, Xiebo Li knocked over the seat beside her and smashed it in front of her, blocking Min's way. She sneered before looking at Min's screen, which was still lit. She squinted at the other party's WeChat profile picture. The ID was little Poochie. He had no impression of it. Since she couldn't find the corresponding memory, she guessed that she didn't know this person. However, she did not return the phone. Instead, she sneered at the screen of the phone. "Thank you. I was just worried that my phone screen was a little dirty. Someone couldn't wait to clean it for me. I'm really touched." Mim immediately went around the chair. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Shibo," he smiled and glanced at her. She threw Min's phone on the table and turned around to open her drawer. She took out her phone and turned it against the sun, just in time. "I was about to change my tempered film. Classmate, please help me change it after you're done next time." Min almost forgot to open her mouth to breathe. "You're talking nonsense. Are you crazy?" She really could understand how the other party had discovered her. That was impossible. Just now, Xiabo, he had gone to take a makeup test and had just returned. How did she know that they had stolen her phone to find the password? However, Shiabo Lee stared at her shocked and scared face and laughed lightly. I told you I'm not stupid. Why didn't you believe me? In her past life, she had been on set all year round in order to compete for roles with others, so she was not an innocent and obedient child. Moreover, she had read novels and knew the plot of this melodramatic plot. My Min had taken the opportunity when she went to wash her hands and used her hand to move her around, so she suspected that this person was going to cause trouble. When she saw Mi Min's panic the moment she returned today, she knew what she had done. As expected, however, this tactic was only used on the female lead in novels. How did the female lead's encounter end up with her? And there were several villains who opposed the female lead in the book. Who was it that was assisting My Min from behind to mess with her? Sheba narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. On the other end of the phone, Zhu Xiran, who had hung up the call in a hurry, was so angry that she couldn't say a word. She had been too careless. When Zhu Xiran returned to her room, she threw all the pillows on the bed to the ground, and her beautiful face twisted. I didn't expect this Sherba to be so high level. She had already discovered that something was wrong and deleted the photos in advance. When she returned to the dormitory, she even tricked Min, but Min was stupid. Xiaobo didn't find anything on her, but she managed to trick her out with a few words and almost exposed herself. Zhuan lit the incense on her bed and forced herself to calm down. Then, he picked up his phone and sent a voice message. Listen, don't do anything. Wait until she leaves the school. That person will definitely come to pick her up again. With Axia Boho's looks, the second-generation rich kid who was her sugar daddy would probably be mesmerized by her for a while. If he sent her to school, he would definitely pick her up. This time, take a picture of his license plate number. It's best to take a picture of him as well. Zhu Ziran held her forehead in her hand, and her tone had never been so fierce before. Also, when will her makeup test results be out? It'll let everyone know what kind of female student the production team wants who doesn't deserve her reputation. It was easy to deduce how she got the role if they captured evidence of her being a kept woman. Her acting skills were terrible, and she had someone backing her. Zhu Zirong covered the red spots on her face. I'd like to see who it is that has more influence than my third brother. She couldn't think of that person's identity, and there was another person who was also suspicious. When he found out that he had been removed from the crew, Liao Ming almost rushed over to grab Wang Runing's collar. Director Wang, you personally selected these female supporting roles. You also said that those with poor grades don't even need to give an interview chance. Just let them go back. I even gave her a chance to perform, and you want to kick me out of the crew? The wrinkles at the corners of Wang Runing's eyes were squeezed together. Liao Ming, what if I say that you were wrong in giving her a chance? Liao Ming's eyes widened. Some people, Wang Runing's gaze was complicated. It's fine if they're buried in the ground for their entire lives and never rise up, but once there's a chance of breaking through the ground, they can't be suppressed anymore. As he said this, his tone turned cold. If you want to suppress her, you'll have to pay a huge price. Liao Ming opened his mouth and his face turned pale. Which big boss is interested in her? Wang Runing shook her head and didn't say anything. She got into the car and left. Liao Ming was shocked, angry, and scared. What was he doing? He didn't get in touch with his Yu family, and he even cut off Chongyi's connections. What was going on? He was still in a daze, but he quickly went to several production teams and was rejected one after another. At this moment, Liao Ming was really scared. Does that girl really have a rich man behind her? No wonder a little female student dared to offend movie king Zhu. She wasn't someone a small director like him could mess with as he pleased. Liao Ming was filled with regret and quickly made a call. Third master, you have to save me this time. I'm doing this to help you, so you have to help me this time. But soon a cold and warm voice came out of the phone, which made him fall to the ground. Director Liao, when did I ask for your help? I'm sorry, you're mistaken. Liao Ming was speechless. In school, Bo had a pretty good life after killing 1,000 enemies and losing nothing. 5 days a week, she would post on her social media account every day to flirt with her cheap husband. Just after lunchtime on Friday, Assistant Chen's message arrived. Madam, Special Assistant Lin is on the path beside the dormitory. Please hand your luggage to her. President Luo's car is already waiting for you at the south gate. As you can just get in the car directly, and a bag-carrying assistant. As expected, the treatment immediately improved when one made their husband happy. Shiba couldn't help but laugh, but halfway through his smile, he saw Mimin's concerned gaze from the reflection of the laptop screen. Shiba grinned. Another death wish. Xiaobo picked up her luggage and left the house. Before she walked out of the dormitory building, she deliberately looked behind her through the glass door and curled her lips. Sister Ranran, she's out. My Min squatted at the corner of the stairs and lowered her voice. I'm following, take pictures whenever you see me. As she spoke, she was afraid of losing him, so she quickly put on her headphones, turned on the camera mode on her phone, and followed him out of the dormitory building. After they left, Mimin thought that Xiaobo would feel guilty and take the smaller paths to avoid suspicion. She didn't expect her to openly take the main road. Could it be that the man didn't come today? Mimin hesitated for a moment, but she soon saw Xiaobo. He turned into a lush willow path next to the cafeteria. There were many trees here, and many couples would secretly date here at night, so it was very difficult to be discovered. Mimin laughed. After another 2 or 3 turns, she stopped because she could hear Sherby's soft voice. My Min was overjoyed and immediately switched from photo mode to video mode. Xiaobo was too bold to bring her kept man into the school woods. Not only could they film the video, but they could also record Xiaobo's conversation with that man on their date. That would be solid evidence. Mimin pricked up her ears and soon heard a soft female voice. My dear, thank you for helping me with my luggage. You're so nice, I really love you. My Min's eyes lit up. However, Xiaobo didn't seem to feel that she was being followed. She continued to sweet talk. I've never met someone like you in my life. You're more considerate and careful than any man I've met. Wow, I can feel your biceps. They're so strong. I'm drunk in 1 second. Mimin covered her mouth and almost laughed. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman like Summer Mint would shamelessly flatter men in secret? If this were to be spread on the school forum, it would be like the goddess of the past falling into the mud and letting everyone see her true colors. She was really despicable. The more she thought about it, the more satisfied she felt. Xiaobo Li continued. Can I touch your muscles? My Min took 2 more steps forward excitedly. She was afraid of being found out, so she didn't dare to get too close. From her angle, she could only manage to capture a little vector of dress and luggage, not the wild man. The 2 of them were hugging and touching each other. This was an explosive scene. She had to get it. While she was excited, Inyuan and Zuixiran in the widget group also heard the voice at the scene and couldn't wait to type in the group. Did you get it? This was too explosive. Shall be finished if you send it out. Pure and innocent girl. Hey. The 3 of them were ecstatic that they were on the verge of success. However, Mimin was filled with anticipation. She took another step forward and was stunned. In the small forest, the last tree that blocked her view was crossed over by her. She could clearly see the scene of Xiaobo hugging someone. Min widened her eyes and took a step back. At this moment, Xiaobo Li was like a cute little bird. Her face was red and her peach lips were slightly open. It was hard not to think of the wrong things with this kind of little woman's expression. However, the person she was hugging was not a man, but a young lady in sportswear. My Min was caught off guard and couldn't help but rub her eyes. How could it be a girl? Xiaobo smiled and hugged the lady's arm. Sister, how do you train your muscles? Teach me. I can't do it no matter how I exercise. After she finished speaking, she turned her head slightly and seemed to have just seen my Min. A mocking smile appeared in her watery eyes. Yo, isn't this my roommate, Min? What, are you gonna send me out of the school too? There was a moment of silence in the small forest. Xiaobo smiled at Min, her eyes like torches. You're so polite. Did you come over to help me carry my luggage? My Min almost stumbled. No, I am going to the cafeteria. Oh, is the cafeteria open? Aye, Min. I'm so sad. I thought we're close classmates. Xiaobo raised her eyebrows, her face full of smiles, but it turned cold in a second. You're really disappointing. I still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first. My Min took a deep breath. Xiaobo's eyes sent a chill down her spine. She felt like a complete stranger, no longer the Xiaobo she had known for 2 years. She took her phone and ran out of the woods. Xiaobo narrowed her eyes. After she left, her little face returned to gentleness. She smiled gently at the young lady beside her. Executive Assistant Lin, please take the long way to pick me up. Let's go. My Min could really laugh for 3 days and 3 nights when she saw Executive Assistant Lin's appearance just now. What a pity. If she had known earlier, she would have held her phone in her hand and taken a good picture of Mimin's expression. Screw her. He was still sleeping. Madam, you're too polite. Assistant Lim blushed and looked at the flawlessly beautiful Mrs. President. He immediately lowered his head and said, I drove my own car. You can take the president's car. He's at the door. Yes, moi, Axia Bo. Lee sent her a flying kiss. Special Assistant Lin blinked. After a long time, he carefully took the suitcase and walked out. As he walked, his eyes were filled with stars. The president's wife was so cute and beautiful, and no wonder the president came to pick her up personally, and even sent her to see her off at the school gate. The distance of less than 300 meters could be covered with a lift of one's feet, but it was normal for the president to be worried about Madame being alone. Who asked Madame to be so beautiful and kind? If she was not careful, she would be snatched away, right? And in a short time, she had captured the heart of a small assistant fan. When she reached the door and got into the car, she snorted at Luo Tianlin, who was sitting in the back seat with his suit unbuttoned and his back straight. He was reading through some documents in a serious manner. "Hubby, it's a good thing you didn't come." Luo Tianlin's hand, which was holding a silver pen, paused. He felt a soft and sweet strawberry sweetness on his left side, as if a strawberry ice cream cone that was about to melt had rolled in, and the cream was about to drip. He lowered his eyes and looked at the girl's long black and curly hair on his arm. He raised his eyebrows slightly, expressing his doubts. Before he could say anything, Shabar patted her chest and said, "You almost revealed your identity." As she spoke, she glanced at him with lingering fear. "I didn't leave for long, and my roommate actually followed me. Maybe she likes to take pictures of the scenery, and she has a camera on her phone." I thought, "Fortunately, you're not here, or you would have been captured by her. You used to hate being photographed. I almost got you into trouble." The Luo Tianlin's brows furrowed as he shifted his gaze to Chen Shen, who was sitting in the front seat. "Madam, is your roommate my Min?" Chen Xin asked in surprise. Shaba nodded, thinking that she was being generous and thoughtful. She didn't forget to add a piece of information. She's been very curious recently. Not only does she like to take pictures of the scenery and me, but she also likes to do good things. When I'm not in the dormitory, she will quietly take my phone from the drawer and wipe the screen for me. Last week, she even rummaged through my blanket and took it to the sun for me. Oh, although I forgot to take it back for the next 2 days. But is she trying to apologize to me because she felt that the changing room had hurt me? Chen Xin's face twitched, and he almost knelt down in front of the innocent president's wife. He quietly took her phone from the drawer and rummaged through her blanket. Wasn't Madame being bullied in school? What is that my mind trying to do? How can she touch Madame's personal belongings? And Madame didn't even notice the other party's malice. How could she be so pure? Chen Jin was at a loss. How was he supposed to tell his wife about the cruelty of this world? However, she did not expect a man's deep voice to come from the back seat. "Chen Shin, please thank that classmate on behalf of Madame." Chen Shin was stunned for a moment. Did the president still want to continue protecting Madame's innocence? Sigh. Alright. Hearing this, Xiaobo almost laughed to death in her heart, but she held it in on her face. My Min would never have thought that she would get into trouble because of a single sentence. She rushed to the cafeteria and saw Zia Bohi leave the school gate. She then remembered that she had to send a message to Zhu Eziran and Yu Xingxuan. Female. How could that be? Yu Xintong exclaimed. Zhu Eziran didn't say anything for a long time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Mi Min's expression was grave. She's very wary of me now. I don't think I can get any other evidence. You didn't chase him to the school gate. Where's the license plate? When Zhu Eziran heard this, she wanted to curse. Muddled. My Min's expression changed. A sister came to pick her up. What's the point of me chasing after her? Even if a man came to pick her up, she wouldn't get in the car and let me see her. As Yuexerin was so angry that she almost couldn't speak. She didn't even know how to use a smokescreen. He was really furious. You can't even do a small thing. Then Mimi, you should post the photo on the forum first. Yuexingxuan sighed. Since she's on her guard, we can only strike first. If we delay any longer, she might come up with some other tricks. What do you think, Ran? Zhu Izarin felt tired. This Mimin is good at ruining things. Why isn't there something growing on her face? Host. If you fail the mission, you can transfer a portion of the backlash to the mission participants. Jazirin was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, once the transfer is completed, the host must take note that if the mission participants betray you in the future, the backlash from today's transfer will return to you. Zhuangziran clenched her fists. This was acceptable. The system had wanted her to bear all the responsibility. Also, in the future, you must accept a mission every month. Zhuzarin gritted at her teeth and cursed the stupid system in her heart. She knew that it had no good intentions, and even took the initiative to help her transfer the backlash. In the past 10 years, the beauty missions that she had completed were all optional. As long as she was willing to give up on becoming beautiful, she would not participate in any missions or fight for fate. But now, the system wanted to take away her choice and force her to complete the mission in the future. She no longer had the right to back out. All right, he said. Juzeron's eyes were filled with a cold light. She had never thought of backing out. She wanted to maintain her beauty for the rest of her life. Even if she got married to Uncle Jai, she would continue to maintain her beauty. In the future, she would have children and her beauty would not decline. As time passed, she would still maintain her beauty at its peak. Okay, please set the mission participants' share of the burden. Zhu Ziran didn't even think about it, carefully and directly adjusted the proportion to the highest 90. She only had to bear 10 NE. Although Zhu Ziran felt that it was a pity that she couldn't transfer it 100W, she was already very satisfied. She smiled at Mimin, who was still on the phone, and said, okay, you can post it on the forum. She felt that it was likely to fail, but with a 10 failure penalty, it was already worth the risk to try for a success rate. If my Min is stupid, then let her bear the consequences of her failure. Alright, it'll post it anonymously. Amin didn't notice anything unusual and was especially enthusiastic. When the car stopped, Xiaobo Li even started to chat with her in the Maserati. Hubby, don't come to pick me up in the future. I will tell Grandpa that I can take the school bus home by myself. If someone takes a photo of you and exposes you, I won't know what to do if you're implicated. She looked as if she could not absolve herself from the blame, even if she died 10,000 times, and her little face was filled with valiance. Luo Tianlin glanced at it, his handsome face still cold and expressionless. He turned the magnetic buckle of his quartz watch and said, it's fine. Chen Xin saw his little action through the rearview mirror and was already clapping in his heart. Mighty madam, when he came to pick up his wife from school in the past, the boss would get angry as if his work had been interrupted. But now all of his hair that was standing on end was flattened by Madam's words, etk. In the future, even if he was interrupted at work, the boss would take the initiative to pick him up. He was willing to endure it. President, Madam, we're here. The driver stopped the car and said respectfully. Assistant Chen immediately got out of the car and jogged to the back door. She opened the door for Xiaobohe first and even put hand on the roof of the car, afraid that she would hurt herself. Xiaobohe smiled and thanked him. But in his heart, he was screaming like a groundhog. She was treated like a rich, young lady, and she had never been an extra in her entire life. She was in a good mood, but when she got out of the car, she was stunned. In front of him was an independent duplex, private apartment with red bricks and black tiles. It was located alone beside the fountain, and in the middle of the stone rockery. Zhuyan Mansion was the real wedding house of the original owner and Luo Tianlin. It was also the private property where Luo Tianlin had lived before they got married. After their marriage, in order not to let old Master Luo find out that they didn't sleep in the same room, they basically lived here. Standing in front of the house, Shami looked at the miniature fountain in amazement, as well as the greystone pillars and dense vegetation that blocked the view of the other residential areas. There was only one word in her heart rich. It was clearly located in the bustling city center, but it was still able to open up such a quiet and independent area, far away from the disturbance of the mortal world. This man, Luo Tianlin, was really rich and had a good taste in life. If it wasn't for the fact that the original body was one-track minded, he would actually be a 1 in a million good match, living in such a deserted place all day. He was afraid that no one would be able to find him. Could he still be a virgin? Shiba's thoughts ran wild, and her expression kept changing. Luo Tianlin's black eyes swept across her pink face, as if he could sense the bad thoughts in her mind. Don't go back to the main house today. Just go back once a month. After all, she was going to divorce him. The old master liked her too much. When she left, the old master would definitely be reluctant to let her go. Rather than that, it was better to keep a distance. Luo Tianlin took a quick glance, then unbuttoned his suit jacket with one hand, got out of the car, and walked into the room. With a beep, the iris lock was unlocked, and the heavy wooden double door opened. The lights around the entrance instantly gave off a warm light on the grey walls and the wooden shoe cabinet. Going around the wooden swastika partition, the wide and bright study that was connected to the dining room, as well as the living room facing the courtyard-style swimming pool, were all in plain view. Shiba's wandering eyes were fixed on every corner of the room. Facing the sea, the flowers bloomed in the warm spring. Standing on the creaking parquet flooring and looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the living room, she felt like she had reached the peak of her life. Why was she still fighting? With her husband in hand, she had the world. Luo Tianlin noticed the heaviness in her footsteps. He turned around, and his dark eyes darkened. I'm on a business trip tonight. Wang Bo will be here later. Vixia Bo, he heard this and raised her head in confusion. A beautiful day was a good time to cultivate feelings and conquer this man. He's actually on a business trip, however. She soon remembered the past of the original owner of this body. She only came back on the weekends and often went disco dancing in the early hours of the morning and did not return home at night. She always hoped that Luo Tianlin would go on business trips, and it would be best if he was not home for a long time. Although it was their nuptial home, there were few traces of them living together. You're leaving immediately. Xiaobo, he suddenly felt that victory was far away. Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes and looked at the expression on her delicate face. He did not see any anticipation on her face when he went on a business trip, but he still frowned and said, "Don't worry, I won't stay for too long." Xiaobo, he hissed, his head aching. When they were alone in the house where they had the most cold wars, it was really difficult for her to erase the negative influence of the original body. 3 feet of ice could not be formed in a day. Luo Tianlin was a very smart man, and he was not someone who could be moved or trusted by her change in 1 or 2 days. If it's possible, can you lend it to me for an hour? Shubali took a deep breath, pinched the corner of her floral dress, and said in a low voice. Luo Tianlin was already walking up the stairs, but he stopped when he heard her. You want to ask about the crew? He unbuttoned his cufflinks and took off his suit, putting it on his arm. The first version of the script and the contract have been sent to your school's email. You can take a look first. It'll come back next week to check the progress. Spot check. He had the air of a manager. Shabar pouted in her heart, but her face was bright. Thank you, but that's not what I want to ask. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. Shabar bit her lip. I think, if you can, of course, if you're in a hurry to catch your flight, I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you a safe journey and ask the driver to drive slowly. I'm actually fine. I'm just casually saying after she finished speaking. She looked at the floor as if a flower had bloomed on it. After a long time, a muffled and deep voice sounded from the second floor. I can only stay for an hour at most. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of steady footsteps drifted away. Shiba lowered her head and laughed. After Luo Tianlin disappeared, Xiaobo, he immediately rolled up her sleeves and opened the refrigerator. She checked her stock and placed an order for fresh vegetables. That's right, she had to cook to conquer a man. One had to conquer his stomach. Although the method was old, it had been passed down for thousands of years and had never faded, which meant it was useful. Humming a song, she took out the frozen meat, eggs, and spiral pasta. He didn't have time to make white rice, but he could still cook some spaghetti and take it away. She was planning to make a high-protein fitness meal. The hot spring egg was slightly boiled and cut in half. The heat was just right. The egg yolk inside was still tender orange and in a subtle state of being slightly solidified. The chicken breast was defrosted in the microwave, sprinkled with salt and massaged with pepper. Then it was fried in a pan until the aroma overflowed and the surface was golden. Then he added spiral pasta, broccoli and mushroom with anti-aging radiation, as well as a round spoon of seasoned mashed potatoes and cold seaweed. I'm really amazing. It only took 30 minutes for Sheba to finish. Such a good wife and mother. She was about to fall in love with herself. These common and nutritious ingredients were all for her cheap husband. As for herself, yes, he defrosted the M12 grade rare Western Frost snowflake steak and cut it thick. She remembered in her previous life that a small piece of this top quality steak cost 4 figures in Western restaurants. Even under the moonlight, she could not afford one piece. Hiss. Xiaobo, he swallowed his saliva, rubbed his small hands, and impatiently walked to the side of the induction stove. But halfway there, she tripped over the long dress that was in the way. Everything that stopped her from reaching the point of delicious food was an obstacle. Sherba simply pulled up the end of her long dress and tied it around her waist. Your tavern is closed for me. She hummed a little tune as she cooked, feeling extremely high. When Luo Tianlin walked to the stairs, he happened to hear this sentence, and the corners of Wantings twitched. When he walked into the kitchen, which was covered by glass, his cold eyes also paused. The little girl was wearing a black daisy's long dress that extended to her ankles. She was wearing a pure white t-shirt and looked clean with a little girl's unique elegance. However, At this moment, she had lifted half of her long dress, not only revealing a pair of straight, slender, snow-like calves, but also protruding the small waist that was originally hidden under the loose t-shirt. It was so slender that it could not be held. However, she seemed to be unaware of it. Her bare snow-white feet stepped on the spotless rice-colored stone bricks. The auntie might have just wiped the brick as it was so bright that it reflected light. He lowered his eyes and could almost see the faint pink under her skirt reflected on the stone bricks. Luo Tianlin's fingers paused slightly and his black eyes closed. Yay. But as soon as she picked up the steak and threw it into the pot, she turned around and almost hit his chest with the spatula. It was scary, scary. She was so scared that she stepped back, but she slipped. Luo Tianlin opened his eyes and sighed slightly. He reached out to hold her small waist, which was about to fall, and pulled her in front of him. He pulled up the oil shovel from her hand and threw it into the sink. Axia Boli blinked and felt the warm man's body on her back. The faint scent of pine and cypress entered her breath, full of male tolerance, but filled with an invasion that could not be ignored. How long had this man been secretly looking at her? Sticking out her tongue, Xiaobo he lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. She seemed to have just come back to her senses. She took a step back shyly and put some distance between them. I was just about to call you, she said in a coquettish voice. With this step, the soft skirt that was wrapped around her waist was already swaying, like several daisies rippling in the wind. Luo Tianlin took a glance at it and retracted his gaze, but he quickly looked back. The little girl didn't know what was going on. She walked barefoot to the other side of the Nakajima station and even tiptoed to bend down to pick up the things on the stage. The pink reflection on the stone brick was even clearer. Luo Tianlin frowned, took a step forward, put his hand on her waist, and gently lifted the little girl under her arm, lifting her up to the Nakajima station, where the small white orchid bottle was placed. Exiebo was stunned, her face blushing slightly. She had asked him to stay for an hour because she wanted to feed him. What was he doing, carrying her to the table? Was he going to eat her on the spot? But now there was only half an hour left. Wasn't he moving too fast? It's not very good. Tears welled up in Susanna's almond-shaped eyes. The next second, Luo Tianlin's hoarse voice was heard. Put down the dress. Shiba was speechless. At the same time, an anonymous post appeared on the Nanyuan school forum. The secret of the soon-to-be school bell that you don't know. Multiple warning pictures the Nanyuan art school forum had been out of control ever since the post exposing the campus bell had appeared on the 6th. In just a few minutes, the number of replies had risen to over 100. In a short time, it even went from a new post to a hot post floating on the front page high and high. Attached picture. A clear picture of the Maserati. A full-face picture of the soon-to-be school beauty getting out of the car. No Photoshop. Attached photo. The school bell's branded bag. Brand H. Brand, the picture is clear. The price of a single bag is 20,000. A limited edition rare leather from brand H is worth 100,000. There were not many words in the main post, but there were so many photos that the screen was flooded with them. The number of replies was like bamboo shoots after the rain. Second comment, crap, isn't this the little beauty from the acting department, the strong contender for this year's school? Bell of my hearts, by Yu Guang. Crap, my house won't collapse, right? Third comment, no way. I remember last semester, she said that her family's conditions were poor. God, I always thought those bags weren't real. This was being... Did you raise it? Fourth comment, don't ask. If you do, the house will collapse. I'm going to register 10 side accounts this year to vote for her as the school belle. Amount of love. Fifth comment. Why did I hear that she had an affair with her 4th year senior? She actually has a boat outside. Sixth comment. Thank you for the invitation. I'm a 4th year senior. I did hear that someone in our class had an affair with her and was recently punished. I didn't expect that she wasn't serious about my brother at all. Is she shameless? 100th reel. To be honest, it would be strange if people didn't like her with her looks, okay? I already felt that something was wrong with her last year. She failed her subjects every year and skipped all of her classes. First, she was not punished. Second, she was not persuaded to leave. There must be someone protecting her behind the scenes. As she bold. 204. Shocking. I heard that she even snatched her roommate's role in the year-end drama. Could she be having an affair with some teacher from the acting department? 1681L. No wonder she can't speak her lines clearly and is still so fearless. She doesn't rely on acting to make a living. 2345L. She's not the only one who took the shortcut, but it's rare for her to be so ugly. My roommate also pursued her before, but she said that she had never been in a relationship and had no experience mouth area. Min, who was sitting in the dormitory, smiled wider with each new reply. She didn't believe that the school wouldn't punish Bo for this. He should at least give her a warning. But while she was laughing, someone knocked on the dormitory door. Ms. Meme, the director is looking for you. Min was confused. She had posted it anonymously. What for? No. It had only been half an hour since she posted the thread. It was impossible to find her so quickly. Why was the dean looking for her? Min's scalp was going numb. Meanwhile, in Bamboo Origin Mansion, Bo Li had already pulled up her skirt. She sat at the dining table with her long legs together and her back straight. The Luo Tianli, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at the exquisite plate of fried chicken breast and broccoli in front of him with a complicated expression. After a while, his dark eyes glanced at the girl, who was more obedient than a quail at the moment. You did this. She had never done any household chores before and avoided him like a snake. Cooking for him was a 1 in a million chance. Luo Tianlin's eyebrows furrowed. He had thought that she wanted to discuss the terms of cohabitation with him in the future. Which limited edition bag have you taken a fancy to this time? But Luo Tianlin could only think of this possibility. Shibo was confused. Limited edition a bag? The original body had never even cooked for Luo Tianlin, let alone cooked for him. This was because she had servants to help her when she married into the family, so she didn't need to do anything herself. Now he could get a limited edition bag just by cooking a meal. She thought very much. What? Sherba almost blurted out. However, if he asked for something, it would become a one-time benefit. She didn't want a one-time use. What he wanted was a lifetime of golden backing. No, I'm just making a meal. Ziabo, he shook her head, her eyes as pure as a fawn's. You're in a hurry to catch the plane. I heard that the meals on the plane are terrible. Luo Tianlin's black eyes drooped down, and he glanced at her little face inquisitively. Do you want to try it? Shiba smiled and cupped her chin. She used to rent a house, and it was expensive to eat outside, so she often made her own food. She had also tried to be a food streamer for a while, and she knew how to make popular food on the internet. At this moment, she was also very considerate. Can you make it in time? I'll pack it for you. Her cheap husband was obviously a career-minded man. In order to leave an impression in his heart and make all the other women outside unable to catch his eye, she needed to interweave some sensible and gentle behavior that supported his career in her daily flirting. This dinner was her way of expressing his stand. Whether he left her alone at home on a business trip or ignored her when he worked overtime on a daily basis, she would unconditionally support him at work and would make proper arrangements for him at home. From now on, she would be the best choice for his wife. You'll use it on the road. Xiaoboli blinked. Luo Tianlin looked at her again, as if he was trying to distinguish the changes in her. No need. When he picked up the fork, his eyes swept across the empty table in front of her. What about you? Sherby made a victory peace sign in her heart, but she still held back her expression. I'm not hungry now. Make it later. The one given to him was unique. For the sake of his schedule, she rushed the time to do it for him alone, not caring about herself. When a beauty said such words, it seemed ordinary, but it was silent and could always greatly satisfy a successful man's self-esteem. Even Luo Tianlin, who was not close to women, could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that. It was obvious that there was something hidden in his heart that he did not know about, but this little woman had pleased him so comfortably. After the meal, Xiebo, he squinted and picked up a teapot from the side. She poured the tea into the small teacup and handed it to Luo Tianlin. She smiled innocently. You're on a business trip now, so you'll definitely have to stay up late. Have a cup of tea to refresh yourself and moisten your chest. Luo Tianlin was just about to stand up, but he sat down again. The taste of the tea leaves was removed. In the old days, the nobles would gargle with tea before and after a meal, and then drink a cup to end the meal. He lowered his eyes and looked at her pink face, watching her eyelashes tremble slightly. Yes. He reached out to take it. However, the teacup she handed out made a turn, and his hand caught nothing. Luo Tianlin was stunned. Xiaobo, he lowered her head and pretended not to see his outstretched hand. She placed the teacup on the table and pushed it in front of him. Too much was as bad as not enough. Being too submissive to a man and too satisfied was not beautiful. Men naturally liked to conquer and gallop on the hunting ground. After little Yi's gentleness, she should slowly step back so that he could not get what he wanted. Only then could she really make him care. Sure enough, Luo Tianlin's eyes were as dark as ink, and his brows were slightly furrowed. He looked at her slender hand holding the blood-colored teacup. Her snow-white skin and red jade were exuding a bright color, only separated by the tea wall. There was a faint, tea-colored tinge of green in the teacup, like a touch of emerald, which was really beautiful. However, after a moment, her small hand let go of the teacup, and he felt that the blood-colored jade color was too dazzling, and it was not as beautiful as before. A sense of loss lingered in his chest. Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Just as he was about to put it down, his deep eyes revealed a rare look of surprise. "This tea of yours is not bad." He thought that she had no skills. In the end, she actually knew a thing or two about acting and tea making. "I've only learned a little," said Charmy, her face blushing from the praise. Of course it's not bad. For the past few nights, she repeatedly entered the system at night to practice the way of tea. In the virtual space, her 10 fingers had been scalded by tea several times. She had made and tested the tea more than 100 times in one night. In real time, he had been practicing for half a year. "Since you think it's good," then Aishiba raised her head and looked at him happily. Just as Luo Tianlin thought that she was going to make tea for him more often, and he was still frowning and considering whether to accept it, he heard the little girl's smile. "I'll make it for Grandpa Jie and Father Jai more often in the future. He had no share. He. When Xiaobo saw the shock on the handsome man's face, she laughed in her heart. But then the man's deep voice fell. "You might not be free these few days. I'll do a spot check when you study the script." Or spot checked think he could think of that. Xiaobo, he only shook her head when she saw Luo Tianlin out the door. Career-minded husband. The manager. Father is so scary. However, it was in line with her goal of desperately acting and acting well. "Skief, if I didn't want to be the female lead, my little heart might really beat for this man." Eishebo Lee touched her delicate little face. Then, with a howl, he broke into a bright smile and rushed to the kitchen to continue cooking his Miss-12 steak. After she finished eating with tears streaming down her face, she happily rushed to the second floor of the duplex like a free bird. She rolled around on the big bed in the bedroom, opened her laptop to check the script, and then sat comfortably in the cradle and swing in the bedroom, reading it seriously. This was a person's freedom. The entire duplex villa that was worth more than 10 million yuan would be hers. The peak of his life. Why did they have to be in a relationship with sincerity? When Luo Tianlin got into the car and drove to the airport, his right eyelid twitched a few times. He reached out to press his forehead and thought for a moment. "Chen Chen, have you adjusted the surveillance cameras we placed at the previous entrances?" "Yes, don't worry, boss." Luo Tianlin took the phone and decided to check the 4 cameras himself. He had forgotten to remind the young girl that Mrs. Lin hadn't arrived yet, as she was home alone, so she had to pay attention to the doors and windows of the courtyard and the second floor. Although there were security guards, there were always accidents. He checked the images of the cameras one by one. These cameras were all set up for safety purposes. The camera angle couldn't capture the movement of the people in the house and didn't invade any privacy of the owner. However, when Luo Tianlin's slender index finger fell on the camera on the roof of the bedroom, he froze. A pair of small white feet, small and round, with pink little toes, not only appeared in the picture, but they also moved in front of the camera and seemed to kick a few times. Luo Tianlin's mouth twitched. After a while, he exited the camera. The camera was installed on a bookshelf on the rooftop, facing the windowsill. To prevent people from climbing over, it was at least 1 meter high. How did she put her feet on it? She even stepped on his bookshelf. He took a deep breath and clicked on it again. He took a screenshot and sent it to a certain WeChat account. "Lock the door to the rooftop. Also, take your leg off my book." While she was doing her handstand, she heard her phone vibrate. She almost fell flat when she saw it. "The location of the camera has been sent to you. For safety reasons, I suggest you don't turn it off." "Brother, do." Axiabo. He was shocked. "Did you peek at me just now?" Luo Tianlin, who was very efficient, had learned from her for the first time. He sent a punctuation mark to express his feelings. Min was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. She looked at the head of teaching, Zheng Qingshan, in disbelief. "Head of teaching, Zheng, you're saying that I have to retake the major courses from my first year until now." She had thought that it was because of the post, but it turned out to be even more serious than the post. "I'm just using it as a normal reference." "What's wrong with that?" Questioning her exam results. Zheng Qingshan cleared her throat, and her expression was also very serious. "This is the joint opinion of a few board members. Recently, the school has repeatedly had graduates and students whose professional abilities have been questioned by society. The board members are very dissatisfied with the school's education standard and have decided to conduct a spot check on the students' past results. Mimin, your name has been chosen by the board of directors. After all, you've left a very bad impression on them this time. Of course, other than you, there are 10 other students who have been chosen. You'll have to retake the subject's examination and be examined by the board of directors. Mimin's face turned pale. Her acting skills were not the worst, but it had nothing to do with being excellent. However, in the past few years, there were always a few times when she was lucky enough to draw the questions that she was good at or bet on, and she got good results. With these results, she would have an advantage in the crew. If she were to retake the exam and encountered a question she was not good at, or if the school director was particularly strict, what would she do? All his previous results would be nullified. Director, you can't do this. Do I need you to tell me that? Zheng Qingshan's expression was even uglier than his. In recent years, the students who had good grades in the specialized classes did not perform well when they went to the production team, and their reputation had been on the decline. Director Luo, who was in charge of Shongye Entertainment, had long been dissatisfied with this. This year, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He questioned their education level and the fairness of their grading of students. If the results of this spot check were not good, Luo Council would withdraw their funds. My Min, if your character is wrong and your professional ability is not good enough, then even I can't save you if the principal wants you to drop out of school. Think about it carefully. Zheng Qingshan said ruthlessly. Prepare well for the next few days and put everything else aside. Mimin was dumbfounded. Quit school. While Mimin was dumbfounded, Sherby was also reading the script. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when she finished reading the script. Because she was hungry, she heated a glass of milk and continued to read. For the first time, he used a pencil to mock the emotional ups and downs of the important characters. The second time, he used a black marker, the third time blue, the fourth time red, and the fifth time a high-definition pen. It was not until 4 or 5 in the morning that she finally fell asleep. The lights in the bedroom were on all night. Luo Tianlin received Mrs. Lin's report as soon as he landed in Australia. Young master, young madam didn't turn off the lights last night. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw that the lights were still on. I prepared bird's nest porridge for her this morning. Mrs. Lin was an elder of the Luo family and had taken care of Luo Tianlin since he was a child. After he moved out to live alone, she followed him out and was in charge of cleaning the house and so on. Luo Tianlin was able to keep his temper in check when dealing with this old man, and his tone was still quite gentle. It's up to her. You don't have to ask too many questions. As he walked out of the terminal, he was slightly distracted. He turned on the lights at night. As he sat in the back seat of the BMW, image of a girl wrapped in a snow-white rabbit blanket and crying in the night flashed through his mind. Could she be afraid? Luo Tianlin pressed his forehead and rubbed it with his slender fingers. However, at this moment, Yesier Bo Li was carefree. She didn't know that people were guessing whether she was afraid of the dark. She was sleeping soundly. A mansion was a mansion, and there was nothing to be picky about. The curtains in the bedroom were so tight that no light could pass through. With a press of the remote control, the bright room instantly turned into night. Xia Bo fell asleep instantly. In her sleep, she didn't waste any time and entered the system simulation classroom again. Let's split up, the man in the simulation classroom said, cruelly. Tears rolled down Sherby's face. The feelings are brewing too quickly. Again, Xiaobo Li wiped her tears and tried again. Let's split up. Your expression is unnatural. Again, Xiaobo Li tried again. Let's split up. Stiff limbs, expression qualified. Repeat. Sherby took a deep breath. Again. The man repeated it over and over again. She couldn't even count how many times she had reincarnated and experienced the feeling of heartbreak. In the simulated space, everything felt very real. Her eyes were even starting to hurt from all the crying, and she felt like she was going to go blind. Guest, I suggest you rest. All right. Shiba gritted her teeth and looked at the system's rating of 84 for her last performance. She closed her eyes and said, help me switch to the next experience. Tea ceremony. Without stopping, she began to clear the tea set again and again, screening the tea leaves, making tea and tasting. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when she felt that she couldn't even lift her arms, and the tip of her tongue was full of the taste of tea, she finally chose to leave. Help me switch to the crush practice. She took turns to experience the 3 unlocked experiences, one by one, until her body in the virtual space couldn't take it anymore. Host, you're the craziest person I've ever seen. Xiaobo let out a breath and laid on the floor weakly. She pulled the corners of her mouth in exhaustion. If you've died once, you'll know that some people there's no way out. She could only go crazy. In this life, she didn't want to be criticized for her poor acting skills and lack of talent. She wanted to show everyone the most prestigious award. New mission triggered. Sticky candy is tough. Who says that the goddess doesn't work hard after entering the crew? Through your first performance, you shocked everyone received the affirmation of 90 of the staff present. Mission reward, Lotus Step Elv 300 goddess points. System. You're really too casual, said Sherba, who was already drowsy from exhaustion. She had triggered a new mission by simply putting in some effort. Sigh, if she worked very hard next time, wouldn't she get so many rewards that her hands would cramp? 2 days of the weekend passed by quickly. Xiaobohi was either reading the script or training with it. She had not even seen Mrs. Lin in the house, let alone completely forgotten about Luo Tianlin. When she was hungry, she would come out to find food, leave a note to thank Mrs. Lin, and go to her space to practice her acting skills when she was tired. Just as she felt that she had completely grasped the character's emotions and could immediately join the crew, it was Monday, the time for her to return to school. Shenxin, who had been left behind by Luo Tianlin, came to pick her up on time. However, this time, before the car stopped. The luxurious dark red Maserati sports car with smooth and cool lines attracted the attention of many people. It's true, Shiba has really hooked up with a rich second generation. Come quickly, it's a live broadcast. Xiaobo Li was dumbfounded. Xiaobo really didn't know about the forum. She didn't have the time to browse it. The result was that news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Assistant Chen's expression was extremely ugly when she got out of the car to help with the luggage. Madame, I didn't do a good job. The president was on a business trip. Once in a while he sent him to send Madame to school alone, and it caused rumors to spread around Madame. He simply couldn't explain it. However, Shaban narrowed her eyes and shook her head. It's none of your business. I didn't avoid the crowd and didn't plan the route in advance. Shenzhen had been by Luo Tianlin's side for a long time, and he had never shirked his responsibility. He knew what his boss hated the most. However, Sherby grinned. She didn't take her suitcase and walked over to the boy who was trying to take a picture with his phone. The boy didn't expect that she would walk up to him like this. He looked at the beautiful girl's face in the phone camera and blushed. Xiaobo Li had been training hard for the past few nights. Now, even if she didn't activate her pitiful look, she would still have the aura of a fickle man who abandoned me and a fairy who makes tea every day. The corners of her lips curled up, looking like a spring breeze, making people feel tender and loving. Senior, may I ask what you were talking about? You said that you saw my live stream. May I know where the recorded live stream is? With her soft voice, she directly grabbed the senior's lifeline. The passerby senior instantly forgot how he had been so enthusiastic about taking photos of her. There was only one thought in his mind at that moment. Is student Xia, someone is defaming you on the forum? Yes, smear. It had to be smeared. She was such a beautiful, gentle, and moving girl. Her eyes and every movement were pure and innocent. How could she be a bad girl who would do bad things and be kept as a mistress? Student Zeria, do you want me to help you tell the teacher? You see? The passerby senior immediately changed sides. My Min, who was hiding behind and watching, almost vomited blood. This passerby senior was so excited that he even took out his phone to take photos of the evidence. He must have been anonymous yesterday and participated in top posts and scolding people, but today he changed his mind after just one encounter. Crazy. After taking the phone, Xiaobo went through the posts and finally found out what had happened. Miming again, this person was really getting stupider. She returned the phone to the boy in front of her, lowered her delicate little face, and quickly bit her lips, her eyes glistening. Thank you, Senior. If only everyone could be like you, keeping a clear head and not believing in rumors, not spreading rumors. How good would that be? The passerby senior's body almost went limp. I can testify for you. You called for did I cab, right? My mind couldn't help but look at this passerby senior as if she was looking at a fool. Did he? This Maserati is worth tens of millions. Is he still sleeping who would be so free to drive a sports car worth 10 million to take on orders? Xiaobo Li didn't expect her brother to have such a wild imagination, and she couldn't continue. However, he still maintained his smile. It's all right. The innocent will know their place. A truly intelligent person like Senior would not believe in these lies. The passerby Senior nodded his head vigorously. He looked at the fair and soft Xiaobo in a light purple plaid dress in front of him, and his eyes could not help but linger on her innocent face. And he only felt that there were not many girls in this world who were so clean, smart, gentle, and timid. They were also so kind and sensible. There were actually people who would defame such a girl. Xiaobo smiled at him and quickly returned to Assistant Chen's side. Assistant Chen, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault someone posted something to defame. Me should go back to the company and don't delay your work. I'm going back to the dormitory. Assistant Chen was in awe. Madam, be careful. In just a few minutes, Madam had found out the whole story and even made the bystanders stand on her side. This ability was indeed worthy of being the president's woman. He lowered his voice and said, I will tell the president about this. I will not let Madam suffer. Charmy pursed her lips and smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear. Don't tell him. Don't distract him. I'm fine. A minute later, the Maserati drove past an intersection. The Luo Tianlin, who was far away in Australia, received her message. Boss Madam still wants to hold on by herself and doesn't want to disturb your work. Assistant Chen felt that she had to let the president know that Madam was so gentle. Rejecting a person would sometimes trigger the other party's urge to take a step forward. It didn't need him to do anything or protect her. Instead, he wanted to stand up and protect her. After returning to her dormitory, she calmly put on an after-sun restoration mask before taking out the script and climbing to her bed to continue reading. She knew who Shen Xin's assistant was. According to the novel, Shen Jin had been following Luo Tianlin for a long time. He knew Lu Tianlin's temper and style of doing things. At the same time, he respected and was loyal to Luo Tianlin. She said that she would not tell Luo Tianlin, but Assistant Shen would not listen to her. He would only obey his only superior. And he would not hide anything for her. He would tell Luo Tianlin everything. Holding the script, Sherby shook her head. I really don't want him to know about this. It was just in passing. Since even her cheap husband had to know, she might as well add some points to herself and deepen her image of you unconditionally supporting his work. Important things must be repeated 3 times, otherwise, how could she, a commoner, enter the heart of a noble young master like him and make him willingly protect her? Soon, she threw the post to the back of her mind and focused on the script, trying to figure out every line. The Mimin deliberately delayed the time and went back to the dormitory. She was a little unhappy at first, but when she saw her appearance, she couldn't help but be ecstatic. She lay on the bed without making a sound and did not flip a page for a long time. Wasn't this a blow? He said he was clear, but in the end, he was scared to death, right? Amini felt that her gloomy mood these few days had finally cleared up. She was going to retake the exam, so how could I Bobby free? Hey, Bohi, you're back. Mimin stood in front of her bed sarcastically. You're still in the mood to read. Do you know that you've been scolded badly? Everyone originally wanted to vote for you to choose the school bell, but now they're all saying that they've misjudged you and are deeply ashamed of you. The department is already in a mess, and the juniors want the school to punish you severely, so as not to ruin the reputation of the other girls in the acting department and cause everyone to be unable to get any good shows in the future. It's my fault, she said, without even looking up. My Min was overjoyed. I'm glad you know. Going against her, going against Sister Yu, and even offending the Zhu family's third miss for some unknown reason. Did he think he would have? Good life. But it's too late for you to admit your mistake now, Mimin sneered. This time, Xiaobo moved the script away and gave her a side glance. What are you thinking? It's not too late to take the headphones. I'll climb down now and use the noise-cancelling headphones to block out your chirping. It's not too late. Oh, you reminded me. You just sprayed saliva on my bed. Help me wipe it clean. Min raised her head abruptly. You're still being stubborn. Sheba burst out laughing. She plugged her earphones and went back to bed. Min exploded with anger. She really wanted to dig her up and let her see how the forum was scolding her for being shameless. Min's face was dark. As she walked to her table and sat down, she pushed aside the revision questions and immediately entered the forum. She decided to post one more. However, as soon as he entered, he was shocked by the many red posts that suddenly appeared on the front page. I can vouch for student Xie. She's innocent. I saw it with my own eyes. She didn't pull or tug at the person in the car. Their relationship is clean. I've been provided for the moment I get on a car. Doesn't that mean that I've been provided for by thousands of DDG drivers? The filthy see the filthy. The keyboard man is not convinced. Come on. My mind was stunned. Was this the post that the passerby had copied from the long-haired man? What element was he? The screenwriting department. Lie. Continue lying. However, this senior seemed to have a lot of influence on the forum. He posted a voice recording of Sommerberg's confession on the spot, and in a short time, countless posts appeared. Crap, I've personally tested her voice. Beauty's yes voice is even softer than before. Sigh, the beautiful lady's words made my heart clench. Did I blame a soft girl wrongly? What heart-wrenching. My Min was about to drop her mouse. There were pictures to prove the truth, and they didn't believe it. Did they really believe what Summer Mint said? It really made her suffocate. Min's anger burned, and a deep sense of dissatisfaction rose. She threw the assessment a few days later to the back of her mind, and her 10 fingers quickly typed on the keyboard. She didn't explain anything in her words, other than feeling guilty. What else does she mean? Do those who believe in her still have brains? How old are you if you believe everything others say? Intoxicated by beauty or simply brainless? In her extreme anger, her anonymous identity had angered the boys who were originally just teasing her and saying that they felt sorry for her. Crap! Who are you? Go to your main account and talk. I'm the beauty Xingxia. You're jealous of her beauty, so you're so mean, right? Even if the second generation really likes a beauty, it's none of your business. Did it get in your way? Ugly people do many strange things. Get lost. Mia Mime was so angry that she instantly started quarreling with this group of boys. The post was once again at the top. With this commotion, more people saw it and rushed into the battle between the two sides. It was so chaotic that it directly attracted the attention of the forum manager. This time, even Zheng Qingshan was alarmed. She just recommended Xia Bohei to the crew, but she was rejected by director Wang because of her poor results, which made her lose face. But who would have thought that director Wang would change his mind that day and call her to praise Xia Bo's acting skills to the heavens, which surprised her. Why did something happen to Xia Bohei now? The last time she was framed by her roommates, so why was she suspected of being a kept woman again? Zheng Qingshan had a huge headache. Xia Bohei had caught director Luo's eye that day. Later, she received a call and found out that Xia Bo, he was the child of director Luo's assistant Chen. Not only did assistant Chen ask for her report card, but she also hinted for her to pay more attention to Sherba's studies. This was a student who had been registered with the board of directors. Director Luo happened to be dissatisfied with the school's education recently. If something like this happened again, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Zheng Qingshan was really angry. This is outrageous. Old Li, get someone to block these posts. The few who quarreled the most, no, those who spoke in it, all banned their accounts. Also find out which students are the ones who are posting in this foul atmosphere. He was anonymous on the school forum, so that ordinary students could not see the poster's information. The student number of each spokesperson on the forum could still be seen at the school's information management office. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mimin was typing until she was on high alert, when a line of words suddenly popped up. Administrator, your account has been banned from speaking due to false rumors. False? Which part of her was false? Min was so angry that she smashed the table. But soon a basin of cold water was poured on her head. The school had noticed her. There wouldn't be another demerit, right? No. Freedom of speech. She didn't do anything wrong. She only exposed the evil forces. Min consoled herself, but she was still so scared that she had goosebumps and cold sweat. She picked up her phone and rushed into the girls' group chat on WeChat. Everyone stop posting. The school has blocked my account. I'm afraid of offending the person behind Summer. They won't punish Summer. They'll only punish us for trying to expose the bad culture. Ah, really? My Min, are you alright? Are you in your dormitory? My Min, why is the teacher like this? Well, speak up for you. Hey, yeah, my account has been banned too. My account has also been banned. Teacher is actually helping this kind of person. Let's submit a joint petition. Could a teacher be a tyrant? Power, a joint petition. My mind's eyes lit up. That's right, there's strength in numbers. Even if there was a punishment, would the school only punish her? Joint name. It'll be waiting for you on the first floor of the dormitory. Can you come over now? Call her seniors and juniors. Tell the teacher that we girls are strongly against XCR ruining the reputation of our art school. Alright, let's sign it together. Most of the people who scolded XCR the most on the forum were girls. After all, when they saw a girl more beautiful than them being unlucky, many people didn't say it, but they were looking forward to it in their hearts. On the anonymous forum, The comments were all very enthusiastic. In reality, they were originally timid, but the law could not punish everyone. With this, the people who were originally just a little jealous of Ovzier, but his beauty now openly boycotted her. In an instant, more and more girls rushed to the entrance of dormitory number 3. The commotion was so great that Zheng Qingshen's expression changed when she heard it. She hurriedly brought a few teachers to the scene. Not only were there many girls in the dormitory building, but there were also many boys standing at the door and looking around. Zheng Qingshan was furious. Back to the classroom and dormitory. What are you guys doing? You're here to study, not to cause trouble. But in an instant, she was surrounded by bold girls. Director Zheng, we've all signed our names. Please ask the school to investigate Xiaobo's issue. If she really doesn't have a clear relationship with others, it will affect the rest of our acting career. Yeah, people will think that all the girls in our school are like this. Director Zheng, you can't protect her. Zheng Qingshan's head was aching. She could only accept the joint letter. The school will be fair and give you an explanation. She took a deep breath, knowing that there was no way to resolve this matter today. The investigation won't take a minute or two. We'll get to the bottom of it. You guys can leave now. Maimin didn't dare to rush to the front, but she exchanged looks with Yu Xintong in joy. Yu Xintong nodded at her, signaling for the person beside her to speak. The girl immediately shouted, Director, if we find out that Xiaobo he really did this, will she be punished? Zheng Qingshan furrowed her brows and looked around. We'll naturally follow the school rules. The girls were relieved. The boys who came to gossip outside also looked at each other. After all, the forum was a two-dimensional space and wasn't real. But in reality, seeing so many girls working together to boycott Xiaobo, any normal person would think that there was something wrong with her. Otherwise, how could she have aroused public anger? It seems to be true. Sigh, beautiful women aren't something we can touch. Let's go, brother. Only the senior who had been talking to Xiaobo at the school gate pushed his glasses up. My seventh sense tells me that she's innocent. I believe her. The truth is always in the hands of the minority. After all, there aren't many who are as intelligent as me. Have you lost your mind, Wang Shong? Wake up, don't be fooled by your beauty. There are flowers everywhere in the world. Change to something you like, brother. The senior who was called Wang Shong glared at them and said, 10 minutes ago, I had already declared that Junior Xiao is my new natal idol. If you slander her, don't expect me to help you sign in again. The boys around him were helpless when he said that. Wang Chong rolled his eyes and moved away from them. Just as the girls were gradually convinced and dispersed, someone suddenly ran over, and the gossip and excitement spread throughout the entire first floor of the dormitory. Shocking. The Maserati is back. It's parked at the school gate. A handsome guy has come down. The man was still panting when he spoke, and the focus was on the last sentence. The surrounding girls immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces showing gloating and extremely jealous expressions. Not only was he rich, but he was also handsome. Wang Chong, you're the fastest face smacking in history. Your new house has collapsed, haha. Wang Chong still didn't want to believe it. Get lost. However, before he could finish the last word, he turned around and saw a tall figure whose steps were like the wind and whose eyebrows were like hooks appear behind him. This person was wearing a light blue casual suit, looking modest and polite. However, there was a mole under his eyes, and his long and narrow peach-shaped eyes were slightly raised, showing off his 5 features. Is summer catmint here? The tall man's peach blossom eyes flickered like stars. Was she really looking for Xiaobo? He, adulterer, everyone present, no matter who they were, was stunned. Was he doing this so openly? Maimin's mouth twitched, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. It was not because of anything else, but because the handsome man in front of her looked too young. It was completely different from what she had imagined. He was at least 30 or 40 years old, married and had a child. Of course, at this time, she also noticed the loophole in her thinking. The Maserati was one of the world's coolest sports cars. Its owners were often very young and kept up with the trend. Mimin was a little panicked. If Shemin sold her body, she wouldn't be able to fall in love freely, right? In this case, there would definitely be no punishment from the school. At most, their relationship would be exposed, which would not be good for their future. I am possible even the bespectacled senior Yichong couldn't accept it. Such a cute junior, is she already taken? The other party was such an outstanding rich and popular man, and he had already fallen out of love before he even pursued his junior. This time, the group of gossipers refused to leave. They stared at the polite man in front of them and ate their melon seeds. However, just when everyone thought that the head of department, Zheng Qingshan, would step forward to question them, they realized that the situation had been reversed. She did not question him. Instead, it was a gentle and warm person who came forward and greeted him politely, with a little excitement. "It is a long time no see, Mr. K." Most of the female students around were dumbfounded, not to mention Yu Xingxuan and Mi Min. The director knew this man. The man with peach-shaped eyes turned around and nodded politely at her, revealing his white teeth. "Director Zheng, I wanted to say hello to you, but I heard that you've been busy recently, so I came here in person." "Where? You're the one who's really busy. You're looking for Xiaobo, because Zheng Qingshan didn't dare to be arrogant at all, and her expression still had some hope. Everyone was even more surprised, as this man could even get the department director to entertain him warmly. What was his status? Wang Shong was also deep in thought. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed in surprise, "Chongyi has a top manager. I think his surname is Qi." This sentence was like throwing a hot stone into boiling water. The entire student group was in an uproar. "What? That's impossible?" Ke Yubin. "All the newbies under him have soared to the sky." "Crap, he's having an affair with Hex Xiaobo. Doesn't that mean she's going to fly?" "It's definitely not him. How would he have the time to come to school?" He was on the hot search yesterday and just sent the best actress to the production team. Everyone chose not to believe it, or they did not dare to believe it. But very quickly, the refined and polite, yet charming, slender man in front of them took a step forward. He seemed to have scanned his surroundings before smiling at Zheng Qingxing. "Director Zheng, I'm a manager. I came to your school because I saw your people." He smiled, but his voice seemed to be deliberately loud so that everyone present could hear him clearly. "I had already left, but after thinking about it, I was afraid that someone would beat me to it, so I had to be careful. I came back." Ke Yubin smiled. "I hope Director Zhong can make it easy for me to sign student Nexia today." Even Zheng Qingxin was shocked, not to mention the others. "Chongyi wants to sign her, or are you going to do it yourself?" Chongyi was now at the top, but they rarely sign new people. Not to mention Ke Yubin, a top manager. Legend had it that his temper was the same as his performance, leading far ahead, but he was very strange. No matter how popular a newbie was, no matter how many fans he had, he wouldn't be interested in them. He only liked to poach pure vegetarians by himself, and he was always accurate. In Chongyi, even the president and the board of directors could not force him to take on artists he did not want to. It could be said that Yuvin was quite unruly, but his eyes were sharp. Those that he had his eyes on were definitely the best of the best. Ke Yubin seemed to think that he hadn't made himself clear enough, so he nodded with certainty. "Student Aksha, Chongyi has his eyes on her. She's someone I want to take away." One sentence, powerful and resonating. The girls who had just signed the joint petition were all dumbfounded. Their signatures and couplets were simply a complete joke. What kept woman? What dirty things? They didn't exist. He was about to fly. From now on, Student Xia is working for Chongyi. She was chosen by a top manager and signed by a top management company. Even with her current status, she couldn't wait to come to Ayabohi again and again to discuss the contract and sign it. It was clear that Chongyi and Ke Yubin were determined to get Xie Bohei. They thought too highly of her. From then on, Chongyi would take her under their wing, and the most protective and talented manager, Ke Yubin, would take her all the way. Her future was limitless. At that moment, Zheng Qingshan's depression from just receiving the joint letter was gone. She smiled so widely that her wrinkles were showing. "He'll call her down right away. Mr. Key, please wait a moment." She was also proud that her student was so highly regarded. Even though she didn't do well in some of her subjects, she did perform very well on stage at the end of the term. She had a sudden realization and had an outburst of spiritual energy. Yubin nodded and waited with his hands behind his back. "It's indeed my natal item. Her truth, kindness, and beauty will eventually be discovered," Wang Chong muttered. He had just fallen into the trap in the morning, and in less than 2 hours, he had witnessed Xiaobo's slander turn into a counterattack. As a witness and a person who trusted her, he was simply overjoyed at this moment, and had a great sense of achievement. His vision was indeed correct. "Imsh, who said he was going to slap my face?" Wang Chong raised his head. The boys also looked at each other. The previous school belle, Senior Zhen, is also an artist from Shungi, but she doesn't seem to be under Ke Yubin. "Nonsense. Do you think just anyone can be a top manager? Only 1 in 10,000 would be chosen." "That's awesome. This junior XER, but I heard that her grades are average." "What do you know? If I decide who to sign based on the results, then it'll also be a top manager." It's easy to find a teacher, to check your score. People look at potential, temperament, and future. Understand. The more people discussed, the more they felt that Siyabohi was indeed outstanding in appearance. She could be sweet or salty, gentle and pleasant, and was as cute as a young girl. There was also a trace of womanly charm, which almost encompassed the aesthetic needs of most men. I knew someone saw her beauty. Is she jealous? Black too black. Women are so scary. They even jointly submitted a petition. What a joke. The boys' heated discussion made the girls' faces and ears burn. My Min's and Yu Xingtong's expressions were even uglier. Who would have thought that Chongji, a top manager, would drive such a high-profile Miss Racy and personally send Xiaobai to school just because he liked her and wanted to sign a contract with her? Jealousy, envy, embarrassment, disappointment. They even felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yesterday, Xiaobai was just a village girl that they could do as they pleased. From today on, she was assigned artist of Shongyi. The gap between them had widened overnight. In the future, she might leave them far behind. Mimin, who was in the same dormitory as him, was so upset that her eyes were almost red. He had almost destroyed her, but who would have thought that he would fail again and let her reverse the situation, becoming the person they were all envious of? When Siebo received the news, she was surprised when she went down the dormitory, especially when she saw the completely unfamiliar peach-eyed man. Yubin, she was at a loss. Yubin blinked at her. We meet again. Student Xia. I've brought the contract. He handed over the documents. Xiaobo saw him flip his palm over, and on it was a line of neat, small pen words. Boss told sister-in-law to study hard. Leave the rest to me. Xiaoboli grinned. As expected, Assistant Shen had told Luo Tianlin. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Hey, Yubin's peach-shaped eyes curved up when he heard that. Sign it and your family. I'm older than you by a few years, so you can just call me Brother Bin. The surrounding jealousy was almost materializing. Then I'll take my leave and won't disturb you from studying. Yubin took his leave. All the girls and boys present were excited. They all wanted to leave a deep impression on him and hope that he would pick them up. However, Yubin was looking at them, especially the girls, but his peach blossom eyes were full of sarcasm. There's few batches of students, Director Zheng, aren't too good. I can only see one or two. Everyone's face turned pale after hearing Yubin's comment and the criticism of an experienced manager towards an art school student. Head Zheng was even more furious. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the students were still blocking the entrance of the dormitory. She was so angry that she crumpled the joint letter on the spot. I just told you to go back and do what you should be doing. You're still surrounding him. Did you practice the scene or memorize the lines? Others are reading the script. You are watching the fun. Others are recuperating. You are also watching the fun. You guys are really capable. Everyone's faces turned red as they ran away like a swarm of bees. Mimin didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear of being caught by the dean. However, she had just taken a step and was about to enter the dormitory building when she felt an unbearable itch on her neck. He scratched it a few times and heard someone scream beside him. Ah, Mimin, there are so many red spots on your neck. Mimin was speechless. This operation has failed. Summer Mint has successfully survived the crisis and failed to break up her marriage with her destined partner. Punishment. There will be red rashes on the neck, accompanied by itchiness, for 3 days. In Star's pavilion, Zhu Xiran had been following Im's feedback on WeChat when she suddenly heard the system's voice. When she heard that a young man had come, but there was no further news, she had a bad feeling in her heart. As expected, he had failed. Shou Zhuran touched her slender swan neck and rushed to the mirror. One look, and she felt her heart ache. Her fair skin now had 1 or 2 dark red spots. Fortunately, there were only a few of them, and they could be covered by band-aids. Otherwise, she would not be able to go out again. She glanced at the system and confirmed that she was only bearing 10 of the responsibility. Then she covered her neck in fear. 10, and it was already like this. 100, and how scary is that? Zhujuran's legs felt a little weak. If she hadn't transferred her punishment, there would probably be more than 20 red dots on her neck now. Densely packed heavens. Her trypophobia was about to be forced out, and she couldn't live anymore. How's the situation on your side? Zhujuran quickly asked in the group. Is there anything wrong with me now? She had helped her bear 90 of the burden. However, before she could get a response, she received another annoying notification. It is reported that because of the host's actions, the bond between Shermant and her destined partner has deepened. Punishment increased by 50 As soon as the notification sounded, Zhu Iziran looked into the mirror in panic. Then he watched as a red rash grew out of his neck. When Zhu Iziran screamed, Mimin was also screaming. Her entire neck was itching, and it soon spread to her entire chin. When she turned to look at the mirror on the ground floor of the dormitory, she almost fainted. What was wrong with her? In the next 3 days, the school was peaceful. Ang Bohi also received a text message that she had passed the makeup test. Mimin, on the other hand, lived in pain every day. She hid in the dormitory and didn't dare to go anywhere. She'd gone to the hospital for medicine for the rash on her neck, but it was of no use, no matter what she ate or applied. It itched so much that she couldn't sleep at night, and it itched so much that she couldn't read during the day. On Friday, when Mimi was called to the big classroom for a second round of exams, she almost broke down. Zheng Qingshan narrowed her eyes and looked at her. "You're wearing a high-collared shirt in this weather. Today, Director Luo is here to conduct a spot check on the invigilator. Don't you dare try anything funny." Min wanted to cry. What was she up to? Her neck was already in this state, and Director Luo had to come at this time. She only wanted to cry. Zheng Qingshan slammed the table. "Be more alert. If you don't do well today, it'll settle the matter with you." Regarding the thread, Mimin quivered and her body turned cold. The next moment, a cold, magnetic, and steady voice rang out. Every word was like jade falling on the wooden floor of the large classroom. "Director Zheng, please explain." Zheng Qingshan's expression changed, and Mimin felt as if she had fallen off a cliff. Half of her body went numb. The cold voice came first, then the tall and straight man appeared at the door of the classroom. She didn't know where he came from, but he was wearing a well-tailored suit that revealed his dignified temperament. His cold face naturally had an amazing aura that kept people at arm's length. He was not angry, but he exuded a sense of authority. He stood under the doorframe of the art school's newly built classroom, and the whole space seemed to be narrow and small, unable to accommodate his figure. As he questioned her, his voice became even colder. "Director Zheng, you don't know about the post either. I've investigated thoroughly. Chairman Luo." Zheng Qingshan's sweat was about to come out. She tried her best to play down the entire matter. But soon, she felt that the entire classroom was getting colder and colder, and a kind of overwhelming pressure swept towards her. She stopped talking, only to see that Luo Tianlin's handsome face had obviously darkened, and his dark eyes were as deep as an abyss. "Oh, as such, I'm sure this student is very confident in his acting skills." Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes, flicked his sleeves, and turned to the teacher's seat in the middle. His tone was indifferent. "Only then do you have the time to care about other people's business." My mien trembled uncontrollably. Director Luo, no, Luo Tianlin, furrowed his brows and gestured for her not to explain. "In that case, Director Zheng, please invite the victim's classmate over." Zheng Qingshan didn't understand what he meant for a moment. "Get her to confront me." My mien had a glimmer of hope. If there was a confrontation, there would be room for rebuttal. Luo Tianyu was expressionless. He threw the schoolbook on the table directly to the empty table next to him. "The assessment needs to be fair. Ask the victim to give her a score." My min suddenly looked up. Not only did the hope that had just surged up shatter into pieces, but even her lips were pale. As she was go the Lihi Kara score. Wouldn't that mean she was finished? She had just harmed Xiaobo's Director Luo. "She won't give me a good score." Luo Tianlin, however, did not seem to hear him. He crossed his arms and sat in the main seat. He looked down at his quartz watch and said, "I only have 20 minutes, Director Zheng. We'll go get people now." Zheng Qingshan also made up her mind. Mimin was almost in despair. "Director Zheng, how can you let the students give the scores? This is not fair." Zheng Qingshan glared at her. "Go and prepare after you get the questions." This was a declaration that he wouldn't help Mimin. If they did something wrong, they would be punished by the school. The Luo Tianlin was the director of the school who contributed the most. He usually did not manage the school's affairs, but he had the right to vote for major decisions. Yet, Mimin's evil deeds had fallen into his hands twice. As recently, he had been dissatisfied with the school, and the principal was extremely nervous, afraid that he would withdraw the funds. Now, if he wanted to punish a student who had made a mistake, even the principal would not dare to stop him, let alone her, a dean. Director Luo could do whatever he wanted within the rules. Mimin could hardly believe it. No, she never thought that this day would come so quickly. Xiaobo had stood on her head. At this moment she felt a wave of fear. It was rumored that Chongyi was the most protective management company in the industry. As long as outsiders touched their artists, Chongyi would pay back 100 times. And Summer Mint had just signed a contract, and Chongyi was already so protective of her. Chongyi was Director Luo's. He was clearly here to protect her. On the other side, Suzerain, who had received the notice, was also shocked. You want me to grade me, Mim? Executive Assistant Lin, who had given her the news in advance, looked at her with a radiant face and little stars in his eyes. Yes, madam. This sentence was said particularly softly. The last sentence was a little louder. The president said that after you go over, you can give them any score you want. He wants you to vent your anger. Shabat opened her mouth. Her cheap husband was actually such a person. This unyielding and unreasonable method of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance was broken, but it was super cool. He had to take revenge himself. If he was unhappy, he would make the other party unhappy. It was obvious that Luo Tianlin was the one who had conveyed the highest profound meaning. Xiaobo had changed into a berry-colored shirt and skirt. She decided to use this bold color to send my Min off and celebrate for her. From the dormitory to the classroom, her steps were unusually cheerful, but outsiders couldn't tell. Instead, they felt that her skirt was fluttering and her hair was swaying. She was very pleasant. As soon as she entered, she saw a man sitting upright and still. The sunlight behind him seemed to be reflected on him. His handsome face was well defined, and his black eyes revealed an unparalleled haughtiness. As if he had noticed her, his cold eyes moved away from Head Zheng and to the door. At that moment, Xiaobo's watery eyes met his dark eyes. Student Xia, Luo Tianlin's voice was slightly hoarse, and even through the door, it made Xiaobo, his ears, itch. This damn sexy bitch, he pretended not to know her, but it actually felt like he was in disguise. Ahem, Director Zheng, a Director Luo. Xiaobo Li bit her pink lips and suppressed the fluctuations in her heart. Her watery eyes blinked quickly at the man. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. Azine Qingshan didn't notice the silent interaction between the two of them and simply explained the situation. Student Draw A, you can now use the professional knowledge you've learned to grade Student Amin. We'll include it in the final evaluation. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice that disagreed with her resounded loudly. As not included, it's all. Luo Tianlin smirked and pushed his personal silver pen toward the girl. She represents me. She has the right to veto or guarantee. Director Luo, Zhang Qingshan, and Mi Min exclaimed at the same time. One vote to determine life and death. Director Luo, you can't do this. Head Zheng, the school can't be like this. Did the principal know? Does the Department of Education approve of it? Mi Min screamed, not caring about the itch on her neck. Luo Tianlin ignored him. You can start now. Zhang Qingshan's scalp went numb. She was in a dilemma. Director Luo, shouldn't you reconsider? Luo Tianlin glanced at her and made her keep quiet. Director Zheng is quite indulgent toward students with bad character. No, I didn't mean that Luo Tianlin's face was cold. He has repeatedly violated the school rules and harbored ill intentions toward his roommates. Such a vicious person should have been expelled long ago. My Min's legs almost gave out. It'll give her a chance. Luo Tianlin crossed his arms and said calmly, she's an amazing person. She's enough to convince those who don't get along with her. I don't like mediocrity, I prefer geniuses. Luo Tianlin's thin lips curved up, his handsome face revealing a hint of cruelty. As long as student Xia acknowledges her acting skills, I will be lenient and let her continue her studies. Otherwise, you will be expelled. Mi Min had long known that this spot check was likely to bet on her future. However, she had never expected that the examiner would be Summer. Can we start now? Luo Tianlin's eyes were filled with impatience, as if he could not wait any longer. Zheng Qingshan could only nod. Standing at the side, Xiaobo was mesmerized by the show. She almost wanted to take out her student card to buy a can of merry drink from the convenience store downstairs and watch the show while chattering. Mi Min had almost forgotten how to act, and she was shocked and scared. Just as she walked to the middle of the open space and was about to start, the handsome man in the main seat waved his hand. Come here. Luo Tianlin opened his mouth, the coldness in his black eyes fading by half. He raised his chin slightly to indicate that there was an empty seat beside him. Student Jiao, come here. Sit here and you can see more clearly. My Min was trembling. No, she regretted it. She really regretted it. My Min wasn't in the right state for the entire performance. She wasn't prepared to begin with and had spent a lot of energy on how to ruin Xie Bohi's reputation. Later, she became addicted to the forums and fought with people. As she tore at it, she still couldn't find the state of her test today. In addition, the itch on her neck was very unbearable. Even though she was wearing a high-collared shirt, she still wanted to scratch it, which made her break away from her role from time to time. A line was misread and she would even forget it. I under Luo Tianlin's cold gaze and Xiaobo his seemingly smiling eyes, my Min really didn't feel good. Her performance had yet to end, but Zheng Qingshan's expression was already unsightly. His performance was too bad. Zheng Qingshan had long gotten Mi Min to prepare. She had even specially looked through my Min's past results and asked a few teachers. She found out that my Min's acting ability had always been in the middle of the class. Although it wasn't enough to stun the class, her acting was in character, and it was no problem for her to convince people. However, Mi Min's soul was gone today. She clearly knew the consequences of failing the assessment, yet she was still forgetting her lines. What the hell? What would he think if the director of the school were to see this kind of student performance? Mi Min was simply slapping her, the head of teaching, in the face and lowering the school's real education level. Zheng Qingshan couldn't even sit still. At this time, she really wanted to just drop Aimin out of school. She might as well not give her this opportunity. Student Xia, give me your marks. Luo Tianlin immediately interrupted the performance. His impatience had reached its peak, and he no longer had the patience to watch this poor and ridiculous performance in front of him. Hearing this, Xiaobo he felt a little regretful and her actions of holding the pen slowed. This good show ended so quickly. My Min was like an ant on a hot pan. The longer she acted, the more embarrassing it would be. She had been so strong in the water sticker earlier, but she had no place to use her strength. If he called for her to stop her performance so quickly, wouldn't it be a waste of her good stamina? Xiaobo Li still wanted to see her embarrassed and tormented performance. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and took in the fluttering eyelashes on her petite face. Had he thought that she was shy and innocent, and did not have the heart to criticize his classmate? He rapped the table with his fingers. Don't be afraid. Shibar looked up at the tall man beside her with her misty eyes. Luo Tianlin nodded at her and said, "Be brave." Mi Min was really going crazy. Tell Shibar to be braver, be more daring, and make her suffer. Was this even human-like? This was crazy. Yes. Xiaobo he lowered her eyes and tried to hide her smile. As she picked up the pen that was still warm from his touch and said, "You're right." The next second she wrote down a score in a delicate manner. She looked up at Mi Min, who was in despair, with tears in her eyes. "Mi Min, we used to be friends. Although you misunderstood me, I'm still indebted to you for taking care of me all this time. I'm really grateful and cherish the time I have with you, so for your own good, I can't watch you continue to fall. For your own good, I have to tell you the truth. My Min, I'm sorry about your performance just now. You're not qualified to be an actress." Tears started to well up in Sherby's eyes. "I can only give you the word not qualified, otherwise I'm lying to you." Mi Min closed her eyes and almost fell backward. She was so kind and considerate to give herself a fail. Wasn't this an opportunity for revenge? This was a white, black, and green lotus flower. That's it then. The Luo Island took the score sheet that the girl had written and threw it to Zheng Qingshan without even looking at it. He gathered his suit jacket and was about to stand up. Seeing that he was about to leave, My Min's face turned pale. She used the last of her strength to rush in front of him and grab his hand. Director Luo, wait. Luo Tianlin furrowed his brows when she suddenly rushed over. However, in that split second, Summer Mint activated the vase skill and ran over to him. Flower vase Elvion. Even if you fall to the ground, you are still an impeccable flower vase. My Min, don't keep making mistakes. MC Abo grabbed her hand tightly. Min was furious and pushed her away. Get lost. She Abo was prepared, so she didn't care even if she was pushed down. It wasn't every day that she had the chance to gain a favorable impression from her cheap husband, who said that a beauty can't save a hero. It would be best if she was still injured, so that she would weigh more in his heart. If you can't forget it, there will definitely be an echo. The moment she was pushed down, she closed her eyes tightly and fell back fearlessly. However, just as she thought that she was about to land on the ground, a pair of slightly hot hands wrapped around her thin waist from behind, firmly pulling her soft body that had lost balance into an embrace. Not only my Min, but even Zhang Qingshan was shocked. "My Min, what are you doing?" Xiaobo's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Her small face was just right, and she had a touch of red. Luo Tianlin took a closer look at her. His dark eyes lowered, and his warm palm stroked her smooth back, helping her stand up properly before he retracted his hand. A cold chill fell on Mi Min, who was dumbfounded as she watched them almost hugging each other. No, I'm not trying to do anything to her, Director Luo. I just want to ask you to give me another chance. My Min's tears were flowing down. If she was expelled, she would really be finished. Her family only had an ordinary financial level and was not as well off as Yu Sintong's family. Studying was just for show, and if she really couldn't graduate, she could go back and inherit the family fortune. But she would be finished if she was persuaded to leave. No production team would want her. If she was expelled, she would definitely be scolded badly when she returned home. I'll perform better again, Director Luo. I didn't perform well just now, but at least I'm much better than Shiba. Mimin was incoherent. Luo Tianlin's face darkened. Better than her. Mimin nodded frantically. Yes, she didn't pass the test before, but I scored at least 80. If my results were fake, what about her? What right did she have to be in school? What right did she have to sign a contract with Chongyi? Director Luo, my grades have always been better than hers. Ever since I was a freshman. Luo Tianlin laughed instead of getting angry. His thin lips curved into a mocking smile as he looked at the girl who seemed to have nothing to do with him. Oh, Sherby felt awkward. She clasped her hands together and immediately added, I passed the makeup test last week. Luo Tianlin's chest trembled, and he let out a rare chuckle. His dark eyes repeatedly swept over her small face. It was as if he was reminding her how she passed the makeup test. Jie Bo, he scratched her little face. She had practiced with him at home and had to call him a dad several times before she passed. However, she was already much stronger than before. She had to prove this point. Mimin, let's have a match then. Shabar took a deep breath. Min looked up in shock. Sherby turned to look at the cold man whose expression didn't change and pursed her lips. If you beat me, it means that I'm not qualified to give you a score. It'll change the F2A. Min's eyes lit up. Director Luo Tianlin, turned his body sideways and avoided her gaze in disgust. However, when he met his girl's expectant gaze, he still nodded his head, although he frowned. I've given you the right to vote, and I won't take it back. Mimin was overjoyed. Then if Xiaobohe is worse than me, Chairman Luo, are you going to make ex-Xiaobohe drop out of school too? Jiebo Li looked up at the sky. This Min was really stupid, right? Let the board of directors persuade her to leave. I'm sorry, Chairman, my husband. The air in the large classroom was almost frozen. Only the central air conditioner was emitting cold air, and because of its old age, it made some sound of blades stuck. Luo Tianlin stood there without saying a word, but his aura was astonishing. Jin Qingsheng felt a little suffocated. Min, is this a place for you to bargain? Bohei, if you don't want to act, you can go back to the dormitory. If a student's acting skills weren't good, it could be said that the student didn't work hard. However, if two of them were defeated, the school would have no way of explaining the quality of their teach. Even if the principal came today, he would not be able to deal with it. Shen Qingshan didn't want Xia Bohe to be compared to Min. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to compete. Director Luo is busy with work and doesn't have time to play with you. She looked at Director Luo expectantly. He had just said that he would only stay for 20 minutes. It was time to leave. However, Luo Tianlin was unmoved. He glanced at Xiaoboe with his dark eyes, as if asking for her opinion. Xiaobo Li also understood what her husband meant, as backing her up. A successful man in the business world would not appreciate the way he did things, not backing down, bravely moving forward, and killing anyone who got in his way. This was the type that Luo Tianlin appreciated. Xiaobo knew that she couldn't retreat now. She could only move forward. I won't force you, Director Jing. If you're busy, Director Zheng, please judge for me and Min. Otherwise, my men may continue to misunderstand my results. She wanted to compete. The corners of Luo Tianlin's mouth curled up, as if he was agreeing. He nodded his head gently and said, then he'll stay for another 5 minutes. Shen Qingshan furrowed her brows, but she was powerless to stop him. Min, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The question I asked just now, confession lines. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly added, as if she was afraid that Axie Bohe wouldn't agree. Bohe, you go first. After all, you saw my performance just now. I think it should be of some inspiration to you, right? She immediately handed the script to her. You gave me an F rating, so show me your excellent acting skills that are good enough to sign with Chong Yai. Axie Bo, he took it with a smile. The person who attacked first was at a disadvantage. Min had been preparing for a long time, but she had only just seen the questions today. But the lines of the confession, she looked down at the paper and smiled. All right, he said. You don't have to give me a script. Yes, Diebo. He smiled humbly and kindly. I heard it just now and memorized it. Zheng Qingshan couldn't help but take another look at her. Even Luo Tianlin, who was standing beside her, raised his eyebrows slightly. Amingang's extremely provocative expression stiffened. Having a good memory doesn't mean anything. I've been in the dormitory these past few days. Perhaps you've already heard of me many times. Don't talk nonsense, Director Luo only has so little time. Let's start. A tiger with its fangs pulled out was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Unfortunately, it was just a bluff. Xiaobo Li didn't mind her attitude. After all, he was about to defeat her with a single strike. She lowered her eyes and pinched the hem of her bloody fruit-colored dress with both hands, as if she was bathing in fire. When he raised his small face, he did not know if it was because of the red dress or the rosy clouds, but the cheeks were pink, and the pink quickly spread to her slender swan neck, looking very lovely. She walked slowly and clumsily toward Luo Tianlin, as if she was afraid to make any unrefined sounds. The beautiful eyes, which seemed to have been washed by a clear spring in summer, were like stars. Her white teeth bit her peach-like red lips and only released them after a long while. She then spat out a soft and clear voice. My happiness is to love you. My comfort is to miss you. Whether you are willing to treat me well or not is not something I want to know. I only wish you well. Her confession was as melodious as the chirping of a bird and as sweet as the tinkling of a snow-white jade bell. It rolled around in the honey and was sweet and entangled by the sugar threads. With just one sentence, My Min's strength was sucked out of her body and she fell dejectedly into the back seat. The strong and intense emotions in these words, even if she prepared 500 times, she would not be able to brew it. His lines had cruelly crushed her. Aminine had long felt that Xiye Bohi had become a different person, but this was the first time she felt so deeply that Xiye Bohi's change was like a sudden leap, completely distancing herself from her. She stood with her back to Xiye Bo, so she couldn't see her expression. However, from Zheng Qingshen's shock, surprise, amazement, and even unconcealed praise, she could tell how amazing Xiao Bohe's performance was. It was impossible to win. Mi Min was dejected. She'd schemed to let Xiaobo act first, so that she could have a higher chance of winning when she was unprepared. But now she didn't even have the courage to read another line. Crushing, there was no such thing as luck, or even a crushing distance that could not be crossed even after a year of practice. Mi Min's face was pale. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. She looked at Director Luo again, her eyes holding the last trace of hope. Perhaps Director Luo's aesthetic taste was different. However, she was soon disappointed and even despaired. This man, who seemed to have grown up in an icy land, had a cold temperament all over his body. Every corner of his clothes had clearly revealed a murderous aura, but now it was like the ice had melted and become gentle. He looked at her with his dark eyes. Although his eyes were weak, he could not hide the admiration in them. It was a man's appreciation of a woman. Mi retreated with difficulty, turned around almost as if she was escaping, and quickly ran out of the classroom. She had lost all face in front of the board of directors, the director, and even the person she hated the most, Summer Mint. She didn't want to perform anymore, but she didn't want to drop out either. She didn't want to face all of this. Sister Runrun, Xingjuan, help me. You guys help me. I still want to continue studying. I still want to be a Taoist. I want to act. My Min ran all the way and complained tearfully to the other side of the phone. However, what greeted her was only two screams from two different places. Hey, my hand. Summer Catmint and Fate are bound together, their bond deepening. Punishment stack, increased hand itch, level 3, duration, 3 days. If you scratch it, it will leave a permanent scar. Zhu Ziran's scream rang out at the same time as My Min's. Sister Anran, Mi Min, what's wrong? Yu Sintong, who was on the other end of the call, was dumbfounded. Mi Min cried until she was almost out of breath. Her scared and anxious voice was quickly heard. My hand is so itchy. There are many red spots. It was more serious than her Nekim going to the hospital heavens. Yu Zintong exclaimed. Sister Ranran. What about you? Zhu Ziran had difficulty breathing, but she still had to maintain her elegance. I just saw a flying insect. That's why it cried out. Of course, she couldn't say that her symptoms were the same as my Min's. There were also red patches on her hands. Although there were only one or two, they were all on the back of her hand and were very conspicuous. A flying insect. Are you home? Yu Jintong felt it was strange. There were bugs in the Zhu family's villa. Logically speaking, there should be a professional home affairs team that would clean up the house every day. Zhu Juren didn't want to answer, and Mimin's cries were even more tragic. No one answered Yu Xintong. As she listened to the crying, she only felt that she had been extremely upset these few days. They wanted to go against Xiaobo, but failed repeatedly. Mimin's fate was very miserable. Xiaobo has been signed by Chongyi's top manager. We can't make things difficult for her in public for now. Yu Xintong sighed and concluded, let's not do anything for the time being. It was just a suggestion, but as soon as she finished, Mimin's crying started again. I don't want to go against her anymore. I just want to graduate in peace and have a role to play in the future. This time, Sherby had destroyed all her courage and even confidence. She no longer had the courage to go against her. When the gap between two people was visible to the naked eye, the people behind would still want to catch up with the former. However, when the gap was as wide as the gap between heaven and earth, the people behind could not even see the shadow of the people in front, and they would not have the fighting spirit to catch up in this life. When my min said this, Shou Ziran, who was looking for gloves at home, heard the cruel system notification. There are signs of betrayal on the target of the host's punishment. Once she leaves your faction, the part of her punishment will be returned to the host. Zhu Ziran froze and almost screamed, Mim, it'll help you think of a way to drop out of school. Don't worry, this damn pig-like teammate. In the performance room, Xiaobo he had just finished her performance. Her eyes were watery and she had retracted all her emotions. She looked down at the ground and didn't notice the change in Luo Tianlin's expression. She only heard a low voice in the sunlight after a while. Your performance wasn't bad. Suzerain had never heard this line from Imind's test before. However, when she heard it for the first time, it resonated with her. A good actor could quickly find the place where the character's emotions were stacked. With her long experience as an extra and the repeated love and heartbreak she experienced every night, she could almost get into character within a second. I don't wish for you to love me or to treat me well. I only wish for you to be well. This state of mind was too in line with the results of her training. Unfortunately, these lines were suitable for attacking Luo Tianlin. As expected, Xiaobo he looked up nervously and saw Luo Tianlin's dark eyes. Student E's part is okay. Xiaobo's pink lips couldn't help but open. Not bad, not bad. Her cheap husband was so reserved when he praised others. But hey, you're good. You completely grasped the character's emotions just now. Zheng Qingshan was really surprised. Not long ago, director Wang had told on her, and she had only scored 59 points for her lines. Shiba was humble and polite. It's all thanks to the teachers. Zheng Qingshan's old face was all smiles. You're a good child. You're smart, smart, smart. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her with a calm expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was not in a good mood. Shiba stole a glance at him and bowed. You've wasted your time, Director Luo. My performance is over. Was this a hint that he could leave? Luo Tianlin's brows furrowed even more, and his cold aura returned. His eyes swept over her body, and he nodded calmly. As he turned around, he tilted his head for a moment, and then said, Director Zheng, I didn't see student Xia's name in the year-end scholarships. Her performance was good, and she was kind to her classmates. Xiaobo Li suddenly looked up. Her watery eyes were covered in a layer of light. Scholarship? An Yuan Art School scholarship was famous for being generous because of Chongyi's support. In order to let the students focus on their acting skills and not rush to do commercial performances and waste time, Chongyi allocated 1 million yuan to the acting department's scholarship winners every year. Even if there were 10 people who won, each of them would get 100,000 yuan. She was drooling that was 100,000 yuan. Although she had 150,000 yuan of pocket money from the elders of the Luo family in her bank card, who would complain about having more money. Naturally, the more the better. Her eyes were bright, and her face was red. Luo Tianlin saw it all, and he smiled slightly. But this year ill let it go. Shaba's eyes widened. Forget it. What forget it? Can cash be counted? Luo Tianlin's black eyes were filled with a smile. He lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear in a low and rich voice. The quota has been set. Student Xiao, you can perform well next year. No. Xiaobo Li almost ran up to him and called him Dad. Luo Tianlin's chest trembled as he looked at her rich and vivid expressions. He chuckled and said, I'll take my leave first. Xiaobo Li bit her lip and was so remorseful that she was about to cry. You've worked hard, Chairman Luo. Zheng Qingshan hurriedly sent him off. When Luo Tianlin's back disappeared out of the classroom door, Xie Ovi finally felt the pain of missing out on 100 million yuan. No more. There really was no more scholarship. Director Luo is right. Bo He, you're very talented. You didn't work hard enough in the past and wasted too much time and opportunities. If you work hard next year, you'll have a high chance of getting a scholarship. If you join Chongyi, you'll have a higher starting line than others, and your future will be limitless. Shen Qingshun turned around and didn't forget to comfort Jie. But hey, the loss of a scholarship is only temporary. No, it was not temporary. If he lost it, it would be forever. Shiba's expression was terrible. However, when she walked out of the classroom dejectedly, and sadly, she heard Zheng Qingshan's surprised voice. She mumbled to herself as she looked at her phone. The greatest improvement award is Director Luo going to get a new scholarship. Bohei, go back and prepare some documents. It'll help you submit it. The corners of Shiba's mouth curled up. From hell to heaven. We're outside the school gate. Let's go back together. Xiebo Li walked out of the classroom and received Luo Tianlin's notification. And she was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. Her strategy was correct. It was not in vain that she had put so much effort into reciting the lines of confession. There would be returns for investment. Okay, I'll try my best. Shiba smiled. In front of a man, a woman said that she didn't ask for anything in return and only loved him. This was an enjoyment that only emperors enjoyed since ancient times. It was normal that Luo Tianlin couldn't hold on, and she didn't just suck up to him. After the performance, she immediately left the scene. The ambiguous and infatuated look in her eyes disappeared. Like a flash in the pan. He could no longer find any trace of a confession in her eyes. Her voice still lingered, but the fair lady had already gone far away. He couldn't get what he wanted and could only reminisce. Sherbo felt that her tea-making skills today were perfect. No wonder he brought her home and offered her a scholarship. Hey, when he arrived at the dormitory, Mymene was not there. He did not know where she had gone to cry. Of course, Sherby didn't mind. She slowly packed her luggage. Making men wait a little longer would make them anxious, and only when they were anxious would they cherish it. In the end, she closed her suitcase and read her script for half an hour before checking her makeup and walking out slowly. But halfway through, her phone vibrated. Luo Tianlin has sent you a video call. Sherber was speechless. She blinked. As soon as the call was connected, the poor little girl's voice was the first to win. Hubby, sorry. I was just about to go out, but I forgot where I put my phone. I only found it in the washing machine room after looking around, so it took me a little more time. Of course, it wasn't because of makeup or anything. As soon as she cried, Luo Tianlin, who had been looking serious on the phone screen, paused for a moment. When Xiaobo returned to the dormitory, she didn't turn on the air conditioner. At this moment, her little face was red from the heat, and the tip of her pretty nose was sweating. She looked really anxious. Luo Tianlin's dark eyes moved away from the beads of sweat on the tip of her nose, and involuntarily fell on her small collarbones, which were faintly exposed at this moment. The lines were exquisite and the curves were well proportioned. After a while, he said, "It's just a phone." Eziaboli blinked regret. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he had fallen into a pit and could not pick it up. Then it'll come out immediately. "Exia Bo," he said as she stood up. As she held the phone, the front of her cherry-coloured dress sank slightly and the man's eyes were instantly filled with white cream. In the video, Luo Tianlin's eyes darkened. "He'll put on some clothes." The man's hoarse voice came from the phone. Xiaobo, he was slightly stunned. She raised her small face and looked at the screen in confusion. However, the video call had been cut off. What clothes? She lowered her head and looked out of the window. It's 36 degrees today. This man was trying to heat her to death. Meanwhile, Zhu Iziran, who was desperately looking at herself in the mirror in the Zhu residence, was still in shock. If 100 of the punishments were to land on her, it would be extremely ugly. Her originally slender hands were covered in red stars, like she'd contracted an infectious disease, right? Chongyi signed summer capment. Shujaran bit her lip. Uncle Hao couldn't have known someone as insignificant as Xiaobohei, so it must have been his manager, Kyubin, who made the decision. But with her appearance, Uncle Hao would probably see her one day. That was not possible. Zhu Jiran recalled that the mission to destroy Xia Peppermint's destined marriage had been triggered at the Luo family's house, and she felt a sense of panic. It's impossible for Uncle Zhao to have any relationship with this wretched girl from a poor and remote place. Marriage? It's impossible. He can't be her destined partner. Absolutely not. Zhu Ixian kept shaking her head. In the mirror, her red eyes gradually revealed a trace of cruelty. All female artists can be popular, but not Xiaobo. She would never let Xiaobo Li appear in front of Uncle Hao. She had to lose all her reputation and be invisible for the rest of her life. In the Maserati at the school gate, the driver's seat was not the usual driver, Master Li. Instead, it was a suave man with a hand on a beautiful mole, his peach-like eyes full of teasing and teasing. Boss, should I lower the air conditioning in the car? In case it's so hot that sis-in-law. In the front passenger seat, Assistant Chen turned around and chuckled. Luo Tianlin put away the video on his phone and glanced at the front seat coldly. Shen Xin. Assistant Chen coughed and said, Mrs. Qi, you didn't complete your work for this year. The president asked me to inform you that if you continue to take leave in the last 5 months, you will have to pay the company a huge penalty. Ke Yubin's peach blossom eyes twitched. As a top manager, he didn't have any face at all. He had only taken half a year off and did not do anything. What was wrong? Ahim, I'm looking for the next king for the company. Not on vacation. Assistant Sharon looked at him sympathetically and said, the boss found her and signed her before you did. So, you lost the bet. Mrs. K. I've already sent you the contract to work for Chongyi for the next 10 years. Yubang cursed and almost pulled the steering wheel out of the Maserati. But soon, his peach-shaped eyes twitched again. Wait, what? Boss had signed a contract with sis-in-law. Didn't you ask me to put out the fire today and sign sister-in-law? No, the president will be Madam's manager. Madam is not considered your performance target, Mrs. K. K. Yubin wanted to pull the handle out of the car as well, signing a contract with his own wife and snatching his brother's achievements. Did this sound right? Boss, I might not lose. In half a year, I might be able to find a better female artist than sis-in-law to take over half of Shongye. K. Yubin tapped the steering wheel. But halfway through, his eyes widened. Through the Maserati's front window, he could see that the sister-in-law he was talking about was wearing the most popular strawberry-colored waist-hugging dress. In this gorgeous purple and red color, her milky skin seemed to glow under the sun, but there was also a slightly pink water stain. Not only was the dress not short, but the pleated skirt was also very long, extending to the center of her slender calf, revealing her beautiful and small ankle bones. K. Yubin couldn't help but think of the little book he used to read under his desk when he was young. The girl in the book had a pair of feet that could be wrapped in the palm of a boy's hand, and her ankles could be wrapped around with just a thumb hiss. K. Yubin couldn't help but press his face against the car window. She satisfied the initial imagination of most men of her age group towards women. As he walked closer, he found that her small face was also particularly delicate. It was the kind of perfection that was born with, and not the kind of snake-like face that was shaped by plastic surgery and injections. There was no uniformity, only a natural charm that made people deeply admire it. Her bare eyes exuded a girl's unique purity, like a summer lake, sparkling with sunlight. K. Yubin couldn't help but cover his face. His face hurt a little. Top grade. This girl, no, this married woman, was a top grade. With his sharp eyes that had seen countless women, he could tell at a glance that, putting aside her acting skills, she was a fine jade that was worth polishing. She had the qualities of a young girl, a gentle wife, and a mountain-top flower in one. I take back my words, boss. I haven't lost yet. I think I can still struggle. When Shen Jin got out of the car and opened the back door for Xiaobo, K. Yubin quickly turned around and revealed a smile that looked like a blooming peony. Sister-in-law, I suggest you abandon your husband from today onwards. Shabiri covered her thin white knitted sweater and was so shocked that she almost forgot to get into the car. Stay by my side. K. Yubin smiled as he extended a finger. How about 100 million a year? Shabar couldn't even close her mouth. Is 100 million a year too low? That's true. K. Yubin didn't wait for her reply and touched his forehead. How about this? 100 million for the first year, 200 million for the second year. Xiaobo was so shocked that one of her long legs was still outside the car. But soon, a warm and powerful palm reached out from the side, clasped her white arm, and with a little force, brought her into the car. While Sheba was still in a daze, the lingering warmth on her arm had already disappeared. What he got in return was a scream from the front seat. Oh. Kei-Yuin held the back of his head in pain. Boss, don't hit me. Don't we'll compete fairly. We're all men. Axieboi opened her pink lips, then closed them again. She had read the original work and knew that Kyobin was not a simple person. He would later become the manager of the female lead and lead her all the way to the Best Newcomer Award, Best Supporting Actress Award, Best Female Lead Award later on. Not only did the female lead excel in film, television, and singing, but she also won a grand award for Best Actress and Best Singer, making her a huge miracle in the industry. Kyubin was a man with good eyes and means. He might look like he was joking around, but he was decisive and ruthless when he did things. That was why he had followed Luo Tianlin with all his heart, because their way of doing things was very similar, their personalities were the same, and their interests were the same. You should bully your friend's wife. Cough, cough, cough. Kyubin choked under the cold gaze of the man in the back seat. What I mean is, boss, you should compete fairly with me for the manager position. Hearing this, Xiaobo, he couldn't help but ask curiously, manager. He just said 100 million a year. It can't be that he's going to guarantee her an annual income of more than 100 million, right? Her little face was full of surprise. Kyubin was that awesome. Although she had seen how powerful he was in the novel, it was still 100 million yuan. She was not famous at all and was not the female lead in the novel. She did not have the aura of a female lead. Was he sure? That's right, sister-in-law. Kyubin grinned. You're a little moved by me too, aren't you? Sherby's cheeks immediately turned red. As she had been in the system's love experience class for more than 100 times, her body subconsciously reacted to such mushy words. And her shy little woman's appearance was also taken in by the man sitting upright beside her. Luo Tianlin's eyes narrowed, and his voice was as deep as a deep pool of water. Yubin, our boss, I was wrong. Kyubin scratched his head and looked at the back seat with pleading eyes. Sis-in-law, I was in a rush this morning, so I didn't have time to introduce myself properly. Kyubin adjusted his collar. I'm the manager of Shuangjiai Entertainment, and in fact, the entire entertainment industry who has made the most famous artists in the past 10 years. There are only people I don't like. There's no one I can't make famous. Sister-in-law, I could tell that you have endless potential with just one look this morning. And with a second look just now, I saw even more possibilities in you. To put it simply, as long as you're willing to sign under my name and become my chief artiste, then all the best resources in my hands can be tilted to you. I can even sign a gambling agreement with you. Within 3 years, I can guarantee that your total income will reach 600 million. If you fail, I can make up for whatever you lack. This is what I can see. Your future. Kyubin spoke very quickly, and in the end, his peach-shaped eyes were no longer teasing, but only serious. Sister-in-law, you have to consider me. Follow your husband. Yes, he's the president of Chungyi. He's the man standing at the top of the pyramid of the entertainment industry. There's no resource he can't get, but he's not as professional as me as a manager, and the Luo Group has more than one business in the entertainment industry. How can he be by your side every day and plan for you? This man was too bold. Shiba was flabbergasted. Even if he has the time to give up his other businesses and place his heart and soul on Kyubin shook his head as if he was sighing. But sister-in-law, how much will your assets shrink after marriage? Boss's brain should be used to make money. He should shamelessly kill his competitors in all walks of life and desperately earn other people's money for you and your sons to spend, sister-in-law. You and your sons will suffer a great loss if you let him be your manager, Xie Bo Li. This seemed to make too much sense. He was moved. Let Ikibine take care of her. Let her cheap husband earn money to support her. This combination was invincible in seducing people. Shiba blinked her eyes. Shenshin, Luo Tianlin narrowed his eyes and glanced at her expression. He pursed his lips and clasped his hands together. His voice was low. Assistant Shin acted immediately and asked Kyuan to get out of the car sympathetically. Wait a minute, you seem to have borrowed this car from me. Kyubin felt suffocated. Is it appropriate to ask Master to leave? Yes. Assistant Chen did not hesitate. Mrs. Key has been on leave for more than 3 months. This car has been escorted to the company. In 3 months, the house under your name will also belong to the company. Okay, Yubain tried to struggle, but Shenxin didn't give him a chance. When the door was closed again, only the two of them were left in the car. Susanna found it difficult to breathe, as if the air was thin. Sure enough, the next second, she heard the faint voice of the man beside her, whose emotions were difficult to tell. Moved. A chill ran down Sherby's neck. It was the heart that moved first. It was none of her business. She jabbed her two little fingers together, a conflicted look on her face. She was thinking about what to say to convince this man and make him in a good mood. If he was happy, he might really let Kyubin be her manager. Then she would fly. She pinched her little fingers for a long time and fell into deep thought, but she could not find a perfect sentence. It was silent in the car. Only their breathing, which was almost synchronized, could be heard because they were sitting close to each other. Luo Tanlin's dark eyes fell on her fair swan-like neck, which was so thin that he could break it with one hand. He had seen too many people in the business world, the upper-class circle, and too many people say things against their hearts. He hated being lied to, but he was unexpectedly honest. His gaze swept across her white fingers that were almost twisted into a fried dough twist and saw through her struggle. Because she didn't want to lie to him, she would rather break her own little finger. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. The unhappiness caused by her moved expression just now had miraculously dissipated a little. He turned his quartz watch around and glanced at Kyubin outside the window. Your eyes like him too. What? Is he able? His little fingers stopped twitching. Who do you like? She had been distracted earlier. She couldn't understand her cheap husband's incoherent words. It's nothing. The corners of Luo Tianlin's mouth curled up slightly. He retracted his gaze and looked at the small whirlpool of black hair on her small head. The faint light in his eyes gradually warmed up. I won't leave you behind. His back was leaning against the leather of the back seat of the car, his black eyes half closed, and his deep and mellow voice was like wine, stained with the pleasant smell of winter pine and cypress on his body. Ziebo felt her ears go numb. The car was cold, but a warm current ran up her spine. She subconsciously covered her ears. It was probably going to be successfully frightened and immediately get pregnant. Oh my god of novels. This man was the one who flirted with her first. Did you see that? Aziebo's face turned red. The after effects of her love experience were starting to show. Luo Tianlin's face was as cold as a knife, full of masculinity. However, at this moment he seemed a little uncomfortable as he turned his chin to the side window. His heavy gaze was fixed on the willow tree by the roadside. I won't be affected by you either in other matters. After a long time, her neck suddenly turned red. He was explaining to her that as her manager, he would spend his energy to manage her affairs to the end and would not affect other things, for example, how he was crazy about earning money to support her and her sons. This coquettish man. Shiba was flabbergasted. She was right. Luo Tianlin was a man of God's pride. He was ruthless, cold, and unkind, but he protective and loyal dog. As long as she could make him take her seriously and make him promise her, he would be a loyal dog in front of her in the future. He would go wherever she pointed, and all the bones she snatched would be hers. Sigh, she had such good taste. As soon as Luo Tianlin finished speaking, he saw her dazed look, but her little face was completely red, and she was covering her ears. He frowned slightly. Your ears are not feeling well. How did you know? Xiaoboli lifted her head. It just got pregnant. Luo Tianlin was speechless. Don't doubt it, you did it. Luo Tianlin was speechless. Assistant Chen was very tactful. After he invited Kyubin out of the car, he continued to chat with him, and the two of them did not return to the car for a long time. In that situation, he guessed that the president had something to talk to Madam about in private. If the president didn't call for him, he wouldn't go back and be a third wheel. In fact, Assistant Shen was lucky to have guessed it right. At this moment, the atmosphere in the car was indeed subtle, so subtle that it could not accommodate a third person. Sheer Bo, he teased her wolfdog husband. It was impolite to not return the favor. Courtesy demands reciprocity. She wanted to return the favor. After teasing him, she was silent for a moment. When she saw that Luo Tianlin's ice-cold face was about to break, she was clever and considerate. I was indeed tempted just now. Her tone was serious, as if she wasn't the one who had just said she was pregnant. Luo Tianlin's thin lips twitched. He glanced at her little face and saw that her fair skin was still stained with peach powder. Only then did he confirm that he did not have a hearing problem. Young Master Luo, I believe in your ability. You're a one-in-a-million genius who can take care of many things at the same time. It's a piece of cake for you to deal with a small figure like me. But Shirabo, he pouted her pink lips. Why did you get pregnant? But the man's hoarse voice suddenly interrupted her. Xie almost choked on her saliva. Was he serious about this? You're usually too busy with work. Don't you go online? Your ears are pregnant. Because your voice is nice. She blinked. Her cheap husband had a 2G network. Could he really be her manager like this? The village network is connected, brother. However, as she was explaining to the men, she saw a hint of relief and satisfaction in Luo Tianlin's eyes. Unlike his usual smile and gentleness, he seemed to be extremely satisfied with her answer. He even felt a little conceited and accomplished. Yes, I took Luo Tianlin some time to put on a straight face. Again, what did you want to say? Continue. Shiba was speechless. Did he just want to hear her personally praise his voice? This man who dominated the business world was actually so proud. Did his subordinates know about this? I'm just worried that it'll be taking up your rest time. If you collapse from exhaustion, it'll be the sinner of the Luo family, and I won't have the face to go home and see grandfathers. It wasn't easy for Shiba to get back to her normal state. She even felt that Luo Tianlin was particularly difficult to deal with crowd today, so she activated the little bird rely on man halo again. All of a sudden, her entire body felt soft. Outside of the waist-hugging dress, she also obediently covered herself with the pure white thin coat he had requested, which was almost transparent and reflected her pink skin. The Luo family people, Luo Tianlin, listened to her soft voice and heard her call him grandpa. He was surprised that it was pleasant to the ear, and there was no sense of disharmony. He moved his thin lips. It's fine. To me, it's just a balance between work and rest. Xiaobo felt that the brain structure of some people was really different from that of mortals. As her manager, he had taken care of her, negotiated for her notices and negotiated for her advertising channels, but his it was just a way to rest. She looked at Yubin outside the car window with sympathy. Fortunately, he was not in the car, or he would have vomited blood. Luo Tianlin noticed her gaze, and also turned his cold eyes to Chongyi's top manager. Although Yubin is willful, he is indeed a professional. I'll form a work group and ask him to accompany you in my place when it's inconvenient for me to appear. Xiaobo Li blinked. The top manager was her second manager. The first manager was the president of Chongji, possessed this lineup tremble in fear entertainment industry. Xiaobo felt like she was about to fly, but Luo Tianlin didn't think that it was a big deal. I heard from Shen Jin that you like Lin Qi. Lin Qi. It took a while for her to remember that she was talking about executive assistant Lin, the muscular lady who had helped her carry her luggage several times. It was said that she used to be a female soldier in her early years. Later, she received financial support from Chongyi and went to Harvard to study her MBA in the United States. After returning to China, she was in charge of local affairs in Shenzhen. This year, she was transferred to the head office as a special assistant and was directly under Luo Tianlin. Yes, the big sister is very gentle and very strong, Shiba praised. After all, she was Luo Tianlin's friend, so of course she had to show her appreciation as an affirmation of his good judgment. Sure enough, Luo Tianlin nodded, and his black eyes became much warmer. Since you like her, let her be your personal assistant in the future. Shiba was confused. An MBA is her assistant. This is too much for little sister, he said. Shiba meant what she said. In both her previous and current lives, she was a slacker. If her grades had been better, she would not have ended up in such a bad state in Hengdian. After that, she actually let a student carry the bag of a bad student for a long time. This isn't right. It's fine. Luo Tianlin didn't mind. She doesn't have any objections, we'll just take it as a 3-year job transfer. In fact, ever since Xiaobo he had called Lin Qi Ilmis so adorably a few times. Lin Qi, who had always been under Luo Tianlin's cold pressure and felt that his work was boring, felt as if he had found a ray of mesmerizing sunlight when he was walking in the dark forest. He was completely conquered by Xiaobo's cuteness. And Lin Qi heard that the adorable boss lady was going to enter the entertainment industry. She was immediately interested. The first thing she did was to look for Shen Xin to express her intention to transfer jobs and follow the boss. Hey, that's fine. She couldn't find a reason to refuse. But can I ask you a question? She tilted her swan neck. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows. Father, do they know the truth about our relationship? The young girl's voice was soft and her eyes were sparkling. Luo Tianlin's black eyes twitched as he stared at her. His thin lips pursed into a straight line. Are you itching somewhere? Shiba almost bit her tongue. Even this cold and menacing wolf dog man was driving at a speed of more than 250 miles per hour. She coughed and blushed. I mean, do they know the truth about us getting married? I need to call you in front of them. Hubby. Luo Tianlin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. No need. Why did he need to hide his actions in front of his subordinates? Besides, it was a private matter. But he said he didn't need it and she stopped shouting. He loosened his bow tie in frustration, as if this was the only way he could feel at ease. Yes, Luo Tianlin glanced at the girl's curious face and changed his mind. They are close to me, since they know that I have a wife. Your every move in front of them represents the young mistress of the Luo family. It's me, he said, my only wife. I understand, a man's face. Susanna knew this would be the answer, so she was just taking a step back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to cherish her every time she called him hubby in front of others. Now that he had asked her to call him hubby, he could at least leave an impression in his subconscious and acknowledge her as his wife. After all, important things had to be said 3 times. If he called him hubby too many times, how could he not respond? All right, Exiabo, Lee smiled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for automatically understanding the AT color acting skill. Shiba was speechless. Luo Tianlin brought Xiao Bohe back to their ancestral home. They used to go back for a meal once a month, but now Old Master Luo urged them to go home almost every day. Luo Tianlin was helpless. Seeing that the little girl had adapted well to the Luo family and was gradually getting used to the life of the main family, he simply brought her back to the ancestral house today. But surprise? You take the girl and have some alone time. I'm going to take your parents on a vacation. By the way, since we're not here, we've asked the butler to carry out a comprehensive disinfection and sterilization of the villa. You better not leave the room to avoid being accidentally injured by the spray. Luo family's first value. Luo Tianlin took off the calligraphy on the door, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The tyrant of the Luo family is that Grandpa, PFD, Jiebo. He covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking, and even her floral dress was rippling. I'm not laughing, really. Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes and squinted. As he saw that she was laughing so hard that she was about to die, he reached out and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His grandfather was getting older and more like a child, but he could not disobey him. Chen Xin returned to Juyian residence. Luo Tianlin raised his chin at the little girl, signaling her to get back into the car. However, not long after, he heard 2 loud sounds. Then came Assistant Shen's cry. President, the tire has been punctured. The Maserati's tires were fine just a moment ago, but now they were flat. Don't ask. If you ask, it means that the old man had someone put something on the ground. Luo Tianlin's temples were throbbing. Go to the garage and get another car. Assistant Shen quickly nodded, but 5 minutes later he came back breathlessly with a new piece of calligraphy. Grandson, don't resist. You can think of it, but your grandfather can't. I didn't leave a car for you, so don't even think about getting someone to pick you up. I've already got someone waiting on the mountain road. The tires of all the cars that drove over were all burst, so live with this little girl in peace and give birth to a great grandson for me to carry. Those who defy me will die, understand. Death his grandfather's death. And he didn't know if the ancestor of the Luo family would read the family rules to the old master in his dream tonight. Luo Tianlin's jaw clenched tightly. He threw the rice paper in his hand to Shen Shen and said, "Send a car to pick us up tomorrow. I've already arranged for my mean to transfer to another school. Run, you're the best. It's all thanks to you." Zhu Ziren was extremely annoyed as she listened to Yu Xintong's compliments. She asked her uncle for help, and he looked at her with a puzzled look. Obviously, he did not understand why she had such a bad friend with a demerit. The pure and kind image she had always established in the big families and in her circle of friends was about to be shaken by me, Miss Idiot. Tell her not to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to help her next time. Zhu Ziren's face was cold. Inside the tea room, the fragrance of tea floated in the air. Yu Xin smiled as she replied, but when she thought of the failure this time, she couldn't take it. Run. Are we just gonna let it go like this? She's so devious that she's clinging onto Chongyi. Forget it, of course not. Zhou Ziran had a large shawl embroidered with gold around her neck, and a pair of narrow, longhand Chinese clothing sleeves covered her usually white hands. If it wasn't for Xie Bohi, she wouldn't have to wear the Han Chinese clothing today. It was such a hot day. Changyi. I heard that the supporting actress she snatched originally belonged to Chongyi's new actress, Zhen Shasha. Zhu Ziran said unhurriedly, but her eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Yu Jintong's eyes lit up. Right, I actually forgot. My brother has been very into her recently. If he knew that his heart was wronged, he would definitely hate Simon He. Every once in a while, her brother would change his original life. He was extremely scumbag. However, her brother was very sincere during every period of his infatuation. When he admired that girl, he was really protective of her and was willing to stand up for her. It was just that he liked the new and got tired of the old. I'll go ask my brother, maybe he knows the film crew. Yu Xingxuan was happy just thinking about it. His brother was a famous photographer. Last year, he won the WPPP World News Photography Award and the world's largest Austria Super Photography Tour Award. In the domestic photography industry, many people in the industry gave him face. If he wanted to make things difficult for Xia Bo, then she would be in deep trouble. This was because, apart from the styling teacher's skills, the photography teacher's ability was also very important for a female star to look good in a drama. Zhu Jiaran gently picked up the teacup and smiled without saying a word. Yu Xintong was much stronger than my Min. Don't worry, contact Director Leo first. Zhu Oxiran took a sip of tea and felt that the tea's fragrance was refreshing, just like her good mood. After all, he knows the cause and effect. He knows how good Xie Bohi is and what other tricks she has up her sleeve. How on earth did the director pick her up to act again? This information was very important. Did she have someone backing her, or did she cling onto the director? Did Kei Yibin really find out and sign with Chongji, or did he climb up another big tree? Zhu Ziran really wanted to know all this. If she misjudged her opponent's strength, she would have to pay a heavy price. Besides, she was in a hurry to confirm whether Uncle Hao knew Xiaobohe. Zhu Ziran was very anxious. Soon Liao Ming, who had been rejected by another production team, received a call. When he heard the name Summer Mint, his depressed shoulders bent even more. How did she get hired? The corners of Liao Ming's stubbled mouth were bitter and angry. His voice was very soft, but it was hysterical. Miss Yu, I want to confirm. Does Best Actor Zhu really not like her and wants to kick her out of the film industry? Yup. Yu Xingtong's voice was filled with certainty. Liao Ming's face twitched. No, she doesn't have any backing. Liao Ming gritted his teeth, full of hatred. She was hired, but director Wang watched the recording that day and felt that her temperament was more in line with the character. How was it possible that Shiba didn't have any backing? He was in deep trouble now. No production team dared to hire him. When he called Best Actor Zhu for help, he actually said that he had nothing against Taobo and that he was overthinking things. He had no intention of dealing with her at all. Liao Ming had been played by this girl from the start. This girl from the Yu family actually dared to lie to him and ask him to deal with someone with a strong background. Miss Yu, I can't help you now, but I can give you some ideas. Liao Ming laughed evilly. I saw that Miss Xia's acting skills are very average and sloppy. There are a lot of novel fans in this drama. If someone exposed her terrible acting skills, do you think those novel fans would send her to the hot search? If the backstage knew that Miss Yu was spreading rumors, she would probably be killed. Liao Ming hung up the phone and heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't have a good life, no one would have a good life. In the Luo family villa, there was a soft voice that was so shy that it was almost inaudible. I forgot to take my clothes into the bathroom. Is there anyone? Luo Tianlin was in the study, and he almost crushed the documents in his hands. A shy and chase when you pretend to be pure and innocent on the set. Even men who have experienced storms and seen countless women will be moved by you. This is the host's natural talent, and he created it on his own. You've been awarded 300 goddess points to encourage you to activate your potential. Xia Bahei returned to her bedroom. After Luo Tianlin went to the study, she went to the bathroom to take a bath and study this skill. Although the system had given her goddess points as a reward, was it saying that she was born to be the king of tea? No, she was a very honest person. What she said was very honest, and what she did was very honest. She was born innocent. What pretense? He didn't exist. Shiba nodded and poured the seaweed-colored bath salt into the jacuzzi. A real tea king will subconsciously feel that he is true to his nature and not pretentious at all. Host, you're very good. Ixiabohi rubbed the foam. After leaving the system interface, she took a serious bath. She stood up after soaking herself in the bath until her hair was scattered and the water flowed down her soft body. However, she soon realized that she was stupid. She had been too engrossed in her research just now and had entered the bathroom without any change of clothes. Now she was embarrassed. She could only ask for help from the only man who was still alive in the villa. She shouted for help, but there was no response. Shami shuddered. She took a small bath towel and wrapped it around her wet body. Her small feet stepped carefully on the tiles as she approached the bathroom door. He tried calling out again, "Father." There was still no response from the outside. Thinking that the man might be in a meeting, she gritted her teeth and raised her voice. Hubby this time, she even opened the door a little, trying to make her voice travel further. After all, the villa was too big. Although the bedroom and the study were connected, they were still far away. When Luo Tianlin heard her call him for the first time in the study, he helplessly pressed his hand between his eyebrows. He got up and walked to the bedroom. When he heard her call him father for the second time, his footsteps became messy. When he took a deep breath and decided to tell her how to address him properly, the soft voice of a hubby had already entered his ears. The little girl had a marshmallow-like voice, which was naturally soft and a little sweet. Luo Tianlin raised his eyebrows and walked to the bathroom with his hands behind his back. Just as he was about to ask where the clothes were, he saw the bathroom door open. The little girl was wrapped in a small red bath towel, and her slender hands were holding the end of the bath towel, barely covering the area below her small collarbones. The bath towel was a little small, so it was inevitable that there was a gap that was neither big nor small. It was like the snow in winter, falling on the red tiles. Luo Tianlin closed his eyes. All the blood in his body froze. However, the little girl did not see him. She continued to shout through the door gap, "Hubby, help me." Luo Tianlin's black eyes opened again, but quickly closed again. He hesitated for a moment, as if he was adjusting his breathing. Before he took 2 steps forward, he stretched out his broad palm and touched the little girl's round shoulder hidden under the towel, then pushed her in. Then he lowered his hand, grabbed the bathroom door handle, and closed it. When he heard the sound of the lock, he opened his eyes again and looked at the tightly shut matte glass door. His voice was low and hoarse. "Who taught you to speak like that?" After the door was pushed back into the bathroom, Susanna was still a little confused. Why did she say something? He was just asking for help. Wait a minute. This cheap husband had already heard her call and was already by the bathroom, but he didn't say anything. Did he see her when she opened the door just now? Axiebo bit her lip, her voice soft and pitiful. "I thought you were in a meeting. You said you would call me hubby in front of outsiders." The sun set in the west and the dark red sunset glow silently fell on the ground. Occasionally, a breeze blew past the thick curtains. "Am I disturbing your work?" The little girl was very aggrieved. The cotton candy was as sweet as if it had been soaked in water, and she was a little listless. Lo Tianlin's breath froze. "Where are your clothes?" "I didn't take it." Summer Mint murmured softly. "Can you go to the changing room and look for it? Anything will do." Luo Tianlin frowned. However, it didn't take long for a long dress and long-sleeved cotton pajamas, the most conservative kind, to be delivered to the door by a long and strong arm. "Open the door." Shiba smiled and nodded obediently. She did not dare to tease him at this time. After all, even the best food had to be eaten slowly, bite by bite, and be too anxious. But few seconds later, she couldn't help but say in soft and surprised voice, "Why is there only one piece?" "My little underwear." Luo Tianlin's tall back stumbled as he walked back to the study. "Come out and get it yourself." He pursed his thin lips tightly and turned his handsome face stiffly to the bookshelf. "This isn't good, is it? Heavy taste." Xiaobo snorted. There was a sound amplification effect in the bathroom, so it was clearly transmitted to the man's ears. Luo Tianlin's temples throbbed. Soon, the sound of cloth rubbing against each other came from the bathroom. It seemed that the little girl was putting on clothes, but her small mouth was still moving. I'm a little embarrassed to come out. Kissed Luo Tianlin, took a deep breath. "I'll go to the study." The bedroom curtains had been drawn. If the little girl said one more word, he might not be able to help, but he was locked in the changing room. He didn't want her to give him a headache. "Hubby, are you leaving? Can you get me another bottle of moisturizer?" The villa's butler and helpers had all been driven away by old Master Luo. The old man was quite thoughtful. As early as the day before, he had removed some of the face wash and lotion in the bathroom. This forced the two of them to open their hearts. So Shiba really didn't do it on purpose. After Luo Tianlin handed her some moisturizer, she suppressed her laughter and ignored his uneasiness. She obediently immersed herself in the preparations for the crew. In her system interface, there was an unfinished task in her mission bar to shock the crew through the first performance. "It'll be on set the day after tomorrow. I should be able to finish it, right? Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable." There was always a waiting number of one. Xiaobo looked at the list in the exchange store, thinking about how to use the 300 goddess points she had just obtained. The few halos she had now were in the direction of pity and goddess, so it was more than enough to attract people's attention. In terms of acting, she only had a crush and a broken heart because of the repeated experience classes. She was still very weak in other directions. After signing with Chongyi, she had more opportunities, but also more challenges. If she wasn't prepared, she would only embarrass herself on camera and add to her own laughingstock and anti-fans. Sherby took a deep breath. "I want to study." She flipped through the systems list and clicked on one of the options. Near-far camera performance learning course, 300 goddess points, 12 classes. It'll show you the difference between long range and close range shooting so that you can better adapt to camera shooting. Exchange. In her previous life, she had not taken any formal acting classes. A director once said that some of her expressions were too exaggerated and looked very out of place in television dramas, which would easily make the audience get out of character. This was actually an inappropriate performance in close range. In the long shot, actors often needed to make their performance go over the top so that the audience would notice their individual performance in the long shot. Usually, only experienced actors could switch between close range and long range performances so easily. She was about to join the crew and her acting skills were urgent. She immediately made the exchange and made a reservation for the midnight class, since no one was cooking that night. Xiaobo, he went to the kitchen to pick out the ingredients and prepare dinner without Luo Tianlin's permission, but she had made him a meal before. A woman could do anything for a man, but once the number of times increased, the man would easily take it for granted. After a long time, the sense of surprise disappeared. This wasn't what Shiba wanted. She thought for a moment and only fried a medium well-eye steak for herself. Then he closed the refrigerator door, turned off the gas, and opened the takeout or app. When Luo Tianlin smelled the fragrance coming from the first floor of the study, his tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed a little. He interrupted the business director who was reporting on the other end of the tablet. "Send the data to my email." The business services director was stunned for a moment, but he was clearly relieved. Luo Tianlin tapped on the screen. "It's an incomplete report. Don't appear in my meetings next time." The director's face turned pale. Meeting dismissed. Luo Tianlin turned off the screen, got up, and left the study. He was still wearing the black shirt he had worn during the day. He had only undid his tie and two of the buttons on his collar. When he reached the living room on the first floor, his cold expression had already relaxed by half. When he saw the only red wine steak on the table, his eyes became gentler than they were during the day. He looked at Sherby, who was walking out with a bowl of corn soup, and smiled. Although the little girl was noisy, she had become more sensible recently. "What about yours?" he asked. He took off his watch with one hand. "You don't have to prepare it for me." Jiboli blinked her eyes and lowered her face appropriately to hide the strange smile that burst out of her face. After a while, he raised his head and weakly placed the bowl on the table. "Brother Zhai, there's no one around in private. Can I call you that?" Luo Tianlin's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not say anything. He took off his watch and held it in his hand, not putting it on the table. "Xiaobo," he chuckled in his heart. Was she addicted to listening to her husband or her father? "Brother Zhai, this is my dinner alone." She tried her best to say this sentence as if she was a little bird and a man. Her eyelashes drooped slightly. "I didn't understand it clearly the last time." And later I heard from Mother Line that you only eat her cooking and the dishes from a few private restaurants. Luo Tianlin frowned. Xiaobo pursed her lips. I learned how to cook from the internet. Brother Jai only ate it because he gave me face last time. It's awful, right? Luo Tianlin's thin lips moved. He wanted to say no, but the little girl spoke before he could. I ordered delivery for you today. It's the Aquino's private kitchen that Mrs. Lin said you often eat. There are 3 dishes and a soup. Exia words were impeccable. After she finished speaking, she sat down and moved the plate of beef eyes that Luo Tianlin was staring at to her. Since the delivery is here, it'll bring it to Brother Shah's study. Luo Tianlin's dark eyes flickered. You don't have to send me out next time. It's okay, it's not troublesome at all. The apps these days are very convenient. Shiba was very understanding. Luo Tianlin's face was expressionless and calm. Alright, he said. But after saying that, he turned around and went upstairs. 10 minutes later, at the entire high-level meeting, the business director who had just escaped death was lectured by him for half an hour. When she received the message from her new assistant, Lin Qi, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Lindsay, Madame, boss was in a bad mood just now. You have to be careful. As expected, the things that couldn't be obtained were always in turmoil. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Tianlin, who had lost his temper, finally heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw a tray of 3 dishes and a soup on the floor, as well as a cup of yogurt with a small note. The handwriting on the note was delicate, and it was obvious that it was written by a little girl. Self-made desserts, no sugar. Luo Tianlin looked at it for a long time, and the corners of his mouth finally lifted. A cool breeze blew into the study. At night, Summer Mint was lying on the sofa with a 3-figure face mask on her face. It was said that it was a custom-made mask with gold leaf powder and ginseng essence. As she applied it, she felt that the cells on her face had become expensive. After reading the script 3 times, she was dragged into the system space by the drowsy near-far shooting course. First lesson, experience from a long shot, 45 minutes. You can import your script. In the origin space, Suzerain's eyes lit up. She immediately imported the script for the past us and marked the scenes of the mute girl. Long-range shots, a total of 24 spots. Now we'll begin the shooting experience in order. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom instantly changed to the shooting scene. The camera tracks, the microphone, the director's monitor, the system even automatically matched Director Wang ruining. Take the advantage from afar. Director Wang said after appearing, the long-range shooting pays attention to the character's body movements and big moves, not the details and micro-expressions. As scene 18, the focus is on the mute girl's positioning. Again, your movements aren't natural enough. Again, her gait doesn't match the character design. The mute woman was born into a noble family. Again, let the ponytail cover your face. Again, you've walked out of the picture. Again, in the first period, Exiabo Li repeatedly did over 100 Gs. A simple action of walking on the road made her deeply realize the huge gap between her acting skills, which were worth only a few cents in her previous life, and those of professional students. When she imported the script into her interspace, she was still wearing the costume of the character in the movie, with a pair of high heels on her feet, because she had been walking, being stopped, and walking again. By the 3rd repetition of the course, 2 large blisters had formed on the skin of her hind feet. It was so painful that they burst and bled, but she still didn't stop. Okay, this one's done. Director Wang was already satisfied. However, when Ciebo, he checked the system's score for her performance, she gritted her teeth. Only 79. No again. Are you sure you want to repeat the 4th lesson of the first period? A performance that didn't even score 80 points. In reality, just barely met Director Wang's psychological expectations of a pure newcomer, barely passing. But she didn't want to force it. She didn't want to continue being an ordinary actress in this life. I only want 100 points. In her sleep, she continued to endure the pain, walking again and again with her head up and chest out. The bedroom in the villa was pitch black. Luo Tianlin, who had just gone to bed in the early hours of the morning, was lying on the floor when he heard the sound of the quilt flying on the bed. After a moment of silence, the little girl became quiet. Not long after, the quilt flew again. He sat up and looked at Moon. He saw the little girl doing a space step on the bed and pressing the white bedding under her slender legs. It was as white as snow. It was as dark as night. The 2 colors were entangled. Luo Tianlin reached out, pulled the blanket out, and covered her again. He had just laid down when the little girl sent him flying with another kick, accompanied by a small and delicate fist. I want 100 points. I don't want to be average. I want to be the best. The little girl's momentum was strong, and her pair of soft feet kicked his waist. Luo Tianlin lowered his eyes and stared at her little toes, which seemed to be still moving around on his side. After a while, he slowly reached out and held her fair ankle, took it from his waist and stuffed it into the quilt. The little girl was still dreaming. She was not satisfied that she was interrupted while walking and mumbled a few words. Luo Tianlin pressed the blanket down on her, restricting her movement. After a while, she rubbed her chin against the side of the quilt and stopped kicking. Sister Ranran, don't worry, let my brother know in hell. Tell the team to make sure she ugly. Yu Xinchuan sent a message to Zhu Ziran in the middle of the night. Zhu Ziran finally had a good night's sleep after looking at it. What's the use of entering Chongyi and the crew? After all, there was no good end to offending people. The next day, when Xiaobo woke up, she miraculously found that her cheap husband's dark circles were a little heavy. However, she felt refreshed and had a great sleep. The bed was still so soft, and the teaching in the dream was still so fulfilling. The peak of life was when one woke up. She stretched her back and asked Luo Tianlin, who was a man of few words, "Did you not sleep well last night? Let's go back to Zhuyan today. This way, we won't have to trouble Brother Zha to sleep on the floor." The Luo Tianlin had just come out of the bathroom, a grey towel covering his wet black hair. He walked out of the bathroom covered in water vapor, and his deep black eyes were fixed on her bright and shiny little face. The little girl slept very well, but that night she made a scene. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a light sleeper and often woke up to look at her, the quilt would have been kicked to the ground. It's okay. Luo Tianlin stood there for a while and looked down at her bare ankle that was exposed from the quilt. "You can join the crew on Monday. It's closer to set off from here. I'm having a meeting at home today." Because it was a modern drama, the crew chose to film in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. It took an hour and a half to get there from Zhuan Mansion, which was located in the city center. On the other hand, it would only take half an hour to reach the Luo family's residence. The opening ceremony on Monday was set at 8 a.m., with the beautiful meaning of making a fortune. In this way, there was indeed no need to go to the trouble of returning to Zhuan. Xia Boss nodded obediently. She felt that when she was with a man who had a plan, every detail would be taken care of. She didn't need to worry at all. However, when Luo Tianlin was about to go for his morning run, he glanced at little Do on the bed. "It's time to get up. Your morning exercise." Shiba was speechless. He retracted his previous words. It wasn't the best for a man to plan too much. After another day of preparation, Xiebo Li had memorized the script by heart. She also memorized the lines of the other roles she would be acting in. After training at night, she finally got 100 points in the first class, walking in the distance, 95 points in the second class, different ways of standing in the distance and close distance, and 90 points in the third class, crying and laughing in the distance. As there was not enough time, she wanted to continue to gain more points, but Luo Tianlin pulled her out of bed. It was 5:30 in the morning, and the sun had not yet risen. Shiba yawned with tears in her eyes. Although it was a pity that her class was interrupted, she still caught up with his pace. After the morning run, she was still gasping for breath when she was helped into the bathroom by the new assistant, Linky. "Madam, the makeup artist and stylist are already waiting. You can take a bath first. If there's not enough time, let them do your hair in the car." Today's breakfast is a menu jointly formulated by the nutritionist and the fitness coach. "Do you want to have a bite now or after the shower?" Sherby was stunned. After a while, she finally reacted. "Is there no makeup artist in the crew? Did the crew bring the clothes over for the styling?" This experience was too good. As expected of the powerful lady boss of Chongyi, Linky smiled. "No, I'm just giving you a look for the opening ceremony. After all, this is your first public appearance. If everything goes well, you'll appear in the production team's official announcement today." Shiba nodded, but she felt a little breathless. "I think I'm just a minor supporting character." The first female lead, second female lead, and second male lead had already occupied the center of the camera for the opening ceremony, not to mention that she was only the fourth female lead. She was barely on par with the third female lead in the first few scenes. However, in this kind of occasion, where everyone was present, even the third female lead could not get any limelight. As the fourth female lead, why did she need to do a styling for the opening ceremony? Crap, she had used too much of her cheat power. Sister Shaoqi, you know I have to hide my identity, right? Shiba turned around worriedly. The crew doesn't know about my relationship with your boss. I don't want any special treatment. This was the truth. In front of Luo Tianlin, she always flirted with him and said some high-sounding words to make him like her. But when she really went to the production team, she really wanted to rely on herself. It was true that she was greedy for glory and wealth, but who didn't like to win without doing anything? But acting was her only dream, and it was the regret of her previous life. On the first day of her rebirth, she had decided to stay by Luo Tianlin's side, just for a fair platform to learn, train, and display her acting skills. If everyone in the crew treated her as the lady boss of Chongyi, she would not be able to communicate with them, let alone train. Moreover, who knew what would happen in the future? One more path, one more future. Did Luo Tianlin really have the patience to help her for the rest of her life? Low profile, we have to be low profile. The CA boss face was tense. Madam, you're so brave, Lin Qi said, visibly moved by her words. Exiabo, he was stunned. Huh? Even if you marry a man like the president, you don't have to worry about food or clothes. You have a house and a car, but you still pursue self-achievement. You're not greedy for enjoyment. You're strong and independent, and you'll never give up on your dreams. Lin Qi wanted to cry, but he choked a little at the end of his sentence. Madam, you'll be my idol from now on. This young lady's tears were too low. Shiba blinked and handed her a tissue. Let's work hard together. All right. Lin Qi was once again won over by her kindness. Luo Tianlin's net worth was already in the top 100 on the national rich list 5 years ago, and today his wealth must have reached an astonishing level, as his wife Xie Bo Li could be said to be the king of the top 100 in the country. It was not easy to be so approachable and not put on the airs of a wealthy family. In Lin Kuai's eyes, Madam was like a pearl in a fish's eyes when compared to those rich people. Madam, only I, Assistant Shen Zhen, and Mrs. Kane know about your identity. Lin Qi quickly regained his composure and explained, Don't worry, the president told us to keep it a secret. No one in the crew knows. I just think that Madam deserves the best, even if it's just a small opening ceremony. Those makeup artists have nothing to do anyway. I wanted to apply to the president yesterday to get 2 people to serve Madam throughout the entire process. In the end, Lin Qi paused and sighed. The president was 1 step ahead of me, has assigned a styling team to style Madam's private clothes. In the future, when Madam's status rises, she can also bring a team into the production team to announce those things. Don't worry, Madam, the team is very reliable. They signed a 10-year contract with Chongyai and a confidentiality contract. Shiba understood. At the end of the day, it was still the inhumanity of the rich. Before she became famous, she had found a team to help her take care of her daily clothes. After she became famous, she directly asked her to bring her exclusive makeup artist to the production team so that others would not think that she was the wife of a rich family. Luo Tianlin was a man with a meticulous mind and strong logic. Alright, then he'll take a shower first. He'll have breakfast while I put on my makeup. Shiba's voice was trembling. If she said it out loud, she would definitely be treated as a movie queen. She didn't have any confidence and was a little embarrassed. Lin Qi nodded. Alright, but when she finished her shower and went to the villa's makeup room, she was stunned. Madame, I'm very grateful for the honor of being your stylist. You can just call me Little Fei Ai Fei. A man wearing a flamboyant floral shirt and a tin foil permed his hair. His voice was a little feminine, and he raised his orchid fingers. Madam, I'm in charge of your makeup. My surname is A, but you can call me Sister AI. A woman with short, irregular hair, purple ear dyes, leather pants, and smoky makeup nodded at handsomely. Ixiabo he swallowed his saliva. Little Fei Fai Lu Xie Fei, the best stylist in the novel, was later subdued by the female lead. Sister Ai Ai Wei, a makeup artist from the Sea Turtle, had once won the highest makeup award in Japan and Korea. In the novel, she was hired by the male lead from abroad with a high salary to serve the female lead. Oh my, she was only a small supporting role in the book. Buzzes. Is it too late to return it now? The opening ceremony was held in an open space in front of a temple on Kochung Island in the suburbs of Jiangsheng. Some people had arrived early to adjust the camera, prepare incense, red packets, and so on. The production team staff, as well as the male and female leads teams, arrived in succession. Young Master Yu will personally take control of the camera today, don't worry. The head cameraman, Chu Yong, sent a voice message. After that, he instructed the other cameramen around him, stand where you should stand. The main camera is pointed at Director Wang and follow the two main leads. Do you understand? As for the newbie and the fourth female lead, the camera would pass them lightly. Even if it was just a piece of scrap or half of face, Director Wang would not say anything. The production team's publicity draft would be placed on the main actors. On the highway in the morning, Sherby checked her belongings again in the van, mainly her script and pen. The makeup artist, Sister Ai, even gave her a small bag for touching up her makeup. I can't go with you later. If you sweat, there's a tissue in there. Don't wipe it, just press it gently. I also put some light and congealing powder and red bean paste lipstick so that you can make up for your blushing. As Sister Ai spoke, she turned back from the front seat and glanced at her. Her eyes were filled with obvious surprise and satisfaction. Her face was smacked, her eyes were naturally watery. Her skin was as white and soft as soybean fat and Juzing had. Small and exquisite nose and chin, as well as her plump but not too exaggerated, and even heart-shaped lips. A makeup artist was really lucky to be able to meet such a beautiful woman. She didn't need to put in much effort to create a perfect makeup. Moreover, she had a high degree of flexibility. If her makeup was changed, her temperament would immediately change. She would be flirtatious, girly, sexy, and cold. They could all be tried. Simply amazing. When she put on her makeup today, Sister Ai fell in love with Summer Catment in a second. If you encounter any difficulties, call us at any time. Xiao Fei also gestured with awkward fingers in front. We'll be on standby in the nanny van. Xiaobo Li nodded and pulled down her skirt. Her watery eyes looked at the man who hadn't said anything since the beginning. She waved her hand obediently. Hobby, I'll get out of the car. Luo Tianlin stopped reading the documents in his hand and looked up at her. He nodded and said, yes, we should be filming today. Hobby, go to work. Don't worry about me, Xiebo. He knew he had to leave, so she took the initiative to speak first to show her consideration. When Luo Tianlin heard the little girl calling him softly, the smell of strawberry ice cream seemed to drift from the side of his body, as if the documents in his hands were stained with a hint of sweetness that made him sober up. Lin Qi, boss. Lin Qi was waiting for him. Luo Tianlin's fingers slightly clenched. Take down my personal phone number. Like Xiebo, he was stunned. Luo Tianlin was already looking at her. It's my personal phone. I can find you if there's an emergency. It was a business phone number. There were too many calls in line to communicate with him, so he could not call at any time. Xiebo grinned, her eyes curving into crescents. Her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. Thank you, hubby. Men were considerate of women. If they did the right thing, women should not be stingy with their praise. This way she could increase the man's enthusiasm in doing such things next time and make him treat her well. Sure enough, Luo Tianlin was not a god, so he did not refuse the praise. He accepted it calmly, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. After Xiebo he alighted from the nanny van, Luo Tianlin, Chen Xin, and the bodyguards escorted him to another business car and left the scene. Lin Qi, as ESEA boss assistant, helped her carry an umbrella and protected her as she walked to the center of the surveillance cameras. As a newbie who had never appeared before, the camera moved away the moment it caught sight of Sherba. Xu Yilong shifted the camera's focus onto the female lead. He was completely unconcerned about the newcomer's arrival. However, he arrived early and was tense. After a long time, it was inevitable that his neck would feel sore, so he could not help but turn to relax. But who would have thought that the moment he turned his neck, he almost couldn't turn it back? The beautiful little girl who was walking over, who was it? Xu Yilong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The world of a photographer was actually very simple. This was especially so for some photographers who did not lack food and clothing. They felt that their work was not just to make a living, but to pursue art. They pursued an expression of light and shadow, silence and movement, people and the world. For example, Xu Yilong, who had already become the head of the camera crew, following a few directs, there's so much work that she couldn't finish it in a year. He rarely considered his future and was more concerned about aesthetics. At this moment, Yishu Yulong was twisting his neck and looking at the small cross junction not far away. He felt a faint golden net of light spreading down densely in front of him, enveloping him and the curled up figure beside the lotus pond. It was July, and the breeze was gentle. The heat was unbearable. However, at this moment there seemed to be a trace of coolness spreading from his chest. In the lotus pond, the little lotus showed its sharp corners. It was pink and white, reflected in the clear pool water and the tender green lotus leaves. Lovely and refreshing, she was holding an umbrella, wearing a misty blue dress and a silver belt. She walked slowly, pure and beautiful. Her delicate little face was half covered by the red umbrella, so he couldn't see it clearly. But her pink lips, the tip of her nose, her skin whiter than snow, and her smile were like a blooming lotus. As she walked, her misty blue skirt swayed in a shy arc, revealing her long and fair legs. "I'm done beautiful," Xu Yulong murmured. The sun shone down and was reflected by the bright red umbrella on her head, creating a strange lighting effect of extreme colors. And this girl's figure, waist to waist, legs to legs, the golden ratio was a beauty he had never seen before. The blue and red colors matched her skin color, and she was one with the lotus flowers and the water. She came from afar, and she was clearly a good maid. Yu Yulong could not help but tilt the camera in his hand. What female lead, male-led, director, publicity, he had thrown them all to the back of his mind. He only knew that this damn beautiful scene would be gone if he didn't film it. As Xu Yulong pattered, he shouted out in satisfaction. As the girl walked closer, he saw her entire face clearly, and his hands trembled. A little more would make it round and fat, and a little less would make it sharp and thin. It was just right now. The main point was that the girl's eyes seemed to reflect the story. She looked at the camera, and there seemed to be endless secrets in her eyes that she wanted to explore. This was the type that he wanted to film the most. Xu Yulong was extremely excited. This beautiful girl didn't run away even though he was in front of the camera. Instead, she was getting closer and closer to him. Absolutely, the close-up shots are also flawless. Xu Yulong was so close to dancing with joy. When the girl walked past him and was about to overtake him, Xu Yilong finally couldn't take it anymore. He carried the camera and chased after her. What kind of celestial being was this girl? Xu Yilong howled in his heart, and he soon heard the answer. "Hello, Director Wang. It's our first time meeting. Nice to meet you." The beautiful girl's voice was soft and gentle. Out of the 10 beauties, half of their voices were not pleasant enough. A beautiful face, a well-proportioned figure, and a moving voice. The probability of this combination was 1 in a million. Xu Yilong was extremely impressed with his own judgment. This beauty was 100 meters away, and he already had his eyes on her. As expected, he had endless potential. Say hello to Director Wang. Is she also an actress in this crew? Xu Yilong was really glad that he didn't reject this invitation. The mint flowers bloom, and the butterfly's wings flip. The wind branches reveal the leaves in autumn. Xu Yilong sighed in his heart. Summer Mint was a good name, but as he was marveling, he suddenly bit his tongue. Xia Watchaber. Wasn't this the newbie that young master you had asked him to suppress? Xu Yilong's eyes widened. At the venue of the opening ceremony, many security guards were maintaining order. There were many excited fans who had heard the news and rushed to see their live streams. The male lead of them was a young honk who had just released a modern drama at the beginning of the year, He Wenhang. He was 1.83 meters tall, gentle and shy. Iveo Shukian, who did not hit the jackpot, but had a good reputation in the industry for her acting skills. She was Aya Shukian, who had narrowly missed out on the Best Female Lead award last year. Both of them had a large fan base. Among them, He Wenhang's girlfriend fans were even larger in scale. Today, they couldn't wait to take an 80x scope to see their brother his beauty clearly. The entire outer area of the scene was in chaos. Fortunately, Ling Qi was there, so Xia boldly squeezed her way to Director Wang. She was still a little worried, but she couldn't look in the mirror. "Is my makeup and hair messy?" she asked. Ling Qi was a person with Madam's filter. After taking a few looks, he said, "Honestly, you're so beautiful that I'm even seeing stars." Xiebo, he laughed and patted her. "You're not serious." Ling Qi felt wronged. That was because Xu Yilong, who had been paying close attention and listening attentively the entire time, nodded his head in agreement. Even if her hair was a little messy, she still looked like a little fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, which was even more touching. She was indeed sparring, and it even had a natural lighting effect. The camera in Xu Yailong's hand couldn't help but tilt towards her. Before Sherba noticed the photographer's strange behavior, she was shocked by the system notifications. Number of fans, 1 number of fans, 1 number of fans, 1 number of fans, 1. The notifications quickly popped up, and soon, there were nearly 100 of them. Sherba was stunned. What happened? Meanwhile, many of He Wenhang's girlfriend and wife fans moved their cameras away from their husbands and boyfriends to Jie Bohe, who was a few seats away from him. That big sister is so pretty. What's the name of this little sister? Do any of you know her? I don't know. I just saw her. Tianjio, she looks exactly like the one in my dream, little fairy. Her dress is so pretty too. When she walked over just now, she looked so pretty and elegant. I was mesmerized at first glance. I clearly came to kowtow to brother his peerless beauty, but I actually kowtowed to a little fairy first. A bunch of young girls' voices could be heard from time to time. Some were amazed, some were emotional, and some were regretful, but they all took out their phones and searched for the list of supporting roles in the then crew. I'm looking forward to little sister and brother he appearing in the same frame. They look so good together. Ah, I think so too. Why isn't this young lady the one in the CP? It's good enough that the female lead is a young lady. Of course, Teacher Zhao is also very good, but it seems that this young lady is more suitable for our brother his model figure. Sherba didn't know anything. At this moment, Yu Junhao, who was in his own studio and preparing to process the film, also received a call from Xu Yilailong. He put down the tweezers in his hand and smiled as he picked up the phone. Brother Xu. Xu Yailong's voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but it soon caused the tweezer at the tip of his finger to tilt. Young Master Yu, I'm afraid I can't help you with the matter you asked me to help you with. The director is stopping us. Junho was confused. The directors in the industry would basically give him some face. No, Xu Yilong replied very quickly. It's her question. Yu Junha was speechless. She's so beautiful. I can't help but take pictures of her. Yu Junha was confused. What? Yu Junha thought that the studio's signal was bad. Xu Yong didn't say anything more. He only added a sentence in excitement. Young Master Yu, if you have the time, you can come and take a look at the scene personally. You'll understand it with a single look. Xu Yilong had long since stopped caring about earning money. He had received a call from the Yu family's young master earlier and was willing to help because he wanted to exchange more photography skills with him. After all, he had been recognized by an international photography award and he had always admired him. He was willing to be friends with him. Moreover, young Master Yu only wanted to torment a newbie as the fourth female led. There was no difficulty in this. From Xu Yilong's point of view, those newbies who did not know how to act and were embarrassed in front of the camera were only obstacles to his pursuit of art, not help. He didn't want to film them, but today this notion was shattered by Summer. Young Master Yu, in busy. Xu Yilong had died. Yu Junhao was left holding his phone, looking at the call log in shock. Too good looking. It's so good that I can't stop taking photos. What a joke. Yu Junhao dropped his phone and picked up the tweezer again. Ever since he had his own camera at the age of 13, he had filmed countless women. He was young, and while he might not be able to say much about other things, he had seen countless women. No one in the entire industry and the upper-class circle could compare to him, other than puberty, where he had a youthful vigor, and a period of ignorance where he chased after his senior to film. He no longer had the drive to film after that. Although Xu Yilong was older than him, his knowledge and experience were truly shallow. Big brother, are you there? The opening ceremony for summer should be starting soon. How was it? Did the photography teacher succeed? Outside the studio, Yu Xinyu knocked on the door worriedly. They had failed time and time again. If they didn't succeed this time, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Zhu Jiran. There could only be one art school beauty, and there could only be one little beauty in the past. If she let Shuya lace rise to the top, Yu Xinyam wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Big brother. Yu Xingtong didn't hear any movement and knocked again. The door opened in an instant, and Yu Junhao, who walked out of the car, was not in the casual clothes that she had expected him to wear at home. Instead, he was wearing a pair of brown flying sunglasses, a camera lens, and a motorcycle outfit. Yu Xintong was stunned. However, Yu Junhao flicked his seaweed-like curly black hair with one hand and said, "I'll do it myself." Don't worry, Yuexin Feng was overjoyed. Her brother had a strange personality and was vicious enough. If he was willing to go personally and wanted to ruin Summer Mint, he would definitely make her cry. It was more reliable than entrusting it to someone else. Brother, good luck, Yu Xintong encouraged. Yu Junho waved his hand. Before he left, he passed by the bedroom and glanced at Zhen Shasha's artistic photo on the bookshelf. His eyes, which had been a little lazy and drowsy just now, immediately became focused and serious. I can't believe I stole little Shasha's role. Damn it, how long do I have to wait before I can catch up to little Shasha's new drama? I've watched all the antique shows and variety shows before. What am I supposed to do now? Are you going to watch it for the 5th time? It was not easy to get news of Zhen Shasha's new role, and he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what new role his little goddess would create this time and what new surprises she would give him. But now no more. He could only watch antique shows. Yu Junhao was really annoyed. It didn't matter whose role she stole, but it was wrong to steal his little Sha role. Seeing her big brother's dissatisfaction and anger, Yu Xingtong almost laughed out loud. Yeah, I think it's a pity too. I heard that this web drama might get a star rating. Shangxing TV series would be broadcasted on several major TV stations, which was more valuable than online TV series. For an actor, it was a very important milestone. It's such a pity for Sister Shasha. Her acting skills are obviously good, but she doesn't have any good resources. Sigh. Yu Junhao's face darkened when he heard that. He sped up and got into the car that the driver had prepared. Yu Jintong watched him leave and then sent a message in the group. My brother is personally making a move. Just wait for the good news. Soon, she thought about it and Mai Min, who had not been heard from for a long time. Izyami, how's the skin on your neck and hands? Are they better? Yu Xintong rejoiced after sending the message. Fortunately, she was smart enough to leave the school immediately to keep a distance from Min when she said that she had something to do at home that day. Otherwise, her skin disease would be contagious. After she sent it, she didn't wait for Min's reply. She put down her phone and hummed a song as she asked the servant to bring her a bowl of yogurt and fruit soup. Obviously, she didn't really care about him, but he was just comforting her with a sense of superiority. In the crew, the opening ceremony had already ended. Xiaobo greeted the rest of the cast and crew in a low-key manner. She also accepted the red packet from the director and greeted the other actors politely. Everyone who noticed her couldn't help but reveal some surprise. However, she felt that she was dressed very well today. She was dressed in a light blue, and her makeup was almost bare. She did not steal anyone's limelight at all. Let's head back to the hotel first. All the teachers, please take a short rest. At 10, and we will start filming in groups A and B. The teachers who have been informed can go and do your makeup and hair according to the time. Has been hard on you. The staff at the scene organized the dismissal. Lin Qi rushed to Xiaobo's side immediately. The scene was still very chaotic. When He Wenhang's fans saw him walking towards the hotel, they all crazily squeezed in. Sister 7, it's okay. We'll leave later. No one will chase me. It was at this moment that Sherby could finally understand the joy of an actress who wasn't popular. At least he wouldn't be squeezed, blocked, and his shoes wouldn't be stepped on. However, before Lin Qiu could say anything, a small group of girls with mobile phones in their hands surrounded her. Sister Little Fairy, please give me an autograph. What's your name, Sister Fairy? Little sister, don't go. Please take a photo with me. As Sheba was confused. Lin Qi immediately stood in front of her to protect her. He turned around and sighed deeply. My dear, you know nothing about your own charm. Sheba was speechless. She looked at the group of fans blankly. After a while, her watery eyes sparkled like stars. Did she really have fans? The system's calculations were correct. Who would have thought that when she turned around, she would look so radiant? Ah, sister, look at me. I'm gone. Big sister's expression is the best at me. What kind of gentle little cutie is this? Delicate and moving, offering my precious language bank to my sister. In the president's office of the Luo group, Luo Tianlin, who just finished an international conference, rubbed his eyebrows. He picked up his phone and looked at the photos of the scene that Lin Qi had sent him. The little girl's clothes were plain, but the breeze came and could not block the light from her body. Boss, should we ask the crew to take special care of sister-in-law and increase the exposure of the publicity photos? Director Wang probably doesn't know that she's a key artist in Chongye, K. Yubin said. The Luo Tianline's slender fingers flipped through the photo, and his dark eyes only left the beautiful and independent picture of her after a long time. As the crew arranges, if one's virtue doesn't deserve it, one will only suffer a backlash. Kyubin nodded. That makes sense. His peach blossom eyes flickered, and he bent down. But boss, it'll compete to the end this time. One day, it'll make her follow me willingly. Luo Tianlin's brows furrowed slightly, and his chest was obviously filled with displeasure. Noisy, did they change the filming location? When Xiaobo received the notice from the production team in the hotel room, she was a little surprised. Originally, her part today was an outdoor scene with the male lead as a brother and sister. Now it had changed to an indoor two-person scene with the second male lead. Fortunately, she was well prepared and had learned how to perform both close and outdoor scenes. Alinki read the notice and immediately found the corresponding page of the script. Madam, it's this scene where you're making tea. There was a subtle expression on Shiba's face. Was she blessed? Making tea wasn't this the skill that she had been practicing every night, because she could finish the entire tea ceremony with her eyes closed, and this was the first scene. All right, he said. Eng Xiaobo felt that this was wonderful. Ilinki quickly reported the orders he had received from the president. Madam, the president wants to put you through some hardship. He won't be taking care of you for the time being. The president was thinking about the long term. However, she looked around the hotel and saw that a standard room did not look like Shongyi's lady boss at all. Madam, as the president's wife, must be very disappointed. Madam, don't worry. With Madam's qualities, you'll definitely be popular in the future. The production team will pay more and more attention to you. Linky was worried that she would be upset. Sherby smiled. Luo Tianlin, the man who controlled the entire Luo group, was a hidden boss in the novel. There was no market that he could not occupy. She had no doubts about his ability. When it was time to protect her, she knew that he would never back down. He was a male chauvinist, and he would never let his wife be bullied. What he was doing now should be what he felt was the most suitable for her. It's okay, listen to him. He's experienced and knowledgeable, and he's good at strategizing. I have nothing to worry about. Xiaobo Li patted Lin Qi's hand and turned to lie on the bed with her script. I'm going to take a short nap. Wake me up when it's time. She wanted to enter the system and practice making tea again. On the other hand, Yu Junhao, who had just driven into the filming site and obtained a pass from the film crew, received a call from his sister, Yu Xintong, before he got out of the car. Yu Junhao put on his sunglasses. After alighting from the car, he saw Shu Yulong waiting for him at the entrance. Shu Yulong's middle-aged face, which was filled with a sense of crisis, squeezed out a mysterious smile and waved at him. Just as Yu Junhao approached, Yulong excitedly led him to the filming location. Young Master Yu, you're here at the right time. It's her turn to shoot. Hurry, 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 Yu Zhintong's voice continued to ring. Brother, you saw Akshay, Bao. She's gonna start shooting. Then you better make her look uglier. She's so evil-hearted and has a dark heart. Whoever harmed your goddess, Sister Shay Shao, will have to make her suffer. She had clearly heard Xu Yilong's voice, and Yu Junho wanted to nod in agreement, but when he entered the set and heard the director's voice, he looked up at the camera. However, he stopped in his tracks. A beautiful figure in green came into his sight. It was like a shadow and wind, as if it had been submerged in the sea. He couldn't hear the noise around the crew. The light and shadow of the whole world became blurry, leaving only a gentle and bright light, which was focused on the graceful girl in front of him, like a fairy from heaven who had descended to the mortal world. It made people hold their breath and couldn't bear to go forward. It was as if she would be scared away if he got close to her. Yu Junho couldn't hear what his sister was saying on the phone. He only had one thought, is where the hell did this little fairy come from? On the set, director Wang Runing was filming Ziai Bohi's scene. This was supposed to be her scene with the second male lead, but as soon as he was on camera, Wang Runing took a deep breath and let the second male lead go. When he was casting, he felt that the actor for the second male lead was good looking. Although he was not as handsome as the first male lead, he Shanru, he was passable. But who would have thought that when the camera turned on today, he felt a little depressed after looking at the monitor for 2 seconds. He didn't deserve it. The second male lead was not worthy of the fourth female lead. Oh my. In the plot, the fourth female lead wanted to pursue the second male lead, but the male dog was not worthy. Wasn't that funny? Wang Runing was so remorseful that she wanted to slap her thigh until it broke. He made a prompt decision to return the second male lead and returned it to the makeup artist. Who did this hairstyle? No. Let him show his forehead. He has no energy at all. The suit was too dark. Change into a light blue shirt with a white shirt inside. Wang Runing was annoyed by the second male lead's frustration. However, when he turned around and saw Sherby sitting obediently by the sandalwood table, wearing a aqua dress and her long hair tied up simply, he instantly felt pleased and his mood immediately went up a level. Bohee here, continue making tea. The second camera, take a close-up shot of her hand. The first camera, take a face shot, then slowly pull it away for a long shot. Wang Runing instantly overthrew her previous plan and was in high spirits. Just pretend that there's someone beside you. Don't stop until I shout. Xiaobo nodded, indicating that she understood. The moment she was in front of the camera, she got into character. It was as if she had returned to those many nights in the system's pavilion, accompanied by the mountain spring, time and time again. She was immersed in the meticulous, cumbersome, but well-organized tea-making skills. Her slender fingers touched the tea set, and it moved naturally, exuding an elegant charm. The entire set seemed to fall silent for a moment. Those who were free couldn't help but cast their eyes on her. The way of tea tasted both tea and people. It was a kind of art to watch a lady with fluttering clothes and full of fairy-like aura pick up the tea set and watch the tea and water swirl between her white fingers. Yu Junhao followed Xu Yilong and entered the filming location with his phone. This was the scene he saw. It was a breathtakingly beautiful scene that made one reluctant to interrupt. It was so beautiful that he was shocked. Yu Junhao could not say a word. The girl in front of the camera was dressed in green. Her white wrists were exposed from her lotus leaf sleeves. Her slender fingers were like jade and scallion as she gently lifted the smoke-colored jade bowl. The gold bangle on her wrist slid down her smooth arm. Soon, as the jade bowl was tilted, the boiling water in the bowl was poured into the teapot, and a hot white mist slowly rose. Eugene's neck stiffened, and his gaze slowly moved up. The young girl's eyebrows were like willows, her almond-shaped lips were curved, and her delicate face was flawless. He took a step back and took off his sunglasses. He wanted to take a photo of her. How is it? Xu Yilong was slightly pleased with himself. Yu Junhao could only mumble unconsciously, "This damn angle." He loved this angle to death. He took a step back and took a picture of the tea table and the lily behind the girl. This scene was simply beautiful. Yeah? Xu Yong was also very happy that he had been acknowledged. "In that case, young Master Yu, you can stay here for a while. I'll go and get my brother off. I'm going to go and film this girl." Yu Junhao was confused. Filming a fairy without him, this Xu Yilong who caused one's hair to stand on end. However, he was still wearing a Bluetooth headset, and Yu Xintong's question came through. "Brother, who are you talking to? What damn angle? Brother, did you know that when Sister Shasha saw the news that the filming for then had started, she posted on Weibo that she was very sad that she didn't have a chance to work with the director. Yu Xintong purposely tried to drive a wedge between them and increase her brother's hatred towards Zara Yubiu. But before she could finish, her brother's yielding heart did not appear. Instead, she heard Yu Junhao's anxious voice. "Old Shu, can I take a photo? I know that the crew has their rules and the photos can't be leaked." "I won't post it online." Yu Shintong, who was still at home, was at a loss. "Brother, what are you saying for the first time?" Yu Junho felt that his sister was a little annoying, so he hung up the phone. Yu Shintong was confused. In the end, Yu Junhao didn't get permission and the staff didn't allow him to take the camera out. It was too uncomfortable. He simply walked closer with his hands behind his back and stared at the little fairy. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she had an unprecedented fairy temperament. Why a fairy? This was because this temperament was something that could not be found in the human world. He had never taken such a picture before. "Old Zhu, what's the name of this girl?" The female lead of this drama. Yu Junho couldn't move his eyes away from her. When Xu Yilong heard this question, he couldn't even keep a straight face. This was because the scene and the way he asked the question were so similar. He had just asked about it 2 hours ago. Xu Yilong felt a little sympathetic, but he also turned his head subtly. Taking advantage of the director's break time, he asked, "Young Master Yu, you want me to cause trouble for a newbie? Do you know her name?" "Nonsense." Yu Junhao rolled his eyes at him. Of course he knew. His younger sister had nagged him several times and snatched little Shay Sha's role. Even if she turned into ashes, he would still know her. It's just summer mint. Xu Yilong nodded his head. That's right. She's called Xiaobo Ai. What are you talking about? She's called Xiaobo Li, and I still need you to tell me. Wait a minute. Yu Junho blurted out, but his expression changed in a second. He pointed at the person in front of the camera with a trembling finger. You're saying that what's his name? Shu Yong spread out his hands. Crap, Yu Junho cursed, but when he looked at the young girl who was resting and touching up her makeup, he corrected himself. Grass is just a type of plant. What I mean is, I'm implanting grass. Shu Yilong chuckled. The crew was usually divided into two groups, A and B. The same was true for the crew of then. The director Wang from Group mainly followed the male and female leads, while assistant director Lin Sheng from Group B was mainly in charge of some side shots and supporting roles. Because they had received a notice today, they had to change the scene at the last minute, and Group A and Group B had some adjustments. Director Wang had just finished filming the meeting between the male and female leads. Since the location was the same, he decided to continue filming Ishia Bohe's tea, making scene. Assistant director Lin Sheng happened to be in the studio because of the temporary suspension of outdoor shooting. The filming had not started yet, so he simply held a Wolfberry thermos cup and watched next director Wang. Since the main and assistant directors were present, the entire team A and B, who had nothing to do, had to watch the scene. It was incredible. Human aesthetics were always different. However, when art reached its peak, it could transcend the slight difference in personal aesthetics. When Xiaobo heard director Wang call cut, she stopped the elegant process of making tea and heard a crisp reminder. First scene 95.89 of the crew members have been conquered. The task of shocking 4 people has been completed. Mission reward, Lotus with each step. 300 goddess points awarded. Xiaobo, he was stunned for a moment, but he turned around and stood up confidently. This was the reward for her hard work. Although she had not reached 100 Conqueror, her tea ceremony was only at the elementary level, after all, and there was still room for improvement. After receiving the reward, she was not in a hurry to check it out. He quickly went to the corner and took a sip of the warm milk that Lin Qiai had brought over. He carefully wiped the sweat off his forehead, picked up the script on the small stool, and began to read. This scene wasn't finished yet, and she still had to act with a second male lead. Although she didn't have any lines, she needed to use micro-expressions and body language to communicate with the other party. This kind of difficulty was actually very difficult for her, who was an extra in her previous life. She didn't expect that her hard work would be a plus in the director's eyes. The future will be amazing. Assistant director Li Sheng nodded. He's not lacking in spiritual power and talent, but he's so hard-working. Sigh. This woman is going to be popular. Assistant director Lin Sheng obviously liked hard-working and professional actors, and he praised them repeatedly. Her tea-making skills are so skillful and vivid, and she has some of the true skills of a professional tea artist. She must have put in a lot of effort. Wang Runing nodded. In fact, when he saw her reading the script during her break, he couldn't help but think of the mistake he had almost made during her audition. For a moment, he was both emotional and in awe. Old Lin, you have a lot of scenes for her later. You have to work harder. This is her first role. Lin Sheng's face brightened as he put down his thermos. Understood. What a new actress with spirit and good looks lacked was an opportunity to be discovered by the audience. And this opportunity often came in their first and second films. As long as the role was not bad and the script was not trashy, he would most likely take off instantly. Once she gathered a large number of fans, she was likely to make the show popular. This was a two-way achievement between the actor and the drama. As the assistant director, Lin Sheng naturally hoped that Ethan Ball would be able to achieve even better results. Okay, 409 rounds. Yang Li, Little Xia, get ready. Director Wang quickly got into work mode. However, from the way he addressed them, it could be immediately seen that the degree of closeness he had with the two actors was different. The second male-led Yang Li was an actor with 3 million followers on Weibo. He was an athlete, and his advantage was his tall figure, long arms, and long legs. His skin was a little tanned, and he was easily recognized by masculine men in the entertainment industry. However, Yang Li had been rejected by the director once, so his nerves were tense. But when he was about to finish his opening lines, he was stuck. This was because the girl in front of him, who had a pure, limpid face and a little fairy-like temperament, was holding a cup of purple sand tea with her dazed fingers and handing it to him. She pursed her lips and smiled. Her watery eyes were like a rare white epiphyllum that bloomed overnight, soft and beautiful. Yang Li had just turned 24 and had been training in seclusion all year round. Except for his female teammates, who had muscles as strong as his, he had never seen any soft girls. In an instant, his face turned red. He reached out with a trembling hand and almost failed to catch the cup of tea. The opening lines jumped out with his trembling little heart. Lin Si, younger cousin sister cut. Yang Liu. Director Wang wanted to pinch him to death. Yu Junho, who wanted to see his little fairy up close, couldn't do it. He also wanted to pinch this guy to death. What's the point of stammering? Was he deliberately delaying so that he could have more contact with his little fairy? How sinister, cunning. Yang Lei was almost killed by the condemning eyes of the crowd. One more time. Wang Runing was also very angry, as you have to remember that you don't like her in the show and find her annoying, but for her brother's sake, you have to continue to deal with her. Okay? Yang Le blushed. One more time, he read his lines smoothly, but he couldn't take his eyes off Sherman's face. He got another bad take. Wang Runing missed actors, but she didn't know if it was against the law. Close your eyes and calm down for 5 minutes before we do it again. Again. Think hard in your heart. I really hate this girl. You don't want to drink this cup of tea. You just want to leave as soon as possible. Cut. Wang Runing was about to go crazy. She didn't know what to say as she looked at Yang's expression on the monitor, which showed that he had fallen for the first time countless times. What the hell was this? It's okay, brother Yang. You can relax. Shiba finally spoke. Too many Engzis would affect the progress of the shooting. She kept passing him tea and made the same expression, but she didn't get much out of it. How about this? You don't have to be polite. Just treat me as the enemy who killed your father. Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. The enemy who killed her father. This girl really dared to say that. How could there be so many grudges and deep grievances in this script? However, Sia was the person who understood bad acting skills the best. Yang Li was unable to get into character and couldn't act well. She had all the problems. Her experience was to amplify the emotions that she couldn't act. If he couldn't act out a little hate, then he would act as the enemy who killed his father. I'm stronger than you now. Sia patted Yang Li's shoulder. You have to struggle at death's door under my strong pressure, but one day you'll take revenge on me. I give you tea, but you can't wait to pour it on my face. Yang Li was dumbfounded, and so were the people outside the arena. This little fairy was too cruel to herself. Yang Li shivered at the boiling hot tea, but he couldn't bear to do it anyway. Wang Runing's heart was also stifled when she heard this. As a director, he had never explained the scene to an actor like this. But, alright, let's try. It was a last resort. In the end, 5 minutes later, Wang Runing realized that it really worked. Yang Li took the tea. At that second, the struggle his face, the smile that he wanted to smile but couldn't, the fierce expression that he wanted to show but failed, was really a bit like the script where he despised the little girl but endured it. It was really on point, Cousin Lin. Yang Li said his lines with a fake smile. Wang Runing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xiaobohe with admiration. You passed. Ah! Yang Li collapsed with a cry, his back covered in sweat. But when he turned around, he looked at the little fairy maiden beside him with a red face and said, "Thank you." As an athlete, he was always looked down upon by the actors and the crew. The director would also often scold him for a disagreement. As time went on, the mental pressure on him became greater and greater. Although he had attended some acting classes, at the critical moment, the more anxious he was, the more he could not grasp the character. Yang Li looked at Xiaobohe at this moment. He only felt that she was beautiful, kind, gentle, and had hit the nail on the head when she explained the scene to him. She was simply the savior of his life. When are you free? He'll treat you to a meal. Shiba smiled and waved her hand. We're helping each other out. No need for a treat. I'm sorry. Yang Le was a little disappointed after being rejected, but he still blushed with gratitude. Then we'll talk about it later. Yu Junhao, who was watching from the side, felt that he understood the meaning of a certain idiom for the first time. Exceptionally intelligent. I didn't expect that some words that my teacher taught me would only let me understand the literal meaning. But today life has taught me once again. The little fairy was not only beautiful on the outside, but also on the inside. Yu Junhao furrowed his brows. He realized that all the photos he took of beautiful women in the past were rubbish. There was only skin, but no heart beating under the flesh. Little Xia, can I call you that? Yu Junhao was thinking about his shooting path when he suddenly heard the second male lead, Yang Lei, say something shameless. Xiao Xie, do you play games? It'll bring you to the chicken dinner. I'll eat your chicken. You despicable girl-picking man, Yu Junhao exploded. In less than 2 seconds, he ignored Xu Yong's attempts to stop him. He tidied up his biker suit, put on his handsome brown aviator sunglasses, and walked over to the shameless Yang Lei and the little fairy in the mortal world with carefree steps. In Miss Izie, Yu Junhao stood between the two of them and stroked his black hair with one hand. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Yu, and I'm currently the vice president of the Jiangxing Photography Association. He slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing his long and narrow phoenix eyes. Are you playing king? Little sister, get on. Big brother will take you flying. Shu Yilong was speechless. Yang Li was speechless. Xie didn't expect the crew to be so enthusiastic. Playing games, being the king, and winning the chicken dinner. There was no delay in either. She used to play too, and she was a noob who dragged her teammates down. But I still need to read the script later. Jia Behe looked apologetically at the two tall men, Yang Li and Yu Junhao. Do you two want to form a team? The two men looked at each other in disgust. Obviously not. Yang Li put away his phone. Xiao, you're right. You should work hard in the crew. How can you waste your time playing? Then can you help me match my lines? If you do another bad take, it'll be letting you down. Yu Junhao put on his sunglasses and rolled his eyes. Miss Exia, should I ask the director to explain the scene to you? Director Wang has some reputation in the industry. If you can get his advice, it will be helpful for you in the future. But after he finished speaking, Wang Runing stared at his back. Junhao, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the set? Come with me to the director's room. Wang Runing obviously knew him. We're filming in a closed area. Outsiders are not allowed in. Xu Yilong wanted to explain, but Yu Junho beat him to it. Under Shabaz's confused gaze, he straightened his collar and smiled with his head up and chest out. Director Wang, how about I be the chief photographer, Group B? Those who heard this and knew the background of the photographer and his group were all shocked. Yu Junho was the vice president of Jiangsheng's Photography Association. He had a lot of experienced photographers. He was also an expert in photography and had won a world-class award last year. However, he didn't take on any work from the crew and usually focused on tattooed photography. However, Wang Gruning knew the background of this young Master Yu. He was her junior. When he was studying directing at the University of California, he was already very talented. The film he produced after graduation even won a small award. The teacher wanted to introduce him to a very popular American drama crew as an assistant director, but he refused. Joking, Wang Runing couldn't believe that this willful young master could change. He was going to enter the industry now. But why did they choose his crew? We already have a photographer. Yu Junhao smiled innocently. I don't need to get paid, and I don't need to sign my name. Wang Runing raised her eyebrows. Are you sure if Yu Junhao were to be a photographer, even Group A would be able to do it, let alone Group B? He was really a genius at composition, and his ability to tell stories in motion videos was also extremely good. Group B was originally just a side job. The photographer he found was a photographer with 2 to 3 years of experience in the industry, and he wasn't particularly good. If it was handed to Yu Junhao now, the quality would probably improve by leaps and bounds, and the whole plot would be given a lot of points. How did you think of this? Wang Runing was incredulous. I've lost my passion for filming. Yu Junhao's face was filled with sorrow. I suddenly thought of you, senpai. Although you're a few years older than me, I've always heard the professor talk about your talent, so I decided to come to you and find my true love. Wang Runing frowned and thought for a moment. Then he beckoned for the assistant director of Team B, Lin Sheng, and the film team. After some communication, no one had any objections. The team of cameramen wanted to learn from Yu Junhao, while the assistant director Lin Sheng wanted to try it out. If it didn't work, he would replace it. Sure. Junhao, you can familiarize yourself with the script and the scenes for the next 2 days. And you can go on stage in 3 days. Wang Runing made a prompt decision, but he'll say the ugly things first. If your shooting results aren't good, I won't use you. You can stay here and learn. But don't forget the rules. You can't take out all your mobile phones, cameras, and filming equipment, and the stage photos can't be leaked to the public. Yu Junho nodded without hesitation. Don't worry. He knew that Wang Runing was an inflexible person and was not as easy to talk to as Xu Yilong. In the beginning, when he found people to mess with Xiao Bohei, he didn't think about Wang Runing at all. But now it was perfect. Yu Junho turned his head handsomely and looked at Xiao Bohei, who had been watching their conversation curiously. His long, narrow eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Little fairy, he could take a good photo of her now. He really was a genius. Miss Xia, please take care of me in the future. Sherby blinked, her watery eyes even more confused. By now, she had already remembered this was a supporting character in the novel. The young master of the Yu family, Yu Xingtong's brother. The moment Yu Junhao appeared, he was the two-faced villain who helped his sister to make fun of the female lead. But why did he seem to have taken the wrong script? As soon as he appeared, he wanted to bring her along as a king. The work on the set came to an end. After Xiao Bo had finished her scenes for the day, she changed and went to the hotel to rest. Yu Junhao wanted to follow them, but was stopped by a new call from his sister, Yu Xinting. Brother, are you done? How was the filming scene? Was Xia Bohei angry? Does she regret stealing Sheisha's role? Yu Xintong's voice sounded like she wanted to eat a melon. After all, everyone wanted to see their nemesis in trouble. Even if they couldn't see it with their own eyes, they had to at least listen to the live broadcast. Thus, Mumbri was really looking forward to Xie Mint crying. Well, however, her brother's reply soon delayed her good mood. Yu Junhao's voice was a little calm. A Xiaoling Shasha is indeed very beautiful. Her acting skills are outstanding among her peers, and she has a strong camera sense. She's like a star shining in my heart. But after a long pause, Yu Junhao sighed and said, I've thought about it. We're not suitable for each other. Your mother won't agree to me being with a small artist. The distance between us is like a dream and reality. There's no fate. My mother, isn't she your mother? What kind of bullshit was this, brother? Yu Xingtong almost bit her tongue. Also, why does this sentence sound so familiar? Yes, because she had heard it many times. Every time his big brother wanted to change his life, or the wall, he would say something like reality is cruel. We have no future. It was clearly him who was a womanizer and lost his fan in a second. Yu Junhao concluded, don't mention Shasha anymore. Let her go. She will find her own happiness. Yu Xintong didn't know what to say. Could he be any worse? Did he become a fan of the female lead the moment he went to the production team? She didn't pay attention to who the female lead of Zen was. Brother, okay, I understand. Yu Xing'an wasn't die-hard fan of Zen Shasha, so she didn't scold him. But Jiabo is so bad. Not only did she bully Sister Sheisha, but she also bullied my classmate. I'm telling you, she very sinister. Have you told the director? But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted again. It was ruthlessly interrupted. Dao Ling, how can you say that about Xiaxia? Yu Xingtong felt as if she had transmigrated. Yu Junhao was very angry, and his tone was even more impatient than before. She's so beautiful, so pure, and so hardworking. How could you scold her so viciously? Yu Xingxuan was stunned. Brother, you're saying who is it? Xiaxia is such an outstanding young actress. She should shine in front of the camera. Anyone who stands in her way will be defeated, Yu Junhao said solemnly. Shasha is good, but Xiaoling, there's always someone better. It's normal for her to lose to our little fairy. She's not as good as Xiaxi. She shouldn't hate Xiaxia. Yu Xintong was confused. She could only hear her breathing through the phone. Her brother was a fan of Summer Catmint. She knew that her brother was not normal. Every time he became a fan of a female star, his brother would become the devil on the female star's career fans. In order to make this female star continue filming, he would destroy the world and not recognize anyone. But she didn't expect him to be so crazy. He was there to cause trouble. But what was the result? Within a second, he had removed his fan status as Zen Shasha and became a fan of Summer Mint. Was he playing with her? Brother, you must have been deceived by her. Open your eyes wide and take a look. Yu Xingxuan, don't make fun of Xiaxia anymore. Otherwise, it'll declare that I don't have a sister like you. He even called out his full name. Yu Xingxuan's chest was in pain. 10 minutes later, Zhu Ziran, who had received the news, was starting to doubt her life. You said that your brother likes Jin Shasha, so hell definitely mess with Xia Bohei. But now that he's at the scene, He's no longer a fan of summer catmint. Was Yu Junhao crazy? Or was she crazy? Zhu Ziran was really about to explode. None of them were reliable. There's still a chance. Find the crew and ask them to delete all of Bohi's photos from the camera today. Zhu Ziran thought for a moment and took a deep breath. Very soon, people in both lines A and B started to move. Just as she was about to end the A-boss scene with the second male lead, an assistant suddenly rushed to director Wang Runing's side and anxiously whispered in her ear. Wang Runing's old face was shocked. What? The computer was infected, and half of the publicity photos were missing. Where's the backup? Chabot didn't hear it clearly, but she had a bad feeling. Crap, my camera. In the corner, Xu Ilong also cursed out in anger. Which idiot stole it? Is there a problem? The crew was anxious and in a state of chaos. Outside of the crew, a few female netizens who had been waiting to film the opening ceremony also posted comments and complaints on their Weibo. I love to congratulate every day. Internal drive hacked, Trojan horse infected, damned hacker. I handed in a blank paper today. I still love brother today. Return my brother's beautiful picture. Oh, I took a lot, but there's only a small half left street bar of V. Why don't you delete them all? What's the meaning of this? Are you pitying me? I curse you to lose your hair and grow pimples all over your body. Boss, it's just as you expected. Someone's causing trouble. The computers of the crew's publicity team and a large number of female celebrities had been hacked and their camera memory cards had been deleted or stolen. In the photos that were left behind, there were no photos of Madame appearing in the mirror. The remaining ones were from strange angles. Vicky Bin raised his eyebrows and pointed at his mole. Could it be Star Entertainment? They're underestimating Chongyi and me. K. Yubin. In the Luo Corporation's president's office, he was lying on the leather sofa, not the least bit anxious or flustered. As he spoke, he looked at the cold man behind the desk who was reading documents with his head lowered. Boss, should I send the photos that Kim took for Madam this morning to the crew? I wanted to wait for the show to air, but Director Wang has to thank me properly and step up the management of the crew. K. Yubin crossed his legs and opened his phone screen. But halfway through, he was stopped by a low and cold voice in the room. Stop and gain. Boss, can you speak human language? Luo Tianlin threw down the pen and crossed his arms. He leaned back in his chair with an expressionless face and glanced at him coldly. We'll beat you at your own game. K. Yubin was stunned. We'll just go along with what those people want and not post Madam's photo. Luo Tianlin's cold eyes swept over the flawless girl on K. Yubin's phone, and his gaze wavered. What the world easily obtains will always be forgotten first. When people couldn't find any information about her no matter what, they would be disappointed, but they would also explore more about her. Once this interest in exploration turned into love, it would last longer. K. Yubin jumped up immediately. Hunger marketing. Boss, you're too vicious. He made the other party think that he had succeeded, but in the end, on the contrary, he had created an unstoppable momentum for Madam. In the future, she would be able to push them to the ground. I understand we'll get the publicity team to find Madam's incomplete photos and only let people see her side profile, covering half of her face with a pipa. It was almost noon. It's done. Zhu Zhiran, who was waiting for the news at home, finally saw the official Weibo of then and showed a long-lost smile. The production team's official Weibo and the male and female lead studio also posted a grid to announce today's opening ceremony. But no matter which side it was, none of them posted a photo with Summer Catman. No, there was one, but it only showed half of her body. Even the side of her face was blocked by the actress next to her. Ha ha ha. He laughed to death. Vizhuizai looked at herself in the mirror, satisfied. System, I didn't expose her opening ceremony. Aren't you going to reward me? As we agreed last time, you'll receive a reward every time I succeed. Wait. Moment time needed to verify the calculation. What were they waiting for? Zhuozi Siran snorted. I don't have to wait for your punishment. Verification successful. She really didn't expose herself. You've hindered her career development. It'll reward you with 1 exchange point. Zhuoziran's eyes lit up. She had completed no less than 100 missions in the system, but she had only received 2 exchange points. With 1 exchange point, she could choose a body part and let the system optimize it until she was satisfied. This was the best reward. There was no other. She had not wasted her effort. As for a low-class woman with terrible acting skills like Exia Bo, even if she signed with Uncle House Chongi, she wouldn't be famous. She was an extremely superficial person. As long as she stole her beauty, she was nothing. Chongi's internal competition was fierce, and they adopted a strict promotion system for artists. No matter the artist's background or manager, they were all treated equally. If an artist could achieve further results, their resources would also increase by a level. If the results were not good, the resources would be reduced and the contract might even be terminated. Those who had no value would be abandoned by Chong Yi. Even Kei Yubin could not save her. If it was not exposed this time, she would not be able to start the first step of marketing. Zhou Ziran laughed. Luck was also a type of strength. Uncle Gong would not listen to the explanation of the lost photos. If an artist wasn't popular, it was her life. The only thing waiting for her was to terminate her contract. The more Zhu Ziran thought about it, the more she felt that she had made the right move. She had taken a big step forward in success. System, help me optimize my waist. I don't want any fat. Give me an ant waist. I also want the butterfly bone at the back of the waist and the 2 small sunken waist pits. This way she could ask Uncle Luo out to a pool party. Okay? Zhu Yu Izuran soon felt a hot stream of air flowing around her waist. It was warm and very comfortable, as if there was a divine artifact of sweat steaming at her waist. Just as she was perspiring from the heat, she felt a numbing sensation on her lower back. She walked to the mirror, carefully reached out, and pulled up the corner of her shirt a little. At a glance, her eyes lit up in surprise. His waist was 1 size smaller. She stretched out her hand and went around her back, quickly touching her belly button. She could finally do it. She couldn't do this test before, but now she could. God. Zhu Xiran stared at her small waist in the mirror and quickly took out her phone to take a few pictures. He even turned around and patted his side and back. She had a beautiful pair of butterfly bones and a pair of small dimples, which made her look cute and sexy. Oh, I love this waist to death. Zhu Iziran spun around happily. While she was excited, fans of Then also saw the official Weibo of the crew. Wow, Big Brother is the most beautiful in the world. Is Big Brother born to shine? I am already drowning in the photos. I'm looking forward to the new drama. When will it be broadcast? GKD, I can do this lineup. It'll be waiting from today onwards. It's the first day of card logging. The official Weibo account was quickly reposted and commented on countless times, rising all the way to the top of the search list. In the hotel, Jiabo had just finished her morning shoot and was getting ready to rest. Lin Qi, who was accompanying her, glanced at the new messages on his phone and then at the Weibo photos he had posted. He was shocked. What's wrong? Before she lay down, she noticed something wrong with her eyes. Lin Qi trembled. Madame had gotten up early today and had put on makeup and styled herself for a long time. In the end, she was not exposed. Madame must be very disappointed. There's one thing she felt aggrieved for Madame. In the president's office of the Luo Corporation, Luo Tianlin was frowning as he listened to his subordinate's report. When he turned his head, he saw a plane whizzing past the observation deck on the top floor outside the French window. The little girl's colourful script suddenly appeared in his mind. She placed great importance on her first film and had prepared for it for a long time. Luo Tianlin frowned, threw down his pen, picked up his personal phone, and quickly typed a message. Lin Q, how's the situation? She did not receive a reply. The finance manager who was reporting noticed President Luo's expression. As he spoke, he was far more impatient than usual. He picked up and put down the signature pen, the frown between his eyebrows never relaxing, and there was a dark tide in his dark eyes. The finance manager held his breath and his mind was blank. The second half of the year, he was stumped. He was done for. He was going to be scolded to death. Luo Tianlin moved his leather seat away and stood up. With a height of 1.87 meters, the strong oppressive force was even more turbulent and rushed toward his face. The finance manager was so scared that he almost peed himself. However, Luo Tianlin only glanced at him and said, "Let's stop for 10 minutes. Tea break." After saying that, he turned around, pushed open the balcony door behind him, and strode out with his personal phone. All the executives were dumbfounded. Tea break. Since when was there a tea break in the middle of a meeting? Only Chairman B, who had escaped from death a few days ago, patted the shoulders of the finance director, who was also doing the same job. Brother, perseverance is victory. The president was about to be dragged into the wedding grave by the little vixen, calling a private number at work. That's great news. As long as they persisted, the day of the president's maternity leave would come. While everyone was happy and nervous, they all went to the bathroom or had a drink of water. Luo Tianlin called Exia Bohei. Lin Qi did not reply. The little girl didn't reply. He stood on the rooftop, frowning. After a while, the video call was picked up. However, it was not the young lady he had expected, but Lin Qi's gentle reply. Boss, madam is asleep. Lin Qiu lowered his voice and said, I just went out to pick up madam's lunch, so I couldn't reply to you in time. Luo Tianlin's brows furrowed even more. He turned his left wrist and looked down at the needle on the quartz watch. It wasn't 12 yet. She fell asleep without even having lunch. She had also slept early last night. Was she feeling unwell, feeling wronged, or was she unhappy after being scolded by the director? Luo Tianlin raised his eyes and looked at Lin Qiu in the video. Where is she? Lin Qiu flipped the screen of his phone to let him see the person on the bed. The little girl was curled up in a ball. The fluorescent yellow long-sleeved t-shirt on her body was crumpled, faintly revealing a section of her white and smooth waist, making her fair skin and long legs even more prominent. The makeup on her small face was removed. From a distance, one could see her long and dense fan-like eyelashes and her pink lips that seemed to have been dyed with rouge. Her brows were still slightly furrowed, as if she was not very happy and had been wronged. Luo Tianlin hung up the phone and called Lin Qiu again. Lin Qiu had wanted to talk to him for a long time. After she walked out, she reported everything in detail. Madam worked very hard. She read the script the whole morning even though she didn't have any scenes to shoot. The director praised her. Madam is so beautiful. Everyone was stunned by the first scene. Luo Tianlin was stunned for a moment, and then his handsome face became more calm. The little girl did not embarrass him. However, Lin Qiu's words soon made his smile freeze. Boss, are we really going to do this? This was Madam's first time attending an opening ceremony. She had prepared a lot, but she was not on camera. Madame went back to the hotel to read the script, but after seeing the Weibo announcement, she said she wanted to sleep and wouldn't eat lunch. Lin Qiu was very indignant. She felt that the president was a little like a dog today. I wanted to comfort Madam, but Madam said she was fine and that she would be fine after sleeping for a while. She must be very sad and doesn't want me to find out. Luo Tianlin frowned. By the way, boss, the second male lead, Yang Li, wants to play games with Madam today. Lin Qiu added. Luo Tianlin's eyes darkened. Yang Li? Who? Playing games? Also, boss, young Master Yu has just joined the crew. He's in charge of Group B's shooting from Madam's line. He still wants to bring Madam to play king. Luo Tianlin's thumb and index finger, which were holding the phone, tightened. Yu Junho. Luo Tianlin's cold eyes tightened. Let Madam continue to sleep. Wugan people, don't come near. Without waiting for Lin Qiu's reply, he added, It'll be there in half an hour. I'll have lunch with her. After saying this, he walked back to his office. Luo Tianlin raised his chin and said to the group of senior executives, I have something to attend to. They'll have to arrange a conference call. The executive was confused. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qiu felt that he had finally gotten his revenge. He had to let the president know that other than him, Madam had also charmed many men. Even if he didn't cherish it, his wife could still be beautiful. She could also have many elite men with excellent spare tires. A.M. Peach. The hotel where the actors were staying was not far from the filming location. It was only a 15-minute drive by car. Once the director called for someone, the actor would be at the hotel as well. With Lin Qiu holding her phone and reading the news, Exapol wrapped herself in the blanket and fell asleep in seconds. She was in a hurry to learn new skills. Enter the Otis Step special training room. Shabast's little heart beat rapidly. She was looking forward to this skill. This story came from the Emperor of Southern Qi, Xiao Baowang. He doted on the beauty Pan Yue, especially her beautiful feet. He asked the craftsman to chisel the gold into the shape of lotus flowers and stuck them on the ground, so that Pan Yue could walk barefooted without wearing shoes and socks, as if a lotus was blooming with each step. Later on, this word was used to praise women for walking lightly and gracefully. As an actress, if she wanted to walk the path of a female artist, her graceful figure was something that she had to work hard on. Host, are you ready? Come. Sherby was determined. In the blink of an eye, the empty classroom had turned into a huge palace. It was an old woman in a black palace dress. Her hair was white and her old face was full of wrinkles. She seemed to have been ravaged by time. From a distance, she was so thin that only her high cheekbones were left. Her face was very mean. The old woman held a short whip in her hand. When she saw Cheryl, she stepped forward coldly. This old servant's name is XCR, but young lady can call me Aunt J. Even though Summer Mint had experienced the sudden change in the space, she was still stunned. The whip looked quite thick. She wouldn't resort to violence, would she? This old servant will only say the rules once. Miss, please remember them. When you walk, the shoes on your feet, the hem of your skirt, the lapels of your clothes, the bells on your sleeves, and the swaying of your hair must not make the slightest sound. Miss, please raise your head and stick out your chest. Every step you take, you step on the golden lotus pattern of the main hall and look straight ahead. When she looked down, she realized that she was wearing an exquisite bamboo green palace dress that looked like a traditional Han Chinese dress. Small bells hung around the shoes, and the pleated skirt had 3 to 5 bells hanging from the waist to the corners. On her chest, there was a piece of gold inlaid jade quilin wool. The quilin had a small rolling jade in its mouth. If it vibrated, it would make a sound. This outfit was really beautiful, but she also looked like a bell spirit if you walk to the front of the main hall and receive 3 high fives from His Majesty. You will pass the Lotus Step test. Otherwise, please try again. Antia's voice was hoarse like a broken gong, and it even revealed a trace of gloominess. And Xiaobo Liz raised her head and looked at the palace behind the bead curtain. Indeed, there was a faint black figure sitting on the golden dragon throne, wearing a tassel crown. She gritted her teeth. This training space with lotus steps was too realistic. This couldn't be the image of that fatuous ruler, right? Sheba took a deep breath and looked at where she was standing. It was about 100 meters from where she was standing to the front of the hall. Alright, let's start. Since ancient times, heroes suffered more. If she wanted to achieve great things, she could not be afraid. This was a learning opportunity that many people could only dream of. In any case, she would not die in the system. However, in less than a breath, the moment she lifted her foot, the bells on her toes and skirt suddenly made a crisp sound. Sheba was stunned. However, the next second, a sharp, stinging whip mercilessly struck the back of her calf. What? Sheba gasped, and her tears flowed out. She had never been whipped before. This was the first time she felt it. After the sharp pain in her lower leg, she felt a burning pain. Please try again. Xiaobo Li bit her lip. She wouldn't really kill her, would she? She endured the pain and returned to her original spot. This time she tensed her foot and raised it again. Ding-ling, the Keelan jade ball in front of her lapel rolled. Another whip struck her back. The whip was strong and powerful. Xiaobo almost fell to the ground, and her vision went black. Luo Tianlin rushed to the hotel where the crew was staying. He was dressed in a casual outfit with a black baseball cap that reached his eyebrows. He quickly entered the room under Assistant Chen's cover. As soon as he pushed the door open, a whimpering, low cry of a little girl could be heard. You can't kill me at will make me stronger in the quiet hall. It was gorgeous and rich, but a bone-chilling cold wind howled. Miss, please raise your head and chest again. Aunt Sia, who was holding the whip, was cold and fierce. Yushabo's body had always been sensitive to pain, and her menstrual pain was enough to kill her. Now the whipping was no less than torture. Again, something's wrong. Young lady is wrong again. If young lady can't do it, this old servant can only beat you until you can do it. The whistling sound of the whip breaking through the air reverberated in the hall. Every whip caused her skin to split open and her flesh to tear, causing her to fall to the ground again and again in pain. But this old maidservant still heartlessly urged her to continue. Only by suffering the most bitter of hardships can one be above others. What kind of person does young lady want to be? Shimbolai gasped, grimacing in pain as she breathed, her face as white as paper. One class was 45 minutes long. This time, in less than half an hour, she was already drenched in sweat. Her breathing was weak, and she was in so much pain that she could barely open her eyes. but she wanted to be above everyone else. She didn't want to be crushed into the dust again. Auntie, please teach me. She endured the burning pain all over her body, grabbed her skirt, and stood up unsteadily. Her pained eyes were filled with determination and strength. She could definitely do it. Since she was reincarnated and had obtained the system, she would definitely be able to do it. Want to become stronger, the pain was so intense that her consciousness was gradually blurring, but she kept mumbling and forcing herself to stand up again and walk forward. Just as she was in so much pain that her face was covered in tears and she could barely walk, she felt a warm touch on her back. A gentle and concerned man's deep voice rang in her ear. She could not hear what he was saying. She could only feel that the gentle touch on her back seemed to be a pair of slightly calloused palms. His palms were a little hot, but at this time it magically weakened the burning pain after she was whipped. The back muscles that had been twisted into a ball earlier seemed to gradually relax after being touched by him. Miss, please go again. Exiabo pouted and wanted to say something, but a string of tears fell. It was as if all of her frailties had been relieved. Let's do it again, but let her cry for a while. And she also wanted to rub her calf. Wu Buin, the hotel's standard room with a king-size bed. Luo Tianlin threw away his baseball cap and sat on the edge of the bed. He frowned and looked down at the little girl who had pouted but insisted on becoming stronger. Seeing that her tears were falling, he finally sighed. He turned his body and gently patted her tight and slightly trembling back. After a while, he saw the little girl's tightly furrowed brows relax a little. He was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he saw her pouting and a string of tears flowing down her face, wetting the hotel pillow in an instant. Luo Tianlin frowned, and his hand that was placed on the little girl's back paused for a moment. But then the little girl under his palm moved weakly, as if she was looking for the source of the heat. Wu Yu, the little girl, even cried out twice. Calf, my calf hurts too. I need to rub that place too, Luo Tianlin almost laughed out loud, but then his handsome face darkened. Who asked her to stand as punishment in the morning? How I need to rub it, Luo Tianlin's chest tightened. He lowered his eyes and looked at the pair of legs that the little girl had hidden under the blanket. Finally, when the hot tears fell on his palm and burned his chest, he closed his eyes, turned his face, and reached into the quilt with the faint scent of strawberry milk. The moment the fragrance wafted out, the slender ankle fell into his palm. She was so slender that he could hold her in one hand. The smooth and cool feeling of the cream became even more distinct when he closed his eyes. The afternoon sun could not penetrate the thick curtains of the hotel. When Xiaobo struggled to open her eyes, half of her consciousness was still in the grand hall. A slight breeze blew on her face, making her feel wet and cold. She could vaguely see the towering figure sitting in front of her. He had the aura of an emperor who looked down on the world, tall and straight, but he was as motionless as a mountain. She did not know why, but when she looked at this imposing man, her eyes felt sour. She could not help but sob and scold. You, why aren't you clapping for me? She had been beaten many times, but on her last walk, it was as if someone was comforting her warmly. She instantly felt much more comfortable, and once again mustered up her courage to walk. Not a single bell on her dress made a sound, successfully getting Auntie Xie to acknowledge her. She was overjoyed, but the man wearing the crown behind the bead curtains sat calmly without even clapping, not to mention the 3 claps required by the system. You would work which part of me is not good if she said it out loud. She could still improve it in the next class. However, he did not say a word, and just watched her being whipped a few hundred times. He was so angry that he cried. As soon as she opened her mouth, her tears started to flow. Her vision was blurry, but halfway through she realized that something was wrong. The sound of a system notification rang out. You have completed 45 minutes of training. You have walked 105 times and been whipped 104 times. Your willpower has reached a new high in the system again. Reward? The light of every night is bright and clean acting course. She didn't know if she should be happy or sad. The reward was good, but she turned her neck stiffly. On the left was a small modern sofa, which looked like a hotel's express. On the right was a bathroom with transparent glass. It reflected her face, which was now curled up in the quilt, and only her small face was exposed. And it was a cold man who looked a little familiar. What the hell did she say to this man just now? Why didn't he clap for her? Oh my, let her wear it again. Chuche, Chai hubby. In a second, Xiabolai pulled up the corner of the blanket, covering her face that might be covered in tears and snot. Crap, she was too immersed in her role, just now. This time, the system's pain was too intense. When she woke up, she still felt like she was being tortured in the palace. Applause. Luo Tianlin was about to wipe her tears away when she suddenly woke up. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who do you want to clap for you?" Shiba wanted to dig a hole to bury herself. "I was wrong. I didn't mean it that way." Luo Tianlin's face darkened, and he reached out to pull down the corner of the quilt that she was trying to suffocate herself to death with. Soon, he saw the little girl's teary eyes, but her cheeks were as pink as peach blossoms. After taking a nap, her skin looked as if it had absorbed essence and was even more radiant and white, as if it had been soaked in milk. Her small red lips were still sniffling, glistening with water, as bright as honey, and she wanted to let people have a taste of her beauty. Luo Tianlin furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze away uneasily. Crying won't solve anything. Shibo, he made a sound of acknowledgement. She also felt that it was useless to cry, especially now. She didn't know she had slept so much that her eyes were wet. She reached out to cover her hot face, trying to turn her face to avoid the man's gaze. However, a moment later, a slightly hot and moist patch fell on her red eyes, accompanied by the clear fragrance of pine and cypress leaves in the morning, which immediately suppressed her fatigue from crying. Even Shiba couldn't help but let out a comfortable "A." Luo Tianlin steadied the folded hot towel. His cold eyes quickly fell on the girl's full, small and honey-colored red lips. On closer look, there were a few teeth marks that were not perfect. She had bitten him in her dream, and left this behind. Luo Tianlin's voice was deep. "Do you think that I've wronged you by stopping you from exposing it?" The little girl really wanted to be seen, so she had spent the last few days reading the script and preparing a lot. Today's exposure was blocked, and everyone appeared on the hot search except her. She would definitely be disappointed. Luo Tianlin pondered for a moment. "You already felt sad this morning. Why didn't you tell me?" She forced herself to hold on and silently cry in the hotel room. She was really good at enduring. He had to endure it until he regretted it.